Young rascal, I have traversed the world and imparted all my skills to you. I have even left you a substantial sum of money tucked away in my drawer. Do not be overly moved. It is merely a small token of my goodwill. Take it with you as you descend the mountain, that if ever you find yourself in dire straits, do not hesitate to seek your senior sister. I hear she resides in Jiang City. Upon reading the old man's letter, Lin Fan was nearly brought to tears. The old man, before embarking on his free-spirited journey, had not forgotten to leave him a generous sum of money, true benefactor. However, when Lin Fan opened the drawer and searched for quite some time, he uncovered only 3 100 yuan bills. Unable to contain his frustration, he exclaimed, "Old man, this is what you call a substantial sum?" Without delay, Lin Fan grabbed his phone and dialed the old man's number, hoping to inquire about his senior sister's name, as the sisters had used aliases during their time on the mountain. Yet, he was met with a disheartening message. The number is out of service. With no other options, Lin Fan shouldered his bag and set off down the mountain to seek his fortune. Half a day later, at the exit of Jiang City's train station, "Beautiful lady, I see the crimson hue on your brow and the pallor of your lips. You must be suffering from a gynecological ailment. I am an expert in this field. For merely 100 yuan, though, it cannot buy you a home, or a carrot can grant you the gift of health. What say you? You fraud. You must be the one with a gynecological condition your entire family must." Before Lin Fan could finish his sentence, the irate beauty stormed off. One glance was enough to discern the ailment. No one would believe him. At that moment, a couple approached, and Lin Fan seized the opportunity that he stepped forward with a grin. "Hey there, may I read your fortunes? It's quite inexpensive, only 30 yuan. Young man, how accurate is it?" The woman, intrigued by Lin Fan's handsome appearance, inquired. "Absolutely accurate. If I'm wrong, you won't owe me a dime," Lin Fan replied with a broad smile. Giggling, "Then do tell." The woman laughed. "You have 3 children, and this gentleman has 2. Am I correct?" Lin Fan blurted out. "Huh, you're talking nonsense. We are husband and wife, and we have only 2 children. Where do you get 3 from?" The man chuckled. "I know you are a couple, but I speak nothing but the truth," Lin Fan insisted. Upon hearing this, the woman's face turned pale, and she quickly said, "Dear, this fellow is clearly a charlatan. Do not believe him. Let's go." With that, she dragged her husband away in haste. Making money in a big city is truly difficult. Honesty yields no belief, Lin Fan sighed, having toiled for over half an hour without earning a single cent. Although he possessed numerous skills, healing, fortune-telling, even performing the chest-breaking act, gaining trust in a bustling metropolis was no easy feat. Make way. As he pondered, a passerby affixed a recruitment notice to a nearby utility pole, the bold black letters immediately catching Lin Fan's eye. Urgently hiring. Monthly salary, 30,000. Seeking a handsome man from outside with certain acting skills. Age requirement, 24 to 26 years. Height above 175 centimeters. In good health and no bad habits. Most importantly, must be tough. 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 Time is limited to before noon today. The emphasis on tough, written thrice, sent a few curious young onlookers fleeing in fright. Though the salary was enticing, the demands were high. Nevertheless, upon reading the advertisement, Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. It felt as if it had been tailored for him. He contemplated securing a job to ensure his basic livelihood first, and then he could gradually discover more lucrative opportunities before resigning. Following the address provided, Lin Fan hailed a cab and made his way to the destination. Upon arrival, he gazed at the imposing building adorned with the words Tang Pharmaceuticals and stepped inside. Meanwhile, in the 7th floor president's office, Tang Yanrou paced anxiously. With only 2 hours until noon, if she did not find a suitable candidate, she would be in trouble. The last 2 applicants had met nearly all her criteria, but they lacked the toughness. Their frail physiques had been easily subdued by her friend Huang Ying's punch. How could they withstand any retaliation from that person? "Xiaoying, is there no one left outside?" Tang Yanrou inquired. "None. The requirements seem too stringent. No one dares to apply," Huang Ying replied with an awkward smile. Just as she finished speaking, a knock sounded at the office door, startling both women. Huang Ying quickly approached and opened the door. Standing there was a young man clad in a cheap yellow t-shirt, capri pants, and worn-out sneakers, grinning as he asked, "Excuse me, is this where the interview is held?" Upon seeing Lin Fan's appearance, Tang Yanrou waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Let him go, no need for an interview." Lin Fan, upon hearing this, was displeased. He slipped past Huang Ying, who was standing by the door, and smiled. "Beautiful lady, I meet your recruitment criteria, please give me a chance." Huang Ying was evidently taken aback. Coming from a family that owned a martial arts school, she had trained extensively and could best most muscular men, yet this fellow had managed to slip past her without her noticing. Recovering from her surprise, Huang Ying became irritated and scolded. "You little brat, didn't you hear me? Get out." With that, she quickly followed, reaching out to grab Lin Fan's shoulder in an attempt to forcibly remove him. But in the next moment, Huang Ying realized he was as immovable as a boulder. She quickly switched tactics and kicked him in the back. Bang! Huang Ying was sent sprawling backward, while Lin Fan stood firm, unfazed. Tang Yanrou's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yanrou, this one is tough," Huang Ying exclaimed urgently. Tang Yanrou swallowed hard and reevaluated Lin Fan. He was not bad at all, he met the basic requirements. And, with his well-defined features, he was even somewhat handsome. He could clean up nicely with a bit of grooming. "How are your acting skills?" Tang Yanrou asked. Time was of the essence. Leaving her no room for leisurely selections, he seemed adequate for the moment. "I not only excel in acting, but am also quite adept in other areas." Lin Fan grinned. Both women stared at him in shock. Tang Yanrou gestured for Huang Ying to close the door, then abruptly tossed a bank card onto the coffee table, declaring, "Let's skip the pleasantries. There are 500,000 yuan in this card as a deposit. You will pretend to be my husband to appease my family. No emotional entanglements involved. That if you agree, we can head to get our marriage certificate right away, and later it'll give you another 1,000,000. What do you say?" Lin Fan's eyes widened after all this. It was not a job offer, but a request to play the role of a husband. Since it was just pretend, and he could earn a hefty sum, why not seize the opportunity? Moreover, this woman was stunning, a beautiful face, a graceful figure, with long legs and a slim waist that made Lin Fan gulp involuntarily. "Will we be able to sleep together at night?" Lin Fan inquired. Being with such a gorgeous woman, even if it were merely acting, seemed a bit of a waste. "You are thinking too far ahead. It is strictly a facade of marriage, and nothing more," she replied. Tang Yanrou discerned that this individual possessed a hint of lewdness, yet time was of the essence, and she was disinclined to be choosy. Should she fail to find a better alternative shortly, it would pose a significant predicament. Thus, she continued, "If you are willing, accompany me to obtain the marriage certificate. If not, you are free to leave at this moment." Her tone was somewhat icy. "Deal." Lin Fan was not a fool when an opportunity presented itself. He seized it without hesitation. Accepting a deposit of 500,000, he resolved to address his financial concerns first, with other matters to be contemplated later. "Let's go." Tang Yanrou grabbed her bag and stood up, striding towards the exit. Inside the elevator, Lin Fan suddenly noticed her statuesque figure. Her waist was delicately slender, and her bosom accentuated her attire, creating a captivating allure. Exceptional, Lin Fan mused to himself. The only beautiful women he had previously encountered were the 3 senior sisters during his time on the mountain. Since their descent, he had not seen anyone of such caliber. The woman before him was evidently even more stunning than those 3, igniting a sense of excitement within him. "Have you had your fill of staring?" Since entering the elevator, he had been unabashedly fixated on her chest, his eyes unblinking, nearly drooling. Not quite enough. Lin Fan, momentarily lost in thought, snapped back to reality upon realizing he had been caught in the act, grinning sheepishly. "Just about enough." "Humph, you lecher." Tang Yanrou shot him a glare, reiterating, "Let me emphasize once more, we are merely pretending to be a couple. Do not harbor any intentions, we are merely acting. In specific situations, I shall remind you otherwise. Treat me as a stranger. Do not take advantage of me, understood?" Had it not been for the pressing timeline, she wouldn't have chosen such a blatant lecher. "Understood. All right, accompany me to a shopping mall. Your current attire is unsuitable for obtaining the certificate. You must change." 2 hours later, the pair emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau. It was evident they had successfully acquired the certificate. "Lin Fan, correct? We are merely a couple in name. 6 months from now, I shall find an excuse to divorce you. During this interim, you need only cooperate with my Carradino cohabitation. No emotional entanglements. We shall each lead our own lives. As for the finances, I will transfer the funds to you later. Moreover, you must ensure the performance is convincing. Do not let it fall apart. Tang Yanrou's demeanor returned to its previous frigidness. Understood. In that moment, Lin Fan felt somewhat dazed, never anticipating that such a significant milestone in his life would be accomplished in such a haphazard manner. Though it was merely a collaboration, the thought of such a beautiful woman being his wife was not altogether unpleasant. Get in the car, we have somewhere to go. With everything in order, it was time for Tang Yanrou to attend to business. Where to? Lin Fan inquired. You need not ask, simply comply. Without allowing him further inquiry, Tang Yanrou started the Bentley and drove directly to their destination. 15 minutes later, the Bentley halted in front of an opulent hotel. Tang Yanrou exited the vehicle first, ate tea that moment. Several individuals approached, evidently members of the Jiang family. Today marked the engagement between the Tang and Jiang families, with key individuals from both sides already present, save for the tardy Tang Yanrou. To demonstrate respect, Jiang Feng had dispatched someone to greet her at the entrance. Miss Tang, we have awaited your arrival. Su Hu, Jiang Feng's chief aide, approached with a beaming smile, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Young Master Jiang has been waiting for you upstairs. Please allow me to escort you. Just then, a figure suddenly emerged from behind Tang Yanrou, wrapping an arm around her waist and smiling lightly. Wife, who is this? Are we being treated to a meal today? Upon hearing this, Su Hu's brows furrowed instantly, his gaze darting to Tang Yanrou, clearly taken aback. With Lin Fan's arm tightly around her and his hand inappropriately wandering at her waist, Tang Yanrou felt the urge to slap him had she not been concerned about blowing their cover. She would have done so already. Excessive. Tang Yanrou could not help but softly admonish him that we must make it convincing. We cannot risk exposure. Lin Fan replied, stifling a chuckle, knowing he had the upper hand and she would not dare resist. Truth be told, her waist felt exquisite. What is the meaning of this? Su Hu finally voiced his confusion. Did you not see? Why ask further? Tang Yanrou disregarded Su Hu, linking arms with Lin Fan as they made their way into the hotel lobby, while Su Hu pulled out his phone to make a call. On the third floor of the hotel, Jiang Feng, who had been engaged in jovial conversation with the Tang family, gradually lost his smile upon receiving a call. He turned to Tang Long, the head of the Tang family, his voice tinged with coldness. Uncle Tang, are you not being a bit excessive? At those words, the room fell silent. The two families found themselves in an awkward situation, uncertain of what had transpired. Tang Long wore a perplexed expression, hastily inquiring, Young Master Jiang, what is happening? Are you still pretending? Your daughter has brought her husband along. This declaration resonated through the hall. Astonishment enveloped the crowd. At that moment, Tang Yanrou entered, accompanied by a man who appeared relatively handsome, yet unfamiliar, someone they had never seen before. Daha. Young Master Jiang, you must be mistaken. Yanrou could not possibly be married. That man is likely just her newly hired bodyguard, Tang Long explained with a smile. Despite his daughter's independent nature, such a significant life event as marriage would never be concealed from them, particularly since the union with the Jiang family was crucial for alleviating the financial crisis of Tang Pharmaceutical. Moreover, given his daughter's high standards, if young Master Jiang did not meet her expectations, who else could? Indeed, I know my daughter best. She is a pragmatic person. The union of the Tang and Jiang families is of great significance. She is not a child. She would not act recklessly. Tang's mother chimed in. It better be so. Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Since this is a misunderstanding, then all is well. Let the engagement ceremony commence. Old Master Jiang, Jiang Huai, also visibly relaxed and ate tea that moment. Tang Yanrou and Lin Fan had approached the gathering, and she directly stated, Father, Mother, I have come to announce something. Everyone immediately quieted, eager to listen to, I am married, and my husband is him. Tang Yanrou pulled Lin Fan closer and declared, I chose him myself, and I truly like him. The room fell into stunned silence, the sound of a pin dropping audible. The Tang family members widened their eyes in disbelief, convinced they had misheard. After several seconds, Tang Long erupted in anger. Nonsense. He quickly moved beside Tang Yanrou. Fully aware of his daughter's character, even if she were to marry, it could not possibly be this inconspicuous fellow. Thus, he lowered his voice. Yanrou, do not think you can deceive everyone by simply choosing a temporary actor. I will not be fooled. You know the importance of this union. Please do not act recklessly. Indeed, Yanrou, Do not just hurry and get engaged to young Master Jiang, Tang's mother echoed. I am truly married if you do not believe me. See for yourselves. Tang Yanrou retorted. Producing the marriage certificate, Tang's mother seized the marriage certificate, opened it, and traced her fingers over the embossed seal, her eyes widening. In disbelief that my lord, this is genuine. What? Tang Long's eyes bulged, clearly unable to fathom the revelation. Across from them, Jiang Feng seethed with fury, his teeth clenched. He had pursued his goddess for so long, and just when he thought victory was within reach, he was blindsided like a cooked duck taking flight. Tang Yanrou, I know you are deliberately provoking me. This fellow must be merely a pawn you summoned at random, devoid of any affection. What is your purpose? Jiang Feng retorted defiantly. Let me clarify. My feelings for Yanrou are mutual. We fell in love at first sight. Lin Fan stepped forward to stand beside Tang Yanrou, a smile gracing his lips as he said, Isn't that right, my dear? Caught off guard by his sudden interjection, Tang Yanrou replied, Yes, our feelings are indeed mutual. Continue your little performance. Do you truly believe I would be deceived? Jiang Feng scoffed. How could the most beautiful woman in Jiang City possibly be enamored with this unremarkable fellow, devoid of charm and clearly a penniless nobody? Jiang Feng had never encountered such a person in Jiang City. He was certain Tang Yanrou had summoned him merely to placate him. Yet before the words fully left his lips, Lin Fan pulled Tang Yanrou into his embrace, cradled her face, and kissed her passionately. He dared to kiss Tang Yanrou in front of everyone. Chapter 3, Is This Guy a Drama Queen? A gasp swept through the crowd, each pair of eyes wide with disbelief. Tang Yanrou was equally bewildered. While she had intended to act convincingly, she had not anticipated this turn of events. Holding hands and embracing were already beyond her limits. To her astonishment, this man had audaciously escalated the scene. How shameless, what a lecher! Tang Yanrou scolded inwardly, yet outwardly she remained still, aware that any sign of rejection would validate Jiang Feng's assertions. However, being kissed by a man for the first time sent a tingling sensation coursing through her, akin to an electric shock, leaving her somewhat entranced. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Feng was infuriated, and Jiang Hui turned away in frustration. After a full minute, Tang Yanrou realized he was still kissing her and hastily pinched his waist, prompting Lin Fan to finally cease. Greetings, esteemed father-in-law and mother-in-law. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Fan, your devoted son-in-law, he cheerfully announced to Tang's parents. Tang Yanrou felt utterly speechless. Was this fellow truly a drama queen? His improvisation was excessive. Could he not tone it down a bit? Do not call me father-in-law. I do not recognize you as my son-in-law. Tang Long waved his hand dismissively. Ahem, Mr. Tang. Perhaps you could elucidate this situation, Jiang Hui added, visibly agitated. Seeing this, Lin Fan nudged Tang Yanrou, urging her to take action. Tang Yanrou, her heart racing, understood her parents' predicament. Their intention to marry her off to the Jiang family was primarily to save Tang Pharmaceutical. Yet, she had no desire to wed Jiang Feng, a debauched man who already had numerous women. To her, becoming his wife would merely render her a plaything. There is nothing to explain. I am already married. I hope Mr. Jiang will refrain from bothering me in the future, Tang Yanrou asserted resolutely. Tang Yanrou, think carefully. Once you leave here, our Jiang family will cease to offer assistance. Prepare for Tang Pharmaceutical's demise, Jiang Feng threatened ominously. Yanrou, quickly apologize to Mr. Jiang, then return and annul your marriage, so you may marry him, her mother implored, grasping Tang Yanrou's hand. For the future of the Tang family, make a sacrifice. Without the Jiang family's backing, Tang Pharmaceutical is doomed. Indeed, Tang Yanrou, you cannot be so selfish. Consider the interests of the family. What is a little sacrifice for the greater good? Moreover, Mr. Jiang is quite handsome. Many women aspire to marry him, but cannot. Were I a woman, I would accept him without hesitation. Her cousin Tang Sheng finally spoke up after remaining silent. His words ignited Tang Yanrou's fury. Selfish? Do you have any notion of how much I have sacrificed for the company? To protect the family's interests, I should forsake my own happiness. Is that it? Meanwhile, you all bask in comfort, indulging in pleasures and reaping the company's benefits. Yet at the first sign of trouble, you shirk responsibility and expect me to make sacrifices. Where is your dignity? Tang Yanrou's agitation was palpable, her emotions rising like turbulent waves. Tang Sheng was rendered speechless. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan began to grasp the situation. It seemed this young woman was rather pitiable, treated as a mere sacrifice by her family. As for the company's affairs, I will devise a solution myself. However, Tang Yanrou felt an unsettling uncertainty within. Over the past few years, Tang Pharmaceutical had been on a downward trajectory, with a financial shortfall escalating to an alarming 200 million. If matters did not improve within 6 months, the company would face imminent bankruptcy. Currently, the Jiang family was the sole entity capable of rescuing Tang Pharmaceutical. I can't believe you. If you could think of a solution, would it have come to this? Tang's mother trembled with anger. Tang Yanrou found herself at a loss for words. Just as she felt cornered, Lin Fan spoke up again. What is this major issue? It's merely a small financial deficit at the company. This is a trivial matter. Dear in-laws, there is no need to seek assistance from outsiders. Your son-in-law can handle it. At this proclamation, the audience was once again taken aback. Who was this seemingly inconspicuous individual? The deficit at Tang Pharmaceutical amounted to 200 million, and he dared to trivialize it as merely a small sum? Ha ha ha, surely you've made a fool of yourself now. Jiang Feng, overhearing this, chuckled and remarked. Do you even comprehend the magnitude of Tang Pharmaceutical's deficit? 200 million. Are you claiming this as a small sum? Pray tell, are you the wealthiest in Jiang City or Jiangnan? Indeed, 200 million is a small sum, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. The crowd gasped, unsure whether to believe his words. Tang Yanrou was drenched in cold sweat. She had initially invited Lin Fan to assist her in a performance, yet now, he had unwittingly turned the tables, dragging her into a quagmire. 200 million is a small sum? Can you be any more absurd? Coughing lightly, Tang Yanrou attempted to steer Lin Fan back to reality. But he seemed oblivious, continuing. All right, dear in-laws, grant me half a month, and I assure you I will rectify the company's deficit. My love, let us return home to celebrate our union. The crowd erupted in laughter. Jiang Feng, rather than expressing anger, found amusement in Lin Fan's audacity. This is the first time I've encountered someone so boastful. Very well, I shall observe how you intend to mend a 200 million deficit in half a month. With that, Jiang Feng gestured for his father, Jiang Huai, to lead the Jiang family away. Young Master Jiang, Old Master Jiang, please wait. Tang Long called out to the departing Jiang family, but after a sigh, he turned to Lin Fan and coldly warned, Listen here, though I know not who you are. I caution you, you are in deep waters today. Tang Long, in a fit of anger, pointed at Lin Fan and declared, I shall not demand 200 million from you. If within half a month you can secure a 100 million project from the pinnacle of Jiang City's pharmaceutical industry, Pinnacle International, I will acknowledge you as my son-in-law. Otherwise, I shall still insist on Yanrou marrying young Master Jiang. Pinnacle International? Lin Fan was taken aback. To speak candidly, while he had devised a method for helping Tangji Pharmaceutical earn 200 million, he was not skilled in securing projects. However, just as Lin Fan hesitated, Tang Yanrou interjected, decisively affirming, all right, it is settled. In her perspective, persuading Lin Fan to produce 200 million was far less pragmatic than securing a substantial order of 100 million from Pinnacle International. One might question whether an individual who was willing to cooperate with her for a mere 150,000 could possibly procure 200 million. If he possessed such funds, why would he seek employment? Very well, Yanrou, you have said it yourself. I shall grant you this opportunity. But do not blame your father for being unyielding when the time comes. Tang Long sighed deeply. Upon hearing this, a fleeting sadness crossed Tang Yanrou's face. Throughout her life, her father had always been indifferent towards her. While it is often said that a daughter is her father's little sweetheart, she felt no trace of paternal affection. After a moment's hesitation, she queried, Father, am I truly your biological child? Chapter 4. A fortnight's agreement. Tang Long did not respond but shot her a glare, admonishing, do not dwell on such unfounded thoughts. Rather, focus on alleviating the company's crisis. If you fail to accomplish this within 2 weeks, I will personally escort you to the Jiang family. With that, Tang Long departed with the members of the Tang family. Once they had all left, Lin Fan remarked, I truly admire your ability to endure such a family. Perhaps you should consider coming with me. I will provide for you henceforth. Tang Yanrou abruptly raised her head to gaze at Lin Fan, her eyes cold and devoid of warmth, exuding an urge to harm. Yet, in a sudden outburst, she began to weep, cursing as she cried, Lin Fan, you scoundrel! Do you not realize that your promise does not aid me, but rather endangers my existence? 2 weeks is simply insufficient to secure a 100 million order from Pinnacle Group. Our company is insignificant in their eyes. How could they possibly agree to such a monumental project with us? Lin Fan, unable to bear the sight of a woman in tears, rushed forward to offer comfort. Do not touch me. Tang Yanrou rebuffed him, halting his approach. She then wiped her tears, composed herself, and declared, "Rest assured, I will return that 100,000 to you." With that, she turned and walked away. Lin Fan intended to say something, but she did not look back and strode forward, leaving him no choice but to descend the stairs and make his way to the pharmacy. His cultivation method, known as pure Yang technique, required him to administer cooling herbs every 7 days to mitigate internal heat. Neglecting this could lead to dire consequences. Now that he possessed 500,000, it was imperative to procure some cooling herbs from the pharmacy. After lingering by the roadside in front of the hotel for a moment, a taxi approached. "Driver, please take me to Jiangqing Traditional Chinese Medicine Pharmacy," he requested. "Certainly," the driver replied, opening the door, and Lin Fan promptly entered the vehicle. As the car started and smoothly proceeded along the road, Lin Fan idly took out his phone to pass the time. He then decided to check the distance to the pharmacy, only to discover that the car was heading in the opposite direction of his intended destination. The direction was reversed. Lin Fan initially thought the driver had misheard him and reiterated, "Driver, I'm heading to the Jiangqing Traditional Medicine Shop. Are you sure you got that right?" "I assure you, I've been a driver for over a decade. How could I be mistaken?" "You can rest easy," the driver replied, a fleeting smirk crossing his face. Though this sinister expression was brief, it did not escape Lin Fan's keen observation. The notion of heading in the wrong direction was already perplexing, and the driver's insistence on being correct raised Lin Fan's suspicions. Seeing that malevolent glint solidified his doubts. This driver was indeed suspicious. "Driver, I suddenly have an urgent need to relieve myself. Please stop the car so I can find a place," Lin Fan stated. However, the driver seemed oblivious to his request. Accelerating further, before Lin Fan could voice his concerns once more, the vehicle screeched to a halt in a desolate area. The driver turned back with a cold laugh. "Well, here we are, but you might find it difficult to relieve yourself now." With that, he flung the door open and fled. Almost immediately, 2 cars approached from both ends of the road, effectively trapping the taxi. Indeed, Lin Fan's instincts were correct. Someone was out to get him. Initially, he had descended the mountain with the intent of quietly earning a living, enjoying leisure, and seeking a remedy for his affliction. Yet, it seemed there were always those foolish enough to invite their own demise. At that moment, a group of 16 individuals emerged from the vehicle, all robustly built and wielding baseball bats, clearly intent on violence. Lin Fan contemplated briefly. He had not wronged anyone since his descent, except perhaps the Jiang family. "Kid, come out." The leader, marked by a prominent mole and several bristles, sneered, a cigarette dangling from his mouth and a bat gripped in his hand, exuding arrogance. Lin Fan calmly exited the vehicle, having not engaged in a brawl for some time. This gang would serve as an excellent opportunity to stretch his muscles. "Sent by the Jiang family," Lin Fan remarked nonchalantly. The mole-faced leader furrowed his brow. He anticipated Lin Fan's discernment, yet he chose not to acknowledge it. Diverting the conversation instead, "You should be more concerned about yourself than these matters." "What do I have to worry about? The ones who should be concerned are you. I just acquired a beautiful wife today. I am in a splendid mood, so I advise you to leave while you still can," Lin Fan countered, threateningly. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances before erupting in laughter. "Ha ha ha. So it turns out Tang Yanrou not only found an actor, but a fool to boot," mocked the mole-faced man. A nearby youth with bleached hair chimed in. "Hey, Wei Gu, should we go easy on him? What if we accidentally make the fool smart?" Laughter erupted once more among the group. After all this, it appears I'm dealing with a bunch of dimwits." Lin Fan shook his head, muttering, "This isn't worth my time. I'm not interested in fighting." Having spoken, he prepared to leave. Upon hearing Lin Fan audaciously insult them as lacking intelligence, the crowd immediately erupted in fury. Brother Black Spot, seething with rage, clenched his teeth and waved his hand, commanding, "Deal with him. Let's see if Tang Yanrou would still consider marrying a worthless man." "Leave this to me. I'm quite adept at it," chimed in the yellow-haired ruffian. A wicked grin spreading across his face as he tightened his grip on the baseball bat and charged forward, convinced that Lin Fan's physique could not withstand a single blow. However, just as the bat was about to hit Lin Fan, the yellow-haired thug was unexpectedly sent flying backward, colliding with several others behind him, who were caught off guard and toppled over in a heap. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. They had initially believed Tang Yanrou had merely chosen an actor, but to their surprise, this fellow possessed formidable fighting skills. Allow me to reiterate, I have no desire to engage in combat with you. I would rather not soil my hands. It would be wise for you to depart swiftly. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Lin Fan warned once more. He had come to the city with the sole intention of making money and had no interest in violence. The weakness of these individuals rendered the encounter utterly tedious, as they fell without even putting up a fight. Brother Black Spot, incensed and grinding his teeth, felt humiliated. In all his years in Jiangcheng, no one had ever dared to speak to him, Brother Wei, in such a manner. Brothers, this guy has some skills, but he is ultimately just one man. If we all attack together, we will surely incapacitate him. With that, he signaled for the remaining members to grip their baseball bats tightly and charge forward as a group. The sight of more than a dozen individuals was indeed intimidating. How bothersome, Lin Fan thought to himself. He had no intention of engaging in a brawl, yet they were forcing his hand. In an instant, he darted towards the group of 10. With a series of resounding thuds, those who came into contact with him were sent flying, an unstoppable force. As he surged through the throng and seized Brother Black Spot by the throat. Brother Black Spot had intended to remain hidden and launch a sneak attack. But in the blink of an eye, a figure appeared before him, and before he could comprehend the situation, his neck was firmly grasped. What was it you said earlier about wanting to incapacitate me? Lin Fan smiled slightly, but to his opponent, that smile was profoundly unsettling. Chapter 5. The girl who initiated the kiss, however, Brother Wei was, after all, the second-in-command in Jiangfeng and well-known throughout Jiangcheng. And he could not allow himself to be threatened by an unknown upstart. Enraged, he retorted, "Kid, I advise you to release me immediately. Otherwise, should I sustain any injuries, I assure you that you will find no place to stand in Jiangcheng from this day forth." "Oh really? My curiosity is piqued. I am quite eager to see who could possibly make it so that I have no place to stand in Jiangcheng." Lin Fan, clearly provoked, detested being threatened. The playful demeanor on his face was suddenly replaced by an icy glare as he swiftly lifted his right foot and delivered a resounding kick to Brother Black Spot's groin. A cry of anguish escaped Wei Gu, and amidst the cacophony, one could faintly perceive the sound of an egg shattering. Shortly thereafter, he succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing onto the ground. Good heavens! The remaining subordinates, who still possessed their faculties, were utterly stunned. This individual had single-handedly incapacitated everyone present, rendering their leader, Wei Gu, powerless. Such a formidable presence was not to be trifled with. "I shall grant you 3 counts to vacate the premises. Otherwise, you shall meet a fate akin to his." With that, Lin Fan commenced his countdown. 3, 2. My word. Upon hearing this, the group felt a chilling dread coursing through them. That was Wei Gu, a figure of immense strength, felled by a mere kick. Should they find themselves in his position, they would likely be sent soaring into the heavens. Several individuals hastily hoisted the unconscious Wei Gu and fled to their vehicles, resembling a desperate escape. Within moments, 4 cars sped away into the distance. The driver from earlier trembled uncontrollably, his complexion ashen. Observing the quaking driver, Lin Fan casually remarked, "Hey driver, could you give me a ride? Rest assured, I will compensate you." The driver immediately knelt, pleading, "Young man, it was my fault for accepting their money. I have an elderly parent and young children to care for. I implore you to spare me. Are you still in the business?" Lin Fan responded, then slid into the vehicle. After taking a deep breath, the driver reluctantly climbed into the car, his heart racing with apprehension. "Surely, we won't take a wrong turn this time?" Lin Fan teased. "And no, we won't," the driver stammered, starting the engine. This time, they arrived smoothly at the largest traditional Chinese medicine shop in Jiang City, a detail Lin Fan had ascertained during his train journey. Upon disembarking, just as Lin Fan prepared to make payment, the driver stepped on the gas and sped away, leaving him both amused and exasperated. The urgency of escape took precedence over monetary matters. Less than half an hour later, Lin Fan emerged from the herbal shop once more. He reflected on the fact that while others might encounter influential figures while procuring medicine, leading to miraculous interventions, he had encountered none of the sort. Considering that he and Tang Yanrou were now, albeit in pretense, husband and wife, he resolved to visit her home. He retrieved his phone, ready to call Tang Yanrou, when suddenly a soft, melodious voice interrupted him. "Excuse me, handsome, could you assist me?" Instinctively, Lin Fan turned toward the source of the voice and beheld a tall, graceful young woman addressing him. She appeared to be around his age, approximately 24 or 25, with an oval face, a prominent nose, and a delicate cherry-red mouth. Clad in cropped pants and a pale pink top, her figure, though not particularly voluptuous, was proportionate and aesthetically pleasing. At that moment, one of her eyes glistened with tears, her hand gently shielding it, as if she were sensitive to the light. Lin Fan pointed to himself, affirming, "Excuse me, did you call for me?" "Indeed," the woman replied. Leaning closer, "It seems I have something in my eye. Could you assist me by blowing it out?" "Thank you in advance." Lin Fan, confronted with such a situation, felt a hint of wariness. After all, it was rather ambiguous for a girl to approach a man to blow in her eyes. He instinctively considered refusing. However, in the next moment, his gaze fell upon the jade pendant adorning the woman's chest. He was taken aback, for this pendant bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he himself wore. Noticing Lin Fan's fixation on her chest, a flicker of disdain crossed the woman's eyes. Yet she suppressed her feelings to fulfill her task, continuing, "Thank you, just a couple of blows will suffice." Lin Fan snapped out of his reverie, hesitated briefly, and replied, "Very well." The woman quickly leaned in, their faces mere inches apart, as Lin Fan positioned his mouth to blow gently. Yet, in an unexpected turn, the girl suddenly seized his neck with both arms, stood on her toes, and pressed her lips against his in a swift kiss. Lin Fan was left in a state of utter bewilderment. He had heard of scams and solicitations, but never encountered someone so boldly initiating a kiss. What was happening? After a brief moment of shock, just as Lin Fan intended to push her away, she released him, smiling. "I'm all better now? Thank you." With that, the beauty turned and dashed away. Lin Fan, somewhat perplexed, couldn't help but exclaim, "The complexities of urban life are profound. I think I shall return to the mountains." However, once the beauty had departed, he gazed at a mark on his palm, muttering, "You have fallen victim to my tracking talisman. Let's see where you can escape to." In those fleeting 2 seconds, Lin Fan had embraced the woman's waist while simultaneously casting a tracking spell upon her. The Pure Yang sect possesses 3 secret arts: Pure Yang technique, Qi Min talismans, and celestial medicine. The tracking talisman is merely one aspect of the Qi Min talismans. The reason Lin Fan had cast the spell was not solely due to her sudden kiss, but rather because of the jade she wore. Nevertheless, the pressing matter at hand was to find a place to stay, and the most suitable location was undoubtedly at his wife Tang Yanrou's home. A place where he could enjoy free meals and lodging was too good to pass up. Upon dialing Tang Yanrou's number again, her voice remained cold as she said, "Where have you gone? The housekeeper mentioned you didn't come home. Did we not agree that you should act convincingly? Running around carelessly will only expose us." "Oh, I'm on my way back now. Are you home?" "I'm returning to our chamber," Lin Fan teased deliberately. "Chamber, my foot. I'm at the office handling matters. I need to visit Pinnacle Group at 3 this afternoon. No matter the difficulties, I must secure that project. I don't have time for your nonsense." "Return home by yourself," Tang Yanrou replied before abruptly hanging up the phone. At this moment, within the presidential office of Tang Pharmaceutical, Tang Yanrou sat in her chair, her eyes firmly shut, engulfed in a profound melancholy. She had initially believed that feigning a marriage would temporarily alleviate her troubles. Little did she anticipate that the ruse would invite even greater complications. Securing a billion-dollar project within a mere fortnight seemed an insurmountable task. Yet, without clinching this project, how could she possibly procure $200 million to rectify the company's financial deficit? The more she pondered, the more her head throbbed. As the clock struck 2:30 in the afternoon, Tang Yanrou prepared to depart for Pinnacle Group. Just as she was about to contact her close friend, Huang Ying, she received word that Huang had been suddenly detained by pressing matters. Frustrated by the absence of her assistant, she was startled by a knock at the door. "Who is it?" "The door is unlocked," she inquired. In the next moment, the door swung open to reveal a familiar face. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Tang Yanrou's irritation flared, and she coldly remarked, "What brings you here, uninvited?" "I felt partially responsible for this morning's incident, so I came to assist you," Lin Fan replied, producing a crumpled napkin and placing it before her. "Please make do with this. It was the only paper I could find after using the restroom. I also pinned a prescription on it, known as the beauty pill, which can enhance a woman's appearance, making her look a decade younger." Chapter 6. The beauty pill recipe discarded? Tang Yanrou's anger surged as she gazed at the wrinkled napkin. Seizing it and crumpling it into a ball before hurling it to the floor. In a frosty tone, she declared, "If you have nothing better to do, you could return to your slumber and leave me in peace. That beauty pill could easily fill the company's deficit. Why would you discard it?" Lin Fan inquired, puzzled. Silence. Tang Yanrou retorted, her frustration palpable. If he truly possessed such a formula, why would he resort to a sham marriage for a mere million? Glancing at her phone, she noted the time, feeling no inclination to engage in idle chatter with Lin Fan. "I'm heading to Pinnacle Group. Do as you please," she stated, clutching her briefcase as she exited the office. However, just a few steps away, she received a phone call from Huang Ying, who urged her to invite Lin Fan to accompany her, expressing concern that Jiang Feng had returned in a foul mood, likely seeking an outlet for his anger, perhaps even resorting to extreme measures such as kidnapping. With Huang Ying absent, she felt uneasy about venturing alone. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Yanrou returned to her office, only to find Lin Fan inspecting a black bra of hers. "You little rascal, what on earth are you doing?" Tang Yanrou exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment as she rushed forward to reclaim it, hastily stashing it in her drawer. The recent heat had caused her to perspire more than usual, prompting a change she had forgotten to properly conceal in her rush to hire new staff. It was particularly embarrassing since she often used padding to accentuate her figure. "I'm just curious as to why you stuffed so much padding in there," Lin Fan grinned, shifting the subject. "But honestly, you needn't bother with the padding. I can tell you're quite well endowed. Certainly, if you truly feel inadequate, I can assist you. I possess a technique that can effortlessly transform you, rendering any issues obsolete. Would you like me to?" Tang Yanrou was infuriated. Had it not been for Huang Ying's suggestion to take this fellow to Pinnacle Group, she would have been tempted to slap him. "Come with me to Pinnacle Group," she declared, turning on her heel and exiting. Lin Fan assumed that Tang Yanrou wanted him to partake in an act, so he followed her without further thought, for he had accepted payment and believed in being diligent in his duties. 20 minutes later, the pair arrived at the entrance of Pinnacle Group. "I warn you, do not speak out of turn, otherwise, if you ruin my affairs, I shall not forgive you," Tang Yanrou cautioned. "Focus on your own tasks. I shall merely explore inside." Lin Fan replied, uninterested in her trivialities. His presence here was solely for cooperation, having initially agreed to play the role of a husband. He believed in giving his best to every task. Upon entering, Tang Yanrou engaged with the receptionist, evidently having made a prior reservation. Once she concluded her conversation and turned around, she discovered Lin Fan engrossed in light-hearted banter with a beautiful young woman in the lobby, laughing as if they were old acquaintances. This sight incensed her, causing her to stomp her foot in frustration. "What a lecher," she muttered under her breath, irritated that he would flirt with another girl right before her eyes. However, recalling that they were merely a pretend couple, she managed to calm herself. After a brief wait, the elevator doors suddenly opened, revealing several individuals, among whom she instantly recognized the project manager of Pinnacle Group, Bao Yang. Just as she was about to approach him, another figure emerged beside Bao Yang, none other than Jiang Feng. They stood side by side, sharing laughter, and Tang Yanrou froze in place, realizing that Jiang Feng had likely already secured Bao Yang's agreement, making her project proposal considerably less viable. "Ah, if it isn't Miss Tang, here to discuss a project?" Jiang Feng inquired, feigning ignorance. "What business is it of yours?" Tang Yanrou retorted coldly. Bao Yang, standing nearby, quickly interjected, "Miss Tang, we are all friends here. Let us not speak so harshly. I heard from Young Master Jiang that you wish to negotiate a project worth 1 billion with our company?" "Yes, Bao Manager. Let us sit down and discuss this in detail. Rest assured, our company will demonstrate utmost sincerity and strive to ensure the success of this project. I hope you will grant us this opportunity," Tang Yanrou replied, her tone earnest and conciliatory. "That is not entirely out of the question," Bao Yang responded with a smile. "Oh, really?" Tang Yanrou exclaimed, her surprise palpable. "Given your company's capabilities, it should be feasible. However, there are significant issues regarding your company's image that could greatly impact our future collaboration. Therefore, I apologize, but the risks are too great. Pinnacle Group cannot afford to take such chances." Bao Yang maintained his smile. "What do you mean? Bao Manager, could you clarify your statement?" "I believe our company's image is quite sound," Tang Yanrou inquired, perplexed. At that moment, Jiang Feng suddenly produced a stack of photographs, calling out to the crowd in the hall, "Come and take a look, there's some explosive news." The other guests and members of the company were momentarily taken aback, but soon gathered around him. Jiang Feng began distributing the photographs in his hands. Who are these two, kissing in the street? Are young people today so shameless, flaunting their affection in public without restraint? Surely they could save such displays for the privacy of their homes. It's a disgrace to societal decorum, murmured the onlookers. Expressing their opinions, Tang Yanrou snatched 2 photographs from Jiang Feng, and upon closer inspection, her brows furrowed tightly. The male subject of the images was none other than her husband, Lin Fan. Shocked, she realized he was embracing and kissing a young woman in broad daylight. Surprised. Are we? Jiang Feng remarked with a smug smile, not waiting for her response before calling out. Guess who this man is? Who is he? He seems unfamiliar. Could he be some prominent figure? Doesn't he appear to be a celebrity? Why is Jiang showing us these scandalous photos? Several people voiced their confusion. Oh, he is someone of considerable stature, none other than Miss Tang's husband, Lin Fan. At this revelation, a wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. Wow, he is cheating. Miss Tang is so beautiful, and yet her husband is unfaithful. This is sensational news. If Miss Tang can tolerate this, then it seems Tang Pharmaceuticals is not as reputable as we thought. Various disparaging comments echoed around the room. Tang Yanrou was not naive. These photographs were taken in public, and it was unlikely that a regular person would be under constant surveillance. Clearly, this was a calculated scheme by Jiang Feng. What exactly are you plotting, Jiang Feng? Tang Yanrou asked coldly. Regardless of whether it was a conspiracy, the evidence was now firmly in Jiang Feng's hands. Putting her in a precarious position, Jiang Feng smiled and said, Tang Yanrou, you've just married him, and yet your husband is publicly displaying affection for another woman. The reputation of Tang Pharmaceuticals is severely tarnished. Soon the entire Jiang city will be aware of this. And how can the Pinnacle Group trust you now? This matter seems suspicious, and I will uncover the truth and provide the public with an explanation. So you need not worry, she replied, dismissing Jiang Feng's taunts. Instead, she turned to Manager Bao, stating, Manager Bao, I believe these few photographs do not tell the full story. For instance, it's possible someone orchestrated this scenario, arranging for a woman to kiss my husband and capturing it to ensnare him. Huh, Miss Tang, you possess quite the sense of humor. Regardless, in light of such an incident, our company would not dare to take that risk unless you can provide evidence proving that this was a deliberate setup against your husband. Otherwise, I'm afraid we cannot assist you, Bao responded with a smile, refraining from further comment. Tang Yanrou, if I were you, I would swiftly divorce that man and marry me instead. Then you could have everything you desire, without such entanglements, Jiang Feng suggested provocatively. Otherwise, if Tang's Pharmaceuticals goes bankrupt, your family will be left with nothing, and all the blame will fall upon you, remarked Jiang Feng with malicious glee. Just as his words echoed, someone unexpectedly slapped him from behind, startling Jiang Feng. Upon turning around, he discovered it was that rascal Lin Fan. Chapter 7. The Tide Turns Ah. I wondered why you bore a slight resemblance to that foolish young master of the Jiang family. It turns out to be you, Lin Fan remarked, promptly stepping beside Tang Yanrou and grinning. My dear, it seems you are in a bit of a predicament. Why didn't you call for me? Tang Yanrou felt a flicker of amusement. Although this fellow could be quite irksome, he dared to articulate the words she herself could not. In all of Jiang City, who else would have the audacity to call Jiang Feng a fool, if not him? Indeed, Jiang Feng's teeth ground in fury. This audacious character had the audacity to refer to him as the foolish young master in front of Manager Bao, and even dared to slap him on the back, an utter affront to his dignity. However, his subordinate Zhang Wei cautioned, asserting that this fellow was quite formidable and should not be provoked. Upon recognizing Lin Fan, the crowd immediately acknowledged him as the protagonist from the photographs. Now that the unfaithful man had appeared, it would be intriguing to see how Miss Tang would address him. Should she choose to indulge him, Tang's Pharmaceuticals would surely face ruin. With such a president at the helm, the company was doomed. The speaker was precisely a pawn arranged by Jiang Feng, intended to facilitate his performance. Tang Yanrou, here's your chance. Dismiss him in front of everyone, and then agree to marry me. You shall not only secure this billion-dollar project, but also have the Jiang family as protection in the future. Jiang Feng proclaimed with a charming yet sinister grin. He was eager to witness how this young lady would navigate such a dilemma. Faced with this predicament, Tang Yanrou's mind went blank. She had no idea how to proceed. The prospect of agreeing to marry Jiang Feng was utterly abhorrent to her. Yet, if she refused, how could the impasse be resolved? Jiang, you imbecile, what nonsense are you spouting? Who said I was unfaithful? Who have I betrayed? Lin Fan suddenly interjected. Tang Yanrou, infuriated upon seeing Lin Fan, shoved several photographs into his embrace and coldly declared, "You will face the consequences when we return." In truth, Lin Fan had already seen the images. His vision and hearing were not to be underestimated. His question had merely been a ruse. Lin Fan, do not presume I am unaware that you two are merely acting. Do you think that merely obtaining a marriage certificate makes you a true couple? I have already dispatched someone to investigate your background. Just a penniless wretch from some remote corner, dragged along by Tang Yanrou as a mere shield, Jiang Feng scoffed. With a clown like you parading about, oblivious to the need for discretion, do you not realize you have been caught? Your charade has been exposed. However, Lin Fan merely laughed and retorted, Jiang, you are truly shameless. You paid that woman to come and force herself upon me, then took photographs to slander me. Now you dare use this against my wife? Pray tell, is that not the height of dishonor? With that, Lin Fan turned his gaze toward Jiang Feng. As Jiang Feng was about to speak, a flash of red light suddenly flickered in his eyes. His body trembled, and he declared, shameless, utterly shameless. I have sunk to the lowest depths of disgrace. This proclamation left the entire assembly in stunned silence. However, most believed Jiang Feng was merely jesting and anticipated a twist in the narrative. Yet, in the next moment, he continued, I sincerely apologize, Mr. Lin. It is entirely my fault. I should not have coerced others to take intimate photos of you for the purpose of slandering your character. I am truly shameless and wicked, and I beg for your forgiveness. The audience was once again taken aback, perplexed by Jiang Feng's sudden change in demeanor. What transpired next left them utterly astounded. Jiang Feng suddenly knelt on the ground, crawled forward, and clasped Lin Fan's thigh, pleading in a tearful tone, Lin Fan, I genuinely recognize my mistakes. Please spare me. I am exceedingly shameless. Go ahead and strike me. With a resounding slap, Lin Fan responded promptly. Following that, he delivered several more strikes before turning to Tang Yanrou, saying, Darling, why don't you join in and give him a couple of slaps? It's quite exhilarating. Tang Yanrou gulped, bewildered. Was this really the Jiang Feng she knew? Asking to be struck? I won't do it. She sensed something was amiss. Jiang Feng could not possibly be this pathetic. Fine, let him strike himself then. Lin Fan directly instructed Jiang Feng, slap yourself until your face swells. Very well, Jiang Feng appeared oddly pleased and began to slap his own face. Instantly, the spacious lobby of the Pinnacle Group echoed with the sound of slaps, leaving the few hired accomplices Jiang Feng had brought utterly dumbfounded, believing he had lost his mind. Yet, they were merely playing along and dared not speak out. The rest of the gathering was incredulous. The scion of the Jiang family was kneeling before an unknown individual, repeatedly admitting fault and slapping himself. What on earth was happening? All right, the video is recorded. You may rise now. Lin Fan smiled broadly, snapping his fingers. Jiang Feng's body jolted again, as if awakening from a dream. Upon realizing he was still on his knees, clutching Lin Fan's leg, he wore a befuddled expression. He quickly released his grip, plopped down on the floor, and felt a throbbing pain in his face. In a panic, he looked at Manager Bao and asked, Manager Bao, what just transpired? Manager Bao was at a loss for words. It was all too bizarre and utterly humiliating. Jiang Feng not only begged to be slapped, but had also struck himself. If this news were to leak, it would surely be the source of endless ridicule. Although Tang Yanrou also found it peculiar and was unsure of what had occurred, it no longer mattered. The tide had turned, and it was now her moment to shine. Manager Bao, as you have heard, my husband has recorded everything. The content of those photographs was entirely orchestrated by Young Master Jiang to frame my husband. Thus, there is no question of any damage to the company's reputation. Tang Yanrou wore a faint smile as she gazed at Bao Yang, inquiring about the project he had mentioned earlier. However, confusion enveloped Jiang Feng as he interjected, Manager Bao, what is happening? Bao Yang's brow furrowed deeply. Though he had sensed Jiang Feng's earlier peculiarity, the evidence had already been recorded, ensuring that Jiang Feng's scheme would not come to fruition. Thus, he stated directly, Jiang Feng, you just admitted that you orchestrated the photograph, and Mr. Lin has recorded the video. Bao Yang subtly reminded him and continued, now, regarding the 100 million project. How shall we proceed? The decision is yours. Jiang Feng inhaled sharply, recalling the moment Lin Fan had patted him on the back, seemingly grasping something. Yet, with the situation irretrievable, further words would be futile. Nevertheless, Jiang Feng remained composed, evidently harboring a backup plan. With a faint smile, he declared, "I confess. My previous actions were mere games of mine, but that does not affect my acquisition of the 100 million project from the Pinnacle Group." Manager Bao, what is the situation? Tang Yanrou's delicate brows furrowed, sensing an anomaly. Bao Yang sighed. I apologize, Miss Tang. Before your arrival, I had already come to an agreement with Young Master Jiang. I was merely playing along. I am truly sorry. You, my dear wife. Such a company devoid of any credibility and moral boundaries. It is better not to collaborate with them. Let us depart, Lin Fan asserted boldly, grasping Tang Yanrou's hand and leading her out. Just as she attempted to pull away, Lin Fan continued, they are clearly conspiring against you. Do you still wish to endure the humiliation? Or do you intend to divorce me and marry that fool? Tang Yanrou found herself at a loss for words. Lin Fan was right. The duo had just been performing a farce together, rendering her efforts futile unless she chose to marry Young Master Jiang. Tang Yanrou, you will regret this. Once you step through that door, await the downfall of Tang Pharmaceutical. Jiang Feng laughed heartily. Yet, the two did not glance back, striding purposefully away. Chapter 8. The beauty enhancement pill. Once inside the car, Tang Yanrou shut the window and wept bitterly, tears cascading like a torrential flood, overwhelmed by sorrow. Her last glimmer of hope had been extinguished, and an endless sense of grievance surged within her. Lin Fan refrained from offering comfort, knowing that some matters only worsened with intervention. Thus, Tang Yanrou cried for nearly 10 minutes before finally ceasing her lament. Lin Fan handed her 2 tissues. She accepted them, glaring at him in indignation, yet uttered not a word. I truly cannot fathom women. What seems so simple is invariably rendered complex. Lin Fan mused, shaking his head. You still speak. Tang Yanrou, unaware of Lin Fan's insinuation, started the car and sped towards the company. She needed to return to convene a meeting, preparing for the impending collapse of the firm. Meanwhile, in the presidential office of the Tang Pharmaceutical Building, the head of the R&D department, Xiao Hongyu, urgently sought out Tang Yanrou. However, after knocking on the door and receiving no response, he gently pushed it open, discovering it ajar, and stepped inside. Where had she gone? As Xiao spoke, his gaze unexpectedly fell to the floor. Being a person who took great pride in cleanliness, he instinctively bent down to pick up any litter he encountered in the room. This occasion was no different. Yet, as he grasped the crumpled tissue, he noticed several prominent characters. Beauty pill? As the leader of the new drug development department, they had long been engaged in researching medications for beauty enhancement, weight loss, and the reduction of the 3 high blood pressure indicators, making the phrase beauty pill particularly striking. Thus, Xiao instinctively unfolded the tissue and observed a dense array of over 20 medicinal ingredients, complete with dosages. After scrutinizing it for a moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. The beauty pill, one of the 7 wonders of ancient formulas? Good heavens, who could have penned such a prescription? Even the beauty pill from the ancient 7 wonders, which had been lost for over 2 millennia, was included. Xiao felt a mix of laughter and tears. His family had been fortunate enough to possess the formula for the beauty pill, yet it lacked 6 essential herbs. Over the years, he had endeavored to recreate the missing components, but alas, after 3 decades of effort, he had achieved no results. He had not anticipated that a complete version would surface this time, though he was still uncertain of its absolute accuracy. The combination of the existing 21 herbs appeared to be remarkably sophisticated, likely to be quite close to the truth. Ha, this is wonderful. I must verify this, he exclaimed, dashing toward the laboratory. 20 minutes later, Tang Yanrou returned to the company, her heart heavy. Upon seeing Lin Fan, her mood soured. Dear, I'll head home now. Don't think too much about me, he said, feeling famished and eager to find something to eat. Being with her had dampened his spirits, so he hurriedly made his exit. When no one was around, she realized she needed to put on an act. Tang Yanrou felt a strange discomfort at his repeated endearments. Lin Fan said nothing further and turned to leave. However, just as he was about to hail a cab home, a thought struck him. Placing his fingers on his brow, he closed his eyes. Through the mental techniques of his talismanic art, he quickly pinpointed the location of the tracking talisman. This talisman was effective within a 10-kilometer radius, and the target was in the West District, 8 kilometers away. What was the story behind that girl's jade pendant? Lin Fan gazed once more at the pendant hanging from his chest. His master had once remarked that this pendant was the only original item he possessed. Indeed, he had nothing else, not even trousers, for when his master found him as a child, he was bare, taken from the freezing wilderness and brought up the mountain. Thus, This pendant represented his sole clue to his identity. In one's lifetime, it is essential to uncover one's origins, not in pursuit of parental power or wealth, nor in humble poverty and simplicity, but simply to see the place of one's birth and the kin who gave him life. However, those marked with his tracking symbol could be located within a month, as long as he did not personally deactivate it, and he was not in a hurry. Originally, Lin Fan intended to take a taxi to the Tang family residence, but upon discovering that it was merely across the road, separated only by a park, he decided to walk through the park's back entrance to reach the affluent community. He wished to familiarize himself with the surroundings, so he strolled across the street. It was early summer, and the vegetation in Evergreen Park flourished vibrantly, teeming with life. In the park stood a towering hill, and the air was refreshingly pure. Lin Fan mused that it would be delightful to come here for morning jogs and perhaps find a spot on the hill to practice his cultivation. At this moment, the park was bustling with people, mostly elderly couples dancing in the square, along with some parents who had brought their children to play. Observing this idyllic scene, Lin Fan smiled, clearly filled with longing. Suddenly, a blaring horn pierced the air. About 20 meters away, on a small incline, a 5- or 6-year-old girl was picking up a small ball just as a sightseeing bus sped down the slope. The driver, realizing the imminent danger, shouted in alarm, "Baby, get out of the way." The girl darted into the path of the vehicle, leaving no time for the driver to halt. In a swift motion, Lin Fan surged forward, crossing the 20 meters in less than a second. He snatched the girl and pulled her aside just in time to avoid the collision. The bus skidded to a stop several meters past them, the driver breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing the girl unharmed. He gave Lin Fan a thumbs up, clearly praising him. Lin Fan smiled modestly. The little girl was fortunate indeed. Had he not intervened, such a young child would likely have faced grave consequences in such a fierce impact. As the driver drove away, Lin Fan noticed the girl was still shaken. He smiled reassuringly and said, "It's all right. Big brother is here to protect you. It can't hurt you." The girl's tense expression eased, and she giggled. "Brother, are you Ultraman?" Understanding her innocent admiration, Lin Fan chuckled and replied, "Perhaps." At that moment, an elderly man, appearing to be in his 80s, hurried over, followed closely by a middle-aged man. The elder enveloped the girl in his arms, expressing concern. "Xiaoyu, are you all right?" He had overheard others mention that his granddaughter had nearly been struck by a vehicle, but fortunately, a young man had saved her. "I'm fine, Grandpa. It was the big brother who saved me. He was so powerful, swooping in to carry me away." The girl recounted her experience animatedly. The elder turned to Lin Fan and said, "Thank you, young man." "You're welcome," Lin Fan replied. "But, sir, if I may say, at your age, you ought to be more cautious. Allowing such a small child to roam about carelessly is perilous. If I had not acted swiftly, her life might have been in jeopardy." Lin Fan felt a tinge of anger and continued, "If something were to happen, how would you explain it to your family? You must feel an overwhelming sense of guilt, right? You should keep a closer watch in the future." Before the elderly man could respond, the middle-aged man behind him interjected. "Kid, how do you speak? Do you even know who he is?" "I am Zhou Wu." The elder shot him a glare, and the middle-aged man immediately fell silent. The elder then turned to Lin Fan, offering a gentle smile. "I understand. I will certainly be more cautious in the future. I truly appreciate your help." "You're welcome," Lin Fan replied, regaining his composure and taking a moment to observe the elder before him. Dressed in loose training attire with a head full of white hair, the elder, despite his age, stood tall, evoking the image of a soldier. The middle-aged man behind him bore a stern expression, with sharp features that suggested he was no ordinary individual. Chapter 9, Xuanwu. "Young man, how should I address you? Where do you reside?" The elder inquired in a warm tone. Lin Fan, unguarded, responded directly, "I am Lin Fan. Living at my wife's family home. Just cross the park, and you'll find it." "Oh, we are quite close then," the elder remarked and produced a bank card from his pocket, handing it to Lin Fan with a smile, a small token of appreciation. "There are 200,000 in this card. I hope you do not find it lacking." Although Lin Fan had a fondness for money, he could not accept such a trivial gesture of kindness. "Elder, it was merely a small act. There is no need for monetary compensation." After a brief pause, Lin Fan hesitated but, sensing the elder's amiable nature, decided to speak candidly. "Elder, is there something amiss with your health recently?" The elder furrowed his brow, surprised that this young man could discern his hidden ailment. However, he could not allow anyone to know, so he feigned a smile. "There is nothing wrong. I exercise regularly and am in excellent shape. I recently had a full health checkup and everything is fine. Really? Did I misjudge? Lin Fan had sensed a wave of decline emanating from the elder, likely stemming from internal injuries, and quite severe at that. Such injuries should be detectable by a hospital. Elder, if you have the time, I recommend you get checked again in the coming days. I have a feeling you may be unwell, and it could be serious. Lin Fan felt compelled to offer this advice, as he believed in the serendipity of their meeting, especially since the elder intended to give him 200,000. Very well. The elder smiled. Do remember to keep an eye on that young lady. Let us not have any more incidents. Lin Fan said no more and turned to leave. As soon as Lin Fan departed, the elder let out a deep sigh, his expression suddenly becoming grave. He turned to the middle-aged man beside him, saying, "This young man is remarkable. He discerned my hidden ailment upon our first meeting. Perhaps it is fate, granting me a few more years of life. Zhou Wu, discreetly investigate all information regarding him." Understood, Xuan Wu, Zhou Wu acknowledged, accepting the command. After traversing the park, Lin Fan swiftly returned to the Tang family estate. The courtyard was modest in size, housing the two Tang brothers within its two grand villas. Lin Fan retrieved the medicinal herbs he had previously stored from the security guard at the entrance, intending to prepare a concoction in Tang Yanrou's kitchen. It had been 6 days since his last dose, and he needed to brew it promptly to avoid the troublesome onset of fire toxicity. However, just as Lin Fan took a few steps, he heard someone call out, "Hey, stop right there." Puzzled, Lin Fan turned toward the source of the voice. Approaching him was a young man with a frosty demeanor, none other than Tang Yanrou's cousin, Tang Sheng. "May I help you?" Lin Fan inquired, harboring no fondness for this individual, who was among those who had criticized Tang Yanrou. "There's no one else around, so let us dispense with the pretense, shall we? I've long since realized that you are merely a shield for Yanrou. However, while she may be naive, I cannot allow her to jeopardize the interests of the Tang family." Tang Sheng glared at Lin Fan, his tone laced with menace. "How much did she offer you?" "I'll give you double. You need to go to her and demand a divorce immediately, then leave the Tang family. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." "Have you finished?" Lin Fan replied, unfazed by the threat. "Kid, are you really so dense as to not understand my words? Don't think I want to act against you. It's not worth risking your life for a mere sum of money. If you cooperate, you'll still receive double what she offered. Why insist on opposing me?" Tang Sheng continued his intimidation. "Are you certain you'll provide double?" Lin Fan suddenly queried. Upon hearing this, Tang Sheng chuckled inwardly, thinking, wasn't he this fellow just pretending to have principles? Clearly, he is merely swayed by the prospect of wealth. "Of course, whatever she offered, I'll give you double. Just hurry and get the divorce," Tang Sheng replied, brimming with arrogance. "All right, she offered me 100 million. So you'll give me double, correct?" Lin Fan stated, pulling out a card from his wallet. "Let us proceed with the transfer." Tang Sheng was left speechless. "Are you messing with me?" He exploded in frustration. "Is it not obvious enough?" Lin Fan snatched the card back and scoffed. "Pretending to be wealthy while you're clearly not, how foolish." With that, Lin Fan turned on his heel and headed towards Tang Yanrou's residence. Earlier, he had inquired with the security guard, who informed him that the villa on the right belonged to Tang Yanrou, while the one on the left was occupied by her uncle. "You'll regret the decision you've made today," Tang Sheng shouted, pointing at Lin Fan. Yet, Lin Fan paid him no heed, striding directly toward Tang Yanrou's villa, where he encountered Tang's mother at the entrance. Shaking her head, she remarked that she couldn't fathom what her daughter saw in this man, who had nothing to offer but boastful words and shamelessly acted as a son-in-law. "Good day, mother-in-law. Which room is Yanrou's?" Lin Fan grinned. "She can't share a room with you, as her father and I haven't consented to your union." Tang's mother replied coldly, "If my daughter has slept with that fellow, it would be impossible for the Tang family to change their minds later. For Young Master Jiang would never marry a woman who has been with another man. Well, my mother-in-law must arrange a room for me to rest, otherwise it would be quite improper for outsiders to know, and I am sure you wouldn't want others to think you are mistreating your son-in-law, right?" Lin Fan reminded. Tang's mother took a deep breath. Indeed, Lin Fan was chosen by her daughter, and they had registered their marriage. Even if they could not share a room, it should not be too out of line. Consequently, she personally escorted Lin Fan to the 3rd floor, placing him in the room next to Tang Yanrou, and warned him, "Lin Fan, I am unaware of the nature of your relationship with Yanrou, but until you have completed the task assigned by the old master, you are not permitted to share a room. Otherwise, not only will I refuse to acknowledge you as my son-in-law, but I will also harbor resentment towards you. Do you understand? No problem. It won't be long before the task is completed, Lin Fan replied with a grin. Tang's mother furrowed her brow, feeling that this man was utterly untrustworthy, so she refrained from further discussion and simply said, just take care of yourself. With that, she left. Lin Fan then took the medicinal materials to the kitchen, beginning to tinker with Tang's pharmaceutical company. Ha ha ha, President Tang. What kind of extraordinary person have you encountered to possess the recipe for the beauty pill, one of the 7 ancient formulas? In the president's office, the R&D manager, Xiao Hongyu, approached Tang Yanrou with excitement, exclaiming, quickly tell me, where is that remarkable individual? I must seek his guidance. Just as Tang Yanrou was contemplating how to address the shareholders in the upcoming meeting, she was suddenly taken aback by Xiao's exuberant entrance, his face beaming with joy, leaving her momentarily perplexed. Elder Xiao, what extraordinary person are you referring to? What pill? Tang Yanrou, still a bit dazed, clearly did not catch his words. Elder Xiao reiterated, it's the beauty pill. Isn't it the one that President Tang invited a master to write? With that, Xiao Hongyu pulled a piece of tissue from his pocket, carefully unfolding it before presenting it to Tang Yanrou, saying, this is the recipe, one of the 7 ancient formulas for the beauty pill. This pill is remarkable. It can make a person look at least 10 years younger, affecting not just the skin but also the body's functions. Once mass-produced, it will create a tremendous upheaval in the beauty industry, allowing our company to make a significant comeback. President Tang, the individual who provided this recipe, is likely a master. If you have the means to retain him, you must do so at all costs. Otherwise, if our competitors seize the opportunity, it could deal us a devastating blow, especially from the rival Jiang group, Elder Xiao cautioned. Tang Yanrou inhaled sharply, clearly still in disbelief. It turned out Lin Fan had not deceived her. The beauty pill truly existed. President Tang, please tell me who that master is and where he is. I wish to meet him, Xiao pressed once more. Tang Yanrou finally regained her composure and confirmed, Elder Xiao, are you certain that what is written on that paper is indeed the fabled beauty pill? Chapter 10. That deity is my husband. Indeed, just an hour ago, I confirmed through the injection test that the trial subject exhibited remarkably pronounced effects. The absorption rate of the drug was hundreds of times faster than that of ordinary beauty products. Moreover, it could detoxify and rejuvenate the skin within half an hour post-injection, as explained by Elder Xiao. Tang Yanrou was once again taken aback. Previously, upgrades to beauty products yielded at most double the efficacy, but this was terrifyingly exponential. Who is he? Where is he? Elder Xiao continued with palpable excitement. His name is Lin Fan. He should be at my home now. Tang Yanrou replied with an awkward smile. Your home? He is visiting you? Elder Xiao was momentarily stunned. He is my husband, Tang Yanrou declared. This time, when she referred to Lin Fan as her husband, the words slipped out effortlessly, perhaps due to the newfound admiration she felt for him. No wonder he spoke so boldly, uttering such peculiar statements. He had clearly been confident all along. At this moment, Tang Yanrou felt an overwhelming desire to return home, an unprecedented longing. Elder Xiao, please verify it once more. If everything is confirmed, we shall commence mass production. As for my husband, I will introduce you to him another day. For now, farewell. With that, Tang Yanrou grabbed her bag and strode out the door. Oh, Elder Xiao muttered, somewhat bewildered. When did Tang Yanrou get married? And who was this husband of hers, possessing such extraordinary knowledge of beauty elixirs? Tang family courtyard. After consuming the potion, Lin Fan felt invigorated, reflecting on how no one in the house had treated him kindly. Given that everyone was aware they were merely performing, continuing the charade seemed pointless. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan decided that it was time to conclude this act. He returned the clothes he had just retrieved to his black backpack and composed a message on his phone, sending it forthwith. Tang Yanrou had just arrived at the courtyard entrance when she suddenly received a text. The sender was Lin Fan. She hurriedly opened it and was taken aback. I'm leaving. Jiang Xiao has discovered our ruse. Continuing the act serves no purpose. Find a time to end it. Tang Yanrou was momentarily lost in thought, then abruptly snapped back to reality, feeling an unprecedented tightness in her chest, much like a lover of over a decade suddenly declaring a desire to part ways. An inexplicable sadness washed over her. She quickly drove into the courtyard, parked haphazardly, and dashed toward the villa. Lin Fan's recent message might still be at home. Finally, in the hall, Tang Yanrou spotted Lin Fan. I just texted you. I wish I hadn't wasted that dime, she exclaimed. Lin Fan smiled, producing a bank card and handing it to Tang Yanrou. I spent 500. Consider it compensation for today's performance. Upon hearing this, Tang Yanrou found herself at a loss for words. She deliberately tidied her attire, adjusted her breathing, and with an air of aloofness, remarked, "Why have you ceased your performance? You promised me you would continue for 6 months, regardless of whether Jiang Feng is aware. Firstly, your parents do not approve of me. Secondly, I cannot share a room with you. Each time you see me, you wear a stern expression, and I find no joy in earning this money. I apologize." Lin Fan pressed the card into Tang Yanrou's hand and began to step away. However, just as he had taken a few strides, Tang Yanrou grasped his hand tightly. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, puzzled by her sudden action. "I only spent 500. If you think that's too much, once I earn some money, I will repay you," he stated. "I don't want you to leave," Tang Yanrou said, her cheeks flushed, her voice gentle, as she gazed up at Lin Fan. He was taken aback, witnessing this rare tenderness from her, and her blushing caught him off guard. What was happening? "Lin Fan, that beauty elixir formula you possess is indeed genuine. Old Xiao mentioned that it could potentially rejuvenate our company. I misunderstood you before. I apologize," Tang Yanrou said, lowering her head in contrition. This left Lin Fan astonished once more. The usually frosty beauty was apologizing to him? Yet, it was evident that her contrition stemmed from her newfound advantage, lacking sincerity. Thus, Lin Fan cautiously probed, "Since the beauty elixir can assist you, rendering my presence seemingly unnecessary, wouldn't it be more prudent for me to leave?" "No, it is meaningful," Tang Yanrou swiftly countered. The moment she spoke, her grip on Lin Fan tightened, as if fearing that if she let go, he would be lost to her forever. Realizing she had tasted the benefits of his presence, she was determined to keep him around. In truth, Lin Fan found himself quite fond of her. After all, what man doesn't appreciate beauty? Aside from her icy demeanor towards him, Tang Yanrou was strikingly attractive, with a figure that was undeniably alluring, ample in all the right places. If she were to treat him better in the future, marrying her wouldn't be an insurmountable task. However, remaining here while being met with disdain from her family and unable to share a room seemed pointless for this faux husband. Lin Fan intended to reverse the current stalemate. He would agree to stay, but he must retain the upper hand, rather than be at the mercy of this young woman. Tang Yanrou was astute enough to discern Lin Fan's desires. Though he appeared carefree and somewhat lecherous, if he truly possessed the prowess old Xiao spoke of, his departure would be a significant loss for her. "You have greatly aided our family. If my parents knew, they would surely approve of our union," Tang Yanrou said, deftly sidestepping the more sensitive topic of cohabitation. After all, they had only known each other for less than a day. Broaching such an intimate subject was simply beyond her. "What's the point of being together if we cannot share a room? It feels no different than being with a stranger. I dislike such a sensation. Perhaps it would be best to part ways, allowing me to pursue other beauties," Lin Fan remarked, intentionally provocative. "This is an exceptional opportunity. If I do not seize it, I cannot fathom how long it will take to truly win over Tang Yanrou." Sharing a room, indeed. Tang Yanrou's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, clearly overwhelmed by shyness. She then continued, "Sharing a room is out of the question. We have only just met, and I am still unaccustomed to it. Moreover, we are merely pretending to be a married couple. What need is there for such intimacy? Yet, I am a man with desires. And if you deny me your touch and expect me to endure for 6 months, I cannot agree to that," Lin Fan asserted. Tang Yanrou's face deepened in color, for she understood Lin Fan's implication. After a moment's hesitation, she proposed, "How about this? As per our agreement, for the next 6 months, you shall pretend to be my husband and may freely pursue romantic endeavors, but it must not be too overt, as that could tarnish our reputations. Once we each find our true love, we shall wish each other well. How does that sound?" Upon hearing her words, Lin Fan found her reasoning quite sensible. After all, pretending for 6 months would earn him 150,000, and he could simultaneously pursue his own ambitions without hindrance to his romantic pursuits. It seemed rather humane. "Very well," he replied. Tang Yanrou snatched Lin Fan's backpack and pouted, "I shall return it for you, but until the term ends, you are not permitted to leave." "Oh," Lin Fan responded with a wry smile. However, compared to the previously haughty and frigid beauty, this girl's demeanor had improved significantly, which left him quite satisfied. During dinner, Tang Yanrou's parents exhibited a notably respectful attitude. likely due to her informing them of the miraculous effects of the beauty-enhancing elixir. Xiao Fan, we apologize for our previous misjudgment. It seems we misunderstood you. Yanrou mentioned that you provided a formula that revitalized the company. If that is indeed the case, then Yanrou marrying you does not seem unwise. We hope this is true, Tang Long remarked, granting Lin Fan a measure of grace. Indeed, if you can truly help Tang Pharmaceutical rise again, we would certainly support your union with Yanrou. After all, you are quite handsome, and I find you rather admirable. Tang's mother added with a smile. Faced with the fickle nature of the elderly couple, Lin Fan felt no disdain. Human nature is inherently such. When one is powerless, they are looked down upon, yet upon gaining strength, those around them become amiable. Haha, that is splendid. I hope the company rises swiftly. With my parents' approval, Yanrou and I can also hasten our plans for a family, Lin Fan grinned. The elderly couple was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. Tang Yanrou blushed and shot Lin Fan a glare. After dinner, Lin Fan returned to his room, calming his mind to begin his practice of the pure yang technique. The technique comprises 9 levels, and he had currently achieved the 2nd level's perfect state, preparing to challenge the 3rd level. Yet he had been stuck at this juncture for 2 years. The reason was the persistent fire toxicity within him, which hindered his foundation. This predicament troubled him greatly, for the pure yang technique was pivotal to his strength enhancement. Without a breakthrough in this technique, his progress would stagnate. Never mind, let us venture out for a respite. It is said that the metropolis is replete with intriguing locales, such as bars, where one may encounter a multitude of enchanting ladies, especially during this season when their attire is scant. Since we have journeyed to this grand city, how can one forego the experience? Lin Fan mused to himself before stepping out of his room. However, upon exiting, he unexpectedly encountered Tang Yanrou. Where are you headed? She inquired. I am merely going for a stroll, Lin Fan replied. Make sure to return by nightfall. You are not permitted to stay out overnight. Tang Yanrou insisted. Oh, does that imply you wish for me to return and share a chamber with you this evening? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, revealing a mischievous grin. Dream on. Tang Yanrou retorted, her cheeks flushed from Lin Fan's teasing. Isn't that a bit excessive? There is no clause in our contract addressing such matters. Lin Fan quipped before striding away. You. Tang Yanrou huffed, stamping her foot in frustration, though indeed, no such clause existed. After departing from the Tang residence, Lin Fan recalled a bar situated on the eastern side of the park. He traversed the park and soon discovered a venue named Passionate Bar. Upon pushing open the door, he was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of heavy metal music. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt a stir on his right hand. Upon glancing down, he realized that the tracking talisman was responding, indicating that the girl who had kissed him was within 50 meters. Could she possibly be in this bar? Lin Fan was somewhat astonished, for she had been in the western part of the city earlier that day, but had now ventured to the central district. It seemed her skills were indeed top-notch. Previously, she had acted to deceive him. What role was she assuming now? This piqued Lin Fan's curiosity. He intended to inquire about the origin of her jade pendant and its connection to him. Ordering a bottle of red wine, Lin Fan settled at a table beside the dance floor, only to find that the tracking talisman was reacting once more, directing his attention toward the dance floor. At last, he caught sight of the striking young lady. To his surprise, she was clad in an exceptionally alluring fitted mini dress, with only a black bodysuit adorning her upper body. Her movements exuding a wild sensuality as she gyrated to the music. Surrounding the dance floor, various men and women cheered, particularly a group of admirers whose eyes were fixated on the beautiful dancers. Damn, she is indeed a dancer, Lin Fan confirmed to himself. Recalling how she had conspired with Jiang Feng to ensnare him, he realized that had it not been for his talismanic abilities, he might have fallen victim to her schemes. This enmity would surely be avenged. At that moment, he became aware of hushed whispers emanating from those around him. He recognized that people to his left, right, and behind were all eyeing him, some seemingly engaged in wagers. This fellow is a first-timer, evidently unaware of the rules, daring to occupy such a seat. He is bound to face dire consequences soon, they murmured. Once a bet is placed, there is no turning back. Will it be a severed hand or leg? Better make your choice swiftly, or you may miss the opportunity altogether. Is there a possibility of losing both? A wave of derisive laughter emerged, albeit muted. Yet Lin Fan's hearing was far more acute than that of others. He could discern every word they uttered with crystalline clarity. Hesitating for a moment, Lin Fan prepared to rise, not out of fear, but rather a desire to avoid conflict, as he had ventured out solely with the intent of making money, genuinely wishing to evade any altercations. Just then, all gazes converged upon a single point, prompting Lin Fan to instinctively turn around. Approaching him was a striking woman clad in a form-fitting mini dress, seemingly in her 30s. She stood tall, approximately 1.70 meters, elegantly striding in silver stilettos, her movements reminiscent of a model. Her voluptuous figure swayed enticingly, leaving Lin Fan slightly dizzy. With cascading black hair, an oval face, and eyes akin to glistening grapes, her alluring features evoked thoughts of a certain creature, an enchanting vixen. Her ripe physique captivated the attention of nearly every man present. "Who Lily is here?" someone whispered. Upon hearing the name, Lin Fan couldn't help but mutter, "Isn't she a seductress? Hey there, handsome, don't leave. Stay and chat with me." "Who Lily?" called out, hastening her steps upon noticing someone daring to occupy her seat. She approached Lin Fan and casually draped her arm over his shoulder. Observing this, the crowd immediately began to murmur, "This fellow is doomed." With her arm resting on his shoulder, it's bound to escalate. Not necessarily. It could be something more suggestive. Goodness, given that posture, it's quite plausible. I recall an arrogant chap who attempted to flirt with her, only to find himself utterly humiliated by her swift kick. He was reportedly incapacitated for 6 months. Then we all stand to lose. None of us have a chance. This time I'm on a winning streak. Lin Fan remained unfazed, surveying the stunning beauty before him. Her dress plunged low, allowing him to glimpse a considerable expanse of creamy skin, reminiscent of a half-boiled egg, pale yet tinged with a rosy hue, accompanied by a tantalizing swaying motion. After a brief moment of admiration, Lin Fan felt a fire ignite within his lower abdomen. His master had warned him that his cultivation of the pure yang technique could easily lead to such an affliction. Having only recently quelled it with cooling herbs, he now found himself in a predicament once more. Damn it, what a loss, he mused inwardly. "Do you find me attractive?" Hu Lily inquired with a smile, having noticed Lin Fan's gaze fixated on her bosom since her arrival. "Indeed, you are beautiful. Though it would be even better if it were a tad lower," Lin Fan replied with a grin. "Is that so? Perhaps I should pull it down a bit more?" Hu Lily continued, her smile unwavering. "Now that would be perfect." Lin Fan swallowed hard. Goodness, this reckless lad dares to flirt with Hu Lily. He is surely in for a world of hurt, someone whispered nearby. Indeed, the muscles around Hu Lily's mouth twitched twice, revealing a hint of seduction. Suddenly, she raised her leg, evidently intending to kick Lin Fan in the groin. Those nearby, sensing the impending chaos, quickly covered their eyes, hesitant to witness such a brutal spectacle. Chapter 12. The river breeze returns, however. Just as Hu Lily's fair and exquisite long leg was lifted, Lin Fan seized it with one hand, as if he were an iron clamp holding it firmly in place. "Sister, your legs are so long and fair, yet what I wish to see is your alluring curves." "Not just your legs," Lin Fan remarked deliberately. He was well aware that she was gearing up to attack him. Hu Lily struggled to free herself, only to find herself immovable, which surprised her. She had not anticipated that this fellow possessed such strength. Moreover, being able to counter her sneak attack while she was completely unprepared was indicative of someone extraordinary, piquing her curiosity. "Isn't it just a glimpse of my legs you wanted? As for that other area, I wouldn't want to reveal it here with so many people around." Hu Lily raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Why not find a room later? And I can show you at my leisure?" The crowd erupted in astonishment. They had not expected Hu Lily to encounter a worthy opponent tonight. Who was this young man that could prompt her to retreat so swiftly? "Ha ha ha, it's all over," the dealer exclaimed, stuffing all the money into his pockets, laughing heartily. Others had suffered greatly in their losses. Lin Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this sister could be so flirtatious. Truth be told, having been accustomed to the teasing of 3 senior sisters since childhood, he found it hard to resist her advances. All right then, Lin Fan released Hu Lily's leg. Yet, Hu Lily did not press her attack. She frequented this place almost every night and had encountered numerous provocateurs, most of whom met with dismal defeats. Over time, this spot had become her exclusive domain. However, her identity remained shrouded in mystery, known to very few. "What is your surname, dear brother?" Hu Lily inquired. Noting that Lin Fan appeared to be around 24 or 25, while she had just turned 30, making her 5 or 6 years his senior, thus addressing him as brother was not inappropriate. "Call me Xiao Fan." "And you?" Lin Fan, feeling bored, welcomed the company of such a stunning beauty, allowing the day's frustrations to dissipate. Moreover, with her perfect figure, he did not mind the prospect of courting her. Perhaps after parting ways with Tang Yanrou, he would bring this enchanting lady home. Who, Lily the Fox? Lin Fan attempted to call out. Xiao Fan, how did you know my nickname? My friends all affectionately call me Fox, though it is meant as a compliment, not a derogatory term, Hu Lily clarified. Of course, I call you Fox because you are beautiful, and perhaps a bit. Are you implying a hint of seduction? Hu Lily playfully raised an eyebrow and said, boldly speak. Dear sister is quite fond of you. Your description of me genuinely brings me joy. It has been ages since anyone dared to converse with me in such a manner. Most approach me with utmost respect, exchanging pleasantries, but I truly appreciate your candidness. To Lin Fan's astonishment, he found himself at a loss for words. His straightforwardness was perceived as an admirable trait by this stunning beauty. Very well, dear Lin Fan. Let us indulge in some libations. A true friend is worth 1,000 cups. Tonight, you must ensure I become intoxicated. Later, I shall reveal to you my playful side. Hu Lily mischievously smiled. Lin Fan swallowed hard, feeling a surge of heat within him, nearly overwhelming him. Just then, an untimely voice interrupted their moment. Miss Hu, do not be deceived by him. This fellow is nothing but a charlatan, and he is already a married man, deceiving other women while having a wife. With that, a familiar voice emerged before them. Lin Fan's whereabouts had been disclosed by Tang Xiang, who, harboring resentment since their last encounter at the Tang residence, sought to conspire with Jiang Feng to eliminate Lin Fan. Jiang Feng, equally consumed by hatred for Lin Fan, eagerly joined this alliance. Jiang Xiao, is there something amiss? Hu Lily inquired without concern for Lin Fan's marital status. After all, in the nightlife of a bar, how many truly regard such matters? Miss Hu, this man is Lin Fan, the husband of Tang Yanrou, the president of Tang Pharmaceutical. They are legally wed, so do not be misled by him, Jiang Feng stated, casting a scornful glance at Lin Fan. You, a mere country bumpkin, dare to pursue Miss Hu? With her beauty? Do you truly believe she would take an interest in you? Are you finished? Lin Fan retorted, seizing Hu Lily's delicate hand and giving it a gentle squeeze. My relationship with Sister Fox is one of pure friendship, do you understand? Seeing Lin Fan's affectionate gestures toward Hu Lily without her uttering a word, Jiang Feng's brow furrowed in frustration. Over the past year, he had employed various methods to win Hu Lily's favor, lavishing gifts worth 5 million, yet she remained unaffected. Hu Lily was akin to the crown jewel of the bar. Every affluent scion sought to win her over, yet none had succeeded. In fact, no one had even managed to sit down and engage her in meaningful conversation. To his dismay, Lin Fan, this impoverished fellow from the countryside, had somehow captured Hu Lily's attention. It was unfathomable. Jiang Feng's mind twisted with indignation. As the illustrious heir of the Jiang family, commanding influence in Jiang City, he found himself thwarted in his pursuit of the two women he desired. Meanwhile, this impoverished outsider had effortlessly gained the affection of both. Suddenly, Jiang Feng's anger flared. Miss Hu, would you truly consider a lowly man like Lin Fan? What of me? I have been utterly sincere towards you, willing to sacrifice everything, whatever you desire. I would bestow without hesitation. Why does that fellow deserve your heart? I cannot accept this. Hu Lily did not anticipate that he would dare to lose his temper in her presence. Coldly, she remarked, Young Master Jiang, if you intend to act irrationally, kindly take your leave so as not to disturb my delightful conversation and drinking with Xiao Fan. With that, Hu Lily raised her glass, smiling at Lin Fan, Xiao Fan. Come, let us make a toast. Lin Fan chuckled, lifted his glass, clinked it with Hu Lily's, and took a sip. At that moment, Jiang Feng wished he could find a hole to hide in. How utterly humiliating to lose to a mere pauper in front of so many. Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers, clearly mocking Jiang Feng. Just then, a group of around 10 people passed behind Jiang Feng. Among them his top subordinate Su Hu and the limping Zhang Wei. Jiang Feng had evidently come to seek revenge for Zhang Wei. Come outside with me. We need to settle some personal matters, and let us not disturb Miss Hu. A wicked grin appeared on Jiang Feng's lips. Unable to win over the woman, he resolved to cripple this fellow. Then, we shall see which woman would fancy a cripple, even one with a severed leg. I'm afraid I'm busy. Lin Fan replied lazily, disinterested in engaging with such a weak adversary. Are you too cowardly? How pitiful. Jiang Feng resorted to provocation. Just as Lin Fan was about to respond, Hu Lily interjected, Young Master Jiang, Can't you see I am conversing with Lin Fan? I do not care about your grievances. At this moment, he is under my protection, and I hope you will not intrude. Jiang Feng clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Miss Hu, while I am unaware of your background, I hope you do not involve yourself in the matters between Lin Fan and me. And if I choose to involve myself? Hu Lily raised her head sharply, an icy demeanor enveloping her, and declared with authority, I shall say it again, Lin Fan is mine for the evening. Anyone who dares to disturb us will bear the consequences. This woman was exceedingly audacious, regardless of her origins, in Jiang City. There was no one young Master Jiang could not afford to offend. Su Hu, unable to tolerate any longer, pointed at Hu Lily and warned, if you meddle further, I shall teach you a lesson. Teach me a lesson? I dare you. Hu Lily's gaze radiated a lethal intensity, causing Su Hu to gasp. At that moment, a middle-aged man hurried over, laughing heartily. I was wondering who it was. It is none other than Miss Hu and Young Master Jiang. Both of you, grant me the favor. After all, those who come to my beloved bar seek joy and relaxation. Tonight, all your expenses will be on my tab. The speaker was none other than Zhang Ba, the proprietor of the beloved bar. Zhang Ba is indeed a prominent figure in Jiang City, navigating both the underworld and the legitimate realm with ease, particularly as a close associate of Qian Million, the third in command of the Tianlong Society. Upon Zhang Ba's arrival, Hu Lily inhaled deeply, then turned to Jiang Feng, stating, out of respect for Mr. Zhang, I shall not hold this against you. However, should you provoke me again, I assure you, you will regret it. Su Hu was about to utter a curse when Jiang Feng gestured for him to remain silent. While he could disregard Hu Lily's authority, he could not afford to offend Zhang Ba. Very well, I shall concede to Mr. Zhang, Jiang Feng remarked, casting a cold smile at Lin Fan. What abilities do you possess beyond hiding behind a woman and posturing? You are merely a rustic. With that, Jiang Feng and his entourage made their way to the opposite side of the dance floor, taking a seat at 2 tables. Brother, did I frighten you? Hu Lily chuckled, adding, do not worry, with your sister around, they dare not harm you. But honestly, are you truly Tang Yanrou's husband? Her curiosity piqued. If Jiang Feng's claims held any truth, Lin Fan, being a mere country bumpkin, could hardly be a match for the illustrious Tang family heiress. Is having a wife a reason to refrain from enjoying a drink and a chat with you? Lin Fan retorted. Hu Lily paused momentarily, then laughed lightly. Indeed, I acknowledge my folly in prying, and I shall punish myself with a drink. With that, she finished the remaining half of her glass of red wine. Once Jiang Feng and his companions were seated, Su Hu felt a surge of frustration. Young Master Jiang, are we simply to let that brat off the hook? His actions were excessively ruthless, incapacitating one of old Jiang's men. This vendetta must be avenged. Fear not. I have already summoned reinforcements. The individuals coming are extraordinary, and I doubt Hu Lily would dare provoke us. At that point, we shall act as we please. A glint of malice flickered across Jiang Feng's face. Who is it that possesses such prowess? Su Hu inquired, intrigued. The second in command of the Tianlong Society, Zhong Chao. Zhong Gu is stepping in. That seems a bit of an overkill. Su Hu gasped, astonished, realizing that Jiang Feng must have invested a considerable sum to enlist him. I can hardly wait for that fellow to meet his demise. Is he not known for his fighting prowess? Perfect. Zhong Chao relishes the opportunity to duel with skilled adversaries. He will likely be thrilled. A wicked smile crossed Jiang Feng's lips. Is that not Wan Xiaowen? How surprising to see her here, and dressed so alluringly tonight. Suddenly, one of the subordinates recognized Wan Xiaowen on the dance floor. Indeed, she was the one who had boldly approached Lin Fan. To think she could look so stunning. Her figure was well concealed in her usual attire. Tonight, while working part-time on the dance floor, she showcased her remarkable physique. In a moment of frustration, Jiang Feng recalled the last time he had spent a considerable sum, only to be met with humiliation at the hands of Lin Fan. He felt that Wan Xiaowen bore some responsibility for the outcome as well. Having nowhere to vent his anger, he encountered Wan Xiaowen and, reflecting on his financial investment yielding no results, declared, since she has taken my money, she ought to offer something in return. A wicked grin spread across Jiang Feng's face as he beckoned to his companions. Brothers, let us assist. This girl is mine. They responded with mischievous smiles. The dance floor, alive once more after the earlier incident, saw patrons reveling in the rhythm. As a dancer for the evening, Wan Xiaowen performed gracefully before the customers. Her role at the bar was merely a part-time endeavor, attending twice a week, and tonight was her turn to dance without compromising her integrity. As she swayed to the music, an unexpected embrace from behind startled her. A voice leered, "Ah, I didn't realize you had such allure, Wan Xiaowen." Never before had she experienced such lewdness, and she quickly wriggled free, stepping back to see it was Jiang Feng. "Jiang Xiao, what are you doing?" "I'm just here to dance, not engage in anything else. If you seek affection, perhaps those other ladies will suffice. I sell my art, not my body. How amusing. You've taken on the role of a dancer, yet claim to sell only your art. That's quite the contradiction," Jiang Feng retorted, his temper flaring. Unable to win over Tang Yanrou or Hu Lily, he felt his pride wounded by even a mere street girl. "I have taken a liking to you. Tonight, you will accompany me and dance closely. Afterward, I shall take you to a room. Considering you accepted my payment without delivering the expected outcome, this serves as your compensation to me." With that, he lunged forward. In a moment of panic, Wan Xiaowen slapped Jiang Feng across the face, leaving the entire dance floor in stunned silence. The sound engineer, sensing trouble, promptly halted the music. Onlookers gathered, eager for the unfolding drama. "You dare strike me, you filthy wench." Jiang Feng seethed with rage, his fury ignited further by the prospect of being humiliated by a girl. His reputation in Jiang City would be irreparably tarnished if left unpunished. "I apologize, Jiang Xiao. It was unintentional," she stammered, but before she could finish, Jiang Feng retaliated with a slap of his own, leaving her youthful face swollen and blood trickling from her lips. Though her fellow dancers wished to intervene, fear held them back, leaving them to rely on the manager to step in. "I'm truly sorry, Jiang Xiao. It wasn't my intention. Please forgive me." Wan Xiaowen realized the gravity of offending someone like Jiang Feng and bowed her head in submission. "Very well, I shall grant you a chance for redemption. Now, remove all your clothing and entertain me before everyone, and I shall let you go," Jiang Feng sneered. Chapter 14. Wan Xiaowen seeks help. Quickly strip. Jiang Feng's underlings began to jeer. The women present felt that Jiang Feng had crossed a line. Such actions were deeply humiliating. Hu Lily furrowed her brows, recognizing that Jiang Feng's behavior was not only excessive, but also a profound insult to women. Just as she was about to speak to Lin Fan, she suddenly noticed that he had mysteriously vanished. Thud. Wan Xiaowen, gripped by terror, disregarded her dignity and fell to her knees, pleading, "Young Master Jiang, I bow to you. Please spare me this once. Once more, will you strip or not?" Jiang Feng retorted with a cold smirk. Wan Xiaowen shook her head, trembling all over. She was acutely aware of the dire consequences of defiance, which could result in a brutal beating from this group, or perhaps something even more horrifying. Indeed, Jiang Feng abruptly commanded, "Brothers, seize her and strip her. I am about to put on a show." "Understood, young Master Jiang," the underlings replied as they moved forward, grabbing Wan Xiaowen firmly. Her complexion turned ashen. Realizing that calamity was imminent, Jiang Feng wielded immense power in Jiang City, especially within the confines of this hotel. "Youth Master Jiang, what do you intend to do?" A voice suddenly interrupted. It was Zhang Ba, the bar owner, reappearing. Wan Xiaowen sighed with relief and quickly turned to him for assistance. "Boss, please save me." "Zhang Ba, I have already extended you a courtesy once. I trust you will refrain from intervening. You are aware that I am friends with Zhong Chao. Who do you think will be more beneficial to you? Me, or a mere 100,000? Jiang Feng glared at Zhang Ba. Zhang Ba inhaled deeply, fully cognizant of the close ties between the Jiang family and the Tianlong society. If he were to openly oppose Jiang Feng, it would spell disaster for him. With no other choice, he turned and left. Seeing this, Wan Xiaowen felt a wave of despair wash over her. Her last hope had been extinguished. She slumped down to the ground, utterly defeated. "Strip her clothes off. I refuse to believe that anyone can stop me from playing with this little girl tonight. Mark my words, I, Jiang Feng, declare that anyone who dares to interfere will meet their demise." Jiang Feng bellowed with authority. However, no sooner had his words left his lips than a figure darted past him. Before he could register what had happened, Lin Fan had pulled Wan Xiaowen up from the ground. "You kissed me today. You must take responsibility," Lin Fan said nonchalantly. Wan Xiaowen, who had been on the brink of despair, looked up in shock at the sound of that familiar voice. Upon recognizing the man she had kissed earlier that afternoon, her cheeks flushed. "I'm sorry, I just wanted to earn a little extra." "What good is an apology now? My question is, what will you do since you kissed me?" Lin Fan inquired. "Huh?" Wan Xiaowen was momentarily taken aback by Lin Fan's question. "Kissing me means you are now mine." "Come home with me," Lin Fan asserted, taking her hand and leading her past Jiang Feng. Everyone stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding events. After the two had taken a few steps, Jiang Feng and his subordinates finally reacted. "Stop them!" Jiang Feng shouted. A group of over a dozen individuals suddenly obstructed the path of Lin Fan and Wang Xiaowen. Wang Xiaowen, frightened, hurriedly concealed herself behind Jiang Feng, her body trembling as she softly implored, "Handsome, save me." Observing this, Hu Lili strode over in her high heels and coldly remarked, "Jiang Shao, what do you intend to do? Bullying a defenseless girl? Is that your prowess?" Jiang Feng, irritated by Hu Lili's interference, retorted, "Hu Lili, do not overstep your bounds. I, Jiang Feng, am also a person of some stature in Jiang City. Grant me some respect. I may overlook that man, but I am determined to claim this woman tonight. Pray tell, who do you think you are? Why should I grant you any respect?" Hu Lili replied with a cold laugh. Just as her words faded, a voice emerged from behind. "Miss Hu, I wonder if my reputation is sufficiently formidable?" At this, everyone turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a robust man in his mid-30s, his rugged beard connecting to his chin, exuding a strong masculine presence. Dressed in a tailored suit and polished black shoes, he strode forward with an entourage of 20 to 30 followers, radiating an extraordinary and commanding aura. "Isn't that the second-in-command of the Tianlong Society? How did he arrive here?" Someone recognized Zhong Chao. The crowd instinctively took a few steps back. After all, he was the second most powerful figure in Jiang City's most formidable underground organization, the Tianlong Society. Who would dare to offend him? Hu Lili's brow furrowed, clearly taken aback by the unexpected presence of such a notable figure. "Ha, brother Zhong, you have finally arrived," Jiang Feng exclaimed, swelling with pride at the sight of Zhong Chao. He quickly approached, glancing mockingly at Lin Fan, as if to convey that his ally had come to ensure their torment. However, Lin Fan remained undaunted. "This is it," thought Wang Xiaowen, her heart racing. Jiang Shao was already a formidable adversary, and now with the addition of the Tianlong Society's second-in-command, her fate seemed sealed. "The second-in-command of the Tianlong Society, is it? Regardless of your status, I will protect these two tonight. If there are any issues, seek me out at the Shuyue Villa," Hu Lili declared, gesturing for Lin Fan and Wang Xiaowen to follow her, recognizing the potential danger posed by Zhong Chao. "Wait," Zhong Chao interjected coldly. "I was wondering who would dare to disregard the Jiang family's young master. So it turns out to be the people from Shuyue Villa." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Having known Hu Lili for quite some time, it was the first instance she publicly acknowledged her affiliation with the renowned Shuyue Villa. The villa held a prestigious reputation in Jiang City, controlling over a third of the region's economic enterprises, making it a veritable economic powerhouse. Yet at its core, it was merely a business entity, contrasting sharply with the nature of the Tianlong Society. "So, you are indeed one of them from Shuyue Villa," Jiang Feng remarked, visibly surprised. "Therefore, you do not intend to offend Shuyue Villa, correct? In that case, I shall take my leave with them," Hu Lili asserted, firmly grasping Lin Fan's hand, preparing to depart. "Hold on." However, as Hu Lili took her first step, she was obstructed by a throng of individuals. With a slight smirk, Zhong Chao remarked, "Indeed, I do not intend to offend the Shuyue Villa, but you are not Feng Shuyue. I believe offending you should pose no significant issue." Hu Lili, infuriated, felt the tension rising. Although she was quite capable in combat, the arrival of nearly 30 members of the Tianlong Society indicated they were well prepared, making a safe exit impossible. "Everyone, listen closely. I have set my sights on these two tonight. Anyone who dares to assist them is opposing me, Zhong Chao, and shall bear the consequences." Zhong Chao proclaimed with authority. "Brother, it seems this time your sister cannot save you. Look for an opportunity to escape and save yourself. The Tianlong Society is ruthless in their actions," Hu Lili cautioned quietly. However, Lin Fan chuckled, unabashed, and declared loudly, "Sister Fox, you have already aided me sufficiently. Leave the rest to me." Ha. This country bumpkin is still putting on a show. Who does he think he is, leaving the rest to him? How absurd. He thinks a few tricks make him invincible, Jiang Feng scoffed, then waved his hand decisively, stating, "With Brother Zhong here, my comrades can fight with abandon. I will take responsibility if anything goes awry." Yes. With Jiang Feng's crew bolstered by members of the Tianlong Society, they charged towards Lin Fan with reckless abandon. Chapter 15. Defeating Jiang Feng. As Hu Lili prepared to assist, Lin Fan grasped her arm, smiling as he said, "Sister Fox, please protect this young lady. The rest is in my hands. Can you manage?" Hu Lili expressed her concern, aware that strength and quick reflexes do not always guarantee prowess in battle. A man cannot admit to limitations, Lin Fan replied with a mischievous grin. Coughing slightly, Hu Lili, taken aback by Lin Fan's confidence, laughed. It seems I underestimated you. Brother, let me experience your skills later. At that moment, over a dozen individuals charged forward, fists and feet flying. In a flash, Lin Fan darted out, and moments later, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Within 5 seconds, Jiang Feng's men lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise from their pain. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, bewildered by the rapid turn of events, as only a few could comprehend what had transpired. Jiang Feng, startled, stumbled back several paces, unable to believe the scene before him. Little Fan, you're incredible. After her initial shock, Hu Lili immediately gave him a thumbs up. Zhong Chao furrowed his brow, recognizing that he was faced with a formidable opponent. Yet, having already made bold declarations, retreating now would annihilate his authority in Jiang City. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Brothers, tear this guy apart." Over 30 henchmen from the Tianlong Society, eager to engage, brandished their weapons, responding to the command by drawing steel pipes and daggers, charging at Lin Fan like ravenous wolves. The scene startled both Hu Lili and Wan Xiaowen. A handful of armed individuals posed a manageable threat, but facing such a multitude was beyond even the prowess of the esteemed Master Feng Shiyue. The onlookers, equally terrified, scurried away, fearing the repercussions of the impending chaos. Confronted by this menacing assembly, Lin Fan had no intention of engaging in a protracted confrontation. Instead, he charged forward. A formidable aura emanated from him, slicing through the air like a dagger, sending adversaries flying upon contact, as he swiftly seized Zhong Chao by the throat. Once again, that same maneuver. Zhang Wei, who had previously witnessed Lin Fan's formidable abilities, gasped in astonishment. He had anticipated Lin Fan's capability to handle opponents of his caliber, yet he was unprepared for Lin Fan's nonchalance in dealing with the second-in-command of the Tianlong Society. By the time others comprehended the situation, Zhong Chao's face had turned crimson, struggling to breathe as he erupted into a fit of severe coughing. He was utterly astounded. "Who on earth are you?" Zhong Chao stammered, fear creeping into his voice, as the bravado he had once displayed evaporated, leaving him trembling. Lin Fan's gaze was now imbued with a lethal intensity. The chilling aura he emanated was not characteristic of an ordinary individual. Zhong Chao tentatively deduced that Lin Fan might be an assassin, an exceptionally terrifying one at that. "Those who know my identity are already dead. Are you certain you wish to inquire further?" Lin Fan replied coolly. "And no, I do not wish to know." Zhong Chao hastily retorted, retreating. This man was far too formidable. He had emerged unscathed from an assault by dozens, able to strike at the heart of the matter without affording anyone a moment to react. It was likely that only their leader, Zhao Tianlong, could contend with him. "I bear you no ill will, and I do not wish to harm you. However, I implore you to recognize the gravity of the situation. Lead your men away immediately. Or else." Lin Fan suddenly turned his icy gaze toward the members of the Tianlong Society. Under the weight of his chilling stare, the assembled group trembled involuntarily, acutely aware that this was a man who could seize their second-in-command right under their noses, a feat far beyond their capability to counter. "Very well. I shall take my leave at once." Zhong Chao, a shrewd individual, recognized the wisdom in retreating. Lin Fan released his grip on Zhong Chao's throat, allowing the latter to draw a deep breath, still shaken by the encounter. Zhonggu, don't go. What am I to do if you leave?" Jiang Feng quivered, his legs feeling weak. He had uncovered information indicating Lin Fan to be a mere impoverished individual from the mountainous regions of Tianling. Yet he was astounded to discover that he could easily best even Zhong Chao, the second-in-command of the Tianlong Society. "If you seek death, do not drag me down with you." Zhong Chao shot back, exasperated. Having narrowly escaped Lin Fan's grasp, he glared at Jiang Feng before leading his entourage away. Soon, tranquility returned to the bar. Thud! Jiang Feng collapsed to the ground, followed by his two capable subordinates, Zhang Wei and Su Hu, who knelt beside him. "Lin, I acknowledge my ignorance and extend my sincerest apologies to you and Wan Xiaowen. Should you choose to pardon me, I am prepared to present you with a substantial order of 100 million from the Pinnacle Group as a testament to my goodwill." In his desperate bid to extricate himself from Lin Fan, Jiang Feng resorted to deceit. He believed that as long as he could escape this place, he need not fear Lin Fan any longer. Lin Fan may be formidable, yet his father was acquainted with many capable individuals, even those versed in ancient martial arts. Jiang Feng could not fathom that Lin Fan could surpass such warriors. Nevertheless, Lin Fan remained unfazed, advancing with a cold demeanor and asserting, "You previously dispatched individuals to assault me, and I have yet to settle that score. Subsequently, you sought to tarnish my reputation. I endured that as well. However, had it not been for my abilities today, I might not have survived the night. And now you implore me for mercy?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng trembled with fear. He hastily bowed his head multiple times, pleading, "It was my error. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I am willing to offer any compensation, provided you allow me to leave." With a contemptuous laugh, Lin Fan responded, and suddenly delivered a swift kick, sending Jiang Feng sprawling to the ground, his head striking the floor with a resounding thud. "You have long sought to usurp my wife, Tang Yanrou, and now you wish to insult her in my presence. I shall render you incapable of further pursuits." With that, Lin Fan executed another strike, landing squarely on Jiang Feng's groin, producing a sickening sound that echoed through the room. Jiang Feng slid across the floor several meters before coming to a halt, clutching his injured self, writhing in agony as blood seeped forth. Su Hu and Zhang Wei were paralyzed with shock, unable to comprehend the ferocity exhibited by someone they had previously dismissed as lighthearted. The subordinates of the Jiang family felt an icy chill and trembled in fear. My goodness, little Fan is ruthless. Even Hu Lily, as a woman, felt a pang of sympathy for Jiang Feng's plight, acknowledging the severity of the situation. Those who had mocked Lin Fan in the bar were now terrified, hastily retreating at the thought of potential retribution. "Jiang Feng, this fate is of your own making. Should you dare to confront me again, I shall not hesitate to render you further incapacitated," Lin Fan warned. Having just arrived in the city, he understood the limitations of his actions. After all, he was publicly recognized as Tang Yanrou's lawful husband. Committing murder would not only endanger him, but would also implicate the Tang family, a debt he was unwilling to owe. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth, suppressing his pain and refraining from speaking out. "Get out of my sight," Lin Fan bellowed. The Jiang family's subordinates, who had previously collapsed in defeat, suddenly regained their composure, hastily aiding Jiang Feng as they fled, prioritizing their lives over their injuries. Yet, just as they had taken a few steps, a booming voice resonated from the entrance. "Who dares to cause trouble for my son?" Chapter 16, Xuanwu. Soon after, a middle-aged man entered, accompanied by 7 or 8 burly men. From a distance, he saw his son being carried out, and his eyes widened in shock. Hearing his father's voice, Jiang Feng, feeling aggrieved, cried out, "Dad, it was Lin Fan, Tang Yanrou's husband. He has ruined me." Jiang Hui stepped forward, inspecting the scene, and upon seeing the bloodstains, he was instantly filled with rage. "Damn it, I don't care who he is, he must die tonight." Jiang Hui stormed into the bar, with several bodyguards following closely behind. As he walked, he retrieved a black handgun from his pocket. After receiving a call from his subordinate and learning that his son had hired Zhong Chao from the Tianlong Society, he sensed trouble brewing, which is why he took the precaution of bringing the gun. Little did he expect that trouble would indeed arise. With only one son, now grievously injured, he could not let this vendetta go unavenged. Before long, Jiang Hui spotted Lin Fan. "You little brat, are you the one who has harmed my son so grievously?" Jiang Hui's voice trembled, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. "Indeed, I am the one who hurt him, but he deserved it," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. "Deserved it, you say?" Jiang Hui raised his gun, aiming it directly at Lin Fan. The onlookers gasped in shock and quickly sought cover. They had not anticipated that old Master Jiang would be armed, an incredibly intimidating sight. Lin Fan's right hand subtly lifted, preparing to retaliate. Suddenly, a figure interposed itself before him, catching him off guard. It was Hu Lily, a woman he had only met once, daring to shield him from the gunfire. This was a perilous situation where one could lose their life in an instant. "Jiang Hui, you recognize me, don't you? For the sake of Feng Shuiyue, spare his life. As for your son's injuries, I will arrange for someone to treat him," Hu Lily pleaded. "So it's you, Feng Shuiyue's close friend." Jiang Hui recognized her, his surprise evident. He had not expected such a figure to appear in a bar. Moreover, her attire was a stark contrast to the poised and commanding woman he had encountered previously in the business world. Even if Feng Shuiyue were here, I might not grant such a favor. My son has been gravely injured. How can such a vulnerable area be easily healed?" Jiang Hui gritted his teeth, declaring, I do not wish to oppose Shuyu Villa, but with my son in this condition, no one can change my mind. Then go ahead and kill me. Hu Lili replied coldly, exuding an aura of dominance, standing fearlessly before the dark muzzle of the gun. Lin Fan began to regard her with newfound respect. Initially, he thought she was merely a flirtatious woman, but it turned out her identity was far from simple, commanding respect even from old Master Jiang. Miss Hu, what is your relationship with him? As far as I know, this fellow is just a country bumpkin from out of town, with no ties to your Feng Shuyu Villa. Why would you willingly risk your life for him? I truly cannot fathom it. Jiang Hui posed his question, the reasoning behind it being quite simple. He took my calling him brother to heart, and as you might know, I am fiercely protective. Hu Lili declared resolutely. Jiang Hui was aware that this was merely an excuse fabricated by Hu Lili, aiming to suppress him through the Shuyu Mountain Villa. However, the Jiang family enjoyed a close relationship with the Tianlong society, and no matter how formidable the Shuyu Mountain Villa appeared, it was merely a commercial entity, and he had no reason to feel intimidated. Miss Hu, are you certain you wish to oppose me? Jiang Hui reiterated. If you believe so, then it must be true. Hu Lili asserted, convinced that Jiang Hui would refrain from taking drastic measures against him. That will depend on your ability to stop me, Jiang Hui replied, snapping his fingers sharply. At that moment, the two bodyguards behind him suddenly split, drawing their weapons and aiming 3 guns at Lin Fan's position. A gasp echoed through the crowd as they realized Jiang Hui's men were armed. As long as Miss Hu remains unharmed, there is nothing the Shuyu Mountain Villa can do to me, is there? Jiang Hui smirked wickedly, raising his hand as if to enact a shooting motion. Wan Xiaowen, standing beside Lin Fan, instinctively shut her eyes in fear of being shot, while Lin Fan grasped her hand, quietly channeling his inner energy in preparation for evasion. Scoundrel! Hu Lili found herself at a loss, only able to shield one direction, utterly unable to prevent the impending attack on Lin Fan. It seemed that Lin Fan was doomed. Just as everyone harbored this belief, a sudden voice resonated throughout the bar's hall. Stop! Put down your guns. The commanding voice emanated from the entrance. After a few breaths, a middle-aged man appeared before the crowd. Upon seeing the man, Jiang Hui's expression turned furious, and he exclaimed, Brother Zhou, what brings you here? The others were clearly unaware of the man's identity, but Lin Fan recognized him. This was the man he had seen earlier in the park beside the elderly gentleman. Zhou Wu glanced around, confirming Lin Fan's presence, and calmly stated, I am here to invite someone. Invite someone? Jiang Hui paused, surveying the scene. It seemed few individuals could warrant Zhou Wu's presence, leading him to believe it pertained to himself. He immediately smiled, saying, Brother Zhou, feel free to command. There is no need for you to come personally. I am unworthy of such honor. Now it was Zhou Wu's turn to be taken aback, and he coldly replied, What would I want with you? Xuanwu sent me to invite a distinguished guest. Xuanwu? Upon hearing this name, Jiang Hui gasped. For Xuanwu was a paramount figure in Jiang City, one whose influence was unparalleled. However, he quickly became perplexed. What esteemed individual could possibly compel Xuanwu to deign to send someone for an invitation? Scanning the room once more, his gaze ultimately settled on Hu Lili. Among those present, she appeared to be the only one with such potential. However, it appears that, in the capacity of Xuanwu, if one wishes to invite Hu Lili, they would simply call Feng Shuiyue, and she would not dare to decline. Why request an invitation at a bar? As Jiang Hu was lost in thought, Zhou Wu stepped towards Hu Lili, prompting Jiang Hu to believe that he was indeed seeking her out. Yet, the next moment, Zhou Wu merely stated, Miss, may I pass? Hu Lili was somewhat taken aback, as she had assumed he might be looking for her, given that apart from Jiang Hu, she held the highest status here. However, he was not addressing her. Hu Lili dared not offend Xuanwu. In Jiangxing, Xuanwu was akin to a deity, while Shuyu Mountain Villa feared no one. They held Chun Xian in high regard. Hu Lili quickly stepped aside, revealing Lin Fan behind her. Ah, Lin, we meet again. Zhou Wu approached Lin Fan and offered him a slight smile. Originally, he had intended to take action, but in such a place, confronting 3 armed individuals while accompanied by a young woman would prove challenging. With someone arriving to intervene, a reluctant alliance would suffice. Thus, Lin Fan nodded and replied, Uncle Zhou, are you looking for me? During their previous encounter in the park, he had heard the elder refer to Zhou Wu by name. Yes. My boss wishes to see you. I wonder if you might have time to visit? Zhou Wu inquired with utmost respect. Currently, that seems unfeasible. As you can see, 3 guns are pointed at me, And old Master Jiang seems intent on ending my life, Lin Fan remarked, glancing at the trio wielding firearms. Chapter 17. The Jiang family's silent loss. Zhou Wu suddenly raised his head, his piercing gaze immediately sweeping over the three individuals. Jiang, who was startled, hastily signaling for the guns to be lowered. From Zhou Wu's expression, he sensed a formidable aura of impending violence. Zhou Wu was Xuan Wu's most formidable bodyguard, a former underground king of Jiangcheng, a figure that instilled fear in many, and his chief protector was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. He dared not provoke him. Mr. Jiang, are you intending to harm Xuan Wu's friend? Zhou Wu questioned with an accusatory tone. Jiang, who quickly clarified, it's like this, Brother Zhou. This Lin Fan has crippled my son, and I cannot abide by it. I seek revenge and intend to kill him. Isn't your son alive and well? Why would you wish to kill anyone? Zhou Wu retorted. This line of questioning left Jiang, who momentarily speechless. Indeed, if his son was unharmed, what vendetta warranted such violence? But he has ruined my son. You wish to eliminate Xuan Wu's friend, correct? Zhou Wu pressed again. He is Xuan Wu's friend? Jiang, who finally grasped the implication. Yes. Xuan Wu sent me to invite him as a guest. Should you wish to harm him, you may first take my life. Otherwise, I shall escort him away. Zhou Wu asserted. Jiang, who inhaled sharply. Those invited by Xuan Wu were typically influential figures in Jiangcheng, capable of shaking the very foundations of the city with a mere stamp of their foot. Yet, how could this young Lin Fan possibly be among Xuan Wu's circle? Could it be that this fellow is concealing his identity? Jiang Huai questioned, sensing the doubt in the air. Zhou Wu, noticing Jiang Huai's prolonged silence, expressed his displeasure, stating, if you do not believe me, I can call my master right now for you to hear. No, Brother Zhou, you exaggerate. I naturally trust you, Jiang Huai quickly replied. Zhou Wu, the most formidable bodyguard of Xuan Wu, had personally come to handle this matter, clearly indicating his significance. Enough. I am taking Mr. Lin with me. If you have any objections, you may address them with Xuan Wu later, Zhou Wu declared coldly. I wouldn't dare, Jiang Huai responded, lowering his head in a submissive manner. Since Lin Fan is a friend of Xuan Wu, feel free to take him. Indeed. Furthermore, if you ever contemplate causing him trouble, you should think twice. Otherwise, if anything were to happen to him, your Jiang family. Zhou Wu's words trailed off, but the implication sent a shiver through Jiang Huai. He understood that if they provoked Xuan Wu, the Jiang family would undoubtedly vanish from Jiang City. Rest assured, I will no longer trouble Lin Fan, Jiang Huai assured. That is splendid. Zhou Wu responded with satisfaction, turning his gaze back to Lin Fan. Young Lin, shall we proceed? Of course, Lin Fan replied, eager to leave the situation behind. He took Wan Xiaowen's hand, leading her away. As they passed by Hu Lily, he paused and said, Sister Fox, thank you for standing up for me. I am truly touched. I shall treat you to a meal another day. All right, I shall await your visit. If you miss me, just come to Shuiyue Mountain Villa and mention your name, Hu Lily replied with a flirtatious glance. Lin Fan found himself somewhat overwhelmed by her playful demeanor. Just as he relaxed, she was already casting glances that hinted at mischief. Nevertheless, he followed Zhou Wu without delay. Once Lin Fan had departed, Jiang Feng, shaking off his daze, questioned, Father, why did you let that guy Lin Fan leave? He crippled my younger brother. You should have shot him. Enough. Silence yourself. Jiang Huai glared fiercely at Jiang Feng, lowering his voice. Do you know who that person was? Who? Jiang Feng, clearly oblivious to the deeper layers of their world, did not grasp Zhou Wu's significance. Xuan Wu's personal bodyguard, Jiang Huai revealed. Xuan Wu? Jiang Feng's eyes widened as realization dawned upon him. Father, you mean the terrifying figure from the underworld of Jiang City? Indeed. In Jiang City, Xuan Wu is a godlike presence. Offending him means our Jiang family would cease to exist here. Now do you understand why I allowed Lin Fan to leave? Jiang Huai explained. Jiang Feng gasped, feeling a shudder of fear. Outside, after getting into the car, Lin Fan turned to Zhou Wu and asked, Uncle Zhou, could you drop my friend off on the way? Where does she reside? Zhou Wu inquired in return. West City. It's a bit far, Lin Fan replied with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Wan Xiaowen looked at Lin Fan with a hint of surprise. Having only met him twice today, she wondered how he could possibly know where she resided. Well, after I escort you, I'll have others take you back. Rest assured, those individuals are entirely trustworthy and there won't be any issues, Zhou Wu explained. Thank you, Lin Fan replied. Although he was unaware of who Xuan Wu was, He surmised it must be the elderly gentleman he had previously rescued, and he could hardly believe that the man would wish him harm. The journey continued in silence, with Wan Xiaowen frequently stealing glances at Lin Fan, her mind brimming with questions. Yet, recalling his astonishing demeanor at the bar, she hesitated to voice them. "Are you wondering why I chose to assist you?" Lin Fan discerned her thoughts and inquired. Wan Xiaowen nodded, her cheeks flushing slightly as she mistakenly assumed Lin Fan was infatuated with her beauty. "You're not suggesting that you want me to be your mistress, are you?" she asked softly. However, the next moment, Lin Fan retorted, "You're overthinking it. I merely want to give you a good thrashing." Zhou Wu, who was driving, could not help but burst into laughter. Huh. Wan Xiaowen was taken aback. After all, working alongside Jiang Shao nearly led to my ruin. Don't you think I deserve to retaliate? Lin Fan countered. I was just compelled by circumstances. How about I compensate you later? I can offer you money, Wan Xiaowen stammered, genuinely intimidated by Lin Fan's ruthlessness. The thought of him incapacitating a descendant of the Jiang family was terrifying. All right, I'll come find you in a couple of days, Lin Fan stated. He had intended to inquire about the origin of the jade pendant she wore, but given the current setting, he felt it prudent to withhold his trust in Zhou Wu and remain cautious. Oh, Wan Xiaowen sighed in relief. In less than 10 minutes, the car arrived at its destination, the Tianqi Mountain Villa district. This luxurious enclave was adjacent to a wealthy residential area, which explained the elderly man's previous comment about being near the park when he mentioned his wife's family. The Tianqi Mountain Villa district was situated atop a high mountain in the heart of Jiang City, towering at an elevation of 600 meters, boasting a magnificent spring that provided cool pool water year-round, thus earning its name, Heavenly Pool. Renowned for its breathtaking scenery and pleasant environment, it was a prestigious area reserved exclusively for the elite of Jiang City. Even the affluent could not purchase a residence here. Upon disembarking, Zhou Wu made a phone call, and soon a luxurious vehicle arrived to take Wan Xiaowen away. All right, Uncle Zhou, let us discuss Xuanwu. Is he indeed that elderly gentleman? Lin Fan inquired directly, noticing the absence of onlookers. Yes, he is my superior, Chen Xian, codenamed Xuanwu, Zhou Wu replied candidly. Ah, I see. As they drove further in, Lin Fan took the opportunity to scrutinize the man beside him. Zhou Wu exuded an extraordinary aura, unmistakably not an ordinary individual, prompting Lin Fan to ask, Uncle Zhou, are you a martial artist? Zhou Wu appeared somewhat surprised, but he quickly composed himself. The fact that Lin Fan could incapacitate Jiang Huai's son indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Thus, he remarked, it seems Xuanwu has not misjudged you. You are indeed formidable. Even I, a martial artist, can discern that. You must be a martial artist as well, correct? I am not. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. He was not lying. He was indeed no martial artist. Chapter 18. The chessboard filled with murderous intent. Haha. Young Lin, you jest. Zhou Wu assumed Lin Fan was merely reluctant to reveal his martial identity and did not press further. After all, many in this society preferred to remain low-key, much like the current Xuanwu. Soon, the car came to a halt before a distinctive villa atop the mountain. Two security guards hurried forward to open the door, revealing a traditional-style villa to Lin Fan's eyes. He had encountered numerous ancient-style buildings on Tianling Mountain, yet witnessing such a design in a bustling metropolis was quite rare. Young Lin, we have arrived. Please disembark. After parking the car in the courtyard, Zhou Wu exited and respectfully opened the door for Lin Fan. Lin Fan accepted the gesture without formality, stepping out to be met by two imposing guards, their physiques robust and their gazes sharp. However, in comparison to Zhou Wu, they were somewhat lacking. Brother Zhou, they both greeted in unison. Zhou Wu nodded and gestured towards Lin Fan, introducing him. This is Lin Fan, a guest invited by Xuanwu. The guards promptly stepped aside. Zhou Wu then led Lin Fan further inside, traversing a series of pavilions and bridges, meandering through a mesmerizing landscape, until they finally arrived at a gazebo. Inside the gazebo was a chessboard, where two individuals were engaged in a game. Ah, Grandpa, you've won again. Can't you let me win just once? A young girl pouted. Sensing someone approaching, she abruptly turned around and, upon seeing Zhou Wu accompanied by a young man, exclaimed, Uncle Zhou, this is my and Grandpa's exclusive area. No one is allowed to intrude except for you. Why did you bring a stranger, especially such a young lad? Mind your manners, young lady. Lin Fan observed the girl, likely around 21 or 22, 2 or 3 years his junior. Her hair was styled in 2 ponytails, and her cherubic face was delicate and charming, albeit her temperament left much to be desired. Humph, dare to retort, do you? Just wait and see how I deal with you. The girl leaped out of the gazebo, preparing to confront Lin Fan. Desist with your rudeness. Just then, Xuanwu interjected, He is a friend I have invited, Lin Fan. You must apologize to him at once. A friend? Chun-Yi paused, her brows furrowing in disbelief. The friends of her grandfather were all esteemed individuals of advanced age. This young man appeared to be in his early 20s. How could he possibly be a friend? Indeed. Apologize to young Lin promptly, Xuanwu reiterated. Very well. Lin Fan raised his hand slightly. Though the young lady possessed a difficult temperament, Xuanwu's demeanor remained quite amiable. He observed as Lin Fan walked past Chun-Yi without casting her a glance, proceeding into the pavilion where he respectfully clasped his hands and addressed Xuanwu. Greetings, Elder Chun. It seems Zhou Wu has informed you, Xuanwu remarked with a smile, then continued, Please, take a seat. My granddaughter, Yi, was rather impudent earlier. I apologize on her behalf. There's no need for such formality. Since she is Elder Chin's granddaughter, I shall let it pass, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, his gaze drifting toward the chessboard. The game they had just played revealed an aura of lethal intent, each move exuding a relentless pressure, leaving no avenue for escape. This is a fine game, Lin Fan suddenly stated. What do you mean by that? Xuanwu, taken aback by Lin Fan's insight, inquired with curiosity. The killing intent is excessively strong. In an instant, Xuanwu's attention sharpened on Lin Fan's countenance, a regal aura emanating from him, infused with a chilling malice that sent shivers down the spine. Observing this, Zhou Wu quickly interjected, Lin Fan, you should promptly apologize to Xuanwu. However, Xuanwu interposed. I did not expect you to have an understanding of chess. I learned a bit in the past, Lin Fan replied with remarkable composure. Despite the palpable malice radiating from Xuanwu, the notion of taking action against him would be tantamount to courting death. You are being modest. To discern the killing intent within my chessboard is no mark of a novice. Pray, share your insights. Xuanwu's expression softened slightly. Yet those familiar with him understood that this smile did not signify a cessation of his anger. Perhaps it indicated the contrary. Lin Fan nodded, speaking calmly. If this game were played against your enemies or rivals, such an atmosphere would be entirely justifiable. However, if I am not mistaken, you were just playing against your own granddaughter. As the saying goes, a tiger does not consume its young. Your maintenance of such a fierce and lethal game suggests one thing. You regard chess with impartiality, perhaps a habit cultivated through long experience. Xuanwu's gaze bore into Lin Fan's eyes, emanating a frigid aura akin to a lion unleashed upon the battlefield, its formidable presence enveloping the surroundings, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly tense. Beside them, Chun-Yi and Zhou Wu broke into a cold sweat, for no one had ever dared to comment on Xuanwu in such a manner. And yet this young man had boldly expressed such thoughts. In that moment of frozen tension, Xuanwu suddenly erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Indeed, a master you are. Come, let us engage in another game, shall we? Chun-Yi and Zhou Wu exhaled deeply, their palms now clammy with sweat. Lin Fan, too, released his tightly clenched fists. To him, trust was a luxury he could afford to few. To this day, he remained entirely ignorant of Xuanwu's true nature. Not today, perhaps another time. Lin Fan declined directly, then countered, May I inquire why Elder Chen summoned me? Indeed, there is a matter that requires your assistance, Xuanwu replied. Oh, your abilities are truly remarkable, and it astonishes me that a humble person like myself would seek your assistance, Lin Fan remarked. Do not be modest, Xuanwu replied. Previously, you discerned my hidden ailment with just a glance in the park, which speaks volumes of your medical prowess. To be candid, I have summoned you here because I wish for your help in treating my illness. I have merely 3 months left to live. Lin Fan inhaled sharply, taken aback. He had only taken a cursory glance earlier and had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. Old Chun, with 3 months left to live. Why seek the help of a poor man from the mountains rather than consult esteemed doctors at a major hospital? Is that not rather frivolous? He probed cautiously. In truth, Lin Fan harbored some regret. Those who claimed to have only 3 months left typically faced late-stage illnesses, complicating treatment considerably. Moreover, the likelihood of a cure was slim. And should things go awry, he could find himself unjustly blamed, which was not worth the risk. Do not be modest, Shaolin. I am certain that you possess the ability to heal me, Xuanwu asserted confidently. What leads you to such a conclusion? Lin Fan inquired, intrigued. Their encounters had been limited to two, and such unwavering faith seemed unrealistic. Xuanwu began to elucidate. I have suffered from this ailment for nearly a decade. Over these 10 years, I have consulted world-renowned physicians, both Eastern and Western, yet none have been able to identify my illness at a glance. You, however, not only recognized it, but also declared it to be quite severe, which attests to your exceptional talents as a healer. I have faith in you. You will surely restore my health. Lin Fan recognized that the old man was attempting to ensnare him in a web of obligation. Rest assured, if you manage to cure my illness, or even significantly improve my condition, I shall reward you handsomely. Furthermore, you shall be able to traverse Jiang City with great ease. Xuanwu added, and what magnitude of reward are we discussing? Lin Fan's eyes sparkled at the mention of money. He had initially assumed that Xuanwu was merely leveraging his influence to coerce him into treatment without offering compensation, but the prospect of financial gain changed everything. Taking a risk now seemed plausible. The three fell silent, realizing that the crux of the matter was Xuanwu's concern regarding remuneration. Indeed, it is substantial, Xuanwu confirmed. At that moment, Chun-Yi could no longer contain herself. Hey, kid, focus on treating the illness first. Once you have cured him, you may ask for whatever you desire. Lin Fan felt a surge of irritation at her words. However, he had to admit that while her tone was not particularly pleasant, her physical appearance was quite striking, particularly in her ample bosom, which seemed more pronounced than that of the vixens he encountered in bars. Estimating her measurements to be around 36, he decided to provoke her, saying, aside from monetary compensation, I have one request. Should you agree, I will proceed to treat your grandfather. Humph, if you truly possess the ability to heal my grandfather, I would acquiesce to any request you make, Chun-Yi replied, clearly skeptical of Lin Fan's capabilities, though she was perplexed by her grandfather's unwavering trust in him. You have my word. I shall present my request once I have successfully treated him. With a triumphant smile, Lin Fan stood up and approached Xuanwu from behind, saying, Old Chun, allow me to examine your body first. Upon hearing their conversation, Xuanwu chuckled. If Lin Fan could indeed remedy his ailment, he would undoubtedly be a miraculous physician reborn. No matter how affluent or powerful a family may be, the presence of a divine healer is unparalleled. After all, life is fraught with aging, illness, and death, and having such a healer is akin to receiving a second chance at life. Thus, he resolved to accept any conditions Lin Fan might propose. How do we proceed with the examination? Xuanwu inquired. Just sit still and do not move, Lin Fan instructed. He then began to chant a mystical incantation, and a luminous bagua array manifested in his right palm. He directed it toward Xuanwu's crown and gently pressed down. A surge of pure energy flowed from Xuanwu's crown to his feet, enveloping his entire being in a refreshing coolness, akin to a cleansing baptism. However, Lin Fan furrowed his brow in concern, as he could not pinpoint the source of Xuanwu's affliction. It was perplexing. There was indeed a decaying essence within Xuanwu, indicative of severe internal damage, yet his bagua diagnostic technique failed to reveal it. Is something amiss? Have you identified the cause? Xuanwu, feeling a wave of anxiety, awaited Lin Fan's response. This was his sole hope. If even this young man could not discern the cause, his life may very well be at an end. Do not fret, Lin Fan reassured, sensing Xuanwu's tension. I am still searching. Take your time, Lin. I shall not rush you, Xuanwu replied, swallowing hard. Having been genuinely frightened by the prospect of Lin Fan's potential inability to provide an answer. Meanwhile, Chun-Yi harbored doubts. What medical expertise could a youth possess? Her grandfather had sought out esteemed figures in the medical community, all of whom were in their 80s or 90s. And even the hospital's equipment had failed to detect any issues. What could he possibly achieve? Grandfather, do you truly believe in him? I sense something rather dubious, she remarked. Observing Lin Fan's seemingly superficial examination of her grandfather's head, which appeared devoid of any thorough assessment, not even a pulse check. Be silent. Xuanwu shot a disapproving glance at Chun-Yi. He had painstakingly persuaded Lin Fan to assist him. If this young girl were to drive him away, it would spell trouble. Fine, Chun-Yi pouted, refraining from further comment, although she muttered under her breath. Humph, if he fails to cure you, I expect you to face the consequences. Ignoring her, Lin Fan withdrew his right hand and began to invoke a secretive spell of the Qigong technique. He traced a series of symbols on his left palm, conjuring a spectral image of a talisman, which he then held before his eyes and brushed away. In the next instant, Lin Fan's eyes transformed to a vibrant purple. Simultaneously, Xuanwu's clothing began to turn transparent, followed by his skin and muscles. Utilizing the Heavenly Eye Talisman, which would last 3 minutes, he gained the ability to see through Xuanwu's entire being. He swiftly scanned his body, suddenly focusing on a specific area. It is indeed the blood hair needle. Lin Fan inhaled sharply, recalling what his master had said about this needle. Once it enters the body, it can traverse freely through the blood vessels and any part of the human anatomy, specifically targeting the meridians, all while possessing remarkable stealth capabilities. Consequently, medical examinations may yield normal results, yet the individual is incessantly harmed. To Lin Fan's astonishment, 3 blood hair needles had manifested within Xuanwu's body. As for how these needles were introduced, it was likely that even Xuanwu himself was unaware. Otherwise, he would not have spent a decade in vain seeking medical assistance. I have found it, Lin Fan declared. Really? Upon hearing this, Xuanwu's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with joy. You must be mistaken? Not at all, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. Humph, then tell me, what is the ailment? Chen Yi, standing behind her grandfather, scrutinized Lin Fan with skepticism, thinking him to be delusional. Did he truly believe he could discover the source of the illness? I cannot elucidate it to you, but I can eliminate it, Lin Fan stated, dismissing the need for further explanation and addressed Xuanwu directly. However, Elder Chen, your cooperation is essential. Speak, how shall I assist? Xuanwu, now somewhat exhilarated, did not suspect Lin Fan would deceive him. Extend a hand towards me, then stand straight. There may be a slight sting. Bear with it, Lin Fan instructed. Haha. In all these years, I may have lacked in many respects, but enduring pain is something I excel at. Proceed, Xuanwu chuckled, extending his hand. Without delay, Lin Fan grasped Xuanwu's right hand firmly, and with a swift motion, he made a decisive cut, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from Xuanwu as a gash appeared on his wrist. Blood quickly seeped out, creating a rather alarming scene. Lin Fan, what are you doing? You dare to harm my grandfather. Zhou Wu and Chen Yi, poised to intervene, prepared to take action, but Xuanwu raised his hand and commanded, stand down. Do not disturb Lin's treatment. Only then did they relent, exhaling in relief. Lin Fan disregarded their presence, instead applying pressure to the wound. Utilizing his X-ray vision to pinpoint the exact location of the 3 blood hair needles, and with a sudden surge of force, he acted. Xuanwu furrowed his brow, sensing a peculiar energy flowing within him, all directed towards his right palm. To be precise, it felt like an attraction. Zhou Wu also frowned. Having originally believed Lin Fan was employing internal energy, yet he sensed no fluctuations of power. At that moment, Xuanwu felt as though his entire body was being pricked by needles, the sharp sensations shifting continuously, akin to multiple needles darting within him. After approximately a minute, the piercing pain abruptly ceased. Lin Fan swiftly grasped the wound and yanked forcefully, extracting 3 minuscule, hair-like entities. Just 3 in total. What are these? Xuanwu gazed in astonishment at the 3 blood-stained, hair-like objects on the marble table. Blood hair needles, Lin Fan replied. What? The erudite Xuanwu clearly recognized this object. It is a diminutive concealed weapon, difficult to detect once it has entered the body. It gradually siphons away a person's vital essence, rendering them weaker day by day until life extinguishes completely. No wonder no one could discern the cause of his ailment. Well, I have fulfilled my promise to you. Now it is time for you to honor your commitment to me. Lin Fan is no philanthropist. He expects compensation for his healing endeavors. And now that the task is accomplished, it is time to collect his dues. Chapter 20. If I can defeat Uncle Zhou, I shall be your girlfriend. Ha ha. That is easily agreed upon. With the root of Xuanwu's illness extracted, he immediately felt invigorated. Perhaps the absence of his psychological burden contributed to this sensation. Though he was not yet fully restored to normalcy, it hardly mattered now. I intend to offer you 100 million, along with 3% of the Tianxian Group's shares. What do you think? Xuanwu proposed with a smile. The Tianxian Group is not merely a company in Jiangcheng, but one of the foremost conglomerates in the entire Jiangnan province. Precisely speaking, it is a consortium. Its headquarters are situated in the provincial capital, Jiangzhou, with Jiangxing merely serving as a branch. However, Lin Fan was evidently unfamiliar with the Tianxian Group and thus unaware of the value of a 3% share. He merely perceived this reward as quite substantial. considering that 100 million in treatment costs is exceedingly high. All right, thank you. Lin Fan readily acquiesced. He then turned his gaze to Chen Yi, who seemed to have previously promised him a condition. Initially, he was unsure of what to request, but a sudden idea struck him. In 6 months, his faux marriage with Tang Yanrou would conclude, and at that point, they would return to their respective homes. He would need to find a wife. Although he was not particularly fond of Chen Yi's temperament, he believed she could be tamed. Once subdued, she could prove to be quite agreeable. Most importantly, she possessed a desirable figure, conducive to bearing children. Feeling Lin Fan's sudden scrutiny and his lecherous gaze made her uneasy, an ominous premonition washed over her. Indeed, the next moment, Lin Fan spoke. Miss Chen, it seems you once agreed to my request, no matter what it entailed, correct? I did say that. But I cannot agree to anything excessive, Chen Yi responded warily. Rest assured, my proposal is far from unreasonable. Lin Fan paused before continuing, be my girlfriend. And in 6 months, I shall marry you. Upon hearing this, both Xuanwu and Zhou Wu were taken aback, as they had not anticipated Lin Fan would present such a condition, placing Chen Yi in a rather awkward position. Chen Yi's cheeks flushed, and she quickly retorted, I do not agree. Lin Fan had anticipated her refusal. However, he had already formulated a strategy to counter it. He turned to Xuanwu and inquired, Old Chen, does your granddaughter have a boyfriend or any engagement? Xuanwu was taken aback for a moment before responding with a smile, not yet, since she is unattached. And I am a man of talent. Does this not make for a fitting match? Is such a request truly excessive? Lin Fan asserted, I have no intention of becoming your girlfriend. I simply do not like you. Chen Yi resolutely declared, refusing to relent. Pray tell, what is it that you find unappealing about me? Lin Fan retorted, taken aback by her challenge. Chen Yi was surprised by his audacity to question her. Yet, as she contemplated her response, she found herself at a loss to pinpoint his flaws. To criticize his appearance seemed futile, for he stood nearly 6 feet tall, boasted a commendable physique, and possessed a certain charm. To label him as impoverished would also be misguided, as he had recently acquired a fortune of 100 million and held 3% of the Tianxin Group's shares, establishing himself as a minor tycoon in Jiangxing. As for his capabilities, he had demonstrated remarkable medical prowess, even curing ailments deemed terminal. And regarding his prowess in intimate matters, she was not in a position to judge, having no experience to draw from. After a moment of reflection, a potential flaw emerged in her mind, his martial skills. Having trained in martial arts alongside her grandfather since childhood, she had reached a level where she could contend against 3 burly men simultaneously. Moreover, she had once proclaimed that any prospective husband must be capable of defeating her in combat, or else their relationship would be moot. Lin Fan, with his nonchalant demeanor, seemed to her as a quintessential weakling, despite his medical talents. Thus, she boldly proclaimed, I cannot abide weak men who cannot protect their own women. I desire a strong partner. Oh, and how do you define strength? Lin Fan queried in response. Initially, Chen Yi intended to assert that any man who could best her would qualify as strong. However, she hesitated, considering that if he possessed even a modicum of martial training and strength, she might inadvertently find herself bested. In search of a more formidable opponent, she glanced at Zhou Wu and declared with a smile, if you can defeat Uncle Zhou, I shall agree to be your girlfriend. Cough, cough, that seems a bit excessive, Zhou Wu interjected, fully aware of his own prowess. He knew all too well that even in his youth, defeating Zhou Wu in a matter of exchanges would have been a formidable challenge. Now, it would require every ounce of effort to gain an advantage. Lin Fan, as a healer, would likely only possess rudimentary self-defense skills. Truth be told, Zhou Wu harbored a desire for Lin Fan to become his granddaughter's suitor, as their family lacked nothing but a miraculous physician to safeguard their health and longevity. Grandfather, this matter does not concern you. It is an agreement between him and me. Should you interfere, I shall withdraw, Chen Yi warned. Zhou Wu cast an awkward glance at Lin Fan, who, unperturbed, replied, you stated that if I defeat Uncle Zhou, you would be my girlfriend. In 6 months, I will come to marry you, and you must not backtrack on your word. Understanding Zhou Wu's intent to lower the stakes, he suggested, how about this? If Lin Fan can withstand 10 exchanges without being defeated, I shall concede. Just as Chen Yi was about to agree, she suddenly heard Lin Fan assert, I need only 3 exchanges. You are being unreasonable. 3 moves are far too few. Chen Yi hastily retorted, I meant to say, within 3 moves, I will defeat Uncle Zhou. Lin Fan replied with an air of nonchalance. What? The three of them were momentarily taken aback. Ha ha, Shaolin. Perhaps we should reconsider, Xuanwu suggested, casting a discreet glance at Lin Fan, urging him to seize the opportunity without putting himself in a difficult position. Very well. You have stated it, so no backing out, Qin Yi exclaimed excitedly. Uncle Zhou, you must not go easy on me. If I detect any leniency on your part, it will not count. Oh, Zhou remarked, somewhat bemused. He had never anticipated Lin Fan would make such a statement, seemingly indicating he acknowledged his inability to win and had chosen to concede. There was no alternative. Lin Fan had made the declaration himself, and Zhou had no choice but to adhere to their agreement. Zhou stepped forward to an open space, awaiting Lin Fan's approach. Xuanwu remained silent but amused. Hey, kid, I've provided you with an opportunity. If you fail to grasp it, do not blame me, Qin Yi proclaimed triumphantly. Looks like I might soon have a girlfriend. This is delightful. It appears that women truly are contradictory, claiming they do not fancy me, Lin Fan thought as he strode confidently toward Zhou Wu. I'll talk. Wait until Uncle Zhou makes you eat dirt, Qin Yi smugly replied. She seemed to foresee the outcome in the entire Jiang city. The only one capable of defeating Zhou Wu was likely her grandfather. Approaching Zhou Wu, Lin Fan, with a hint of defiance, stated, Shall I go first, or will you? It matters not, Lin Fan continued. Provoked by Lin Fan's tone, Zhou Wu adopted a serious demeanor. Lowering his stance slightly, he resolved to end the match swiftly, knowing his opponent had already conceded. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Zhou Wu lunged forward, akin to a hunting leopard, covering the distance of 4 meters in the blink of an eye, aiming to deliver a decisive blow to Lin Fan's abdomen. Yet, just as his fist was about to connect, it was unexpectedly seized by a colossal hand, akin to the hand of a deity, appearing from nowhere and gripping him tightly. Zhou Wu was evidently shocked. Concurrently, he sensed an unprecedented force coursing through his fist, spreading rapidly throughout his body, accompanied by a sharp pain radiating from his knuckles, causing him to weaken momentarily. With a sudden jerk, Zhou Wu finally broke free and launched another attack, this time opting for a kick. But as he lifted his leg, Lin Fan's figure surged forward, delivering a powerful shoulder charge that sent Zhou Wu tumbling backward. Before he could even land, Lin Fan swiftly closed the distance, grasping Zhou Wu's throat with a firm grip. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a prolonged moment, the silence was broken by the sound of Xuanwu's applause. Bravo! Well done! Lin Fan thoroughly astonished him. Originally, Xuanwu merely believed Lin Fan to possess remarkable medical skills. Yet he was taken aback by the terrifying combat prowess displayed. Even in his youth, he would not have dared to claim victory over Zhou Wu in less than 3 moves. However, Lin Fan achieved this feat effortlessly. Zhou Wu remained in a state of shock, realizing that in a genuine battlefield scenario, he would have lost the first exchange. I concede defeat, wholeheartedly. Zhou Wu clasped his fists respectfully. He recognized that Lin Fan had shown him mercy, deliberately refraining from allowing him to lose at the outset, thus preserving his dignity. Thank you for your consideration, Lin Fan replied with a smile, turning to face Qin Yi. Qin Yi was dumbfounded. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly exclaimed, Impossible. Uncle Zhou, you must have let him win. This guy couldn't possibly. Our Qin family accepts defeat graciously. Your Uncle Zhou would never resort to deception. He respects every opponent, Xuanwu interjected, his expression tinged with a hint of cold seriousness. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yi lowered her gaze and conceded, All right, I admit my defeat. Then you shall be my girlfriend, and in 6 months, I shall come to marry you, Lin Fan declared. 6 months? The three of them were taken aback, clearly puzzled, as they had not previously noted the time frame. Curiously, Xuanwu inquired, Little Lin, why 6 months? Well, I have certain matters that require resolution, hence the delay. Lin Fan fabricated an excuse. He was, after all, married to Tang Yanrou, albeit in a pretense. But they had obtained a certificate, making it improbable for him to wed Qin Yi. Zhou Wu, recalling something, leaned in to whisper to Xuanwu. Understanding dawned upon Xuanwu, who chuckled, Ha ha, splendid. Take care of your affairs, and when the time comes, seek me out. I will assist you in everything. Very well, Lin Fan agreed. Qin Yi, blushing and unable to meet Lin Fan's gaze, feared he might impose some obligations upon her, such as fulfilling the duties of a couple, like hugging, kissing, or even sharing a bed, which would be mortifying. Fortunately, Lin Fan seemed preoccupied with other matters, while Zhou Wu, under his grandfather's instructions, escorted Lin Fan to handle the transfer of funds and the transfer of company shares. Subsequently, Zhou Wu personally drove Lin Fan back to the Tang residence. Along the way, Zhou Wu could not help but remark, "Little Lin, your strength must have reached the transformation stage. Indeed remarkable for one so young. Your future is boundless." When my master, Xuanwu, achieved this stage, he was already 30. To be honest, Lin Fan was not well versed in the hierarchy of martial prowess. He vaguely recalled his master mentioning it, and he knew that his 3 senior sisters were also adept in martial arts. However, the technique he practiced was unique. Pure Yanggong belonged to the realm of cultivation. Therefore, strictly speaking, his level should be regarded as the initial stage of foundation establishment. With your abilities, you could certainly contend for a position on the Earth ranking of Huaxia, Zhou Wu suddenly stated. What is the Earth ranking? Lin Fan inquired, clearly unaware. It appears that you, Xiaolin, are still unaware that within the realm of Chinese martial arts, there exist 3 prestigious rankings: the Earth ranking, the Heaven ranking, and the Saint ranking, arranged from lowest to highest. Zhou Wu continued, stating that those who manage to enter these lists are regarded with great esteem by the powerful elite of China. Masters of the Earth ranking are fiercely sought after by prominent families and influential figures, often becoming revered patrons with annual incomes ranging from hundreds of millions to billions. Those who ascend to the Heaven ranking are essentially rulers of their domains, commanding respect and deference from the elite. As for the esteemed Saint ranking, anyone whose name graces this list is honored, even by national leaders, establishing a sense of parity that is remarkable. This is not merely a matter of national significance. It is a matter of global importance, as the selection for the Saint ranking is orchestrated by the World Martial Arts Alliance in collaboration with various national martial arts federations, creating a grand spectacle that attracts heads of state to witness the event. However, the frequency of these rankings varies. Although they are all held annually on September 1st, the Earth ranking occurs once every 4 years, akin to the Olympic Games, while the Heaven ranking is even less frequent, taking place every 8 years. The Saint ranking, on the other hand, is convened once every 20 years. 20 years, Lin Fan gasped, inquiring how long it had been since the last event. If it were recent, he would consider registering for a chance to compete. Are you referring to the Saint ranking? Zhou Wu paused, a wry smile appearing on his face. It was not that he underestimated Lin Fan, but rather that the competition for the Saint ranking is not for the average contender. It is reserved for the pinnacle of the Heaven ranking. Typically, it is only the top 5 contenders from the Heaven ranking who vie for a spot, rendering others virtually ineligible. Indeed, how much longer until the next event? Lin Fan pressed, displaying a tenacity that Zhou Wu could not dismiss. Sensing Lin Fan's determination, Zhou Wu refrained from further discouragement and replied, "This year marks the 9th year. It will be on September 1st of next year. As for the host country, that has yet to be determined. We probably won't know until the end of the year." Wow, it's almost like the Olympics. Do they actually compete for the host nation? Lin Fan expressed his surprise. Naturally, you may not realize the profound impact that the emergence of a Saint ranking master can have on the global landscape. To illustrate, consider a medium-sized nation ranked 30th in comprehensive national strength. Should they acquire a Saint ranking master, they could ascend to the top 5 within 3 years. Would you not agree that this is significant? Zhou Wu elucidated. Lin Fan pondered. I'm unsure whether Zhou Wu's information is entirely accurate. If it is, it seems rather exaggerated that one individual could alter the fate of an entire nation. I believe, Xiaolin, you should attempt to compete for the Earth ranking. It will take place on September 1st this year. Given your abilities, with a bit more effort, securing a place on the Earth ranking should be well within your reach. As your strength appears comparable to that of Xuanwu, Zhou Wu suggested. Of course, this assessment was based solely on Lin Fan's exhibited capabilities. And since Lin Fan had not demonstrated any internal energy fluctuations, Zhou Wu was unable to ascertain the full extent of his prowess, leading to the misconception that Lin Fan's strength was on par with Xuanwu. Oh, so Xuanwu was previously a master of the Earth ranking? Lin Fan detected an inconsistency. In the zenith of its glory, the Xuanwu ranked within the top 5 of the local leaderboard, holding the prestigious first position in Jiangnan province. However, it is worth noting that he was not the foremost within the province, as there existed another formidable expert, a master of the celestial leaderboard, as Zhou Wu candidly expressed. Oh, A master of the celestial leaderboard. Who might that be? So remarkable? Lin Fan inquired with curiosity, eager to discern the nature of such a distinguished individual. Chapter 22. The Supreme War God of Jiangnan, Zhang Xiantian. The foremost war god of the Jiangnan military district, Zhang Xiantian. Zhou Wu continued. He is a legendary figure in Jiangnan province, having achieved the 5th rank on the celestial leaderboard at the tender age of 26, gaining fame through a singular battle. Subsequently, his career ascended rapidly, and he became the unrivaled war god of Jiangnan, commanding hundreds of thousands of troops. He once single-handedly annihilated an enemy battalion of thousands, penetrating deep into their ranks and vanquishing their leader with unparalleled valor. Goodness, such prowess! Lin Fan expressed his astonishment, contemplating the feat of defeating countless adversaries alone. Whether he could achieve such a remarkable act remained untested. Enough of this. Those above the celestial leaderboard are realms we shall never reach in our lifetimes. Merely breaking into the top 10 of the local leaderboard is already a pinnacle accomplishment, Zhou Wu lamented. As their conversation unfolded, the car arrived at the entrance of the Tang residence. Lin Fan alighted, expressing gratitude to Zhou Wu, who reminded him, "Make sure to find a time tomorrow to sign the contract, as the transfer of shares requires your presence to complete the necessary procedures." Understood, Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the villa, it was already 11:30 at night. "You actually remembered to come back?" Tang Yanrou sighed in relief upon seeing Lin Fan's return, as her options would have been limited had he not. "Didn't I promise you?" Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. "It's already past midnight. Were you hoping to wait for me to sleep together? Dream on." Tang Yanrou shot him an exasperated glance, offering an excuse. "The soundproofing in this house isn't great. I have a light sleep, and I feared you might disturb me upon your return." "A light sleeper, you say?" "I happen to possess a method to provide you with a massage. It works wonders, I assure you. I once gave my senior sister a massage, and she slept soundly until dawn." Lin Fan chuckled. Upon hearing the word massage, Tang Yanrou's cheeks flushed. Given his character, she knew he would seize any opportunity to take advantage. "Are you trying to trick me again? Last time you claimed that massage could enhance certain attributes, and now you're saying it promotes better sleep. Where is such miraculous technique?" Tang Yanrou clearly expressed her skepticism. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, then grasped that the young lady was referring to the previous conversation about enhancing her physical attributes. "Believe it or not, I can indeed help you with that. I can't guarantee the extent, but it is certain to exceed your expectations. Unintentionally, you might even reach a size of 36, which would be utterly extraordinary for your figure," Lin Fan remarked, casting another glance at Tang Yanrou. Currently, Tang Yanrou finds herself slightly overshadowed by Hu Lili in terms of scale, yet her beauty and body proportions surpass Hu Lili's by a noticeable margin. Should she rectify her shortcomings, she would undoubtedly claim the title of the most beautiful woman in Jiangxing. Upon noticing Lin Fan's gaze lingering on her physique, Tang Yanrou felt her cheeks flush even more. Truth be told, Lin Fan's previous words had proven quite alluring to her. If she could indeed ascend to such heights in Jiangxing, with her exquisite figure and appearance, she would be an unparalleled presence, a veritable first beauty. "What if you were deceiving me?" Tang Yanrou was evidently intrigued. Lin Fan, recognizing her budding interest in his massage techniques, acknowledged her high and aloof demeanor, but found her beauty and figure quite appealing. It would indeed be a gratifying indulgence. "If I were to deceive you, then you need not pay me the 1 million, Lin Fan asserted. Initially, Tang Yanrou had intended to hand over the 1 million to Lin Fan the following day, but his words instilled a sense of credibility. "Very well, you have my word," Tang Yanrou acquiesced. Following her into the room, Lin Fan noted the decor was themed in soft pink, exuding a distinctly feminine charm, accompanied by a subtle, pleasant fragrance that enveloped him in a delightful haze. Tang Yanrou deftly closed the door behind her and locked it. "What treatment do you seek tonight? Enhancement or better sleep?" Lin Fan inquired directly. With her face flushed, Tang Yanrou replied, "If I wish to enhance, would that require a massage in that area?" "Not quite. It involves the surrounding acupoints, though some contact is inevitable," Lin Fan clarified. Tang Yanrou's cheeks deepened in color as she responded, "Then let us focus on improving my sleep for tonight. I'm not quite prepared for the other." "Prepared for what? You don't think I would take advantage of you, do you?" Lin Fan continued. "As a healer, you are, in essence, my patient. In the eyes of a healer, there is no distinction of gender. If you entertain such thoughts, it suggests a lack of purity on your part." "Oh, Tang Yanrou suddenly realized that this individual possessed quite the eloquence, a talent wasted if not in sales. Then you must assure me that you will not harm me, she stated, locking her gaze with Lin Fan's. I have $1 million. Why would I risk losing money over a girl? Lin Fan retorted. Tang Yanrou found this reasoning sound and lay down, saying, then please help me achieve restful sleep first, and we can address the other matter later. Very well. Enough banter. Hurry and lie on the bed. Lin Fan gestured towards the soft pink bedding. Tang Yanrou complied, resting her head upon her pillow, while Lin Fan removed his shoes and joined her, positioning himself with his legs draped over her waist. The intimacy of this posture was unmistakable. Feeling Lin Fan seated upon her waist, Tang Yanrou blushed profoundly and quickly asked, Lin Fan, why are you sitting on me? This massage requires me to gently sit on your waist. It is a crucial aspect of the technique. Spare me your questions and let us proceed swiftly. I still need to sleep, Lin Fan replied impatiently. Oh, Tang Yanrou felt as though she were being manipulated, yet lacked any evidence to substantiate her suspicions, leaving her to quiet her thoughts. You need to remove your top, Lin Fan remarked, as the fabric obstructed a smooth massage. What? I have to take off my clothes. Tang Yanrou's face flushed deeply, reaching the roots of her ears. See, I told you that you are not pure, always harboring such sordid thoughts. Just treat me as your doctor. You are the patient. Do not entertain any other thoughts. Hurry, I am pressed for time, Lin Fan insisted. With no choice left, Tang Yanrou reluctantly stripped off her top, only to suddenly feel a chilling draft, realizing she was not wearing anything underneath. She was unaccustomed to wearing tight-fitting garments while sleeping, as they made her feel constrained. She had not anticipated Lin Fan entering her room tonight, let alone giving her a massage. Oh, how embarrassing. Tang Yanrou quickly pressed herself against the bed, placing her hands at her sides to cover her exposed skin. Lin Fan, noticing her predicament, could not help but swallow hard. For despite her attempts to conceal herself, her fair skin remained partially visible, accentuated by its unique softness. Could you step outside for a moment? I forgot to put on my undergarments, Tang Yanrou stammered, wishing desperately for a hole to hide in, utterly mortified. I will massage your shoulders and back. So it is fine if you are not wearing anything in front, Lin Fan chuckled. Tang Yanrou cursed inwardly, thinking, of course you would enjoy this. A feast for your eyes. Remember, I am the doctor, and you are the patient. Please refrain from any lascivious thoughts. Let us begin, do not move. Lin Fan wasted no time, directly applying his hands to her shoulder muscles, and a wave of soreness quickly coursed through her body. This seemingly rough man displayed an unexpected gentleness during the massage. In Chapter 23, The Miraculous Massage Technique, Lin Fan activated his pure yang skill, channeling spiritual energy into every inch of her muscles, awakening her blood circulation and meridians. Within less than 5 minutes, Tang Yanrou felt an extraordinary sense of comfort wash over her, to the point that drowsiness began to creep in. However, the pleasurable sensation intensified, causing her body to warm and an unusual feeling to stir in her lower abdomen. This indescribable sensation compelled her to squeeze her legs tightly, her muscles taut. Noticing her unusual reaction, Lin Fan's lips curled into a sly smile as he increased the flow of spiritual energy. The sensations became overwhelming for Tang Yanrou, pushing her to the brink of endurance. She suddenly gasped, a low moan escaping her lips, filled with allure, reminiscent of a certain sound. The moment that sound echoed in the room, the temperature soared. Tang Yanrou's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed with shyness. Oh, how embarrassing, she exclaimed, covering her face, too ashamed to face anyone. In the next moment, Lin Fan reminded, if you keep covering your face, other parts will be exposed. Tang Yanrou was taken aback, and suddenly realized something. Hurriedly, she raised her hands to shield her sides, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. Lin Fan, you did that on purpose, didn't you? You've wronged me. This is the brilliance of this massage technique. Don't you feel completely at ease now, ready for a good night's sleep? Lin Fan replied. Tang Yanrou closed her eyes and savored the sensation. Indeed, she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. She nodded. All right, let us call it a night. The larger massage can wait until another day. I'm feeling a bit tired too. With that, Lin Fan climbed off Tang Yanrou's waist. For some reason, she felt a twinge of reluctance, yet she dared not speak out. This guy truly possesses a wealth of knowledge. Not only does he have the beauty pill formula, one of the ancient remedies, but his massage techniques are equally remarkable. Over the past 2 years, burdened by her company's affairs, she had become utterly fatigued, often suffering from insomnia, and it had been ages since she felt the urge to sleep. She was on the brink of despair, looking far more haggard than she did 2 years ago. Now, as sleepiness enveloped her, a wave of comfort surged within her. "Thank you," Tang Yanrou said softly. She initially thought Lin Fan hadn't heard her, but he replied without turning back, "Hurry and sleep. After this, you'll have sweet dreams for the next 6 months." With that, Lin Fan exited the room, casually closing the door behind him. Tang Yanrou watched him leave with an air of nonchalance, momentarily lost in thought. This man truly was a treasure. Having known him for less than a day, she had already discovered so many benefits. She couldn't help but wonder if she had stumbled upon a hidden gem without realizing it. Upon returning to his room, Lin Fan quickly washed up and lay down on his bed. Remembering the sacred list mentioned by Zhou Wu, he suddenly felt a renewed sense of purpose in life. Spending too long on Tianling Mountain had dulled his aspirations. Before descending, he had only thought about earning money and living a happy life. However, now that he had been exposed to higher realms, Lin Fan's mindset had shifted. He yearned for loftier ambitions. If one day he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the ruler of Huaxia, it would indeed be an extraordinary accomplishment. At that time, he would have no shortage of women by his side, abundant wealth, and would be free from mundane worries. He could then bring his 3 senior sisters together, and they would live happily as a family. Perfect. The sacred list, here I come. Lin Fan set his sights on this goal and closed his eyes. Around 10 o'clock the following morning, Lin Fan met with Zhou Wu, and together they went to the company to sign an agreement, officially becoming a shareholder of Tianxin Group. Shaolin, don't think that 3% is insignificant. Tianxin Group is one of the few trillion yuan conglomerates in Jiangnan province. There are only 3 in total. Therefore, your 3% will yield several hundred million in dividends each year, making you one of the standout figures among the younger generation in Jiangnan province, Zhou Wu explained. Wow. Impressive. Lin Fan did not anticipate that his entry into the market would be so seamless. In merely 2 days, he found himself in possession of over 100 million in savings, along with shares valued in the hundreds of millions. Reflecting on the $300 left to him by the old man, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. To be honest, since the old man's departure without a trace, he had missed him dearly over the past few days, wondering where his master had wandered off to in carefree leisure. He hoped that one day they would reunite in the world and that the old man would regard him with newfound respect. He was raised by the old man, akin to a reborn parent. Although the old man was often stern and never offered praise, Lin Fan could still feel a fatherly love emanating from him. Having settled all matters at hand, Lin Fan intended to seek out the young woman, Wan Xiaowen, to inquire about the origins of that jade piece when his phone rang. He pulled it out to discover it was Tang Yanrou. It was likely another mission had come up. Lin Fan answered the call and asked, "Is there a task today? There's a particular medicinal ingredient from the formula you provided that has been maliciously hoarded by someone else, making it impossible to procure. I need you to come over and see if you can suggest any alternative herbs." From Tang Yanrou's tone, she seemed quite anxious. After all, the company had initiated the project and procurement since yesterday, essentially pouring all available funds into this new product. While there were no issues with acquiring other herbs, this particular ingredient had become a bottleneck. It was not merely a matter of cost. This herb was predominantly produced in Jiangnan province, and even if found elsewhere, the quantities were minuscule. Moreover, the cumulative expenses could only be described as exorbitant. The company was already facing financial constraints, and sourcing from distant locations would undoubtedly hinder long-term development. "All right, I will head to the company," Lin Fan responded. After hanging up, he was about to call for a taxi when a sleek black luxury car approached, adorned with an emblem of interlocking designs. Lin Fan recognized it from online images. It appeared to be a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Once the car came to a halt, a stunning woman with long legs emerged, her curves accentuated by a form-fitting dress that highlighted her alluring figure. With her hair elegantly tied back, she exuded an air of competence and sophistication. "Boss, please get in," she called out respectfully, her silver heels clicking against the pavement as she approached Lin Fan. "Boss." Lin Fan was taken aback, momentarily at a loss, and weakly questioned, "Miss, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else." "Surely, I could not be mistaken," the woman chuckled, introducing herself. "You may call me Furong. I am your dedicated driver, arranged by Uncle Zhou." It is the policy of Tianxian Group that every shareholder with more than 3% of shares is assigned a personal driver. If you are dissatisfied with my service, you may request a replacement and someone else will take my place. Understanding the situation, Lin Fan surveyed Furong closely and a satisfied smile spread across his face. With a figure so striking and a beauty to match, having her personally escort him would not only be a visual delight, but also a source of joy for his spirits. Moreover, if you have any special requests, I shall be at your service, Furong added. What does special requests entail? For instance? Lin Fan was taken aback. Furong's delicate face flushed with embarrassment, clearly feeling shy. She composed herself and replied, in response to your inquiry, it pertains to fulfilling your physiological needs and the like, which I am more than capable of. And there are no strings attached. Goodness. Lin Fan was genuinely astonished. After amassing wealth, he discovered such abundant privileges. It was no wonder that countless individuals are eager to strive for wealth and power in this world. Indeed, women are a powerful motivator. Understood. Lin Fan dismissed any lingering concerns, promptly entered the vehicle, and instructed, Furong, take me to Tang's Pharmaceutical. Certainly, boss. Furong nodded, immediately getting into the car and starting the Rolls-Royce Phantom, speeding towards their destination. Chapter 24. Crisis resurfaces at Tang's Pharmaceutical. Inside the president's office of Tang's Pharmaceutical, Tang Yanrou paced back and forth, clearly anxious. Seated nearby were an elderly gentleman and a beautiful purchasing manager. The atmosphere in the room was palpably tense. Manager Yang, is there truly no stock of Guangjin Qian Chao available elsewhere? Tang Yanrou reiterated her inquiry. Indeed. This particular medicinal herb is primarily suited for growth in the region south of the Yangtze River. However, this area is predominantly monopolized by Pinnacle Group, Jiang Group, and their associates, evidently targeting our company. Especially Pinnacle Group, which controls nearly half of the Guangjin Qian Chao in Jiangnan province. With a mere word, they can sever all supply channels, and no one dares to engage in business with us, Yang Hui candidly explained. Infuriating. It's the Jiang family scheming again. Tang Yanrou gritted her teeth, her chest heaving with agitation. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door, followed by Lin Fan's voice. Come in, Tang Yanrou instructed. They could only hope that Lin Fan had discovered an alternative medicine. If so, clandestine procurement would remain unaffected. Who is this? Yang Hui and Xiao Hongyu, clearly unfamiliar with Lin Fan, inquired. Tang Yanrou's cheeks flushed red as she introduced, this is my husband, Lin Fan. Ah, Xiao Hongyu gasped, his excitement palpable. He had long wished to meet Lin Fan and was thrilled to do so soon. Greetings, esteemed one. Xiao Hongyu exclaimed, I am Xiao Hongyu, the manager of the R&D department at Tang's Pharmaceutical. You may call me Xiao Lao, esteemed one. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Tang Yanrou hastily clarified, Lin Fan. It is as follows. That day, it was Xiao Lao who discovered your formula, recognizing it as one of the 7 exquisite formulas, the beauty pill. He believes you possess remarkable expertise in this area, hence the title. Oh, that is quite unnecessary. I merely stumbled upon this formula by chance, and I am no deity. Just call me Xiao Lin. Lin Fan was not foolish. Being targeted by others was certainly not a favorable situation. It wasn't that he was afraid, but rather that he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Dealing with adversaries was indeed an exhausting endeavor. It turned out that this opportunity was acquired by chance. Yet luck was also a skill in its own right. Xiao Hongyu felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped that Lin Fan possessed additional prescriptions of the ancient Formula 7 Absolutes, but it appeared that this was the sole one. Chuckling to himself, Lin Fan did not dwell on the matter. Instead, he turned his attention to Tang Yanrou and inquired, My dear, which medicinal herb were you referring to earlier? Golden money grass, Tang Yanrou stated bluntly. Upon hearing the name of this herb, Lin Fan furrowed his brows. The alternatives for this particular ingredient were scarce and costly. After all, it was the most effective herb for diuresis and detoxification. Its affordability was its primary advantage, and substituting it with other herbs would significantly diminish the efficacy of the formula while inflating the costs several-fold. What's the matter? Noticing the change in Lin Fan's expression, Tang Yanrou felt a sense of unease and grew anxious. Has this herb been restricted? He asked. Indeed. It's the handiwork of the Jiang family. It seems Jiang Feng intends to make things difficult for our Tang family, Tang Yanrou replied candidly. Lin Fan's brow knitted once more. Just last night, Jiang Hui had treated Zhou Wu with utmost respect. Yet it seemed he had swiftly turned his attention to the Tang family, ultimately targeting Lin Fan himself. In the eyes of the Tang family, he was intertwined with them, making open revenge impossible. Thus, they resorted to covertly undermining the Tang family. This predicament stemmed from him, and despite his desire to profit, Lin Fan was inherently a person of conscience. Therefore, he felt compelled to intervene. Let us hold off on changing the herb for now, if absolutely necessary. We can reconsider later. Lin Fan paused thoughtfully before continuing. Give me 3 days. I will see if I can find a solution. Tang Yanrou was hesitant. It wasn't he that she lacked faith in Lin Fan, but the gravity of the situation weighed heavily. The Tang Pharmaceutical Company was betting everything on this, and failure would lead to utter ruin and bankruptcy. She glanced at Elder Xiao and Manager Yang. Elder Xiao still held Lin Fan in high regard. He did not perceive the acquisition of the ancient Formula 7 absolutes as mere luck, but rather as a testament to Lin Fan's capabilities. Moreover, with only 3 days to work with, he remarked, if it's just 3 days, I see no issue. Manager Yang nodded in agreement. She had not advocated for a substitution, as it would entail cumbersome procedures and exorbitant costs. Very well, Tang Yanrou acquiesced. Once Elder Xiao and Manager Yang had departed, Lin Fan closed and locked the door. Upon witnessing this, Tang Yanrou immediately felt a surge of nervousness. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she stammered. Why did you close the door? How did you sleep last night? Lin Fan countered, not answering her question. It was all right, Tang Yanrou replied. All right hardly encapsulates it. It was truly splendid. She had slept soundly until dawn, and had it not been for the alarm ringing twice, she might have remained oblivious to the time. Her sleep had been deeply restorative, and upon waking, she felt invigorated, with the usual fatigue completely dissipated. Should I not be trusted by now? Lin Fan stepped forward, approaching Tang Yanrou with a smile. Come, as promised last night, I shall assist you with a massage. The effects can be quite noticeable. Here, right now? Tang Yanrou's face flushed crimson, her shyness palpable. Indeed, isn't it simply a matter of closing the door and drawing the curtains? I find this setting rather suitable. So, do you wish to enhance your size? Lin Fan inquired. Tang Yanrou lowered her head, feeling flustered. This was the first time she had been so playfully teased by a man. Where had her usual aloof demeanor gone? Perhaps we could wait until evening? I feel rather embarrassed here. Her cheeks burned with warmth. Stealing a glance at Lin Fan, she noted his composed demeanor, seemingly unfazed and serious, leaving her utterly perplexed. Did he not feel the slightest bit of embarrassment? Or perhaps a hint of excitement? However, Lin Fan's heart was tumultuous. He initially intended to tease her for his own amusement, having never truly experienced the softness of a woman since his descent from the mountain. He anticipated her wariness. It seemed his plans had temporarily faltered. It appears your thoughts are not entirely pure. As a physician, I approach you with professionalism. Yet you perceive me as someone seeking to take advantage? Lin Fan said deliberately. Oh, Tang Yanrou responded, a hint of awkwardness in her smile. Had she overthought the situation? Very well, let us save this for the evening. After tonight, do not expect my assistance again. I must attend to my responsibilities now. With that, Lin Fan turned toward the office door. Lin Fan, how do you plan to handle this? It seems you are new to Jiangcheng, unfamiliar with the surroundings. Do you require my assistance? Tang Yanrou asked, puzzled. How could he, having just arrived in Jiangcheng and occupied with job hunting yesterday, now be ready to help resolve company matters? Could he truly manage it? Was he, in fact, someone of significance? She felt as if Lin Fan were the local, while she was the newcomer, just winging it. Lin Fan replied with a charming smile as he opened the door and stepped outside. Oh, Tang Yanrou was left speechless. After exiting the company, Lin Fan entered his car. Where to, boss? The lovely female driver, Furong, inquired softly. I'm headed to find Zhou Wu, Lin Fan contemplated. Given the Tang family's apprehension towards Zhou Wu, perhaps it would be best for him to intervene. Boss, are you suggesting that Uncle Zhou should handle the issues with Tang Pharmaceutical? Furong countered. Lin Fan was taken aback that a mere driver possessed such knowledge. You are aware of all this? Chapter 25. Furong hee. Boss, you underestimate me. I am not merely a driver. I have access to first-hand information in Jiangcheng. In truth, everything lies under the control of Tianxian Group. I am simply responsible for relaying messages to you, Furong explained. To my surprise, Tianxian is remarkably powerful. Lin Fan felt a twinge of astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, in your opinion, do you think it would be appropriate to seek out Zhou Wu? Not particularly, responded Furong. The Tianxin Group has relatively limited influence in the pharmaceutical sector. This incident was primarily orchestrated by the Jiang Group and the Pinnacle Group, two pharmaceutical giants who have jointly suppressed Tang Pharmaceuticals. As long as you can persuade the Pinnacle Group, the Jiang Group alone will not be able to encircle Tang Pharmaceuticals. But I have a feud with the Pinnacle Group, Lin Fan admitted with an awkward smile. During his last visit to the Pinnacle Group, he had caused quite a ruckus, berating their project manager, Bao Yang. The Pinnacle Group is merely a subsidiary of the Shuiyue Mountain Villa's industrial chain. If you are acquainted with Shuiyue Mountain Villa, you could approach it from that angle, Furong suggested. Shuiyue Mountain Villa? Upon hearing this name, Lin Fan immediately recalled Hu Lili. He snapped his fingers in realization and declared, Furong, let's pay a visit to Shuiyue Mountain Villa. Oh, you really know her? Now it was Furong's turn to be surprised. According to her information, Lin Fan had only been in Jiang City for a few days and should have no connections here, appearing to be a complete novice. She never expected him to know someone from Shuiyue Mountain Villa. I do know her, and it seems her position is quite significant, Lin Fan replied. Furong nodded and promptly turned around, heading north towards the city. Half an hour later, their car stopped at the entrance of Shuiyue Mountain Villa. Who goes there? 4 guards stood at the entrance, each wielding an electric baton, their imposing figures and sharp gazes fixated on the Rolls-Royce Phantom before them. Although it was a luxury vehicle, most visitors arrived in similar opulence, so even a Rolls-Royce Phantom did not grant automatic entry. Lin Fan leaned out and stated calmly, I am Lin Fan, here to see Hu Lili. Upon hearing that name, the guards furrowed their brows. She was the close friend of the villa's owner and the third-in-command at Shuiyue Mountain Villa. This young man, who appeared quite unassuming, dared to seek an audience with the esteemed third-in-command. Do you have an appointment? One guard inquired. It was customary to have an appointment to meet any of the villa's 4 leaders. I do not, Lin Fan replied. Do you have her phone number? The guard pressed further. I do not, Lin Fan responded once more. At this point, even Furong felt a bit uncomfortable and gently suggested, Boss, it seems this might make entry quite difficult. Not at all, Lin Fan replied with unwavering confidence. The 4 guards chuckled, having never encountered someone so bold. The lead guard spoke up. While your vehicle is indeed luxurious, without an appointment or a phone number, I cannot allow you entry. Sister Fox instructed me to simply state my name. Just notify her. There's no need for further discussion, Lin Fan asserted with bravado. Sister Fox. Upon hearing this address, it appeared that only those who shared a close rapport with Hu Lili dared to call her so. Could she be a relative? Yet, relatives should possess a phone number, should they not? Captain, I sense that this individual is not to be trifled with. If they were driving a dilapidated vehicle, it would be inconsequential. But this is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. I believe it prudent to report this, lest we find ourselves in an embarrassing situation, one guard whispered to the captain. After a moment's hesitation, the captain proceeded to the security booth and made a phone call. Shortly thereafter, he hurried to the car, adopting a respectful demeanor and a sycophantic smile, saying, My apologies, Mr. Lin. It seems I was blind to your stature. Please, do come in. He gestured for the gate to be opened. Lin Fan paid little mind, simply signaling for Furong to drive inside. Furong, astonished, realized that her boss was quite impressive, having connections with Hu Lili, the third-in-command of Shuiyue Villa. Moreover, the guard's demeanor suggested their relationship was more than merely acquaintances. They appeared quite familiar. Boss, you're amazing, Furong exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Lin Fan smiled quietly, uncertain of Sister Fox's standing within Shuiyue Villa and whether she would be able to assist him in this endeavor. Furong, after you drop me off, please return. Come back only when I require your presence, Lin Fan instructed. Recalling how Hu Lili had teased him previously, he doubted she would assist him easily this time. A price would surely need to be paid. Understood, Furong nodded. Under the guidance of a security personnel, they arrived directly at the entrance of Hu Lili's villa. It was a splendid estate, even more expansive than the Tang family's compound, exuding opulence. Lin Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Sister Fox resided in such a grand abode. Previously, he merely assumed Hu Lili's family was affluent. But now it was evident that possessing an independent villa within Shuiyue Villa indicated a high-ranking status. Boss, I shall take my leave, Furong said. Lin Fan nodded, then approached the villa's entrance and pressed the doorbell. The chime resonated twice before the door swung open, revealing none other than Hu Lili herself, signifying that she had been waiting at the threshold. Little Fan, it has been quite a while, Hu Lili exclaimed, opening her arms in an attempt to embrace him. Lin Fan quickly sidestepped. Indeed, It had been some time, over a night, 10 hours or 36,000 seconds, to be precise. Lin Fan chuckled ruefully. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 seasons. So, we have not seen each other for half a day, which equates to 1.5 seasons. After casting a flirtatious glance at Lin Fan, Hu Lili pouted playfully and chided, "Look at how much I missed you. I wanted to give you a hug to express my longing, and you just dodged it. What does that mean? Sister Fox, you have misunderstood. Your beauty is so striking that I fear being enveloped in your embrace, as I might uncontrollably act inappropriately." Lin Fan sought a pretext. Tang Yanrou, with her adorably naive demeanor, was contemplating how to take advantage of the situation, but Hu Lili was even more astute than a vixen. Even if he were to gain an upper hand, he would find it impossible to escape her grasp. Thus, Lin Fan felt a tinge of trepidation regarding any advantage he might seize from Hu Lili. "We are all young, and Sister Fox is not concerned about your marital status. Why not indulge in the moment without hesitation? There is nothing to fret about. I do not expect you to bear any responsibility," Hu Lili remarked with a mischievous smile. Coughing, Lin Fan was taken aback by the young woman's boldness. Her audacity in speech was unexpected. To be honest, had it been another man, he likely would have succumbed to temptation long ago. "Enough of this. There must be a reason for your visit during daylight hours. I find it hard to believe you would seek me out for a casual rendezvous. Pray, tell me what brings you here." Hu Lili suddenly adopted a more serious demeanor. Lin Fan was somewhat astonished by her seamless transition in expression, making him feel somewhat inadequate. Consequently, he too grew earnest and stated, "To speak candidly, I have come to inquire if Sister Fox might assist me with a matter." "What matter?" Hu Lili inquired while walking towards the hall. Lin Fan hurried to keep pace, saying, "I have heard that the Pinnacle Group in Jiang City is a subsidiary of Shuyue Mountain Villa." "That is approximately correct. Why do you wish to invest?" Hu Lili retorted. "Not exactly. I seek to have the Pinnacle Group lift the procurement embargo on medicinal materials for Tang Pharmaceutical. As you know, I am the son-in-law of the Tang family. Little brother, our interactions are merely those of kindred spirits in a bar. Let us refrain from mixing business with pleasure. Shall we? Are you attempting to put your sister in a predicament?" Hu Lili interrupted him directly. Her close friend, Feng Shuyue, once stated that she could engage in frivolity, but never intertwine her playmates with business. This was her bottom line. "Does this mean Sister Fox is unwilling to help?" Lin Fan inquired. Observing Lin Fan's suddenly serious expression, Hu Lili took a deep breath, remained silent for a moment, and then approached the sofa. Suddenly turning back with a smile, she said, "Please, take a seat. I shall brew you a cup of tea." "No need. With just a word from you, I shall depart immediately," Lin Fan responded. "Are you upset?" Hu Lili was taken aback, not expecting Lin Fan to be so stubborn, ready to sever ties after only a brief conversation. "Not at all," Lin Fan replied honestly. Their acquaintance was merely a fleeting one. Last night, Hu Lili had come to his rescue multiple times, leaving him deeply moved. Hence, he wished to cultivate this friendship. But since Hu Lili felt uncomfortable, he did not wish to impose. "Very well, I shall consider a solution for you, but you must not be so distant. Come over and share a cup of tea with your sister." Hu Lili reverted to her previous alluring demeanor, patting the adjacent sofa to invite Lin Fan to sit beside her. Lin Fan found himself in a quandary. Faced with such a stunning beauty, he simply could not muster any anger. Hu Lili poured Lin Fan a cup of exquisite pu'er tea and remarked with a smile, "You see, I might be inclined to assist you, but I made a promise to my dear friend not to mix personal matters with business. However, there is a unique circumstance." "What situation?" Lin Fan inquired, taken aback and curious. "If it involves helping your man, then it doesn't count as meddling with others. It's a matter of kinship." Hu Lili teased with a mischievous smile, adding, "What a pity that someone is preoccupied with his own wife and has no thoughts of being my man. Thus, it's quite challenging." Lin Fan sighed. "The city is full of cunning. I wish to return to the mountains." In a moment of vulnerability, he confided, "Actually, Sister Fox, I have a secret to share." To persuade Hu Lili, I must reveal that my marriage with Tang Yanrou is merely a facade, and we plan to divorce after 6 months. There are no feelings between us. We each lead our own lives. Hu Lili's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she urged, "A secret, you say? Do share. I adore hearing men's secrets. I hope you will keep this confidential. I want you to understand that I have no feelings for any woman." "And now?" Hu Lili raised an eyebrow, suggesting otherwise. Coughing slightly, Lin Fan felt cornered. Yet he reasoned that speaking such words was not a crime. After all, he had no intentions of marrying Hu Li, so there was nothing to fear. He smiled and replied, "Perhaps. Ah, I appreciate your forthrightness, little Fan." Hu Li changed the subject. "Actually, I have a secret of my own. Care to hear it?" "Do tell," Lin Fan responded casually. "I've fallen for you," Hu Li said with a playful smile. Lin Fan was taken aback. This was no jest. Flirtation was one thing, but declarations of love were a different matter entirely. Such words could be daunting. Observing Lin Fan's stunned silence and pale complexion, Hu Li could no longer contain her laughter, exclaiming, "Ha, silly boy, you are adorable. I was merely teasing you. You may not even realize my true identity. To win my affection, you must possess the means, at least a fortune of billions, and the stature to command respect in Jiangxing." "Oh," Lin Fan exhaled in relief. Casting an exasperated glance at Hu Li, "Sister Fox, please refrain from scaring me like that in the future. I am rather timid." "Uft, timid, you say? You were sneaking glances at my chest last night, as if it were 100 times. If that incident hadn't occurred, would you not have stayed awake to keep me company?" Hu Li teased. "That is not true," Lin Fan denied. Yet, to be honest, had Hu Li taken the initiative to seduce him in such a scenario, it might have indeed led to something more. After cultivating the pure yang technique, he found himself particularly susceptible to temptation, and his patience had notably diminished. "Enough of the jesting, dear sister. Matters concerning our estate that involve commercial decisions require the approval of the master of the manor. Thus, I can only assist in putting forth your name. Whether she is willing to meet you remains beyond my control," Hu Li stated candidly. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan sighed, but recognized that Hu Li had done her utmost, and replied, "Very well, thank you, Sister Fox, for the introduction. Indeed, she is my close friend, so I shall certainly recommend you. Yet it is up to you to persuade her," Hu Li reminded him. "However, do bear in mind that when you meet her, your tone must be gentle, and do not let your gaze wander to inappropriate places. She is not like me. She despises lecherous men, and I fear you might be expelled the moment you enter if you are not cautious." "Understood," Lin Fan acknowledged. "All right, please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, Hu Li exited the hall, making her way outside. A few minutes later, in another villa. This one was even more opulent than Hu Li's, indeed the most luxurious residence within the entire Shuyue manor. This was the abode of the master, Feng Shuyue. Within, there were 3 individuals, 2 female attendants and Feng Shuyue herself, and the place was impeccably clean, devoid of any dust, indicating her meticulous nature. "Shuyue, grant him a chance. Consider it a favor for me. As for whether he can persuade you, that is beyond my concern," Hu Li pleaded. Observing her friend humbling herself to make such a request, Feng Shuyue was taken aback. With a slight furrow of her brows, she inquired, "Lily, have you developed feelings for this man? Who is he that possesses such allure, seemingly unmatched in the entirety of Jiang City?" "Cough, perhaps there are," Hu Li responded, determined to assist Lin Fan. Originally, Feng Shuyue had little patience for discussions of business with her friends, yet witnessing Lily's fervor, she sighed and relented. "Very well. I shall grant him this opportunity, but let it be clear, unless there is an exceedingly compelling reason, I shall not agree. Moreover, I am intrigued to see what manner of man has captured your attention so earnestly." At that moment, Feng Shuyue was filled with curiosity. Who in all of Jiang City could elicit such affection from this pinnacle of business acumen? "Excellent. I shall inform him at once. Farewell." With that, Hu Li hurriedly exited the room. Feng Shuyue was left speechless, muttering to herself, "A woman who prioritizes romance over friendship." Chapter 27, Master Sister. Before long, a subordinate reported that Hu Li had brought a man into the villa. At this moment, Feng Shuyue felt an inexplicable tension, akin to a parent overseeing a pivotal moment in Hu Li's life. Outside, Hu Li addressed Lin Fan, instructing him to remember the key points she had mentioned and to enter alone, as her presence might influence Feng Shuyue's decision. Lin Fan nodded appreciatively and proceeded inside. The villa surpassed his expectations in grandeur, aptly described as resplendent. It boasted 4.5 stories, with the grand hall soaring to a height of 10 meters. Spacious beyond measure, the opulence of the hall's decor bordered on excessive, with even the simplest ornamentation likely valued in the hundreds of thousands. As Lin Fan entered, 2 maids discreetly exited the hall, leaving only him and Feng Shuyue within. She sat on a sofa, her back to him, her long black hair cascading down to her waist. Even from behind, Her well-proportioned figure and upright posture exuded an extraordinary grace. "Greetings, Master Zhu, I am Lin Fan." He introduced himself, feeling a twinge of nervousness. However, upon hearing his voice, Feng Shuiyue furrowed her brows and turned to face him, recognition washing over her features. "Senior sister," they exclaimed in unison. "Is it truly you, senior sister? I have searched for you tirelessly," Lin Fan said, approaching her with a hint of grievance. Without hesitation, Feng Shuiyue stood up and embraced him warmly. "Little junior brother, when did you descend from the mountain? What of our master? Why did he not inform me?" she inquired. "Don't even mention that old coot. Just thinking about him irritates me," Lin Fan replied indignantly. "Oh, what is the matter? I thought master treated you well," Feng Shuiyue remarked. Recalling that, apart from being somewhat stern with Lin Fan, he had always favored him, much to the observation of the other senior sisters. "Treated me well? He assigned me the most arduous cultivation methods, leaving me with a body full of fire poison. Now, I find myself relying on medication every few days. Before I descended, the old man slipped away secretly, claiming he left me a substantial fortune. Can you guess how much he actually left?" Lin Fan looked at her, his expression one of dismay. 300 million? Feng Shuiyue guessed, remembering that master had amassed considerable wealth in his youth, especially from his tasks, which often began in the millions. Thus, leaving 300 million for his most cherished disciple seemed reasonable. 300 yuan, Lin Fan exclaimed, prompting Feng Shuiyue to burst into laughter. "Indeed, he is the master I know, truly miserly." "Oh, so you claim he cares for me? Is there a misunderstanding?" Lin Fan shot her a playful glance. "It's nothing. The master doesn't care for you, but the senior sister does. You have just come down from the mountain and presumably lack a place to stay. You should come and reside with me in this villa. There are plenty of rooms." Feng Shuiyue pulled Lin Fan to the sofa and continued, "Junior brother, or rather, Lin Fan, you are quite impressive. Just after descending the mountain, you've already left my best friend, Hu Lily, utterly smitten. Have you too crossed certain boundaries?" What boundaries?" Lin Fan was taken aback, unable to comprehend his senior sister's words. "Keep pretending. When we were on the mountain, all three of us senior sisters were exhausted by your antics, whether it was peeking while we bathed or sneaking into our beds to grope around. It has been 7 years since we descended, and with no girls around you, how could you endure it on the mountain?" Feng Shuiyue reminded him. "Senior sister, I am quite pure. My peeking was solely due to practicing the pure yang technique. I never had such thoughts," Lin Fan replied defensively. "Sure, keep making excuses," Feng Shuiyue replied with a roll of her eyes. "However, your pure yang technique is indeed a bit peculiar. The master forbade us from learning it due to its side effects, claiming that only a body of utmost rigidity and yang could practice it. So, you must possess such a body. Otherwise, how could you still be alive and well? 3 days of medication suppression, what nonsense about a body of utmost rigidity and yang?" Lin Fan retorted, wishing to steer the conversation back on track. "By the way, senior sister, I came here to ask for your help in persuading the Pinnacle Group to lift the blockade on Tang's pharmaceutical procurement. Is that possible?" "This matter is something you must handle yourself," Feng Shuiyue stated. "Me? How can I manage it?" "Senior sister, you won't abandon me too, will you? People grow distant once separated. It's as if they forget their kin." "Cough, what nonsense are you spouting?" Upon hearing this, Feng Shuiyue choked slightly, then smiled wryly. "What I mean is, from now on, the Pinnacle Group will be entrusted to you. You are the boss, you call the shots. What role do I play in this?" "Wow, I never expected my senior sister to be so generous. You're handing over such a large company to me," Lin Fan exclaimed in disbelief. "All right, it's settled then. I'll finalize things, and you can assume your position tomorrow morning," Feng Shuiyue replied. "How touching. Come here, hug me." Lin Fan plunged into Feng Shuiyue's embrace, burying himself in her soft warmth. Sensing his playful intentions, Feng Shuiyue quickly reminded him, "You're not trying to take advantage of me again, are you? We used to do this often on the mountain." Lin Fan grinned. "Is it the same? I was only 16 back then and didn't understand anything. You took full advantage of that. Now I'm 30. Feng Shuiyue shot him a disapproving look. Outside, Hu Lily waited anxiously, her nerves fraying as she worried Lin Fan might offend her best friend. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to enter. Upon stepping into the hall, she was taken aback to see Lin Fan with his head nestled in Feng Shuiyue's embrace. Heavens, what is going on? Is Lin Fan truly so captivating? Within mere minutes, even my closest friend has been entranced by him, and now she is practically in his embrace. Ahem. Hu Lili deliberately cleared her throat, subtly reminding the two. Upon hearing her voice, Feng Shuiyue quickly pushed Lin Fan away, whispering, "It's your fault. My friend has misunderstood, hasn't she?" At that moment, Hu Lili strode over, gazing at the pair with astonishment. "Have you two become romantically involved?" "Ahem. Fox, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not with him, no need to explain. I've seen it all." Hu Lili pouted, clearly feeling a pang of jealousy. Although Lin Fan was the master of the estate, she had openly declared him as the man she admired. Now that Feng Shuiyue was vying for him, it seemed rather unfair. "Senior sister, there's no need for explanations." Lin Fan chuckled. "Ah, so you're protecting her, Lin Fan?" "Wait, what?" Hu Lili suddenly realized something, turning to Feng Shuiyue. "You're Lin Fan as senior sister?" Feng Shuiyue nodded, replying, "I've mentioned before that I have 2 junior sisters and 1 junior brother, but I didn't know his name was Lin Fan." "What a twist of fate." "Senior sister," Hu Lili exclaimed, hastily approaching with a smile, "misunderstanding. I thought you two humph. It seems our sisterhood is merely superficial. One man can turn you against me." Feng Shuiyue shot a glance at Hu Lili. Chapter 28. The Tang Family and Dogs. No entry. Hu Lili awkwardly smiled, saying, "I just couldn't quite accept it. I brought him here, and he was whisked away. Who wouldn't feel upset?" Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words. When did he become Hu Lili's man? "Fox, I plan to transfer the Pinnacle Group to my junior brother. You have no objections, do you?" Feng Shuiyue returned to the main topic. "Of course not. Have you ever met anyone who would resent their partner becoming more powerful?" Hu Lili grinned widely. "Ahem, Sister Fox. Please stop teasing me. Is it time for me to become your man?" Lin Fan couldn't help but say, "Isn't that just a matter of time? You're my best friend's junior brother now. We're practically family, and good fortune should remain within the family." Hu Lili raised an eyebrow at Lin Fan. Next, Lin Fan shared the details of his faux marriage with Tang Yanrou with Feng Shuiyue. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Shuiyue became serious, stating, "Miss Tang is a good person, at least during your lowest moments. She offered you a guarantee. We, the Tianling sect, value loyalty above all else. Since she has helped you, you should repay that kindness." "Indeed, I feel the same. It's just 6 months. It will pass swiftly," Lin Fan agreed, recognizing the wisdom in his senior sister's words. Otherwise, with his current wealth, he had no obligation to assist the Tang family. Later, his senior sister revealed a secret about Shuiyue Mountain Villa, mentioning that there existed a spiritual spring in the area, which gathered the most potent spiritual energy in the entire Jiang city. When the master initially bestowed upon her 300 million for her entrepreneurial venture, she promptly acquired this parcel of land. Through several years of diligent effort, she expanded her business, ultimately becoming one of the triumvirate of Jiang City. Lin Fan remained in the villa, practicing until nightfall, after which he dined with Hu Lili and the senior sister before ascending to continue his cultivation. This engagement persisted throughout the night. Upon reopening his eyes, Lin Fan discovered it was already the following day. "Oh no, I didn't return home last night. That young lady doesn't think I fled, does she?" Hastily, he picked up his phone, only to find he had received dozens of missed calls and over a dozen text messages. He smacked his forehead, realizing he had set his phone to silent during his practice. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, followed by the voice of his senior sister, Xiao Fan. "I'm off to a meeting. I'll handle the transition issues with Pinnacle Group for you. I've prepared breakfast. Help yourself when you come down." "I understand, senior sister. Thank you for your efforts," Lin Fan replied. "Why the formality? It's quite unaccustomed," she responded. "All right, I must take my leave." With that, Feng Shuiyue departed. After enjoying his breakfast, Feng Shuiyue called to inform him that everything was settled and that he could come by today to take over Pinnacle Group. Lin Fan, who valued expediency, promptly informed his senior sister that he would head over immediately. 40 minutes later, with the assistance of Furong, Lin Fan arrived at the entrance of the Pinnacle Group building. This marked his second visit, and he felt a significant shift in his mindset. Previously, he had accompanied Tang Yanrou to seek project collaboration, recalling the various difficulties imposed by project manager Bao Yang, and even the indignities inflicted by Jiang Feng. This stirred anger within him. Now that he was in charge of Pinnacle Group, his first order of business was to dismiss Bao Yang, followed by severing ties with the Jiang Group. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was halted by the security guard, who evidently recognized him. "Hey, just because you've donned a new outfit and appear presentable doesn't mean I don't recognize you. You're that son-in-law from the Tang family, aren't you?" Apologies, but Manager Bao has decreed that members of the Tang family and dogs are not permitted inside, the guard declared with an air of arrogance. Excuse me? Lin Fan paused, quickly grasping the situation. It seemed his senior sister had only informed the upper management, perhaps only the vice presidents. Shuyue Mountain Villa represented the headquarters, while Pinnacle Group was merely a subsidiary. Those attending the headquarters meeting were likely the president and vice presidents, and others were deemed unworthy. Therefore, it was understandable that this security guard was unaware. However, given his demeanor, he could very well start packing his belongings. What did you say? Repeat that, Lin Fan demanded. Members of the Tang family and dogs are not permitted inside. The guard scoffed. I trust you heard that clearly this time? I hope you don't end up licking my boots like a dog later. Lin Fan took a step forward and entered. The guard, momentarily distracted, found Lin Fan slipping past him like a wisp of breeze. As the gatekeeper regained his composure, Lin Fan had already advanced several meters into the grand hall. In a flurry, he turned around, brandishing his baton, and exclaimed, "You audacious brat! How dare you intrude upon our company? Are you tired of living?" With that, he blew his whistle, prompting the security personnel throughout the building to converge upon the hall. Amidst the commotion, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, donned in formal attire and teetering on high heels, hastily approached. Upon recognizing Lin Fan, her demeanor shifted. I wondered who was causing a ruckus. It's that son-in-law from the Tang family. No wonder he lacks decorum, the hall manager, Zhang Feifei, quipped with a sardonic smile. It appeared that several heads would roll this time. Sighing, Lin Fan raised a finger toward Zhang Feifei and declared, "Apologize to me now, and perhaps, if I am in a generous mood, I may let you off the hook. Otherwise, prepare to gather your belongings and vacate the Pinnacle Group." A throng of security guards and reception staff gathered around, momentarily stunned by his words, before erupting into laughter. It turned out that the Tang family's son-in-law was not only impoverished but also foolish. Rumors had circulated that while being poor was bearable, being foolish was beyond redemption. This young man was nothing more than a jester summoned by a monkey. Suddenly, a furious voice echoed from nearby. Who dares to create a disturbance here? Recognizing the voice, Lin Fan realized it belonged to Bao Yang, the project manager. Bao Yang often took the opportunity to flirt with the receptionists in the lobby, and upon exiting the elevator, he had witnessed the uproar. After inquiring with his colleagues, he learned that someone was causing trouble, igniting his wrath. "Bao Yang, we meet again," Lin Fan said coldly, his anger flaring at the thought of this individual enforcing the rule that forbade the Tang family from entering. I thought it was someone significant, but it's just you. The Pinnacle Group does not welcome you or the Tang family, so be gone," Bao Yang retorted sharply. "It is you who should be expelled." Lin Fan pointed at Bao Yang, then gestured towards Zhang Feifei and even the security guard who had rushed in. "Listen closely, the three of you. Today, I am here to take over the Pinnacle Group. From now on, I am your superior, so pack your things and prepare to leave." Silence enveloped the room. Moments later, however, uproarious laughter erupted. "Oh, how terrifying. Who does he think he is, attempting to take over the Pinnacle Group? Has the Tang family's son-in-law truly become this absurd? He must have just escaped from a mental institution." The crowd continued to mock him, particularly the receptionists, who filmed the spectacle on their phones, pointing and laughing uncontrollably. Chapter 29. I believe you are the one who is audacious once again. I must remind you that I only instructed the 3 designated individuals to leave. For the time being, the matter does not concern the rest of you. However, should you persist in your mockery, I shall dismiss all members of the Pinnacle Group present in this hall. Believe it or not, it is your choice," Lin Fan declared with an air of authority. His expression was grave and serious, devoid of any semblance of jest, and his aura instantly ascended, exuding the presence of someone in a position of power. The hall fell silent once more. This time, others hastily sealed their lips, for they feared that if Lin's words bore any truth, they would be jeopardizing their own futures. It is worth noting that the Pinnacle Group stands as the preeminent leader in the pharmaceutical industry of Jiangcheng, a coveted establishment that countless graduates aspire to join. As the atmosphere in the hall grew tense, even the doorman began to feel a twinge of apprehension. The lobby manager swallowed hard. Although she did not believe that the son-in-law of the Tang family could possibly take over the Pinnacle Group, a sliver of worry crept into her mind. There is an old saying, better to be safe than sorry. Observing the situation, Bao Yang also began to feel uneasy. He recalled his encounter with President Liu Yong in the elevator that morning, where Liu had mentioned a forthcoming meeting at headquarters, seemingly to adjust certain positions. Could it be that this fellow truly is the newly appointed president? Impossible. Bao Yang quickly dismissed this notion. Jiang Feng had already uncovered the truth about that young man. He was merely a country bumpkin, drawn into a sham marriage by Tang Yanrou, who had no intention of marrying him. How could someone merely playing a role possibly assume control of the Pinnacle Group? After a moment of contemplation, Bao Yang's confidence surged once more. He pointed at Lin Fan with a sneer and declared, "What nonsense you speak. Manager Zhou, Uncle Feng, do not heed his empty threats. He is merely trying to intimidate us. Come, let us together expel him." The security guards exchanged glances, hesitating to act, for they too were apprehensive of the potential consequences. "Oh, so this is how it is. Very well, if you will not act, then Uncle Feng, Manager Zhou, let us three handle this ourselves." Bao Yang shouted in anger. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when a voice rang out from the entrance. "Stop right there." Moments later, a group of individuals entered, led by President Liu Yong and 4 vice presidents, who hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Liu Yong, Bao Yang's excitement intensified. He rushed forward and exclaimed, "President Liu, your timing is impeccable. This individual here is Lin Fan, the son-in-law of the Tang family, whom I mentioned to you before. He has insulted our company, and I instructed the doorman to bar his entry, yet he forced his way in and is now causing a ruckus, even claiming to be the new head of the Pinnacle Group. Truly, he is audacious. I believe you are the one who is audacious." Liu Yong recognized Lin Fan immediately. This was the photograph they had all been shown by the estate owner, and they had each retained a copy, having reviewed it several times during their journey. "Mr. Lin, I apologize for the oversight. I should have informed everyone in advance," Liu Yong said, stepping forward and bowing his head in apology. With a loud clatter, the words left the speaker's mouth, leaving the others in the hall utterly astonished. Several vice presidents, feeling a twinge of anxiety, hurried forward to apologize to Lin Fan, confessing their own faults and pleading for his leniency. At this moment, Bao Yang was completely taken aback, standing frozen in disbelief, his eyes wide as he gazed at Lin Fan, unable to comprehend what he had just heard. The lobby manager, overwhelmed, collapsed weakly onto the ground, while the security guard trembled in fear. Although jobs for security personnel were not difficult to find, one could hardly come across a position offering 5,000 in wages throughout Jiang City, and now he had jeopardized his own employment. Others breathed a sigh of relief, yet remained apprehensive, thankful that they had ceased their actions in time. Otherwise, they too would have faced termination. You, and you, get out immediately. The rest of you, return to your duties and refrain from causing a ruckus here," Lin Fan commanded coldly. Upon hearing his words, the others quickly dispersed, returning to their respective posts. In the blink of an eye, only a few executives remained, along with the security guard, Manager Bao, and the lobby manager. Thud. Bao Yang, still unwilling to accept his fate, lamented over the loss of his hard-earned managerial position, just a step away from promotion to vice president, which would have yielded substantial financial rewards. Now, he had irrevocably destroyed his prospects. "Lin, I failed to recognize your stature. I implore you to overlook my transgressions and grant me mercy. After all, I have contributed significantly to the company. I am a veteran of sorts. In light of my numerous contributions, I beseech you to spare me this time. I swear I shall never repeat my mistakes," Bao Yang pleaded, bowing repeatedly. "Liu, could you not say a word on my behalf? I implore you," he continued. Liu Yong, feeling awkward, managed a smile. It was hardly his place to intervene. Even if he wished to assist Bao Yang, he would not dare, having heard that the new president was not a person to be trifled with. Said to be a disciple of the estate's master, how could he afford to offend such a figure? "I am sorry, but I cannot assist you," Liu Yong replied, pushing Bao Yang away. "Leave now. The Pinnacle Group has no need for someone like you. You are too exceptional. Seek your fortune elsewhere." Lin Fan scoffed. Bao Yang understood that no matter what he said, he could not reverse his fate. Gritting his teeth, he stood and turned to his office to gather his belongings. The lobby manager had given up on pleading, knowing that if Bao Yang could not sway Lin Fan, her own attempts would be futile. Thud. The security guard knelt on the ground, beginning to plead, "President Lin, I was merely following orders. With someone as high-ranking as Manager Bao, what could I have done? I have a family to support. Please do not terminate my employment. I beg you, grant me another chance. Begone. From this day forth, this individual, along with any dog, shall not enter the Pinnacle Group's premises," Lin Fan declared, waving his hand dismissively as he turned towards the elevator. Lu Yong cast a glare at the security guard before following Lin Fan, joined by the other 4 vice presidents in pursuit. Inside the president's office, Mr. Lin, from now on, the Pinnacle Group will be under your stewardship. I have been reassigned to another subsidiary. Rest assured, knowing that you may have limited time, I have arranged for a seasoned secretary to assist you as per the Master's instructions. She is highly capable, and you can place your complete trust in her. Lu Yong replied, All right, Brother Lu. Lin Fan merely found the expressions of the 3 individuals displeasing. He harbored no ill will towards the Pinnacle Group. After Lu Yong departed, Lin Fan cast a glance at the 4 vice presidents. He had briefly skimmed through their profiles earlier and had acquired a rough understanding. Huang Bei, you will take charge of the project department, assuming all responsibilities from Baoyang. Additionally, terminate all collaborations with the Jiang Group, and lift the blockade on the Tang Pharmaceutical's medicinal material channels, while enhancing project cooperation and communication with Tang Pharmaceutical. Lin Fan promptly instructed. Yes, I will execute it immediately. Huang Bei, pleased by Lin Fan's recognition, displayed remarkable enthusiasm as he turned to leave. To the 3 vice presidents. As long as you refrain from personal interests and dedicate yourselves to the company, I consider you as brothers, so do not worry. Lin Fan discerned that some among them had past affiliations with the Jiang family, but he was confident that, following his admonition, those ties would be severed. Understood. The 3 responded in unison. The hint from the boss was so evident. If they failed to amend their ways, they could expect to be dismissed. Approaching noon, just as Lin Fan contemplated returning to the Tang residence, he received an unexpected phone call. Upon checking, he discovered it was from Tang Yanrou. Hello, Yanrou, Lin Fan answered. You finally decided to call me. I thought you had disappeared, Tang Yanrou huffed. I had a little too much to drink at a friend's house last night and fell asleep. Lin Fan offered no further explanation. As they had previously established a mutual understanding to respect each other's privacy, provided no harm was done to one another's reputation. It seemed Lin Fan had not tarnished Tang Yanrou's image, thus rendering his actions entirely acceptable. Indeed, Tang Yanrou was unable to remain upset and replied, Remember your task. Xiaoying and I are going to a class reunion. If you return home, feel free to eat without waiting for me. A class reunion? Where is it? Perhaps I could join you for a meal. I'd rather not dine with your parents. Unsure of what to discuss, Lin Fan chuckled wryly. Although the couple's attitude towards him had significantly improved, he still felt at a loss for conversation. What would you attend my class reunion for? Tang Yanrou, clearly worried about her classmates' inquiries, for Lin Fan was merely an acquaintance she had casually brought along. In Jiangcheng, he held no prominence. Despite his apparent medical prowess and the ancient formula he had procured, to her classmates, that meant little. Very well, if you don't want me to go, I shall find someone else to dine with, Lin Fan said, preparing to hang up the phone. However, Tang Yanrou interjected, Wait, I'm at the Phoenix Grand Hotel. But I must check if my classmates are bringing their partners. If they are, then you may come. Upon hanging up the phone, Lin Fan promptly dialed Forum's number. The Phoenix Grand Hotel, one of the 3 most luxurious 5-star establishments in Jiang City, is renowned for attracting the elite and affluent. This reunion, initiated by Tang Yanrou, the class monitor from their senior year, is financially backed by one of their wealthiest peers, Chu Yunfei, a prominent figure among Jiang City's elite, alongside the Chun and Shuiyue Mountain Villa families. In terms of the economic hierarchy within Jiang City, Shuiyue Mountain Villa ranks first, followed by the Chu family and the Chun family. However, when considering the entirety of Jiangnan province, the Chun family undeniably holds the top position, largely due to their Tianxian group, which is among the top 3 in the province. Yanrou, it seems you can bring a partner. After all, Su Xiaoyan brought her boyfriend along, so why not invite Lin Fan? Huang Ying suggested. Huang Ying, a close friend of Tang Yanrou since high school, felt comfortable making the suggestion. Oh, it's just her boyfriend, and I'm bringing my husband. It feels somewhat inappropriate, Tang Yanrou replied, still feeling hesitant. As more and more guests filled the private room, nearly 20 individuals gathered around a large table, representing those who could attend. Considering some were working out of town and unable to return, class monitor Zhang Hui surveyed the room and stood up, smiling as he addressed his former classmates. Hello, everyone. It seems that those who could make it are here. Please feel free to share whatever is on your minds. Don't hold back. As soon as he finished, a woman chimed in. Class monitor, why don't you give us a topic to discuss? After all this time apart, we hardly know where to begin. Oh, that's easy. Our class has always been rich in conversation. If I must suggest a topic, it would undoubtedly be our class beauty, Tang Yanrou, Zhang Hui proposed. This was indeed a topic of collective interest, as both boys and girls alike were eager to discuss Tang Yanrou. Su Xiaoyan, who had once served as the vice monitor but had always been overshadowed by Tang Yanrou, a star student, felt a twinge of jealousy. Now, our school beauty, Tang, is quite impressive. She is the president of Tang Pharmaceutical. She is not just glamorous. She carries herself with remarkable poise, Su Xiaoyan remarked, harboring her own feelings of envy. Indeed, our city's top beauty is not merely a title. It is earned through both beauty and excellence. Another girl, Lin Fan, quickly added, echoing Su Xiaoyan's sentiments. Both had long felt envious of Tang Yanrou, and this moment allowed them to unite in their disparagement of her. Tang Pharmaceutical? I've heard that the economy has been struggling this year. A friend of mine works there as a department manager and mentioned that the company is facing significant decline. Teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, Su Xiaoyan's boyfriend, Pan Liang, interjected. Is it true? The company is on the verge of collapse. I believe these are mere rumors. How could someone as capable as Yanrou let the company fall into such disarray? I recall when Tang Pharmaceutical was thriving. Su Xiaoyan and her boyfriend are truly in sync, performing a duet of sorts. Huang Ying could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, the company's downturn is not solely Yanrou's fault. It stems from market conditions. I firmly believe that Tang Pharmaceutical will soon rise again. Oh, it appears these rumors may hold some truth, Su Xiaoyan remarked with a smug expression. Class monitor Zhang Hui sensed the brewing tension. His intention in organizing this gathering was not for the spectacle of a quarrel, but rather to foster romantic connections among classmates. After all, the true purpose of a reunion is not merely to reminisce about friendships, but to observe who remains single and potentially find a partner. Ahem. Since we have this rare opportunity to gather, let us refrain from discussing work-related matters and shift our conversation, Zhang Hui suggested. Do you all remember how half of the boys in our class once penned love letters to our classmate Tang Yanrou? I, too, was among them. Reflecting on those times brings a rush of excitement. Indeed, the purity of high school affections allowed us to express our feelings through written words, another classmate chimed in. Zhang Hui then turned to the quiet figure of Chu Yunfei, smiling as he remarked, especially you, Yunfei. You were the most ardent admirer of Tang Yanrou, and I dare say no other boy in our class wrote as many love letters as you did. It seems you have yet to marry, perhaps waiting for our dear Tang Yanrou. At this point, Zhang Hui finally broached the main topic. It was evident that Chu Yunfei had sponsored the entire reunion with the intention of winning over Tang Yanrou. Just then, Chu Yunfei lifted his gaze toward Tang Yanrou. The other female classmates cast envious glances, while Lin Fan and Su Xiaoyan seethed with frustration. Realizing that the wealthiest member of their class had long harbored feelings for Tang Yanrou. Presently, Chu Yunfei was at the pinnacle of success. Serving as the president of the Chu group, and coincidentally, Tang Yanrou was also a president in her own right. The two were well matched, and since they were both single, surely this time they would not miss their chance. Zhang Hui spoke as if he were officiating a marriage, delivering his lines with enthusiasm. Chu Yunfei smiled at Tang Yanrou, believing that with Zhang Hui's encouragement, she would surely accept his sentiments. After all, with the Tang family's economic decline, someone needed to come to their aid. And he considered himself the most outstanding man among their peers, the optimal choice. Monitor, before you speak, could you please ascertain that Yanrou is already married? Your words could cause her great embarrassment, Huang Ying interjected. A wave of astonishment swept through the room, and Chu Yunfei furrowed his brow, unwilling to accept this revelation. Chapter 31. The humiliation of Tang Yanrou. Huang Ying, you must be jesting. I have never heard of such news. When did Yanrou get married? Zhang Hui stammered, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had previously assured Chu Yunfei that securing a class reunion would help him win Tang Yanrou's affections, yet now, he found himself in a most awkward situation as she was already wed. I am not jesting. I indeed got married not long ago, Tang Yanrou admitted candidly. The atmosphere in the private room thickened with an indescribable awkwardness. Chu Yunfei's face flushed crimson. He had enlisted a few accomplices to set the stage, only to have this sensational revelation erupt. It seemed the rumors he had heard were true. Tang Yanrou had indeed entered into a secret marriage. Su Xiaoyan shifted her approach and remarked, it appears your husband is just a small fry from the backwoods. Is it truly so? The esteemed daughter of the Tang family, the most beautiful woman in Jiangqing, has married a mere country bumpkin? How absurd. It is as though a flower has been placed in manure. I truly feel for young Master Chu, who has pursued her for so long only to see her choose an unknown individual. Lin Fan began to fan the flames. Moreover, I have heard that this man is willing to be a stay-at-home husband, Su Xiaoyan added, intensifying the mockery. Goodness, a man who lives off his wife. It seems Tang Yanrou's taste is indeed unique. No wonder she looked down upon young Master Chu. Pan Liang, Su Xiaoyan's boyfriend, chimed in, forming a seamless trio in their taunting. Is it possible that Tang Yanrou has fallen so low? The table of classmates began to murmur among themselves. What nonsense are you all spouting? Yanrou's husband may not be a prominent figure, but he possesses his own strengths, Huang Ying defended fervently, nudging Tang Yanrou, who was now staring at the ground. Indeed, in the eyes of others, Lin Fan was merely a small character from the countryside, lacking in any notable qualities, and merely a son-in-law. No matter how she defended him, they would not believe her. At that moment, Tang Yanrou's phone rang, and upon glancing at the screen, she saw the name Lin Fan and immediately understood. Lin Fan, seated beside her, caught a glimpse and snatched the phone away, laughing. Yanrou, this must be your husband, Lin Fan. Why not invite him over for everyone to meet? After all, we are all curious about the man who has captured the heart of such a beauty. With that, she put the call on speakerphone. Lin Fan, what are you doing? Tang Yanrou exclaimed, anger surfacing as she had not anticipated such an invasion of her privacy. Yes, indeed. Let him come and show us, Su Xiaoyan echoed, her tone filled with anticipation. Could he possibly be an eyesore? Pan Liang chimed in, inciting further laughter. Zhang Hui, the class monitor, was utterly oblivious to how chaotic the scene had become and looked over at Chu Yunfei, unsure of how to proceed. At this moment, Chu Yunfei wore a despondent expression, pouring himself a full glass of wine, which he consumed in one go, evidently engulfed in a profound melancholy. The woman he had long pursued had unexpectedly become the wife of another, a seemingly inconsequential fellow from some obscure corner of the world, leaving him quite indignant. Just then, the phone call connected, and Lin Fan's voice resonated through the receiver. Tang Yanrou, what's the situation? May I come over for dinner? Tang Yanrou felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, as this statement could easily be misconstrued as an invitation for a mere meal. As she prepared to snatch the phone back, Lin Fan interjected with a chuckle. Is that Yanrou's husband? I'm her high school classmate. She mentioned you'd be joining us for dinner. We're all eager to meet you. You must be quite the dashing gentleman, right? We're in the luxurious box 1201. Hurry over. Before she could respond, Tang Yanrou seized the phone back, intending to say something, but Lin Fan had already hung up. In a flurry, she redialed, wishing to caution Lin Fan against coming, fearing he would only be ridiculed. However, at that moment, Chu Yunfei spoke up. Old classmate, now that you're married, why not have your husband come so we can all see him? I am quite curious about the man who has won Miss Tang's affections. Upon hearing Chu Yunfei's sardonic remark, several classmates exchanged knowing glances, anticipating an entertaining spectacle. Reluctantly, Tang Yanrou abandoned her attempt to call, for doing so would reveal her insecurities, making it impossible for her to remain in the room. I suspect the information you have received is erroneous. A girl as exceptional as Tang Yanrou would never settle for someone as insignificant as a mere local. Perhaps he is a hidden figure of great stature. Let us await the revelation. Su Xiaoyan shifted her tactic, previously disparaging Lin Fan, now extolling him to the heavens, creating a stark contrast that would only amplify the mockery should he disappoint upon arrival. Huang Ying, fully aware of Su Xiaoyan's ulterior motives with her boyfriend, shot her a fierce glare, contemplating whether to confront the trio, though she refrained, recognizing their shared history as classmates. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Tang Yanrou's heart raced. She knew it had to be Lin Fan arriving for the meal. This fellow was merely an actor, playing along with her charade, while the ensuing consequences were of no concern to him. Oh no, this is going to be disastrous, Tang Yanrou thought anxiously, realizing that she was about to face a humiliating ordeal, especially given Lin Fan's tendency to boast. Remember to be especially welcoming, after all. He is the husband of our class beauty, Lin Fan urged, rising to be the first at the door, eager to pull it open. The classmates, reveling in the unfolding drama, chimed in, insisting on a warm reception. Lin Fan swung the door open, revealing a figure standing at the threshold, standing nearly 6 feet tall, adorned in a pair of polished black leather shoes, black slacks, and a crisp white shirt, his hair seemingly styled with a touch of wax. He exuded an air of confidence, This ensemble, a lavish gift from Furong, was worth hundreds of thousands and spoke of sophistication. On his right wrist, he wore an exquisite timepiece, a Patek Philippe, the value of which Lin Fan was unaware, but it too was a present from Furong, who had even assisted in his grooming. It must be said, this driver was remarkably versatile. Upon hearing a certain remark during a phone call, Lin Fan immediately comprehended the situation. Someone intended to use him to eliminate Tang Yanrou. Since he was to partake in this charade, he certainly could not allow the leading lady to lose face. Observing the impeccably dressed Lin Fan radiating an extraordinary aura, Tang Yanrou was momentarily taken aback. At first glance, she thought she was mistaken. This could not possibly be Lin Fan. The carefree demeanor he once possessed had vanished, replaced by the poise of a refined gentleman, exuding elegance and affluence. Oh my! Huang Ying could not help but gasp, covering her mouth in astonishment. The Lin Fan before her was a stark contrast to the one she had previously encountered. It seemed the adage clothes make the man held true. Wow, he is rather handsome. Zhang Hui, the class monitor, was equally impressed by Lin Fan's demeanor. Though not conventionally handsome, his overall appearance radiated nobility, akin to an elite among royalty. Patek Philippe, Hermès menswear. These were undoubtedly the hallmarks of aristocracy. It was clear that Miss Tang had an eye for quality. Compliments flowed from classmates, while Li Nan and Su Xiaoyun stood in stunned silence. The rumors they had heard previously proved to be utterly unfounded. They had initially hoped to humiliate Tang Yanrou, but instead, they inadvertently aided her in showcasing her impressive companion. Chapter 32. Lin Fan sets the record straight, darling. I've arrived. Lin Fan entered the private room with a warm smile, exuding grace as he addressed the crowd. Hello to all of Yanrou's classmates. I am her husband, Lin Fan. Greetings, Mr. Lin. The crowd eagerly rushed to greet him. Anyone capable of donning an ensemble of Hermès and wearing a Patek Philippe was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. Yanrou, you're quite impressive, keeping such a hidden gem, Zhang Hui remarked, giving a thumbs up. However, his praise was quickly met with a glare from Chu Yunfei, who had intended to support his friend but now found himself on the opposing side. Chu Yunfei, unable to contain his disdain, noted that while this attire might appear extravagant to others, to him, the heir of the Chu family, it was nothing of significance. With a family fortune exceeding 30 billion, his household possessed an abundance of such luxuries. May I inquire where Mr. Lin is employed, or which companies he oversees? Chu Yunfei asked. At this question, the room fell silent, as everyone realized that a confrontation was brewing between Chu Yunfei and Lin Fan. Tang Yanrou began to feel a twinge of anxiety. Although she was unaware of the origins of Lin Fan's attire, she was acutely aware that she had yet to remit the 1 million to him. This fellow possessed a mere 500,000, insufficient even to acquire a single set of Hermès, let alone a Patek Philippe. Who might this be? Lin Fan did not recognize Chu Yunfei, and until he discerned the identity of the other party, he was unwilling to lay his cards on the table. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chu Yunfei, the scion of the Chu family in Jiangqing, and currently the president of the Chu Corporation. I presume Mr. Lin is also engaged in business in Jiangqing and must be familiar with our company, Chu Yunfei remarked with a slight smirk. The Chu Corporation, alongside Shuyue Mountain Villa and Tianxian Group, constituted the three titans of Jiangqing's business landscape. If the other party was indeed operating in Jiangqing, he would undoubtedly be aware of it, and perhaps even impressed. Ah, so it is the Chu Corporation. Quite commendable, Lin Fan responded with an air of indifference, revealing no trace of astonishment. Chu Yunfei frowned, perplexed that his revelation had failed to elicit the expected awe. Ordinarily, anyone aware of his stature would display utmost respect. Yet this individual exhibited no inclination to seek his favor. Thus, Chu Yunfei inquired deliberately, "And what of you, Mr. Lin? Which company do you hold an executive position in?" "I am the proprietor of a small enterprise," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Tang Yanrou covered her forehead, recognizing that he was once again boasting. However, one might wish he would elevate his claims. After all, the other party had unveiled his illustrious affiliation with the Chu Corporation, while he merely mentioned a small business. This was a clear indication of defeat. Surely not, the owner of a small company? I wonder if he has exhausted his family's savings to purchase this outfit and the luxury watch. Su Xiaoyan seized the opportunity to deride him. Tang Yanrou could no longer restrain herself. Su Xiaoyan, you have gone too far. What if my husband lacks wealth? Who says one must choose a wealthy partner? Oh, So you acknowledge that your husband pales in comparison to young Master Chu? It seems Miss Tang's discernment is rather lacking, Lin Nan chimed in immediately. Pan Liang quickly added. So he is merely a nouveau riche. I was under the impression he was a significant figure. I even greeted him with such respect earlier, thinking he could assist me in finding a good job. The crowd murmured in dismay. Growing weary of their contemptible expressions, Lin Fan approached Lin Nan, gently patting her shoulder. Shall we switch places? I wish to sit beside my wife. Why should I? I like sitting here, Lin Nan retorted, clearly unwilling to budge. At this juncture, Chu Yunfei was unwilling to relent, seizing the moment to chuckle. Mr. Lin, you are being modest. Do share. I am familiar with quite a few small companies in Jiangqing. Which one do you represent? If I find it appealing, I might just invest a few million. Wow, young Master Chu is quite generous, throwing around millions. The crowd began to praise again. Peak Group, Lin Fan replied casually. What? The revelation left the entire assembly in stunned silence. Although the Chu Group is formidable, it is merely a part of a larger conglomerate. In contrast, the Pinnacle Group, a subsidiary of Shuyue Villa, boasts an impressive revenue that constitutes 80% of the entire Chu Group's earnings. This implies that a single subsidiary of Shuyue Villa possesses the capability to contend with the entirety of the Chu Group, and moreover, the Pinnacle Group reigns supreme in the pharmaceutical industry of Jiangqing. Chu Yunfei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He was acutely aware of who the president and the enigmatic owner of the Pinnacle Group were. The current president is Lu Yong, while the secretive proprietor is Feng Shuyue of Shuyue Villa. There had never been any mention of a person named Lin Fan. Lin Fan, even if you wish to bolster Tang Yanrou's standing, you ought to choose a company that I am unfamiliar with. Lu Yong, the head of the Pinnacle Group, is a friend of mine. Do not tell me that Lu Yong has stepped aside to allow a nameless individual like you to assume the presidency. Chu Yunfei boldly exposed the truth. Upon hearing this, class monitor Zhang Hui immediately berated. Tang Yanrou, your husband is utterly pathetic. How dare he fabricate such deceitful nonsense? Oh, what lengths one would go to for the sake of face. Tang Yanrou, marrying such a person is truly a disgrace. Indeed, a nobody hailing from a remote village, flaunting a counterfeit watch, attempting to pose as a wealthy individual. Fortunately, we encountered young Master Chu. Otherwise, we would have been duped. A chorus of voices arose, each condemning Lin Fan, who had earlier exchanged pleasantries with them. Tang Yanrou was on the verge of exploding with rage. She knew that the moment Lin Fan appeared, he would inevitably boast. Although his previous claims had come to fruition, this time, it seemed he was on the verge of collapse. Disaster loomed. The loss of face would be monumental. Just as Tang Yanrou pondered how to explain the situation, Lin Fan casually remarked, Young Master Chu, if you are unaware of the current circumstances, it would be prudent to make a phone call for clarification. Otherwise, creating a spectacle would be quite embarrassing. How dare you, brat, slander young Master Chu? Don't think that just because you are a son-in-law of the Tang family, I will show you any leniency. Hurry and apologize to young Master Chu, or I will rally the entire class to deal with you, Zhang Hui retorted, then turned to Tang Yanrou, stating, Tang Yanrou, keep your husband's mouth in check. Who do you think you are to yell at my wife? Be cautious, or I shall slap you. Lin Fan, witnessing Tang Yanrou being insulted, immediately grew indignant. Just as Zhang Hui was about to unleash his fury, Chu Yunfei raised his hand dramatically, signaling for silence. Then, with a mischievous grin, proclaimed, Ah, you wish to embarrass yourself? Very well, I shall verify which president of the Pinnacle Group you claim to be. With that, Chu Yunfei snatched his phone from the table, searched for the contact, and dialed Lu Yong, the president of the Pinnacle Group. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yanrou nudged Lin Fan and whispered, How about you apologize? Let us not escalate this situation. She was acutely aware of Chu Yunfei's influence. Should this escalate, it would be difficult to manage. Do you enjoy being insulted? Lin Fan shot a glare at Tang Yanrou. Tang Yanrou was taken aback by Lin Fan's imposing demeanor. Rendered speechless, Huang Ying, standing nearby, found herself at a loss. Such matters could not be resolved solely through brute force. Moreover, witnessing Lin Fan's calm composure piqued her curiosity about how he intended to navigate this predicament. Yanrou, I sense that Lin Fan possesses a well-thought-out strategy. Let him take a shot at it, Huang Ying advised. Chapter 33. Chu Yunfei's lost dignity with no other option. Yanrou stood anxiously by, her hands tightly clasped. Soon, the call connected, and Chu Yunfei activated the speakerphone, covering the microphone as he announced, I've put it on speaker. so everyone can witness which president of the Pinnacle Group this Lin Fan truly is. Surely, he will soon be exposed. An apology is in order for deceiving us. Laughter erupted among the group, all eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Yanrou had married a master of deception, a topic that could provide fodder for conversation for an entire year. Hello. Chu Xiao, you called for a reason? Came the voice of Lu Yong from the other end, which Lin Fan recognized instantly. Manager Lu. Here's the situation. A classmate of mine claims her husband is the president of the Pinnacle Group. I mentioned that I knew you, and he started to dispute it. I could no longer tolerate it, so I wanted to let you. Wait, Chu Xiao, I am no longer the president of the Pinnacle Group. I've been transferred to another company, Shuiyue. The current president is Lin Fan. What is your classmate's husband's name? If it isn't Lin Fan, he is likely deceiving you. Upon hearing this, the entire private room fell into stunned silence, with the exception of Lin Fan. Lu Yong, it's me, Lin Fan, he interjected, seizing the opportunity. President Lin, it truly is you. Lu Yong exclaimed excitedly. Are you attending your wife's class reunion? Yes. My wife expressed a desire for me to meet her old classmates to strengthen bonds, but it seems these individuals lack integrity. I plan to take her away. Lin Fan replied. I see. That makes sense. Such classmates are of little worth, Lu Yong concurred. Indeed. You may continue your conversation with Chu Xiao. Lin Fan then approached the dazed Tang Yanrou, saying, Wife, let us dine elsewhere. Eating with these individuals diminishes our status. Oh. Yanrou was still bewildered, at a loss for words, as if caught in a dream. Lin Fan, the president of the Pinnacle Group? Wow, Lin Fan, you are truly impressive, Huang Ying exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Lin Fan turned to Huang Ying and said, Xiaoying, come along. With that, he took Tang Yanrou's hand and departed, prompting Huang Ying to hastily follow. They left behind a group of stunned onlookers. After a moment, Chu Yunfei, his face flushed with embarrassment, sought an excuse to slip away. Classmates, I have a matter to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please continue dining. Su Xiaoyun and Li Nan, along with a few others, soon followed suit, departing as well. Before long, only the class monitor Zhang Hui and a few close friends remained at the gathering. Zhang Hui found himself in a dire situation, having inadvertently offended the president of Pinnacle Group. His heart sank at the thought of the repercussions, as his company relied heavily on the business support from Pinnacle Group, where he held the position of manager. If Pinnacle were to cease their collaboration due to this blunder, it would spell disaster for him. And he could only imagine his boss's wrath. Outside, Lin Fan walked while inquiring, Do you know where your classmates are employed? He now wielded complete authority over Pinnacle Group and partial authority over Tianxian Group, both of which oversaw nearly half of the enterprises in Jiang City. Given that these individuals resided in Jiang City, they were certainly not beyond his influence. I'll tell you, Huang Ying interjected, understanding Lin Fan's intent. That class monitor, Zhang Hui, works at Tiansheng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, a mid-sized joint stock company closely collaborating with Pinnacle Group. He is the head of the procurement department there. Tiansheng Pharmaceutical. Is it? Excellent, Lin Fan noted, clearly taking mental notes. And Su Xiaoyan and her best friend are at Huaxing Real Estate, one in the finance department and the other in human resources. However, it seems Pinnacle Group has no control over Huaxing Real Estate, as that belongs to Tianxian Group. Unaware of Lin Fan's deeper identity, Huang Ying continued. As for Su Xiaoyan's boyfriend, Pan Liang, he is a member of another subsidiary of Shuiyue Mountain Villa and appears to hold a significant position as a supervisor. It seems Pinnacle Group cannot influence him either. Huang Ying felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, Lin Fan merely smiled faintly and remarked, These individuals possess such ill intentions. I cannot control them, but heaven will. All right, let us choose a place and enjoy a good meal. It's on me, Lin Fan proposed. Tang Yanrou gazed at the enigmatic Lin Fan, momentarily at a loss for words. It wasn't until they got into the car that she regained her composure and asked, Lin Fan, is what you said earlier true? Are you really the new president of Pinnacle Group? I find it hard to believe. If I say it's not, then it's not, Lin Fan replied calmly. Yanrou, you must accept the truth. Lu Yong himself confirmed it. He wouldn't mistake someone's identity. Besides, there doesn't seem to be another Lin Fan in our city, does there? Huang Ying added. Suddenly, Tang Yanrou seemed to awaken from a dream, turning to Lin Fan and exclaiming, Lin Fan, have you been pretending all along? You didn't come from elsewhere. You've been hiding in Jiang City, a mastermind. Haven't you? Oh, your imagination is quite vivid. If you possess the capability, Feel free to check my travel records. I've only been here a few days from Tianling Mountain, Lin Fan admitted, bemused by her conjecture. All right, Yanrou, what is troubling you? Isn't it a good thing that your husband is so powerful? If he acknowledges his strength, wouldn't all the difficulties of the Tang family be effortlessly resolved? Huang Ying reminded her. Tang Yanrou suddenly realized that their company was being suppressed by the collaboration between the Pinnacle Group and the Jiang Group. Now that Lin Fan was the owner of the Pinnacle Group, it posed a significant challenge. Just then, her phone rang. She hurriedly answered, and the voice of the procurement manager came through. President Tang, wonderful news. The Pinnacle Group has expressed interest in collaborating with us. The Guangjin Qianchao has already been delivered, and other commercial channels are eager to sign contracts with us. There's even more exciting news. The Pinnacle Group has announced the termination of all cooperative projects with the Jiang Group. It seems the Jiang Group is reaping what it has sown. Ha ha ha. Hearing that infectious laughter, Tang Yanrou could not restrain herself and chuckled. That's fantastic. Let us continue to pursue the project. Absolutely. After hanging up, Tang Yanrou was nearly overflowing with joy. She glanced at Lin Fan, wanting to say something but hesitating. Well then, save your expressions of gratitude for later tonight in our room. I do enjoy sweet nothings, Lin Fan teased, seizing the opportunity. Wait, you two are sleeping together? Huang Ying remarked softly, looking at Tang Yanrou. Cough cough, don't listen to his nonsense. That's not the case. You know, we're in a contractual marriage, right? There are no feelings involved, Tang Yanrou replied. Actually, I think Lin Fan is so exceptional, he doesn't need to pretend. Why not make it real? Huang Ying whispered, cautioning her. You'd better be careful. If Lin Fan is pursued by other girls, don't regret it. Oh, upon hearing this, Tang Yanrou inexplicably felt a sense of urgency. Indeed, Lin Fan not only possessed medical skills, but also had the recipe for the coveted beauty pill from the Seven Marvels. Now, he had suddenly become the CEO of the Pinnacle Group. Such an outstanding man, should he become single again in the future, would likely have admirers lining up from the Tang family gate to the city center. Yet, she had made a 6-month agreement with Lin Fan, and they had no feelings for each other, each going about their own lives. The thought of their playful pretense turning into reality felt awkward. Would Lin Fan think she was pleading to become his wife? If that were the case, would he still have genuine feelings for her? These were the worries that plagued Tang Yanrou. Chapter 34. The Jiang family's plan. What's this, Tang Yanrou? Are you trying to pursue me? Lin Fan had clearly overheard the conversation between the two friends. With his keen hearing, he could even discern the buzzing of a mosquito from several meters away, let alone the proximity in the car. Lowering her voice was futile. You're overthinking. I have no intention of pursuing you. Tang Yanrou maintained her pride. Lin Fan chose not to elaborate further. Although Tang Yanrou was quite beautiful and would likely be delightful after some personality adjustments, he had already made a commitment to Chunyi to marry her in 6 months. Thus, regardless of Tang Yanrou's beauty, she was no longer of interest to him. He had given her an opportunity that she failed to seize, and he could not be blamed for that. Soon, they found themselves dining at a restaurant that, while not extravagant, offered delicious fare. Lin Fan had a penchant for unpretentious yet delectable fare, something grounded and relatable, much like his own style. Meanwhile, Tang Yanrou was in high spirits. The company's troubles had been resolved, and everything she tasted was exquisite, rendering the ambience irrelevant. After their meal, Lin Fan concocted an excuse to attend to company matters, yet his true intention was to visit his senior sister for cultivation. The ethereal energy of that sacred place demanded his diligent practice. As evening descended, after her meal, Tang Yanrou settled in the hall to watch television when suddenly, her WeChat group was inundated with notifications. Upon inspection, she discovered a group lamenting their plight. Su Xiaoyun, Li Nan, class leader Zhang Hui, and even Pan Liang, who had just been added to the group, were all dismissed. They were now beseeching Tang Yanrou for leniency, pleading for her to spare them from losing their jobs. Tang Yanrou felt a surge of satisfaction and promptly exited the group. She recognized Lin Fan's hand in this affair and marveled at his capabilities. Wasn't there a person connected to the Shuyuan Mountain Villa, along with 2 others linked to the Tianxian group? How had he managed such a feat? In the Jiang family mansion, Jiang Feng erupted in fury, striking the sofa with a clenched fist. Father, that scoundrel Lin Fan has gone too far. Who knows what stroke of luck he stumbled upon to associate with the Shuyue Villa and the Qin family. With their support, he acts without restraint. The doctor has informed me that my injury has compromised my vitality. I may never recover, which signifies that Lin Fan has effectively severed our lineage. Jiang Feng continued. Now he has gained control over the Pinnacle Group, terminating any collaboration between our company and theirs. Upon learning this news, the company's executives are fleeing in droves. If this continues, our family will be left in ruins. Can you bear to witness such a fate? Enduring is one thing, but what can we do? Jiang Hui replied, feeling powerless. With Lin Fan holding the reins and the support of Xuanwu, he could navigate the city with impunity. Father, if the overt approach fails, we can resort to covert means. I am willing to do whatever it takes to eliminate Lin Fan, regardless of the cost. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth. Moreover, your son's lineage is extinguished, and the company is in shambles. What more do we have to lose? I cannot let this vendetta go unavenged. I cannot swallow this humiliation. At these words, a flicker of murderous intent gleamed in Jiang Hui's eyes. The Jiang family had indeed been devastated. Without collaboration from the Pinnacle Group, bankruptcy was inevitable. With his son's ability to procreate obliterated, if vengeance was not sought, he would have no face to present to his ancestors in the future. Very well, once we eliminate that scoundrel, we shall eradicate the Tang family and then withdraw from Jiang City, seeking to rise anew elsewhere. Jiang Hui had evidently made a resolution. Lin Fan ceased his practice. Glancing at his phone, it was already 7 in the evening. Oddly enough, Tang Yanrou had not called him. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to reach out. Believing that even for the sake of maintaining appearances, he could not neglect dinner at home for 2 consecutive days. However, the call went unanswered, and after several attempts, there was still no response. Lin Fan intended to return to the Tang family on his own, but just as he stood up, a phone call interrupted him. Initially, he presumed it was a call from Tang Yanrou, but he soon realized it was an unfamiliar number. Instinctively, he answered the call. Hello? Lin Fan spoke, opting not to inquire about the caller's identity. Is that you, Lin Fan? This is Huang Ying. Yanrou is in trouble. I was with her on our way home when 2 cars intercepted us. A group of masked individuals emerged and began to smash our vehicle. I fought them off for a while, but was knocked unconscious. When I came to, Yanrou was nowhere to be found. I called Uncle Tang, and they said Yanrou hasn't returned home either, Huang Ying recounted earnestly. Lin Fan inhaled sharply, immediately thinking of one person, Chu Yunfei. Having pursued her for a long time, it was only natural for him to feel resentful upon learning of her marriage. Kidnapping Tang Yanrou seemed plausible. However, Lin Fan quickly dismissed this notion. If it were Chu Yunfei, abducting Tang Yanrou would not lead him to her, and given his own status as the head of the Pinnacle Group, he would not fear retaliation against the Chu family. Lin Fan did not believe Chu Yunfei to be so reckless as to jeopardize his family for a mere woman. Thus, Lin Fan contemplated another possibility. The individual who had taken Tang Yanrou may not have targeted her specifically, but rather aimed at him. He immediately thought of a more fitting suspect, Jiang Feng, who had been rendered incapable of fathering descendants by Lin Fan. Surely, no one bore him more animosity than Jiang Feng. The timing of the abduction also seemed fortuitous, as the Jiang family's corporation had suffered a significant setback at the hands of the Pinnacle Group that very day, a situation orchestrated by Lin Fan himself. Jiang family. After a moment of reflection, Lin Fan arrived at a conclusion and stated, the likelihood of Jiang Feng being behind Yanrou's abduction is the greatest. Really? Does that guy have the audacity to do such a thing? Huang Ying queried, puzzled. While it was true Jiang Feng had longed to marry Tang Yanrou and had recently lost numerous partnerships due to the contract termination, it seemed extreme. After all, it concerned the fate of the Jiang family. We shall soon have our answer regarding the Jiang family, Lin Fan replied. What should we do now? Call the police? Huang Ying asked anxiously, feeling at a loss. Uncle Tang suggested contacting the authorities, but she insisted on waiting to hear Lin Fan's advice first. Whoever has dared to abduct Tang Yanrou has surely considered the consequences. Reporting it would be tantamount to inviting them to silence her permanently. Inform Uncle Tang to refrain from doing so. Patience is key. As long as it involves the Jiang family, the target must be me. And I will inevitably receive a call, Lin Fan reasoned. Lin Fan, I'm so scared. What if it's not? Fear not. Although we are but a pretense of a couple, she has been my wife for the past 6 months. Regardless of who it is that seeks to harm her, I will fight fiercely, Lin Fan asserted. Upon hearing this, Huang Ying took a deep breath and replied, Lin Fan, you truly are a man of honor. Very well. I trust you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan exchanged a brief word with his senior sister before stepping outside. He summoned Furong. who arrived before him within 10 minutes. Boss, where to? Furong inquired. Lin Fan, seated in the back, closed his eyes to rest and replied, waiting for a call. Furong, momentarily taken aback, offered no further questions and fell silent. Approximately 15 minutes later, Lin Fan's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered an unfamiliar number and muttered, finally. It has arrived. Chapter 35, Kidnapping. Upon answering, a raspy voice, evidently altered, immediately greeted him. Is this Lin Fan? Yes, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. Woo, Lin Fan, don't come. They will kill. The voice of Tang Yanrou was abruptly silenced, and the raspy voice resumed. You heard that, right? Come alone to the abandoned flour mill in North City within half an hour. If you are late, be prepared to collect her body. The voice added ominously. And do not attempt to alert the police. The moment we see them, we will kill her. Believe it or not. With that, the call ended. The abandoned flour mill in North City. We must arrive within half an hour, Lin Fan ordered immediately. Understood, boss. Hold on tight. The road is a bit long. And time is of the essence. We may need to speed, Furong cautioned. All right, Lin Fan replied, unfazed. No matter how fast the vehicle, it was inconsequential to him. He merely wished to conserve his energy. Otherwise, he could run faster than this car. In the next moment, the car roared to life, and soon only exhaust fumes were visible. Furong's driving skills were exceptional, executing various drifts and accelerations with remarkable finesse. Such a fierce display of driving prowess astonished Lin Fan. Wow, Furong! Were you a race car driver? He exclaimed. Not exactly, but I have driven for a while. Xuanwu trained a group of us, so we basically know how to handle everything. Except for piloting a spaceship, Furong replied. Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words. No wonder everyone feared Xuanwu. He had a cadre of skilled individuals at his command. At that moment, at the abandoned flour mill in North City, 2 vans were parked, and a chair placed on the grass held a bound individual, Tang Yanrou. Jiang Shao, this is all my fault. If you wish to take revenge, direct it at me. Spare Lin Fan, she pleaded. This time, Zhang Feng had enlisted the help of the Tianlong Society, bringing with him none other than Zhao Tianlong, the society's top figure. It was said that Zhao Tianlong was an ancient martial artist of immense strength, having once incapacitated the head of the Jiang City Martial Arts Hall with a single punch, leaving him bedridden. Moreover, Zhao Tianlong had brought along over 100 men, lying in wait around the factory. Should Lin Fan appear, his demise was all but assured. Tang Yanrou, having never witnessed Lin Fan's martial prowess, mistakenly believed him to be an ordinary person, unaware of his ability to withstand the assaults of these underworld strongmen. Do not waste your efforts. That scoundrel has ruined me, leaving me unable to enjoy the company of women for the rest of my life. How can you expect me not to take his life? Jiang Feng's face contorted with malice as he gritted his teeth and declared, You should be more concerned about your own fate. Since he has deprived me of women, I shall take pleasure in his wife's company right before his eyes, until it drives him to madness. Afterward, I will reduce him to a pulp to feed the fish. Rest assured, once I have eliminated both of you, your entire Tang family will join you in the afterlife, and thus you shall be reunited. Ha ha ha. Jiang Feng's laughter was chilling. Tang Yanrou paled in fear. Realizing the depths of Jiang Feng's depravity, not only did he intend to kill Lin Fan, but he also sought to humiliate her and annihilate her family. Jiang Feng, do not act foolishly. Murder is a crime. If you proceed down this path, you will live a life on the run. Is it truly worth it? Tang Yanrou admonished. Crime? Has anyone witnessed my acts of violence? A wicked smile crept across Jiang Feng's face as he gestured to their surroundings. Do you know where we are? Should you perish, no one would suspect me, and the Jiang family has no intention of lingering here. Once we depart, all will be forgotten. Tang Yanrou felt a sinking despair. Indeed, with the assistance of the Heavenly Dragon Society, even if they were all to die, it was unlikely that the Jiang family would be implicated. In that moment, she could only hope that Lin Fan would not arrive, or that he would call the police, thus ensuring that only she would perish. After all, Lin Fan was innocent and deserved to live a good life. It was she who had dragged him into this perilous world, and guilt weighed heavily upon her conscience. At that moment, Zhao Tianlong approached and inquired, Young Master Jiang, do you think that fellow will truly come? I have heard he is merely a nobody from a remote place, brought here by Tang Yanrou for marriage. Would such a person risk himself for her? He will, Jiang Feng asserted confidently. He is not returning. He is merely an actor I hired. I paid him $1.5 million to play the role of my husband for 6 months. There is no emotional bond between us. We lead our separate lives. Do you believe a man who would act for 50,000 would risk his life to save me? Tang Yanrou suddenly laughed. Young Master Jiang, it seems you have miscalculated. You have chosen the wrong person. He will undoubtedly call the police. When that happens, this place will be surrounded, and not a single one of you will escape. I will only perish, while you all will face long prison sentences. A collective gasp rippled through the members of the Heavenly Dragon Society. If that were the case, they would be at a tremendous loss. Do not listen to her nonsense. Lin Fan is infatuated with this girl. For her, he would dare to offend Chu Yunfei and oppose us. He knows individuals from Shuiyue Villa and the Chen family. He could have easily remained uninvolved. Why would he bind himself to someone devoid of feelings for a mere 100,000? Jiang Feng scoffed. Tang Yanrou, you may deceive others, but not me. Any man can perceive that Lin Fan deeply cares for you. Therefore, he will undoubtedly come. Jiang Feng declared with unwavering certainty. The crowd finally exhaled in relief. You are deluded. He will not come. He absolutely will not come. Tang Yanrou, upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, appeared to come to a sudden realization. Indeed, a man would risk so much for her, and now he stands as the CEO of a pinnacle corporation. Why would he willingly become a son-in-law to the Tang family? Yet, it is precisely for this reason that she wishes to keep Lin Fan away, for his arrival would surely spell doom. Just then, a sudden blast of a horn pierced the air, and everyone became alert. Jiang Feng chuckled. I was right. Let us check for any police presence. Zhao Tianlong, not one to act recklessly, knew he had to ascertain whether law enforcement was nearby. If so, they must evacuate promptly to minimize losses. Although the Jiang family promised him a reward of 300 million once the task was accomplished, he could not jeopardize his life for money. A member of the Tianlong Society nodded and swiftly exited, returning shortly with the report. No sign of the police. A vehicle has arrived, containing only one man. It must be Lin Fan. Haha, I never expected him to come alone. It seems, Tang Yanrou, this fellow harbors deep feelings for you. If it were me, I would never dare show up. Jiang Feng remarked. Brothers, prepare yourselves. First, we capture him. Then we follow Jiang Xiao's plan for a performance, and finally, we eliminate him. Understood? Zhao Tianlong commanded. Understood, came the eager replies from the dozens of men assigned to the task, their mouths watering at the thought of Tang Yanrou. The most beautiful woman in Jiang City. To be in her presence was a dream come true, and tonight, they would seize such an extraordinary opportunity. Jiang Feng brimmed with confidence. This time, it was Zhao Tianlong and his 100 elite subordinates, and he himself carried a firearm, convinced that Jiang Feng could not evade bullets. Lin Fan soon made his appearance, true to his word, arriving alone. Upon seeing Tang Yanrou tied up on a chair, Lin Fan clenched his fists slightly. Although they were not truly married, he was determined to fulfill his promise. Lin Fan, you fool, why did you come? Do you not realize you could lose your life? Tang Yanrou cried. You must run now. There is still time. It is too late. Zhao Tianlong sneered, waving his hand, and his 100 elite subordinates surrounded Lin Fan. Chapter 36. The fish in the net. Everyone, remember not to kill him. Just break his limbs. I want him to witness the brutal scene of his wife, Tang Yanrou, being ravaged. I want this bastard to understand the consequences of crossing me, so he learns to be wiser in his next life and refrain from such foolishness. Seeing this, Jiang Feng grew increasingly excited, viewing Lin Fan as a fish trapped in a net, with no escape but death. However, Lin Fan remained calm, gazing at the 100 men before him, and warned, I give you one last chance. My enmity lies solely with the Jiang family. I have no quarrel with the rest of you. Should you choose to disregard my warning and attack me, you will bear the consequences. Wow, what an audacious fellow. Zhao Tianlong was infuriated by Lin Fan's arrogant demeanor. Although this individual had indeed defeated the formidable Zhong Chao, showcasing considerable skill, his youth suggested he could not possibly be an internal energy practitioner. His master had informed him that mastering internal energy and becoming a true practitioner of ancient martial arts required a minimum of 15 years of rigorous training. At 37 years of age, having commenced his martial arts journey at 20, he had only recently attained internal energy and was still in the midst of advancing through its intermediate stages. This young man appeared to be merely 23 or 24. It was implausible that he had begun training at the tender age of 8. Even if he had, he would have only just begun to harness internal energy, rendering him incapable of matching Zhao Tianlong's prowess. Especially you, he thought, you must be the leader among these individuals. If you have a good life, why jeopardize it by seeking confrontation? Lin Fan's words pierced through like daggers. Upon hearing them, Zhao Tianlong, who had initially intended to let others take the lead, was consumed with rage and declared, "Brothers, hold back. I will take him down first, and then you may join in." Alarmed by this declaration, Jiang Feng urgently cautioned, "Boss Zhao, that is unwise. This individual has the ability to defeat Zhong Chao. It would be prudent to approach this collectively." However, upon hearing this, Zhao Tianlong shot him a furious glare. The murderous intensity in his eyes silenced Jiang Feng immediately, for Zhao Tianlong loathed unsolicited advice. He was determined to act without external interference. If he was intent on courting disaster, then so be it. Lin Fan shook his head, exuding impatience as he regarded Zhao Tianlong's refusal to heed caution. Enraged, Zhao Tianlong clenched his teeth, summoning his internal energy. Radiating a terrifying aura of murder as he gripped a dagger tightly, his body slightly crouched. In the next instant, like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, he surged forward. Good heavens, how fierce our leader is. That boy is in for a terrible fate. He has provoked the boss. Jiang Feng laughed heartily, his face contorted with a savage glee. Bound to a chair, Tang Yanrou, overwhelmed with emotion, exerted herself and cried out, "Lin Fan, run. Don't worry about me. I beg you." In her struggle, she toppled over, crashing to the ground, losing sight of the unfolding events. He can't escape now. We're here to witness the spectacle, Jiang Feng chuckled. As Zhao Tianlong dashed towards Lin Fan, he was elated to find Lin Fan standing still, seemingly dazed. It confirmed his assessment. The gap between them was insurmountable, with Lin Fan's speed lagging far behind. Surely, he thought, Lin Fan had yet to comprehend what was happening. "Prepare to meet your demise," Zhao Tianlong bellowed, swinging his massive fist towards Lin Fan's face. Should his fist connect, it would undoubtedly render Lin Fan unconscious, perhaps even disfigure him beyond recognition. He could already envision the horrific scene, and a sinister smile crept across his face. However, in an instant, time seemed to freeze. A voice, like a flash of lightning, reached him in a heartbeat. Two fingers struck precisely at his solar plexus, unleashing a surge of formidable power. It was the devastating technique known as. A chilling surge of internal energy coursed through Zhao Tianlong, his eyes widening in terror. At that moment, he felt as if the very organs within his chest had shattered. A force erupted from his lower back, producing a sharp crack, and a fountain of blood erupted from his spine, staining his once pristine white shirt in an instant. No, this cannot be. Zhao Tianlong's eyes bulged with disbelief as his internal energy dissipated, darkness enveloping him as he collapsed to the ground, blood beginning to flow from his wounds. Soon finding himself sprawled in a pool of crimson. "I warned you not to seek death, yet you refused to heed my words." Lin Fan stood atop Zhao Tianlong's lifeless body, his voice cold as ice. "Your leader is dead. If you wish to avoid a similar fate, I suggest you leave at once." A stunned silence fell over the crowd, their shock palpable. They were still grappling with the reality that Zhao Tianlong, a master of ancient martial arts, renowned in Jiang City, had been defeated with such ease by this young man, without a chance to retaliate. "Begone!" Lin Fan's sudden roar resonated like a thunderclap, startling the gathered throng into retreat. Jiang Feng's jaw nearly dropped. He had never envisioned that even someone of Zhao Tianlong's caliber could fall to Lin Fan. But now, he understood that escape was no longer an option. Their only hope lay in banding together to vanquish Lin Fan. "Brothers of the Tianlong Society, your leader has treated you well. Though he has perished, we are many, armed and ready. If we can eliminate this foe, the 300 million will be ours to share. Furthermore, whoever inflicts the first wound upon Lin Fan shall receive a reward of 100 million. Jiang Feng resorted to the lure of wealth to rally his comrades. For money has the power to compel even the most reluctant. Indeed, upon hearing the promise of riches, the initially hesitant crowd was reinvigorated, one voice rising above the rest. "Jiang Shao, do not deceive us. The first to injure him gets 100 million, correct? That 300 million was always intended for the Tianlong Society. Now that your leader has fallen, it rightfully belongs to you. Whoever survives will reap the rewards," Jiang Feng assured them. "Brothers, have you heard? 300 million is a fortune one could never hope to earn in a lifetime. Let us fight." A leader emerged from the throng, charging towards Lin Fan, shouting, "The first injury is mine. The 100 million is mine." Upon hearing this declaration, the others grew frantic, each vying for the chance to claim the first blow. As they recklessly surged forward, Lin Fan marveled at the power of money, yet he lamented their lack of foresight. Wealth is meaningless without life to enjoy it. Very well. Allow me to send you to reunite with your leader. Lin Fan seized the dagger that lay beside Zhao Tianlong and plunged into the fray. A cacophony of screams erupting as he dispatched them with lethal precision. At this point, Lin Fan felt no need to hold back. Allowing even one to escape would complicate his efforts to conceal this event. The only viable solution was to silence them permanently. As the crowd fell like chopped vegetables, Lin Fan surged forward with unstoppable momentum. Jiang Feng hastily drew his handgun, aiming it in Lin Fan's direction. Ready to pull the trigger the moment Lin Fan broke through the throng. Jiang Feng was convinced that Lin Fan's speed could not exceed that of a bullet. Chapter 37. Total Annihilation. With a swift motion, Lin Fan severed the last person's throat. The moment he appeared in Jiang Feng's line of sight, Jiang Feng prepared to squeeze the trigger. However, in that fleeting instant, a flying dagger struck with precision at the back of his skull. Jiang Feng felt a sharp pain shoot through his head, his eyes widened in shock, and the gun slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Fortunately, help arrived just in time. Furong materialized in Lin Fan's view. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile wryly, astonished by Furong's remarkable skill and accuracy. Nevertheless, he knew that even without Furong's intervention, the gun would have posed no threat to him. Just as Lin Fan was about to speak, he noticed Tang Yanrou turning over on the ground, her gaze landing on the two of them. Lin Fan, you killed them, Tang Yanrou exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Furong shot a glance at Lin Fan, silently asking if he intended to knock Tang Yanrou out. But Lin Fan shook his head and approached her instead, untying her bonds. Yes, I killed Zhao Tianlong and Jiang Feng. If you believe they should not have been killed, I accept your judgment. You may report me to the authorities. They deserve to die, Tang Yanrou replied resolutely. Lin Fan paused, taken aback by her words. He had not anticipated such a response from her. Though I am somewhat afraid, I understand that you killed them to protect me. If you hadn't, we would have perished, she continued. Lin Fan stepped forward to wipe away her tears. All right, go back to sleep and try to forget everything. With that, he swiftly drew a symbol on her back and, with a firm slap, rendered Tang Yanrou unconscious. Furong was taken aback, initially fearing that Lin Fan had killed Tang Yanrou to conceal the truth, which startled her. It's a special technique that allows a person to temporarily lose their memory, but it lasts no longer than an hour and can only be used once in a lifetime, Lin Fan explained. Boss is impressive, capable of such secret arts, Furong exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up, relieved that Lin Fan hadn't truly harmed Tang Yanrou. The thought of following such a terrifying figure made her uneasy, even for Xuanwu. Now, with so many corpses, can you handle the situation? Lin Fan asked, directing his gaze at Furong. He was well aware that Furong was far more than just a mere driver. True to her capabilities, Furong nodded confidently. Rest assured, I can manage the bodies. No matter how many there are. I've already called for assistance. They should arrive in about 20 minutes. Very well, I'll take my wife home first. You take care of things here, Lin Fan said, lifting Tang Yanrou in his arms as he departed. Upon returning to the entrance of the Tang family home, Tang Yanrou awakened to find herself cradled in Lin Fan's arms. Confused by the circumstances, she chose to feign sleep, relishing the rare moment of being held by him. Lin Fan, fully aware that she was awake, decided to indulge her pretense. It's Yanrou. Ha ha ha. It's wonderful that Yanrou has returned. Tang Long exclaimed joyfully as he rushed over, with Tang Mu closely following. Huang Ying, observing Tang Long's enthusiastic demeanor, was utterly astonished that he alone could have rescued Tang Yanrou from her captors. It was truly remarkable. Lin Fan glanced at Huang Ying, contemplating something, but ultimately shook his head. She was merely aware of Tang Yanrou's abduction and not the full extent of events that transpired. Even if she later informed Tang Yanrou of the details, it would not alter the situation. Lin Fan had deliberately erased a portion of Tang Yanrou's memories to shield her from potential psychological trauma. After all, witnessing the slaughter of so many would be a harrowing nightmare for a girl who had never taken a life, unable to maintain her ruse any longer. Tang Yanrou opened her eyes and said to Lin Fan, "Put me down." After he complied, Tang Long immediately inquired, "Huang Ying mentioned that you were kidnapped. What happened? Do you know who took you?" Tang Yanrou strained to recall the events, but found her memory blank. She cast a surprised glance at Lin Fan before replying, "Dad, I don't remember anything. I have no idea what happened." "Oh, Tang Long was taken aback, directing his gaze toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan explained, when I found her, she was unconscious, likely due to a blow to the head. The kidnappers were all masked, and when I confronted them, they tried to fight me, but fled when they realized they were outmatched. You mean the kidnappers couldn't overcome you? Tang Long expressed skepticism, as Lin Fan did not possess a particularly imposing physique. After all, kidnappers typically prepare thoroughly for such endeavors. Uncle Tang, Lin Fan is quite formidable. I have experienced it firsthand, and he is far stronger than I am. Huang Ying interjected in defense. Really? Tang Long was taken aback. Well, what matters is that my daughter is safely back. Since Lin Fan is capable, let him escort Yanrou to and from work in the future. He has little else to occupy his time, Tang Mu reasoned. To her, Lin Fan's contribution of a remedy to help the company during a crisis was commendable, but she remained unaware that he was now the president of the Pinnacle Group. That won't be necessary, Lin Fan interjected before Tang Yanrou could voice her thoughts. After dinner, Lin Fan chose to remain at home instead of going out. Following a brief conversation with Huang Ying, Tang Yanrou returned to her room. From Huang Ying, she learned that Lin Fan suspected Jiang Feng was behind her kidnapping, which prompted his rescue efforts. Later, when Lin Fan received a phone call, it confirmed that the kidnapper was indeed Jiang Feng. However, she had no recollection of the incident, which struck her as exceedingly peculiar. Thus, Tang Yanrou pondered for a moment before making her way to Lin Fan's door, gently knocking. She sought to clarify what had transpired with Lin Fan. While Lin Fan was engrossed in his cultivation, he recognized the familiar knock as belonging to Tang Yanrou and promptly ceased his exercise, saying, "The door is unlocked. Do come in." As Tang Yanrou entered, she was about to speak when she noticed Lin Fan's mischievous grin. "Have you come for a massage?" he teased, clearing her throat. She replied, "I intended to inquire about what happened during the day. I have this nagging feeling of forgetfulness, but I assure you, it is not as you have suggested. Does it truly matter what occurred? Is not your very existence the finest outcome?" Lin Fan countered. Tang Yanrou hesitated, realizing that perhaps the specifics were not as significant as she had initially thought. "Well, since I am here, I might as well lie down. I shall give you a massage to enhance your physique, complementing your slender waist." Lin Fan grinned widely. Tang Yanrou's cheeks flushed crimson. This fellow was always fixated on her figure, and she suspected he had indulged in such thoughts more times than he would admit. "Perhaps another day," she suggested, feeling bashful. She was uncertain whether Lin Fan would genuinely refrain from crossing boundaries. What if the massage led to unwelcome advances? "Seize the day. It appears you are not as innocent as you claim," Lin Fan jested. "You're the one lacking innocence." "I merely. Then let us proceed. Twice a week will suffice. I guarantee results in a month, transformation in 2, Lin Fan proclaimed confidently. Tang Yanrou thought to herself, while he certainly possessed some talent, such claims were rather exaggerated. 2 months for transformation? You dare to make such declarations? Chapter 38. The favorable waters do not flow to outsiders today has been quite exhausting. Perhaps another time. Tang Yanrou hastily retorted, fleeing from the situation, overwhelmed by shyness. Even the thought of a massage, albeit on the periphery, left her feeling bashful. What if she inadvertently succumbed to pleasure and cried out? The embarrassment would be unbearable. Observing Tang Yanrou's hasty retreat, Lin Fan found himself both amused and exasperated. He understood that earning her complete trust would require time. With that thought, he proceeded to shower and retire for the night. The following morning, Lin Fan accompanied Tang Yanrou to her company as promised. Upon learning that Tang Pharmaceuticals was operating smoothly and that his formula was being prepared for a new medicine, he felt a sense of relief. This could be considered his inaugural gift to Tang Yanrou. After spending a brief time at the Tang Pharmaceuticals building, Lin Fan received a call from his senior sister, who informed him that she had discovered an effective method for suppressing fire poison and invited him to discuss it further. Lin Fan promptly summoned Furong to drive him, and soon they arrived at Shuyue Villa. Shaofan, a traditional Chinese medicine conference, will be held in Jiangzhou, the provincial capital, in a week. This event occurs once every 5 years and carries significant prestige. I have learned through my connections that there will be a rare herb, ice spirit grass, which is particularly effective in countering your fire poison, Feng Shuyue conveyed. Is that truly the case? Unexpectedly, the elusive item that my master had sought for so many years has appeared at the Jiangzhou Herbal Medicine Conference, Lin Fan exclaimed with excitement. My master once mentioned that the ice spirit herb could temporarily suppress fire poison entirely, with an efficacy lasting at least 3 months. This implies that within this time frame, a breakthrough is possible for him. At that moment, he could seize the opportunity to advance to the third level of pure yang skill, thereby enhancing his strength significantly. It is quite common. Items hidden away from sight can remain unfound, even by my master, Feng Shuiyue remarked. Indeed, this time, I am determined to obtain it. Lin Fan stated resolutely. Rest assured, the senior sister will personally oversee the matter. Our Shuiyue villa holds a certain reputation in Jiangnan province, and they will likely show us some respect, Feng Shuiyue assured, patting her chest confidently. However, this gesture caused Lin Fan to momentarily lose his composure. Ahem, what are you staring at? Noticing Lin Fan's unwavering gaze upon her chest, Feng Shuiyue shot him a glare, reminding him, you mustn't take advantage of me. As the saying goes, a rabbit does not eat the grass near its burrow. If you seek companionship, find someone else. Why should the good fortune flow only to others? Lin Fan retorted. Feng Shuiyue found herself at a loss for words. All right then, if I shall not gaze at you, I will seek out Sister Fox, Lin Fan declared, preparing to depart. However, he was halted by Feng Shuiyue, who added, oh, I almost forgot to mention, do not get too close to Hu Lili. She is not as simple as you might think. In any case, avoid provoking her. Feng Shuiyue hesitated, then advised, Xiao Fan. You cannot go wrong by heeding your senior sister's advice. Lin Fan was taken aback, having expected his senior sister to encourage deeper interaction with Hu Lili. After all, why not introduce such a lovely friend to his junior brother? Understood. I shall regard her as merely an ordinary friend, Lin Fan conceded, lest his senior sister forbade any meetings altogether. It is best that way, Feng Shuiyue sighed in relief. After departing from his senior sister's villa, Lin Fan hurriedly made his way to Hu Lili's residence, his curiosity piqued by her senior sister's air of mystery. What could possibly cause such concern? Yet, as soon as Lin Fan stepped into Hu Lili's villa, he was met with the sound of a man's furious voice from within. Hu Lili, do you realize that your selfishness could destroy our entire family? When our parents entrusted you to handle things back then, you ended up beating someone up and then hiding in this godforsaken place for 3 years. Do you have any idea how much suffering our family has endured during this time? The man raged, showing no consideration. That engagement was established without my knowledge. Why should I sacrifice my happiness for your so-called interests? Hu Lili countered. What does sacrifice mean? The young master of the Yi family is renowned as the most handsome man in the entire capital. The Yi family possesses immense wealth and power. Marrying him is indeed a blessing. So how can it be considered a sacrifice? The man sneered. If you believe you are happy, then marry him. Why must it be me? Am I destined to be a victim? Furthermore, I am well aware of how your parents treat you. All the good things are bestowed upon you, while I am left with nothing. Later, when the Hu family encountered adversity, I was merely pulled out to be sacrificed. How absurd. Hu Lili also erupted, coldly declaring, I have long since severed ties with that family. Go back and tell them to forget me. Consider me as if I were never their daughter. Just as her words fell, a resounding slap echoed through the villa. Immediately, a man's voice followed. The blood flowing in your veins is that of the Hu family. You cannot leave just because you wish to. You must fulfill your engagement with young Master Yi, as it was a pact made by our forebears. This is your destiny. Do you understand? Huh? Destiny, you say? Hu Lili suddenly snapped, shouting, Get out. I do not wish to see you. If marriage is inevitable, then let you all marry. I certainly will not. I will not return to that family. I fear you will have no choice in the matter this time. The man said coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan began to grasp the situation. No wonder the senior sister had warned him to steer clear of Hu Lili, fearing he would attract trouble. Nevertheless, since Hu Lili regarded him as a brother, he could not stand idly by. Lin Fan stepped into the hall, where he spotted 5 men. One was seated on the sofa, while the other 4 stood around, forming a protective circle to prevent Hu Lili from escaping. Hearing footsteps, Hu Yanglin looked up and saw a young lad entering. Who are you? I am having a conversation with my sister. Get out. Hu Yanglin barked, enraged at the unexpected intrusion. Hu Yanglin, you are crossing the line. He is my friend, and you shall not raise your voice at him. Upon recognizing Lin Fan, Hu Lili immediately stood and waved her hand, saying, Lin Fan, please step outside. I need to handle a private matter here. Sister Hu, I have heard everything from outside. I stand with you in this matter. Do not yield. Lin Fan replied, You dare meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Get out of here, and do not provoke me, or I will not be kind to you. Hu Yanglin pointed at Lin Fan, cursing. The four bodyguards glared at Lin Fan, exuding an aura as if they were ready to tear him apart. Yet, Lin Fan remained undaunted, striding forward until he was close to the sofa. Since you refuse to heed my advice, do not blame me for being unkind. Guards, throw him out, Hu Yanglin ordered. Who dares to lay a finger on him? Hu Lili retorted angrily. The two bodyguards, poised to advance, hesitated upon hearing Hu Lili's words, remaining stationary as they awaited Hu Yanglin's command. You are my bodyguards, and you shall heed only my orders, Hu Yanglin declared with authority. Repeat that, throw this brat out, or get lost and cease to follow me. Upon hearing this, the two bodyguards surged towards Lin Fan. Chapter 39. Who dares to touch him? Stop right there. That is my friend. Who dares to lay a hand on him? Hu Lili exclaimed urgently. However, this time, the two men disregarded her plea and lunged forward, reaching for Lin Fan's arms, intent on ejecting him from the premises. Slap, slap. Just as they were about to make contact with Lin Fan, he struck first, delivering a swift slap to each, leaving them momentarily stunned, nearly toppling to the ground. The two bodyguards were astonished. They were masters in the early stages of internal strength, known for their swiftness. Yet they had not anticipated that this young man would outpace them. What is the matter with you two? Hu Yanglin inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Hu Lili was equally taken aback. How could Lin Fan, against those two internal strength experts, gain the upper hand? It was merely a lapse in judgment. One of the defeated men retorted, unwilling to concede defeat. Then why not hurry up and throw him out? Hu Yanglin glared at them. Lin Fan, somewhat exasperated, had shown them mercy, only for them to remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He responded coldly, that was merely a light reprimand. Should you persist in your folly, I will not hold back. I merely underestimated you. Do you truly believe yourself formidable? One of the men scoffed, then exchanged a knowing glance with his companion, suddenly splitting in two directions before launching themselves at Lin Fan like agile monkeys, both executing powerful flying kicks. Sighing, Lin Fan found their predictable attack laughable, akin to wielding a broadsword in front of Guan Yu. As the two flying kicks approached, he swiftly extended his hands, grasping their calves and spinning them around before hurling them away. The two were thrust east and west, landing heavily several meters away, causing the entire hall to tremble. The crowd stood in astonishment. Hu Yanglin's jaw nearly dropped. He had never anticipated that such a young man could possess such prowess. Typically, one would require a decade or more of training to transition from external to internal strength, while his bodyguards, having undergone specialized training and significant resource investment, only reached internal strength around the age of 35. This young man appeared to be no older than 23 or 24, suggesting that without specialized training, he would need at least 15 years to achieve such a level. Could it be that he began his martial arts training at the tender age of 7 or 8? Hu Lili was equally astonished. It became clear that Lin Fan was far more formidable than she had imagined, having already attained mastery in internal strength, which brought her a sense of relief. In the midst of the confrontation, Hu Yanglin warned Hu Lili to cease her interference, insisting that he would handle his own affairs and questioning her involvement with his friends. Hu Lili, still anxious, noted the presence of two formidable experts accompanying her brother, both seasoned warriors at the pinnacle of their internal strength, far surpassing the previous young adversaries. If you agree to return with me, I will not engage him. Otherwise, he has injured my people, and I will not rest until he is incapacitated, Hu Yanglin threatened. Fox sister, why negotiate with him? If you do not wish to return, then do not. With me here, he cannot take you away, Lin Fan declared calmly. Such arrogance. One of the remaining bodyguards, a middle-aged man around 50, stepped forward, eager for a challenge. Young Master Hu, allow me to deal with him. Hu Yanglin, seething with anger, was confident that Hu, a master of ancient martial arts, would easily triumph over this youth. Kneel and beg for mercy now, and perhaps you will have a chance. Otherwise, I will ensure your downfall, he issued his final warning. Aware that the young man was Hu Lili's friend, and any severe harm inflicted would surely provoke her ire. Your words are tedious, Lin Fan replied impatiently. If you wish to fight, do so quickly. If not, leave at once. You infuriate me. Along, Hu, both of you take him down. Hu Yanglin commanded in frustration, ordering both men to attack simultaneously. Very well, Along acquiesced, initially believing Hu alone would suffice, but with the young master's command, he joined the assault. Like the wind, they swiftly approached Lin Fan. Channeling their internal energy, They unleashed a fearsome aura, creating invisible ripples in the air. Without hesitation, they struck with their fists from a distance. Huh, what a remarkable display of energy transformation. Hu Yanglin laughed heartily, congratulating them on their apparent breakthrough. Could they have truly attained a higher level of mastery? Hu Lili gasped, her eyes widening, then urgently called out to Lin Fan, "Brother Lin Fan, run. They will strike you from afar." Huh, does he think he can escape? Hu Yanglin mocked. With a flick of his hand, Lin Fan unleashed an invisible wave that overturned the air around him. He then lunged toward Long, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Long barely had time to react before he was sent hurtling backward. A gasp escaped his lips as blood erupted from him, filling the air with a metallic scent. He crashed to the ground, clutching his chest in panic. "Ahu, do not engage!" Long exclaimed in terror. But before he could finish, he coughed up more blood and lost consciousness. Ahu widened his eyes in astonishment. In terms of strength, he was somewhat inferior to his elder brother. Yet just moments ago, Long had been wounded and even rendered unconscious by a single strike from the opponent. Such terrifying power was beyond his capacity to confront. Hu Yanglin felt his legs weaken with fear. He was no fool. He could clearly see that Long had already transcended to the level of transformation, yet he couldn't even withstand a single move from this formidable adversary. The strength of this person was profoundly intimidating. Hu Lili, I now understand why you carry yourself with such unwarranted confidence. It appears you have secretly summoned a master to stand by your side. Very well, you have the audacity to enlist external assistance against your own kin. Hu Yanglin pointed at Hu Lili and continued, but you should consider this carefully. No matter how powerful he may be, he is merely one individual. Should the Yi family become enraged, you are well aware of the consequences. The Yi family possesses martial arts masters of great renown. If I were in your position, I would choose to leave immediately. Lin Fan suddenly lifted his gaze towards Hu Yanglin. Harboring a deep aversion to such individuals who relentlessly coerce their families into doing things against their will. In truth, Hu Lili's situation bore some resemblance to that of Tang Yanrou, the only distinction being that Tang Yanrou was unbetrothed, whereas Hu Lili had an engagement arranged by the elders, which complicated matters significantly. Upon witnessing the murderous intent in Lin Fan's eyes, Hu Yanglin was taken aback. He was not an internal energy practitioner and dared not confront Lin Fan. Moreover, he was exceedingly afraid of death. "We should leave." Hu Yanglin gestured towards Hu Lili, refraining from further threats, and signaled his subordinates to carry the unconscious Long away, before hastily departing himself. Chapter 40. The Hu family of the capital. Once Hu Yanglin had departed, Hu Lili hurriedly approached Lin Fan, her expression laced with concern. "Little Fan, are you all right? Were you injured?" The two individuals she had just faced were masters of transformation, capable of inflicting harm without a trace, leaving her uncertain about Lin Fan's condition. "I'm fine." Lin Fan observed Hu Lili's anxious demeanor and felt a surge of pleasure. "I didn't realize you genuinely cared for me. Of course, how could it be false? I truly hold sincere feelings for you, dear Lin Fan." Hu Lili replied, blushing and smiling. "Is that so? Then why not disclose your true identity to me? You already have a fiancé yet still choose to tease me. How inconsiderate." Lin Fan remarked. "Oh, by that logic, you also have a wife. Having already obtained a marriage certificate, yet you still seek to flirt with me," Hu Lili retorted. Lin Fan found himself unable to win an argument against this clever vixen. Shifting the topic, he asked, "Are you truly the eldest daughter of the Hu family in the capital? Are you implying that the eldest daughter of the Hu family in the capital is not human?" Hu Lili countered. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, finding the situation both absurd and amusing. "That is not what I meant. I merely believe that if you genuinely dislike this arrangement, you could clarify your feelings to your family. If they were receptive to your words, I doubt we would find ourselves in this predicament." Hu Lili sighed. "They only wish to sacrifice me in exchange for the Yi family's investment. What is amiss with your family? Why must you be sacrificed?" The notion of a marriage contract is merely a whimsical notion of the older generation, not to be taken seriously. If your family were sufficiently powerful, there would be no need for assistance from others, let alone the sacrifice of your daughter in exchange for their charity, Lin Fan remarked. Hu Lili sighed deeply, pausing momentarily before truthfully stating, "Our family's company has encountered difficulties. It has been on a downward trajectory for several years now, declining year after year. The Yi family's Yi Corporation is the undisputed leader in the cosmetics industry throughout Huaxia. A collaboration with them could elevate our company to new heights. However, the price is my sacrifice. Hu Lili added. Cosmetics? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan pondered. What has caused your company's decline? The absence of new products. There are 4 major cosmetic companies in Kyoto, and we rank at the bottom. Additionally, there are numerous small to medium-sized enterprises, making the competition exceedingly fierce. The top 3 companies have poached most of our R&D personnel, resulting in an inability to retain talent. Naturally, without exceptional products, we began our decline day by day. Hu Lili explained. Your products must primarily focus on beauty and skincare, correct? Have you considered collaborating with the pharmaceutical sector, particularly in traditional Chinese medicine for beauty treatments? The side effects are minimal, which is a significant selling point, unlike Western medicine, where results require consistent use, and cessation leads to immediate regression, Lin Fan proposed. Oh, traditional Chinese medicine for beauty? Hu Lili furrowed her brows. We have contemplated this direction in the past, but it is challenging. First and foremost, talent is scarce. Integrating traditional medicine with established beauty techniques requires substantial investment. In fact, I suggest seeking a partnership with a pharmaceutical company. Allowing both parties to allocate their R&D personnel to form a new research department for collaborative projects, Lin Fan advised. Oh, are you suggesting that the Pinnacle Group collaborate with our company? Hu Lili inquired. Lin Fan nodded. Recognizing that collaborating with a major company in the capital would be a breakthrough for the Pinnacle Group, expanding beyond Jiangnan province, while simultaneously presenting new opportunities for Hu Lili's family business. Very well, I shall return home in a few days to discuss this with my father, Hu Lili responded, impressed with Lin Fan's idea, which she had not previously considered. After all, finding a pharmaceutical partner in Kyoto was no easy feat, as trust was a significant barrier. However, with the Pinnacle Group now under Lin Fan's control, the task became considerably easier. All right, little Fan, you have helped me immensely. I must repay you. Tell me, how can I express my gratitude? Hu Lili stepped closer, placing her delicate hand upon Lin Fan's chest, her slender fingers gliding over him, igniting a spark within Lin Fan. This girl truly knows how to entice. He thought to himself, cursing inwardly. It is merely a small favor, no need for any recompense. Lin Fan swallowed hard. Truly not needed? I am offering you the opportunity to express your desires. If you do not seize this moment, it may soon slip away, Hu Lili teased playfully. Then, she pressed her body against him, and the massive figure in front of Lin Fan chuckled. Your beloved cannot share a room with you. Do you not have any thoughts on the matter? Coughing slightly, Lin Fan found himself momentarily choked by Hu Lili's insinuation. It was unclear whether she was teasing him or speaking genuinely, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Why not let me be your girlfriend? After all, you have no feelings for Tang Yanrou. You can come to my place during the day, and whatever you desire, I shall provide, Hu Lili suggested. Oh, that might not be appropriate. After all, I have already obtained a marriage certificate with her. I must show her some respect, Lin Fan replied. Giggling, she said. You took that seriously? I'm just teasing you. I'm already bound by an engagement. If I were to become your girlfriend, the young master of the Yi family would certainly cause you trouble, and I wouldn't want to bring misfortune upon you. With that, Hu Lili pushed Lin Fan away. However, this was not her true sentiment. She harbored feelings for Lin Fan, a fact even Feng Shuyue could discern. Yet there was a kernel of truth in her words. She genuinely wished to avoid dragging Lin Fan into trouble. I'm not afraid of trouble, Lin Fan remarked, sensing Hu Lili's underlying thoughts. Nevertheless, he was not in the mood for romance. The fire poison within him had yet to be thoroughly subdued, and it remained a potential threat. The pressing concern was to find an effective remedy. The senior sister had mentioned that at the traditional Chinese medicine conference in Jiangzhou, held a week later, there would be a miraculous herb, ice spirit grass, which he must secure first. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family estate, Jiang Hui paced back and forth in the hall. The strategy discussed with his son yesterday involved kidnapping Tang Yanrou to lure Lin Fan, and then eliminating him. However, to his dismay, his son, along with Zhao Tianlong and over 100 elite members of the Tianlong society, had all vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. Jiang Hui did not believe Lin Fan possessed such capabilities. After all, their plan had been for Lin Fan to attend the meeting alone. How could one person possibly eliminate over 100 individuals, including Zhao Tianlong and his son, and dispose of the bodies so thoroughly? It was inconceivable. At that moment, a figure entered, the family steward, Su Jiang. Old Su, do you have any news? Jiang Huai inquired eagerly. Su Jiang shook his head and replied, I sent people to meticulously search the abandoned site, but it appears that the scene has been cleaned up. We could find no trace of them. Therefore, you must prepare yourself, my son. It's impossible. Zhao Tianlong is a mid-level ancient martial artist, and with over 100 elite members of the Tianlong Society, not to mention my son was armed, Lin Fan could never have accomplished such a feat. Jiang Huai could hardly accept this grim reality. Su Jiang sighed, aware that the master was struggling to accept the truth. After a pause, he added, perhaps they were merely captured and have not met their demise. After all, Lin Fan seems to know who Lily from Shuyue Mountain Villa and also has an acquaintance in Qinxian. Capturing my son and the others shouldn't be too difficult for him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huai experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing that this was indeed a plausible scenario. However, whether it be the Snow Moon Villa or the Qin family, both are titans of Jiang City, and the Jiang family dares not provoke them. It seems the time has come to summon the third uncle from the Jiang family. Jiang Huai immediately instructed, prepare the carriage. Accompany me to Wui Mountain's Tiandao Temple. Understood, sir. Su Jiang also came to his senses. The third uncle of the Jiang family is an exceptional practitioner of ancient martial arts, having immersed himself in training for over 60 years, never concerning himself with the affairs of the Jiang family. It is said that he has reached the level of a martial arts grandmaster. The secular martial arts realm is generally divided into postnatal, internal strength, transformation of strength, innate, master, grandmaster, martial arts golden elixir, elixir fragmentation into infancy, and martial arts primordial spirit. Lin Fan had been cultivating under his senior sister's guidance, spending the entire day in practice. As evening approached, Tang Yanrou called him, requesting his company to return home. After the recent incident, she still felt apprehensive. Lin Fan, having made a promise to his father-in-law, would naturally fulfill his commitment. Are you free tonight? Tang Yanrou suddenly looked up at Lin Fan, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Fan, puzzled by her sudden shyness, inquired, what is the matter? Xiaoing mentioned that you should accompany us for a stroll. We want to buy some things, but are fearful of retaliation from the Jiang family and the Heavenly Dragon Society, Tang Yanrou shyly replied. With the convenience of the internet, what cannot be purchased online? Why should we waste time shopping? Lin Fan was reluctant to squander his time on such trivial pursuits. Lin Fan, are you made of wood? Huang Ying could no longer bear to watch. Tang Yanrou's intentions were clear, yet he failed to appreciate the opportunity. However, this was not entirely Tang Yanrou's true purpose. She intended to buy intimate apparel that evening. Selecting sizes online proved challenging, and she needed to try them on herself. Moreover, Lin Fan had mentioned he could help her enhance her figure, so she planned to buy a few larger sizes as backups. Lin Fan was taken aback. Upon noticing Tang Yanrou's blushing face, he began to realize her interest in him, and said, all right, but it cannot take too long. Quickly, we'll just buy some clothes and return, Tang Yanrou hurriedly clarified. Good. Hearing that the time would be brief, Lin Fan readily agreed. After dinner, Lin Fan accompanied the two young ladies to the streets of Jiang City, specifically Jianghan Road Pedestrian Street, the largest pedestrian area in Jiang City, bustling with crowds by night. Conveniently, the Tang family resided only 3 to 4 kilometers away, so the trio chose this location for their outing. Upon entering a shopping mall, Lin Fan followed the two women and soon found himself standing before an entrance. Habitually, he glanced up at the name of the entrance, where 3 prominent characters captured his attention: Women's Street, observing the comings and goings of people, hand in hand or wrapped in embraces. Be it pairs of female friends or couples, Lin Fan stood out awkwardly with his hands in his pockets, trailing behind the 2 beautiful women. Lin Fan, come here, Huang Ying called out. Lin Fan was taken aback and asked, what is going on? You should stand on the right side of Yanrou and let her hold on to you. If we're to act, we must do so with professionalism. Can't you see that everyone else is either linking arms or embracing? Huang Ying suggested. Or perhaps you could just wrap your arm around Yanrou's waist. At this, Tang Yanrou blushed and replied, I don't want to embrace. I can only link arms at most. Oh, as if I have a particular fondness for holding your waist, Lin Fan retorted, feeling somewhat disgruntled by the disdain. Nevertheless, he walked over, and Tang Yanrou pouted before finally linking her arm with his, as the 3 of them strolled side by side into the Women's Street. The sights along the way were a cacophony of vibrant colors, dresses, alluring outfits, various women's apparel, and a dazzling array of lingerie that left Lin Fan parched. Such a place was certainly not meant for men. What exactly are you all planning to buy? Lin Fan felt an ominous premonition. No sooner had he spoken than Huang Ying pointed ahead to a lingerie store, saying, Yanrou mentioned she was afraid her previous ones were too small and wanted to get something larger. Otherwise, when she grows, they won't fit. Xiaoying, what nonsense are you spouting? Tang Yanrou's face turned crimson, as if blood might drip from it, and she lowered her head, unable to meet Lin Fan's gaze. Lin Fan, however, recalled his earlier assertion about his massage technique that could help her increase a few sizes. It seemed she was preparing to enlist his assistance. The mere thought stirred a sense of excitement within him. Oh, I see. Lin Fan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Tang Yanrou shot a glare at her friend, then, with her head bowed, moved forward into the store. Why don't you wait outside? She suddenly suggested, turning back. Why? Can't I just take a look inside? Lin Fan replied, disregarding her words and stepping inside. Tang Yanrou's face flushed even deeper, unsure of how to respond. She feared that if Lin Fan saw too much, he might become overly excited and, upon returning home, might not be able to contain himself. Just don't stare around too much, Tang Yanrou cautioned. You're really being overly controlling, Lin Fan retorted, feeling irritated. Tang Yanrou chose not to argue further, in their agreement to keep their distance. She realized she had been somewhat overbearing. What Lin Fan chose to look at was none of her concern. In her haste to leave, Tang Yanrou didn't hesitate to ask the shopkeeper to present the new styles. She selected 2 pieces she found appealing and headed toward the fitting room. Huang Ying hurriedly followed, offering to assist. Excuse me, do you have this style in red? Suddenly, a familiar female voice rang out in the shop. Lin Fan looked up, recognizing her instantly, and their eyes met. Lin Fan, what are you doing here? Wang Xiaowen, spotting Lin Fan alone and looking around, remarked, Are you here accompanying Miss Tang to shop for intimate apparel? What a perfect gentleman. Cough, cough. She insisted on dragging me along. I had no choice. Lin Fan replied with a wry smile. To his surprise, he encountered Wang Xiaowen in such a place. Meeting acquaintances in such establishments was hardly a favorable circumstance. It was bound to be awkward. It seems you are quite the henpecked husband, he remarked. Without acknowledging Lin Fan, Wang Xiaowen proceeded to select some intimate apparel, recalling her previous promise to compensate him financially. However, her funds were nearly depleted, and should he bring it up, what could she possibly offer him? Before long, she had purchased 2 seemingly ordinary pieces of clothing and approached the cashier. Yet, when she attempted to pay, she discovered her balance was insufficient. I apologize, miss, but your bank card has insufficient funds. Do you perhaps have another card? Or maybe a credit card would suffice. The shopkeeper kindly reminded her. Wang Xiaowen's face flushed with embarrassment as she realized that earlier in the afternoon, the landlord had collected the rent, depleting all her funds, including her credit card limit. I'm sorry, I forgot to bring any other bank cards. Perhaps I should just forego the purchase and come back another day, she suggested, turning to leave to avoid further awkwardness. Use my card, Lin Fan interjected, having witnessed the entire scene, as he stepped forward and handed her a card. Taken aback, Wang Xiaowen managed a sheepish smile. Consider it a loan from me. Of course, you still owe me a considerable sum, so we can settle it together later. Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. Oh, Wang Xiaowen had thought he had forgotten about that matter, but to her surprise, he still remembered. With her daily expenses leaving her financially strained, she had no excess funds to repay him. Nevertheless, she thought to herself that if it came to it, she could always sell herself to Lin Fan. Surely her looks could fetch a decent sum. Without further delay, she completed the transaction and approached Lin Fan, saying, This shall be considered your gift to me. Cough. I merely lent you the money. I never said I was gifting you that. Lin Fan quickly corrected her. However, before he could finish, Huang Ying's voice rang out. Oh, Lin Fan, you actually bought this woman intimate apparel. Startled by the voice, Lin Fan turned to see Tang Yanrou holding 2 pieces of intimate clothing, clearly having witnessed the entire exchange. Now, there was no way to extricate himself from this predicament. She must be the girl from the photo. She is truly beautiful. No wonder you would. Tang Yanrou's demeanor was calm, leaving Lin Fan uncertain whether her tranquility was genuine or feigned. Initially, Lin Fan considered offering an explanation, but then he pondered why he should. After all, he and Tang Yanrou were merely a faade of a married couple, having obtained a certificate without any deeper connection. Their lives were independent of one another. Indeed, that is her, Lin Fan affirmed. Quite so. Tang Yanrou nodded, and then approached the cashier to settle her own purchase. Huang Ying cast a glance at Lin Fan, but refrained from speaking. Tang Yanrou, too, remained silent, feeling she had no authority to comment on Lin Fan. After settling the bill, Tang Yanrou turned to Lin Fan and said, "Please keep her company. Huang Ying and I will head home now. Farewell." With that, she took Huang Ying by the hand and departed. It was only after Tang Yanrou vanished from sight that Wan Xiaowen came to her senses and approached Lin Fan, saying, "Lin Fan, did your wife misunderstand us? It seems I've caused quite a stir. I apologize for forgetting you were with her." "Not a problem," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, he strode out, feeling the sting of misunderstanding despite his lack of obligation to explain. Wan Xiaowen, feeling a sense of guilt for inadvertently causing a rift between Lin Fan and Tang Yanrou, hurried after him. "I'm so sorry, Lin Fan. How about I clarify things with her tomorrow?" Wan Xiaowen suggested. Lin Fan forced a smile and responded, "What would you clarify? Would you tell her that your relationship with me is non-existent, or that the purchase of lingerie was merely a jest? Do you think she would believe that? What should we do then?" Wan Xiaowen asked, flustered, disliking the notion of being perceived as a third party. Just as Lin Fan was about to respond, his phone rang. Noticing it was Tang Yanrou's number, he quickly answered, "Hello, Yanrou. Lin Fan, if you want to avoid trouble with Tang Yanrou, be at the Jiang family house within half an hour." The voice on the other end, unmistakably that of Jiang Huai, the elder of the Jiang family, was devoid of pretense. "Jiang Huai, you would do well to tread carefully. Otherwise, I shall ensure not a single one of you remains," Lin Fan retorted. But the call was abruptly terminated. "What's wrong?" Wan Xiaowen inquired, having overheard Lin Fan's words. "Yanrou is in trouble. I must leave now," Lin Fan said, not pausing for conversation. Without waiting for further dialogue, he dashed out, dialing a number as he ran. Coincidentally, Furong was nearby. Lin Fan even suspected that Furong had installed a tracker on him, as she always seemed to appear whenever he needed her. Within 3 minutes on the road, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom came into view. To the Jiang family estate, Lin Fan instructed decisively. Furong nodded and pressed the accelerator, speeding off before Lin Fan could urge her to hurry. In less than 15 minutes, they arrived at the gates of the Jiang residence. "Boss, should I notify Zhou Wu?" Furong suggested. Given that Jiang Huai was personally involved in this matter, it was likely he had prepared for it, possibly having enlisted skilled help. "No need. This is a personal vendetta between me and the Jiang family. I prefer to keep it contained," Lin Fan replied. "Understood. I will wait outside for you. If you need assistance, just call. I will know what to do," Furong assured him. As a member of the Tianxin group, her presence embodied the essence of Xuanwu. Although her status paled in comparison to Zhou Wu, she was nonetheless a formidable figure. Lin Fan strode confidently into the Jiang family estate. The guard picked up the phone to notify Jiang Huai. "Jiang Huai, I have arrived. Is it truly necessary to resort to threatening a woman? How amusing." Lin Fan exclaimed with disdain. Before long, Jiang Huai's voice echoed through the courtyard. "It appears my son was indeed slain by your hand." Shortly thereafter, Jiang Huai emerged from a nearby building, accompanied by the butler Su Jiang and a cadre of anxious security personnel, each visibly tense. For Lin Fan was capable of vanquishing Zhao Tianlong. "Where is Tang Yanrou?" Lin Fan inquired, concern etching his features at her absence. Jiang Huai gestured, and 2 burly men flanked either side, escorting Tang Yanrou and Huang Ying forward. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Tang Yanrou urgently cried, "Lin Fan, what are you doing here? You must leave at once. Your life is in peril." She was aware of Jiang Huai's possession of firearms, yet remained oblivious to the fact that Jiang Huai had enlisted formidable assistance to confront Lin Fan. "Without saving my wife, what use is my life?" Lin Fan retorted. "Lin Fan, this is no time for theatrics. Old Master Jiang is wealthy enough to eliminate you without hesitation. You should flee." Tang Yanrou cautioned. "Fear not. My weapon shall remain holstered," Jiang Huai sneered. "Moreover, his demise requires no firearm." "Lin Fan, do you admit to murdering my son and Zhao Tianlong?" Jiang Huai glared at Lin Fan, his eyes ablaze with fury. Tang Yanrou, clearly astonished, recalled the peculiarities of that night. Despite being abducted, she could remember nothing upon her return home. "If I deny it, would you believe me?" Lin Fan questioned. "Humph, apart from you, who else could it be?" Jiang Huai gritted his teeth, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Fan. "You shall pay for your blood debts. Third uncle, take action. Slay him, and honor my son's spirit." Jiang Huai bellowed. In that moment, The Jiang estate became enveloped in an overwhelming aura, rapidly contracting, when suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens. Bang! Upon landing, the ground trembled, and cracks resembling a spider's web appeared in the solid concrete floor, stretching for 5 to 6 meters. The Jiang family's servants stood in astonishment. Third uncle is truly formidable. Someone recognized the figure as Jiang Wudi, the only surviving elder of the Jiang family, now 93 years old. Though his hair was white, he possessed a vigorous spirit, appearing as if in his 60s or 70s. Sensing the powerful aura, Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly. This individual was unlike those he had previously encountered, exuding a strength far superior to theirs. Young man, I have heard you can slay inner strength masters. It is quite a surprise. At such a tender age, you have already cultivated inner strength. It is indeed a pity, yet having slain my grandson, you shall not see another dawn. Be mindful in your next reincarnation. Jiang Wudi instinctively cast a glance at Lin Fan, sensing his aura, only to find himself momentarily at a loss, which caused his brow to furrow slightly. What on earth was happening? It turned out to be Jiang Feng's grandfather. He had assumed it was someone of significance, wrapped in mystery. Clearly, the Jiang family had truly fallen on hard times. Unable to send forth their youth, they resorted to bringing forth an old man. How utterly dull. Lin Fan's words were evidently deliberate. This elder possessed a formidable presence, yet it seemed he had not yet posed a threat to him. Previously, he had only heard his master speak of the fundamental realms of martial arts. Yet he remained uncertain how his cultivation compared to these martial realms. Thus, Lin Fan sought to use this opportunity to gauge his own nascent foundation stage against the standards of martial realms. Ha ha ha, you insolent brat. Facing your demise, yet still spouting bravado. Do you even comprehend the caliber of my family's third uncle? A martial arts master, surpassing countless so-called experts you've encountered before. Your end is nigh, Jiang Huai said, offering no further commentary as he commanded. Third uncle, eliminate him. Chapter 43. A martial arts master? Is this it? So this is what a martial arts master is. Lin Fan felt a tinge of disappointment, shaking his head as he murmured to himself. He had always imagined a martial arts master to be a terrifying entity, yet it appeared to be nothing extraordinary after all. You seem to disdain a martial arts master. Do you not understand that a master is not to be trifled with? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Wudi's fury erupted. He clenched his fist, and the air around him felt as though it had solidified. A transparent wave of energy appeared a meter before him, evidently his liquefied inner strength. Go! With a powerful thrust of his palm, Jiang Wudi sent the liquefied inner strength hurtling towards Lin Fan. Others might not discern what it was, but Lin Fan clearly understood. He extended his hand, and the liquefied inner strength halted abruptly before him. Subsequently, he casually manipulated it, and the originally basketball-sized mass of energy transformed into a sphere the size of a ping-pong ball. Jiang Wudi's eyes widened in astonishment as he considered something, only to see Lin Fan curve his right index and middle fingers and then flick them. Whoosh! The liquefied energy orb returned at a speed that resembled a bullet. But in fact, it was several times faster, striking Jiang Wudi precisely 3 inches below his abdomen, at the location of his dantian. Bang! Jiang Wudi was sent flying, crashing into a foam mountain 10 meters away, which instantly crumbled, showering the ground with debris. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Though the spectators could hardly believe their eyes, it felt as if they were witnessing a scene from a science fiction film. To ordinary onlookers, the liquefied inner strength was nearly invisible. All they perceived were 2 figures grasping at the air, one thrusting a palm while the other flicked a finger. Such simple actions resulted in Jiang Wudi's dramatic flight. Were it not for the knowledge that this was not mere theatrics, one might have thought they were watching a cinematic production. It was too surreal, too incredible. Cough, cough. After Jiang Wudi crashed to the ground, he hastily rose to one knee, but his heart surged with tumultuous emotions, ultimately compelling him to spit out a mouthful of blood. My dantian has been utterly destroyed. Jiang Wudi was astounded. Who is this young man before me, capable of shattering his dantian with a single strike? Even a grandmaster of martial arts, at the pinnacle of their craft, could scarcely achieve such a feat. Could it be that this individual has already ascended to the realm of a grandmaster? Old man, I bear you no grudge and harbor no desire to kill you. I merely wish to render you a common man, to experience the cycle of life and death. As a fitting form of punishment, Lin Fan suddenly turned his gaze to Jiang Huai, coldly inquiring, Jiang Huai, if you intend to kill me, Do it swiftly, otherwise, the opportunity will slip away. Jiang Huai was evidently paralyzed with fear. Even the formidable third uncle, a martial arts master, had been felled by Lin Fan's single blow, leaving him utterly hopeless. Nonetheless, Jiang Huai was reluctant to concede defeat. After a moment's hesitation, he drew a pistol, aiming it menacingly at Lin Fan. A sinister smile creeping across his face as he declared, "You killed my son. I must avenge him, or I shall have no face to meet him in the afterlife. To be frank, your pathetic gun cannot harm me, but should you pull the trigger, I will assuredly end your life." Lin Fan scoffed. "Ha ha. Whom do you think you are fooling?" Jiang Huai retorted, believing Lin Fan was attempting to deceive him. "Even if you are a grandmaster, you cannot evade my bullets." With that, Jiang Huai clenched his teeth and fired 2 shots at Lin Fan. Lin Fan quickly dodged. "Those are bullets. They can kill." Although Tang Yanrou felt Lin Fan was quite impressive, having defeated a so-called martial arts master, she was unfamiliar with the nuances of martial arts realms and remained unaware of whether one could indeed dodge bullets. Swish, swish. Lin Fan spun on the spot, executing a graceful maneuver, and in the next instant, each of his hands clutched a bullet. What the hell? The astonishment of the crowd was beyond description, leaving them only able to exclaim in disbelief. This person could actually catch bullets. "Apologies, I cannot evade bullets, but I can catch them," Lin Fan grinned. Seeing this, Jiang Huai prepared to pull the trigger once more, but this time, he was too late. Whoosh! A bullet flew from Lin Fan's hand, striking Jiang Huai precisely between the eyes. Jiang Huai's eyes widened in shock as blood swiftly streamed from the wound, staining his face. With a clatter, the pistol fell to the ground, and Jiang Huai collapsed backward, motionless, clearly deceased. Gasp! The crowd was left in stunned silence. Tang Yanrou and Huang Ying covered their mouths, nearly crying out in horror. Having lived so long, it was their first encounter with a murder before their eyes. Lin Fan sighed, knowing that this scene was one Tang Yanrou could not escape. This time, he could not utilize the forgetfulness talisman on her, as one could only use it once in a lifetime. Nevertheless, it was inevitable that such events would occur in their time together. Facing challenges in advance may not be such a bad thing after all. Ever since Tang Yanrou drew him into her circle, an indelible bond was formed between them, and Lin Fan bravely confronted this connection. He approached Tang Yanrou, and the 2 individuals who had been controlling the situation hurriedly retreated, for their patriarch had passed away, leaving them with nothing but absurdity. "I intend to take them with me. Does anyone have any objections?" Lin Fan scanned the crowd and coldly inquired. Thud! This sound sent shivers down the spines of the Jiang family members, causing them to collapse to the ground, silencing them in fear of uttering a single word that might invite calamity upon themselves. Jiang Wudi had been utterly incapacitated, reduced to a state inferior to that of an ordinary person. At over 90 years of age, even walking had become a challenge for him, leaving no room for resistance. "It appears there are no objections." Lin Fan stepped in front of Tang Yanrou, grasping her hand firmly. "We are going home." Oh. Despite having been upset with Lin Fan earlier, she found herself unable to harbor any resentment at that moment, allowing him to lead her step by step out of the premises. Huang Ying, trailing closely behind, dared not utter a word. Lin Fan's strength was overwhelming. As a martial artist herself, with her father being the head of a martial arts school, Huang Ying understood the significance of a martial arts master. Such figures were exceedingly rare throughout Huaxia and even the world, sought after by numerous prominent families and powerful factions. Zhang's family's third uncle had once been renowned as the foremost figure in Jiangxing decades ago, but due to his long absence, he had faded from collective memory. Yet, Lin Fan had managed to defeat such a legendary figure with a single move. A truly terrifying feat. Lin Fan instructed Furong to bring the car around. Tang Yanrou and Huang Ying were still in a daze, hence they refrained from inquiring about Furong. It was only when the car smoothly headed towards the Tang family residence that Tang Yanrou regained her composure. She looked at the stunningly attractive Furong and could no longer contain her curiosity. "Lin Fan, who is this sister?" Before Lin Fan could respond, Furong eagerly interjected, "Madam Tang, I am Lin Fan's driver, as arranged by the company." Chapter 44. Lin Fan's secretary is actually her. Arranged by the company? Tang Yanrou was taken aback. Wasn't Lin Fan the president of the Pinnacle Group? Who would arrange for him? Shouldn't he be the one arranging for others? However, given her current understanding of their relationship, which was clear to both of them, she opted for a more subtle approach. "Very well, how shall I address you?" "Furong," she replied with a smile, adding, "My full name is Wang Furong." "All right, Sister Furong." Tang Yanrou couldn't discern any oddities and felt reluctant to press further. She merely sought to ease the prevailing awkwardness. Previously, she had harbored resentment towards Lin Fan, yet in an instant, he disregarded danger to rescue her, which only accentuated her pettiness. In truth, the leader had treated her exceptionally well, resolving all her issues. "Ahem, that's enough," Lin Fan coughed, signaling his desire to refrain from using this situation to manipulate Tang Yanrou. They were merely a couple in name, and it was unnecessary to engage too deeply in pretense. He feared that the girl might misinterpret his intentions and become emotionally entangled, which would not bode well. Furong offered an awkward smile, choosing to remain silent. Tang Yanrou, sensing the tension in the atmosphere, deliberately closed her eyes, while Huang Ying, filled with excitement, occasionally cast furtive glances at Lin Fan. To martial artists, he represented an unattainable pinnacle, a figure akin to a deity that she could never hope to reach. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the Tang family residence. As the three disembarked, Furong drove away. Huang Ying had initially intended to engage Lin Fan in conversation about potentially teaching her a few techniques. But upon realizing that the couple might indulge in some emotional exchange that evening, she wisely opted to return home. Lin Fan and Tang Yanrou ascended the stairs, each absorbed in their thoughts, not uttering a word. This unbearable stalemate irked Tang Yanrou. Just as Lin Fan was about to retreat to his room, she gritted her teeth and said, "Lin Fan, thank you for saving me tonight, and also the night before. Although I've lost a portion of my memory, I know you took a risk to save me." For Jiang Hui mentioned that Zhao Tianlong was also involved, and I understand how formidable she is. "You are overthinking. He poses no threat to me." Lin Fan glanced back at Tang Yanrou, exhaling a sigh of relief. "Get some rest. A good night's sleep might help you forget all of this. It could be beneficial." "Oh." Tang Yanrou bit her lip, as if hesitating over something. Once Lin Fan turned away again, she added, "With your strength, did you come to protect me on purpose?" Lin Fan replied, "You're overthinking it. I was simply in dire need of money." With that, he opened the door. "Good night. No one should dare to kidnap you again." The door closed behind him. Tang Yanrou's cheeks flushed slightly. Although Lin Fan had not uttered anything explicitly romantic, his words resonated with care, instilling in her a sense of security. It turned out he could be quite charming. The night passed in silence. Around 9 the following morning, Furong called Lin Fan to inform him that the Tianxin Group was convening a shareholders' meeting and requested his presence. Acknowledging that, after all, he was a vice president and that Xuanwu had entrusted him with significant responsibilities, Lin Fan agreed to attend. However, upon arriving at the office, Furong unexpectedly announced that the shareholders' meeting had been cancelled. Lin Fan felt somewhat speechless. Yet, he sensed that Furong was acting rather peculiarly, often suppressing a smile. Since he was already there, Lin Fan resolved to take the opportunity to familiarize himself with the group's primary operations. It would indeed be rather amusing to be a vice president for so long without understanding the core business of the group. Knock knock. As Lin Fan prepared to delve into a stack of documents, a sudden knock at the door startled him. Assuming it was Furong, he called out, "The door's unlocked. Come in." In an instant, a striking figure entered the room. Clad in a fitted skirt and a crisp white blouse, she epitomized professional attire. It was only when Lin Fan caught sight of the silver high heels and the delicate calves that he realized this was not Furong. He looked up sharply, and there before him was a face both familiar and foreign. To his astonishment, Lin Fan had not anticipated that this young woman, having changed her outfit, could exude such poise, transforming entirely. "Chunyi, what is the meaning of this?" Lin Fan inquired, bemused. The esteemed daughter of the Chun family stood before him, documents in hand, dressed as if she were his secretary. Just days prior, Furong had mentioned that the company would assign him a secretary to assist him. Lin Fan, who was somewhat ambivalent about managing the company, desired a secretary with exceptional organizational skills and meticulous attention to detail. Thus, Chun-Yi's presence here compelled him to contemplate that very notion. "I am your secretary," Chun-Yi declared, her cheeks flushed. Her grandfather had repeatedly emphasized that Lin Fan was a prodigious healer with remarkable abilities, having even bested Zhou Wu with a single move. Such a young man, endowed with both medical and martial prowess, was rare in Jiangnan. Given that Lin Fan harbored feelings for her and was to marry her in 6 months, this opportunity was one she could not afford to let slip away. Therefore, she had come to bear the burdens of his workload, to be the woman behind him. and to spend more time in his company. The position was perfectly suited for her. Just you? Lin Fan couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The daughter of the Chen family, serving as the secretary to a mere vice president of the subsidiary? What do you mean by that? Do you look down upon me? I am a master's graduate from a prestigious university's business management program and am well versed in the role of a secretary. I am more than qualified. Chen Yi retorted defiantly. Lin Fan circled around her, scrutinizing her closely. In this professional attire, she had shed her previous haughty demeanor, emerging as a confident and elegant office worker. I must admit, you possess quite the appeal. How old are you? He asked, glancing at her figure. Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and shot back. Pervert. You are to be my future wife, after all. Is it so wrong to familiarize myself with your measurements in advance? It will make purchasing gifts and clothing for you much more convenient, Lin Fan replied earnestly. Chen Yi's face burned with embarrassment, fully aware that she had been caught off guard, yet lacking any solid evidence against him. Come on, just tell me, what's your size? Lin Fan pressed once more. With her cheeks aflame, Chen Yi pouted before finally admitting, 36. Not bad, but there is certainly room for growth. Perhaps I could assist you with that another day. Lin Fan suggested playfully. Get lost. Chen Yi exclaimed, unable to contain her exasperation as she kicked at him. With a mere lift of her leg, Lin Fan seized her. A wicked smile gracing his lips as he remarked, in red, You incorrigible rogue. Chen Yi retaliated with a slap. However, Lin Fan swiftly captured her wrist and, with a gentle tug, drew her into his embrace. She squealed for what felt like an eternity, yet Lin Fan remained unyielding. After all, they were to be husband and wife. A kiss was in order. As he leaned in, Chen Yi struggled, attempting to push him away. But she was no match for Lin Fan's strength. Just then, a sudden knock at the door startled them both, and entering was none other than Zhou Wu. Upon seeing Zhou Wu, Lin Fan hastily stood up, wary of being too brazen. Chen Yi's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot Lin Fan a fierce glare before turning to Zhou Wu with a wry smile. Uncle Zhou, what brings you here? I suppose this isn't the best time for a visit. Zhou Wu grinned. I shouldn't have come at this hour, should I? Ignoring them, Chen Yi declared. I'll get back to organizing the documents. She then moved to her desk, immersing herself in work. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Zhou Wu settled onto the sofa to discuss matters at hand. Shaolin, I came to talk to you about something. In East City, the government is planning a new development area. Xuanwu attended a meeting and believes the land has immense potential. We need to find a way to secure it. Zhou Wu explained. Then let us secure it. With the strength of Tianxian Group, we rank among the top 3 in Jiangnan province. How could we not acquire a piece of land in Jiangxing? Lin Fan replied confidently. East City is the territory of the Chu family. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. The Chu family has deep roots in the eastern part of Jiangxing, and their connections there are formidable, making it quite challenging to acquire, Zhou Wu cautioned. Then why have you sought me? If even Xuanwu deems it difficult, why would you send a nobody like me? Lin Fan chuckled bitterly. Zhou Wu paused before continuing. Xuanwu believes only you can change the situation. If he were in your place, he might not succeed either. The head of the Jiangxing Land Bureau overseeing this bidding is Lu Yong. 3 years ago, his father inexplicably fell into a vegetative state and has been hospitalized ever since. Lu Yong is a devoted son, unfailingly caring for his father, regardless of the weather. If you could cure him, Zhou Wu's words trailed off. Lin Fan grasped the implication. Yet he responded, I possess some medical skills, but I cannot guarantee a cure. That's of no consequence, Zhou Wu reassured him. If you cannot manage it, we shall forego the land. Ultimately, the Chu family may dominate the real estate market, leaving Tianxian Group at a significant disadvantage. Lin Fan reflected on Zhou Wu's seemingly casual words, realizing they were laden with pressure, as if the future failures of the company would rest solely on his shoulders. However, as the vice president of the Tianxian Group, one cannot solely focus on dividends without making any contributions. He had heard from Furong that many senior executives within the company expressed their discontent towards him, believing he had merely relied on connections to secure his position. Though they refrained from voicing their thoughts openly, they exchanged whispers and criticisms behind his back. It would be advantageous for him to acquire this parcel of land, thereby solidifying the group's status in real estate. Perhaps then those individuals would have less to say. All right, I accept the task, but you are responsible for the arrangements. I shall only focus on my medical practice, Lin Fan stated. Understood, Zhou Wu replied as he stood up, smiling. Miss, I shall take my leave. You all carry on with your plans. Oh, Uncle Zhou, you're so annoying. Chun Yi exclaimed. Her face flushed as Zhou Wu's teasing rekindled her earlier embarrassment. Once Zhou Wu departed, Lin Fan turned to Chun Yi, sensing her shyness, and refrained from further teasing. Instead, he said, Yi, come here for a moment. Oh, what is it? Chun Yi responded, somewhat apprehensive, yet still approached Lin Fan. The company aims to secure a piece of land in the East City. This land is crucial for us, as our future in the real estate market in Jiangxing hinges upon it. If we miss this opportunity, our foothold here may falter. Lin Fan explained. Observing his serious demeanor, Chun Yi relaxed her guard and sat beside him, saying, What should we do? Uncle Zhou came specifically regarding this matter. If Grandpa could manage it, he wouldn't have sent Uncle Zhou to seek out you, which indicates its complexity. Our competitor is the Chu family in East City, which complicates matters. Lin Fan acknowledged her words. No wonder, the Chu family frequently opposes ours. It is quite vexing, Chun Yi remarked. Lin Fan was taken aback by her statement. While the Chu family and the Qin family were indeed known as the three giants of Jiangxing along with Shuyue Villa, the disparity in their overall strength was significant. The Chu family typically would not dare to provoke the Qin family. Why do you say the Chu family often opposes yours? From what I understand, they shouldn't be your rivals. Do they dare to provoke your family? Lin Fan inquired. Chun Yi glanced at Lin Fan and realized he was not a local, so she elucidated, We don't fear the Chu family in isolation. But they have a powerful ally in Jiangzhou. The main Chu family resides there, and this branch is merely a subsidiary. The Jiangzhou Chu family is the foremost clan in Jiangnan province, and it is noteworthy that one of their daughters married into the Wu family, the largest financial consortium in Jinling. Additionally, the renowned war hero Zhang Xiantian is the son-in-law of the Jiangzhou Chu family. I see, Lin Fan responded, seemingly grasping the situation. No wonder Chu Yunfei had been so arrogant at the class reunion. He had a formidable backing. Therefore, if my grandfather entrusts this task to you, do not consider resorting to violence. Although you appear quite capable in combat, the Chu family's fighters are considerably more formidable than you, he cautioned. Chun Yi felt a flush of embarrassment as she recalled the bet she had made with Lin Fan. Had she not underestimated him, she would not have wagered and ultimately lost to him. Although Lin Fan had promised to marry her 6 months later, with her grandfather as a witness, it was essentially a done deal. Lin Fan was to be her man, and she could not allow anything to happen to him. What? Are you worried I might get killed and be unable to marry you? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. You're overthinking it. If I were to die, that would be even better. I'd be free, he replied with a smirk. Chun Yi clearly refused to concede. Women are often contradictory creatures. When they claim to desire something, it typically signifies the opposite. Lin Fan chuckled. Oh. Chun Yi was momentarily at a loss for words, wondering where he had picked up such nonsense. Half an hour later, Lin Fan received a call from Zhou Wu, who informed him that everything had been arranged, and they could head directly to the hospital. Come, let's go to the hospital, Lin Fan said. Chun Yi was taken aback. What do we need to go to the hospital for? To help someone in need, Lin Fan replied. Who? A person in a vegetative state. Could you be a bit more serious? Chun Yi shot Lin Fan an exasperated glance. Never been more serious. The person in a vegetative state is Lu Can, the head of the Land Bureau in Jiangxing, and Lu Yang's father, Lin Fan explained. Ah, I see what you're implying. Chun Yi suddenly understood, but upon thinking about this vegetative state patient, she couldn't help but smile wryly. You can even treat someone in a vegetative state? I don't know, but your grandfather asked me to try, so I can only give it a shot, Lin Fan shrugged. Chun Yi swallowed hard. Her grandfather truly regarded Lin Fan as a miraculous healer. Without further ado, the two were soon escorted by Furong to the First People's Hospital of the city. At that moment, in a special ward of the inpatient department, several individuals were present. Director Liu, this is Dr. Zhang, a renowned healer I specifically invited from Miaojiang. He is highly esteemed in his region and is referred to as a reincarnation of Hua Ta. He practices ancient medical techniques from the Miaojiang Tianshi Dao and possesses the ability to bring the dead back to life. Chu Yunfei began introducing the elderly man before them. The old man, in his 60s, bore a face marked with pockmarks, appearing somewhat unsettling. Yet he exuded vitality and an extraordinary aura, unlike an ordinary person. Over the years, Lu Yong had sought numerous esteemed physicians for his father, yet none had been able to offer even the slightest improvement or discern the cause of his ailment. Extensive examinations had been conducted on the brain and various nerves, all revealing no damage. The body appeared entirely normal. Breathing, heart rate, blood pressure, and blood oxygen levels were all without anomaly, yet he remained unresponsive, resembling a person peacefully asleep. Chu Xiao, do you think this is reliable? Lu Yong inquired. In the past 3 years, he had consulted several local healers and self-proclaimed miracle workers, trying various prescriptions, yet none had yielded any positive results. Therefore, he held reservations about the healer that Chu Yunfei had brought. Chapter 46. The shaman-physician Zhang Shini. Lu Yong understood precisely why Chu Yunfei had summoned the esteemed physician. It was undoubtedly in anticipation of the bidding for the land in the East City set to occur in a few days. With merely a word from him, the fate of that parcel of land would be sealed, for the real estate magnates in Jiangcheng would have no qualms about aligning with whomever he endorsed. Indeed, the reliability of this arrangement was beyond reproach. Why not test the waters? Chu Yunfei remarked, having invested over 5 million to bring the physician here. And according to his knowledge, this illustrious Dr. Zhang was a disciple of Zhang Tianshi, claiming to be the 108th inheritor of the Tianshi Dao, possessing the art of soul summoning. Upon learning of Lu Yong's affliction, Dr. Zhang perceived it to be a matter of the soul ensnared within dreams, speaking with such authority about multiple dream realms that it seemed almost supernatural. Thus, Chu Yunfei held high hopes that he might indeed restore Lu Can to health. Very well. Lu Yong had waited 3 long years, and his patience had waned. His father, now 80, could not afford to linger, even if a cure were possible. It would be of little consequence at such an advanced age. Therefore, he resolved to take a leap of faith, treating this desperate situation as a last resort. Upon receiving Lu Yong's consent, Chu Yunfei called out to the physician standing at a distance, "Dr. Zhang, the next steps are yours." Dr. Zhang, whose full name was Zhang Shini, a name that evoked a sense of justice, appeared quite the upright individual. "Rest assured, I have observed the situation, and it appears the patient's spirit is indeed trapped within a dream. As soon as I guide him out, he will awaken at once," Dr. Zhang assured them. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope rekindled in Lu Yong, a smile gracing his lips. However, at that moment, a sudden knock resounded at the door. The group frowned, and Chu Yunfei coldly inquired, "Who is it? Are you unaware whose ward this is? Knocking so forcefully may disturb the patient. Can you bear the responsibility?" But as soon as he spoke, Chu Yunfei realized something amiss. The patient, after all, was not one to awaken easily. He quickly corrected himself with a wry smile. "My apologies, Director Lu. That was not my intention. I shall enter. The door is unlocked." Lu Yong recalled a certain individual who had called him, a person named Xuanwu, who had mentioned meeting a skilled physician recently, one who had cured his long-standing ailment, and had offered to introduce him. It seemed the physician had now arrived. Lu Yong understood Xuanwu's intentions, yet he was cautious. The Qin family and the Chu family were titans in Jiangcheng, and he wished not to offend either. He would allow them a fair competition. Whoever could awaken his father would rightfully claim the land. In the next moment, 2 young individuals entered, their presence unmistakable. A man and a woman. Chu Yunfei immediately recognized Lin Fan. "It's you," he said with suspicion. "What brings you here?" "Why, if you can come, may I not?" Lin Fan retorted. Before Chu Yunfei could respond, Lu Yong interjected, "You must be Dr. Lin, am I correct?" "I am but a humble healer. My name is Lin Fan." "Lu Ju, you may call me Xiao Lin. Acting on the behalf of Xuanwu, I have come from the Jiangxing branch of the Tianxian group to assist you in treating your family member." Lin Fan offered a faint smile, his demeanor radiating utmost respect. "Yes, Xuanwu has informed me. Please, my father is just over here," Lu Yong replied, showing no objection. Regardless of the visitor's identity, as long as he could heal his father, he would be deemed a divine physician. Failure to do so would render him inconsequential. Upon hearing that Lin Fan was a healer, Chu Yunfei began to mock him. "Lin Fan, at your tender age, you've hardly read many books, yet you dare to step forth as a healer? Xuanwu has always been prudent. How could he have sent such a youth?" It seems he is merely jesting with Lu Ju, who said that medical skill is measured by age. Lin Fan retorted. Chu Yunfei was momentarily speechless. Indeed, no one had claimed that older practitioners were necessarily superior. Observing Chu Yunfei's silence, the esteemed physician Zhang interjected, "While it is true that age does not determine medical prowess, one cannot deny that experience is often accrued over time, and thus, older physicians tend to possess a more refined skill." "I concur with that notion," Lin Fan replied. The crowd was taken aback, pondering why Lin Fan would acquiesce to such a statement, as it seemingly acknowledged his inferiority to physician Jiang. Huh, Lu Ju. You've heard that. It seems Xuanwu is merely placating you. This fellow has admitted his own shortcomings. Why not dismiss him and rely solely on physician Jiang? Chu Yunfei erupted in laughter. Chu Xiao, are you struggling with comprehension? I agree that experience is accumulated with age, yet that does not imply I lack skill. There are individuals whose innate talent surpasses that of the experienced, Lin Fan stated calmly. Pray tell, what sort of individuals do you refer to? Chu Yunfei sneered. Those with extraordinary gifts, Lin Fan answered. Lin Fan, you cannot be suggesting that you are such an individual? Chu Yunfei challenged. Is it not evident? Lin Fan refrained from further banter with Chu Yunfei and instead approached the patient's bedside, casting a glance at the individual lying there. The patient appeared serene, with a healthy complexion and a robust life force, akin to an ordinary person. Lu Ju, could you elaborate on your father's condition? Lin Fan inquired directly. Lu Yong nodded. Considering that if Xuanwu had not deceived him, this young man, despite his age, must possess considerable capabilities to heal Xuanwu's ailment. All indicators are normal. He simply cannot awaken. Lu Yong's response was succinct. However, Lin Fan found nothing amiss. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse-taking, and now only the latter remained. He promptly grasped the patient's pulse, focusing intently. Traditional Chinese medicine? Physician Jiang observed the scene, his facial muscles twitching. In recent years, traditional medicine has waned. It may suffice for minor ailments, but for a comatose patient, it is best left aside. What? Do you look down upon the precious legacy left by our ancestors? Lin Fan raised his gaze towards the esteemed Dr. Jiang and inquired, pray tell, do you intend to treat him utilizing Western medicine? He wondered if Mr. Lin had ever heard of the shamanic healers from Miaojiang, who, in cases such as this, might possess the potential to remedy ailments that both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine have never successfully addressed. Historically, there has been no precedent for curing a comatose individual. Rather, it is the shamans in our Miaojiang who have managed to awaken many who have long been in slumber, particularly those who, despite exhibiting no physical injuries and appearing entirely normal, are ensnared within a closed mental realm, unable to return to reality, hence their prolonged sleep. Zhang Xinyi articulated his points with conviction. It sounded rather impressive, so Lin Fan acquiesced. Very well, proceed. I shall observe and learn. He stepped aside, granting Zhang Xinyi his space. In truth, Lin Fan had already gleaned the essence of the situation. The symptoms were reminiscent of several cases the elder had recounted to him, closely aligned with a form of sorcery. Lin Fan speculated that this individual had fallen victim to a peculiar type of sorcery known as long sleep sorcery, purportedly capable of inducing a state of slumber until death, unless intervened upon in advance. Miaojiang's sorcery is renowned. Yet Lin Fan perceived that this individual did not strike him as an adept in such arts. If he believed himself proficient, Lin Fan would allow him the stage. Intending merely to observe the spectacle, Chun Yi expressed her trepidation, tugging at Lin Fan's sleeve and whispering in his ear, will you be able to treat him? Chapter 47. Are we preparing for a ritual? I do not know. We shall see through trial, though there is no rush. Let him proceed first. Lin Fan replied with a faint smile. Noticing his lack of anxiety, Chun Yi remained skeptical, feeling somewhat uncertain. After approaching the patient, Zhang Xinyi began examining the man's body, inspecting his eyes, nose, and ears in turn. He then produced a stack of talismans from his bag and held a bell in his hand. Good heavens! Lin Fan suddenly realized, Dr. Jiang, are you preparing to perform a ritual? What do you know, you ignorant fellow? Dr. Jiang is a shaman, naturally. He must employ shamanic arts to draw the old man back from the realm of dreams. If you do not comprehend, it would be wise to remain silent, retorted Chu Yunfei, casting a glare at Lin Fan. Focus on learning. Very well, I shall pay close attention, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Chu Yunfei found himself at a loss. This individual was unpredictable and, rather than clashing with him, Lin Fan's demeanor rendered it difficult for him to continue his scolding. Zhang Xinyi proceeded to affix 5 distinct talismans onto the elderly man, each unique in design, and then retrieved a vial of liquid whose contents remained a mystery. He sprinkled it over the patient and began to shake the bell while reciting incantations, resembling a ritualistic performance. However, Lin Fan understood that this was not merely a performance. It was a soul-calling technique. Such techniques are indeed practiced in the Miaojiang region, with the Tianshi sect's soul-calling method being the most renowned, capable of purging impurities and guiding the soul back onto its rightful path. Alas, the patient on the bed was not suffering from a loss of soul, but rather had succumbed to the effects of long-sleep sorcery. Due to his familiarity with the symptoms of soul loss syndrome, Lin Fan understood that the patient would not remain in a prolonged slumber. Instead, like any normal individual, he would awaken once he had sufficient rest. However, upon opening his eyes, the patient remained silent, lost in a stupor throughout the day. In simpler terms, he exhibited signs of severe dementia. Zhang Shinin recognized this as well, yet aside from soul loss syndrome, he was at a loss as to what other illness could manifest such symptoms, leaving him to rely on chance. After several minutes of fruitless attempts, Zhang Shinin suddenly bellowed, "Return!" The patient's head shook vigorously, akin to a rattling drum, which elicited laughter from Lin Fan. Uffed. Beside them, Chun Yi could not suppress her laughter either. "What are you laughing at?" Chu Yunfei, noticing Chun Yi's mirth, grew irate. Unfamiliar with her, as she rarely ventured into East City or participated in social gatherings, he assumed she was merely Lin Fan's assistant. "Are you mocking Dr. Zhang? A mere assistant dares to be so disrespectful? Apologize at once, or you shall face my wrath." Chu Yunfei scolded. Chun Yi was about to retort when Lin Fan interjected, "One must consider the master when chastising a dog. Before you hurl insults, could you seek my consent? Your words disrespect Dr. Zhang, so what is wrong with my rebuke? If she refuses to apologize, I would not be remiss in slapping her. Are you certain you dare to strike her?" Lin Fan found amusement in the thought of the Chu family's young master slapping the Chun family's esteemed young lady. Although the Chu family of Jiangzhou held significant power, the disparity between them and the Chun family in Jiangsheng was considerable. Xuanwu feared the Chu family not out of dread, but to avoid unnecessary conflict. Is she merely an assistant? I, Chu Yunfei, would not shy away from such a triviality. He declared, "I am Chun Yi, the esteemed young lady of the Chun family and the favored granddaughter of Xuanwu. Are you truly bold enough to strike me?" Chun Yi replied coldly. "What?" Chu Yunfei gasped in shock. At that moment, Lu Yong, standing nearby, chuckled wryly. "She is indeed Miss Chun. I have seen her before." Upon hearing this, Chu Yunfei instantly wilted, hurriedly chuckling awkwardly. "Miss Chun, I sincerely apologize for not recognizing you earlier. Please disregard my previous remarks as mere folly." "Humph. No wonder it was so foul earlier. It was your mouth that was spewing nonsense," Chun Yi retorted. Chu Yunfei was left utterly embarrassed. Lin Fan laughed heartily, doubled over in amusement, while Chun Yi, despite maintaining a facade of seriousness, was secretly delighted. "Ahem, enough of this. We are all here to assist me. Let us refrain from further banter. I shall state my position clearly. Whoever rouses my father from his slumber shall earn my gratitude. As for the rest, please hold your reservations." Lu Yong seized the opportunity to assert. Both parties recognized the gravity of the situation, thus refraining from further jesting and adopting a more serious demeanor. At this moment, Dr. Zhang, drenched in sweat, found himself in a predicament. His soul retrieval technique had proven effective time and again, showcasing his genuine skills rather than mere charlatanry. Yet he was unable to summon a spirit. The truth was rather simple. The patient's soul remained tethered to their body. How could one expect to draw forth multiple souls in such a scenario? Sensing something amiss, Chu Yunfei approached and gently nudged Dr. Zhang, inquiring softly, "Dr. Zhang, what is the situation? Is it not yet resolved?" Struggling to comprehend the issue, Dr. Zhang replied, "This method is ineffective. What shall we do then? Are there no alternative methods?" Chu Yunfei felt quite awkward. While he did not believe that a young individual like Lin Fan could cure the ailment that even Dr. Zhang could not remedy, the fact remained that if both were unable to succeed, the Chu family would find themselves at a disadvantage, especially since the Xuanwu faction appeared to hold a stronger position. After all, in Jiang City, Xuanwu's influence far surpassed that of the Chu family. If forced to choose, it was likely that Lu Yong would lean toward Xuanwu. This illness could only be addressed with this single, paramount technique. Dr. Zhang laid bare the situation before them. Alas, Chu Yunfei lamented, feeling helpless. When he had invited Dr. Zhang, the latter had not guaranteed a complete cure, but merely suggested a trial. In truth, if one lacked understanding of the treatment, it would be better to refrain from meddling. Lingering in the current predicament was unproductive, and improper treatment could exacerbate the patient's condition. Lin Fan interjected playfully. What nonsense are you spouting? How could one possibly induce illness? Chu Yunfei shot Lin Fan a glare, retorting, Lin Fan, if you continue to speak recklessly, I shall silence you. Go ahead and try. Chen Yi, hands on her hips, glared defiantly at Chu Yunfei. Startled, Chu Yunfei was taken aback, sensing an inexplicable ambiguity in their relationship. Wasn't Lin Fan married to Tang Yanrou? Why was he so chummy with Chen Yi? However, unsure of their connection, he refrained from making any accusations, as she was the esteemed young lady of the Chen family, and he could not afford to offend her. Oh, it was merely a jest, Miss Chen. Please do not take it to heart. Chu Yunfei immediately backtracked. Lin Fan leaned closer to Chen Yi, whispering, impressive. You truly are a devoted protector of your husband. You are my guardian angel. With that, he playfully blew a warm breath near her ear, sending a delightful shiver through her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. You lecher, taking advantage of me. Chen Yi scolded softly. Not at all. This is merely playful banter from your future husband, Lin Fan countered. Chen Yi's face flushed even deeper, and she found herself at a loss for a retort. Indeed, per their agreement, Lin Fan was to be her husband. What harm was there in a gentle breath? A kiss would hardly be out of place. Dr. Jiang, if you possess any further techniques, please employ them. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. Even if we could awaken him for just a few seconds, it would count as a victory for us. Chu Yunfei gently reminded. Chapter 48. The 9 Needles of Absolute Veins. Upon hearing this, the esteemed physician Jiang hesitated for a moment, saying, there is a method, albeit a bit perilous. What if something goes awry? That individual has been in slumber for 3 years. What could possibly happen? Quick, proceed, and I shall take responsibility should anything arise, replied Chu Yunfei. In his view, a person who had been asleep for 3 years was regarded as half dead, and he believed that even if some complications arose, no one would be particularly concerned. Very well. Zhang Xinyi, encouraged by Chu Yunfei's words, became bolder. He picked up the bell once more and unleashed a powerful vibration through his internal energy. The bell resonated, creating a shockwave that began to stimulate the patient's brain. Observing this, Lin Fan furrowed his brow, as he had evidently sensed the fluctuations of the opponent's internal energy. This fellow was also a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Employing such vibrations to stimulate the patient's neural pathways, he aimed to forcibly awaken him. While this method might yield a brief awakening in an ordinary comatose individual, in this case, induced by a sleeping curse, it would merely agitate the parasitic insects, making them more ferocious. Hurry, stop immediately, Lin Fan urged urgently. However, Zhang Xinyi paid him no heed, and Chu Yunfei admonished Lin Fan, saying, you impudent brat. What are you making a fuss about? Can't you see that physician Jiang is attempting to treat the patient? He is not healing. He is endangering a life. The method is flawed, and forcibly awakening the patient could cause brain damage. Even a deity would be unable to save him then. Lin Fan cautioned, Director Liu, you must intervene at once. Liu Yong was momentarily taken aback, but seeing Lin Fan's serious demeanor, he said, Young Master Chu, perhaps we should allow physician Jiang to pause for now. Director Liu, let us wait a moment. What if? Cough, cough. At that moment, the patient suddenly began to cough violently, followed by a mouthful of blood, before collapsing again, his complexion pale and eyes tightly shut. A gasp of shock rippled through the crowd. Liu Yong, alarmed, turned to physician Jiang and asked, Physician Jiang, what just transpired? Why did my father cough up blood? I am not sure, physician Jiang replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He had not anticipated that the patient would vomit blood, as he had only intended to force a brief awakening. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan rushed forward, forcibly pulling Jiang aside, and then felt the patient's pulse. Seconds later, his expression darkened. He lifted his gaze and declared, previously, the patient's vital signs were stable, but now they are chaotic beyond measure. Based on my experience, he has sustained a brain injury, and if not treated promptly, his life may be in jeopardy. A sharp intake of breath escaped Liu Yong as he turned his gaze back to physician Jiang, his voice icy as he demanded, Physician Jiang, explain to me what happened here. Before Jiang could respond, Lin Fan interjected, he cannot elucidate. He attempted to induce a forced awakening in the patient, believing that would grant him a fleeting advantage over me. Unfortunately, this technique is ineffective for this condition. It is misplaced and has caused significant harm to the patient, an egregious offense indeed. Lin Fan, you speak nonsense, casting baseless accusations. Chu Yunfei was evidently unwilling to concede. Silence. Lu Yong trembled with anger, pointing directly at Chu Yunfei. Take him away and leave the ward. Once my father's condition stabilizes, I shall settle the score with you. Lu Yong, having heard Lin Fan's earlier remarks, was clearly convinced that Chu Yunfei was recklessly toying with his father's life. Startled by the shout, Chu Yunfei realized Lu Yong was in a furious state and deemed it prudent to exit for the time being. Once the two departed, Lin Fan promptly retrieved his acupuncture kit. He inserted 4 silver needles superficially into the patient's temples, the Yamen point and the Baihui point, thereby forming a closed needle array. Then, grasping one needle with his right hand, he infused it with a surge of spiritual energy. This energy swiftly mended the patient's injured brain and meridians while expelling the stagnant blood. A sudden sneeze escaped Lu Can, accompanied by a copious discharge of blood. Startling Lu Yong profoundly, he hastily inquired, "Lin, what is happening? Earlier, the individual surnamed Jiang inflicted a hematoma on your father's brain. I have expelled the stagnant blood in time. Otherwise, the consequences of its accumulation would be dire," Lin Fan explained. "Rest assured, I have halted the bleeding and initiated the healing process. The next step is to awaken him. You can awaken my father?" Lu Yong, initially believing Lin Fan merely possessed knowledge of treating brain injuries without the ability to rouse him, was taken aback by this revelation. "Almost certainly," Lin Fan replied, deliberately leaving himself a margin of uncertainty. "Then I implore you, Master Lin, awaken my father. Should you succeed, I shall undoubtedly sign that land over to the Tianxin group without hesitation." Lu Yong, aware of Lin Fan's mission, refrained from further discussion and made a direct promise. "Agreed." With Lu Yong's assurance, Lin Fan proceeded to the task at hand. After removing the silver needles, he prepared 9 additional needles and instructed Lu Yong to remove his father's shirt and assist him into a sitting position. Lin Fan began to arrange the needle array. This particular array, known as the 9 needles of absolute pulse, is one of the 3 secret methods of celestial medicine, alongside the revitalizing needle and the 9-turn Twina technique. Absolute pulse refers to death points. This acupuncture technique simultaneously stimulates 9 distinct death points, activating the body's innate antibodies under the guidance and protection of spiritual energy to achieve miraculous effects. The human body harbors 36 death points, and by constructing a closed needle array from 9 of them, one can create numerous variations of needle arrays, each yielding different effects and therapeutic outcomes, culminating in this extraordinary array. This time, the objective was to activate the body's antibodies to encircle the dormant parasites, a method Lin Fan conceived on the spot, yet found plausible. Utilizing the heavenly eye talisman again, Lin Fan, through its X-ray function, had evidently pinpointed the locations of the dormant parasites, 36 in total. These minuscule insects, sluggish in their movements, were discovered by Lin Fan to be lurking near 36 vital points. It is presumed that they achieve a state of eternal slumber by stimulating these pressure points. With the assistance of his clairvoyant abilities, Lin Fan began to activate the body's innate antibodies for precise strikes, and once the long-sleeping parasites were uncovered, they could no longer conceal themselves. Their slow pace rendered them vulnerable to the onslaught of antibodies. Under the enhancement of Lin Fan's spiritual energy, the 36 long-sleeping parasites were swiftly eradicated. As the effects of the heavenly eye talisman faded after 3 minutes, Lin Fan began to retract his needles. Observing this, Lu Yong questioned in confusion, "Dr. Lin, why are you stopping now?" To him, treating such a grave ailment should require at least half an hour, yet in less than 3 minutes, the treatment seemed to conclude. Was this a sign of failure? This thought cast a shadow of despair upon Lu Yong. "The illness has been eradicated. Why would I continue?" Lin Fan retorted. Lu Yong's eyes widened in astonishment. Just as Lu Yong was lost in bewilderment, Chen Yi, who had been observing nearby, suddenly exclaimed with exhilaration, "Old Lu has awakened. Old Lu has awakened." It was only then that Lu Yong turned to his father's face, noticing his eyes slowly opening, a smile beginning to grace his features as he gazed upon his son. "Young, I never imagined I would see you again," Lu Can exclaimed, his emotions overwhelming him. "Father." Lu Yong embraced his father tightly, tears streaming down his face like a torrent. After a moment of embrace, Lu Can turned to Lin Fan and Chen Yi, asking, "Who are these two?" "Father, this is Dr. Lin, and this is Chen Yi, the granddaughter of Xuanwu. It was Dr. Lin who cured you. You have been in a coma for 3 years, Lu Yong hurriedly explained. 3 years. I feel as if I have merely taken a long nap. Lu Can responded in astonishment. He perceived his experience as an exceedingly lengthy dream, unaware that it had spanned 3 years. Lin Fan clarified, Old Lu, you were afflicted by a type of poison known as long-sleeping goo. Someone must have administered it to you. Do you recall anyone you interacted with before you fell asleep? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Lu Can began to ponder intently. However, due to the passage of 3 years and his advancing age, he found it challenging to recollect and shook his head, admitting, I cannot remember. Nonetheless, I have encountered many people of various kinds. At my age, who would seek to harm me? One should never harbor ill intentions, yet one must remain vigilant. Some may wish to do you harm regardless of your age, especially at your advanced years. If this long-sleeping goo is not resolved, or if it is delayed, it is akin to a death sentence, Lin Fan remarked. Both father and son inhaled sharply at this revelation. Lin Fan's statement bore truth. At 83, a few more years of slumber could lead to his demise. Father, this poison predominantly originates from Miaojiang, does it not? Have you ever encountered any visitors from Miaojiang? Lu Yong found the perpetrator to be utterly disgraceful. Even contemplating the notion of killing his own father, he resolved to leave no stone unturned in pursuit of any possible clue. Miaojiang. Lu Can paused, his thoughts beginning to stir. This time, he recalled something significant, stating, there is indeed a woman named Du Li Pulina, a businesswoman from the Miaojiang region. 3 years ago, on the day of my 80th birthday, Du Li, as the niece of a friend, attended the celebration alongside my friend Zhou Yu. However, I bear no grievances against her. It is unlikely she would wish to poison me, right? Lu Yong remarked. Du Li? Upon hearing this name, Lu Yong furrowed his brow, saying, I seem to have heard of this individual, though I cannot recall the details at this moment. I shall reflect on it later. Observing the father and son exchanging dialogue, Lin Fan found himself unable to interject. Having completed his task, he preferred to take his leave, deliberately interjecting, Old Lu, Director Lu, I have other matters to attend to, so I must excuse myself. Lu Yong finally came to his senses, smiling appreciatively. Dr. Lin, I cannot thank you enough. Were it not for your efforts, my father might not have awakened. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Moreover, that piece of land is undoubtedly yours, Tianchuan Group. Thank you very much. I have accomplished my task and shall take my leave now, Lin Fan responded with a smile. I shall see you off, Lu Yong insisted. Initially, Lin Fan declined the offer, but with Lu Can also expressing a desire to accompany him, Lin Fan acquiesced to Lu Yong's escort. Upon exiting the hospital room, Lu Yong suddenly halted, saying, the Du Li my father mentioned, you must not disclose this to anyone. Understood? Oh. Lin Fan felt a twinge of curiosity, yet Lu Yong's expression indicated that this person was not to be underestimated. Regardless, this individual is quite complex. And my father is aging. It is perhaps best not to pursue this further, Lu Yong concluded. Lin Fan nodded. This was the potential assailant of Lu Can. Since Lu Yong did not seem to mind, they, as outsiders, had no reason to dwell on it. I must attend to my father. Forgive me for not seeing you off, Lu Yong remarked, turning back towards the hospital room. Lin Fan and Chun Yi entered the elevator, descending to the ground floor. However, just as they stepped out of the elevator, they encountered Chu Yunfei and Dr. Zhang, who appeared to be waiting for Lin Fan. Upon spotting Lin Fan, Chu Yunfei approached and inquired, Lin Fan, has old Lu awakened? No, he bled too much and has passed away, Lin Fan replied. Gasp. Did you cause his death? Chu Yunfei inhaled sharply. If Lin Fan had indeed been responsible for Lu Can's demise, it would be a bittersweet victory, although they had failed to save Lu Can. They did not kill him. However, the implications would be different for Lin Fan. If he had caused Lu Can's death, they would have indirectly triumphed. Had Dr. Zhang not injured old Lu first, I would not have been the cause of his death. Lin Fan feigned indignation, stating, enough of this pointless banter. I must be on my way. With that, Lin Fan and Chun Yi departed. Once outside the hospital, Chun Yi could not contain herself. Lin Fan, why did you deceive Chu Yunfei? Make him happy. Who knows, he might even go upstairs for a visit. After all, this is a splendid opportunity. I can already envision the scene where Chu Yunfei is scolded, Lin Fan said with a sense of triumph. Oh, I've caught you, how mischievous. Chun Yi clearly understood. At the doorway of Lu Can's hospital room, Chu Yunfei took a deep breath, attempting to compose his emotions before knocking on the door. Come in. Lu Yong responded cheerfully, his demeanor respectful. As Chu Yunfei and the esteemed Dr. Jiang entered, they kept their heads down. Chu Yunfei feigned sorrow, saying, Director Lu, we too have erred. However, one cannot bring the dead back to life. Please accept my condolences. It is all Lin Fan's fault for pretending to be a doctor and failing to heal. Chu Yunfei, what on earth are you saying? What do you mean by one cannot bring the dead back to life, and please accept my condolences? Are you cursing my father to death? Lu Yong interrupted sharply, his voice cold. Get out immediately. I do not wish to see you again. Yong, do not be so angry. An elderly voice interjected. Upon hearing this voice, Chu Yunfei quickly looked up, realizing that Lu Can had sat up in bed, invigorated and evidently awake. Ah, Lu Lao, did you not hear my words? Get out. Lu Yong, who had not been so furious initially, could no longer tolerate it after the affront to his father. He added, You shall not participate in the bidding the day after tomorrow. Chu Yunfei was utterly taken aback. Initially, they had qualified, but now they had lost even the eligibility to bid, turning his efforts into futility. Dr. Jiang, seeing the situation, swiftly pulled Chu Yunfei outside. Remaining in the room would only further incite Lu Yong's wrath, which was of no benefit. Once outside the ward, Dr. Jiang cautioned, Young Master Chu. We have been deceived by that Lin Fan. However, it seems he possesses some skill, having managed to awaken Lu Lao. Quite mysterious indeed. Lin Fan. Chu Yunfei clenched his fists. The woman he cherished had been taken from him by Lin Fan, and now even the ground beneath him was snatched away by this man. Gritting his teeth, he inwardly murmured, Lin Fan, you have chosen to confront me, haven't you? Very well, just wait. On Furong's Rolls-Royce Phantom, Lin Fan remarked. Director Lu seems quite apprehensive of that dually. I wonder what sort of person she is. Even a figure like Director Lu fears her. Chun Yi inquired curiously. What do you know about her? I'm not sure, but it seems unrelated to us. Let it be, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. Furong. We shall pay a visit to the Chun family, Lin Fan instructed. All right, Furong responded. Chun Yi, puzzled, asked, What are we going to my house for? To collect a reward, of course. Having completed my task, I must receive my due. I intend to have Xuan Wu present me with a grand gift, Lin Fan grinned. Do you still want a gift? Chun Yi looked at Lin Fan with disdain. Chapter 50. Who is Zhang Qinyan? Of course. Last time I merely asked you to marry me after 6 months, but during this half year, I must refrain from touching you. Reflecting on it now, I feel a bit regretful. You are so beautiful, yet I cannot touch you. This time, I wish to refine our agreement. Allowing me to embrace you within these 6 months, declared Zhou Yuan. Chun Yi exclaimed, Lin Fan, you scoundrel. We agreed you would marry me in 6 months. And now you wish to alter it to allow you to touch me within this time frame. Why not simply do it now? With her words barely spoken, Lin Fan cupped Chun Yi's face and planted a kiss on her lips. Chun Yi was momentarily stunned. Yet Lin Fan remarked, This is the first time I have encountered someone requesting such a thing, urging me to touch her immediately. It seems you are quite impatient. Unable to contain herself, the driver Furong burst out laughing, finding Lin Fan's antics utterly amusing. Lin Fan, I shall kill you. Chun Yi finally regained her composure and threw a punch. But to Lin Fan, her fist felt as light as a feather, lacking any real force. You two truly are delightful adversaries. Furong chuckled, then shifted the topic by asking, Boss, shall we still visit the Qin family? Of course we shall go, but not to seek Xuan Wu. We are to meet Uncle Zhou, Lin Fan replied. He wished to inquire about the timing of the martial arts heaven ranking competition. Previously, Zhou Wu had only mentioned the earth ranking, set for September 1st of this year, but had not specified when the heaven ranking would occur. The group fell silent, and Chun Yi's face flushed a deep crimson after Lin Fan's kiss, leaving her feeling exceedingly shy. However, Lin Fan remained nonchalant, which made her hesitant to raise a fuss, as it would only result in her own embarrassment. Approximately 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the Chun family residence. Upon learning that Lin Fan had completed his task, Zhou Wu promptly came out to greet him. Congratulations, Divine Dr. Lin. I truly did not expect you to resolve matters so swiftly. It appears you were merely being modest before, Zhou Wu beamed. Initially, he had worried that Xuan Wu had misjudged Lin Fan, believing he had merely stumbled upon the blood needle within Xuan Wu's body. However, it turned out Lin Fan was indeed a miraculous doctor. Thus, he now comprehended why Xuan Wu had offered Lin Fan such a substantial reward, even entrusting the happiness of his beloved granddaughter Chun Yi to him. Who wouldn't he desire a doctor of such caliber? You flatter me. I merely recognize the ailment. Lin Fan humbly responded. Every time you seem to just happen upon the solution. It must be the hallmark of a true doctor. Zhou Wu chuckled, not dwelling on the matter further. He shifted the conversation, saying, Little Lin, you came here personally, so there must be other matters at hand, yes? Indeed, Uncle Zhou. I wish to know when the heaven ranking will be held, Lin Fan inquired. The heaven ranking? Zhou Wu gasped. Could it be that you intend to participate in the heaven ranking? There seems to be an earth ranking in September. Perhaps you should register for that first. As the heaven ranking can be quite challenging. I shall merely observe and learn, Lin Fan replied. Lin Fan understood his own capabilities. He could even defeat a martial arts master, who was a formidable competitor on the dragon ranking. There was no need for him to concern himself with the earth ranking. Zhou Wu offered an awkward smile, yet when Lin Fan expressed his desire to participate, he candidly explained, this year, the earth ranking and the heaven ranking coincide, both taking place in the same year. The official website of the Huaxiao Martial Arts Association has just announced that it will be held 2 months in advance. Likely in early July. I will inform you of the exact date, but registration will only be required a week prior. Are you truly certain about entering the heaven ranking? During the competition, fists and feet are indiscriminate. It may prove quite disadvantageous for you, Zhou Wu reiterated. Absolutely, Lin Fan affirmed. He aspired to make a remarkable debut on the dragon ranking and subsequently establish his own faction. Once he entered society, Lin Fan distinctly realized that mere wealth was insufficient. One must possess their own influence, or risk feeling isolated and vulnerable. In recent encounters, had it not been for his backing, situations could have become quite precarious. For instance, with forces like the Shuiyue Villa and the Qin family, these powers were confined to Jiangnan province, and outside of it, they held little significance. What would he do if he encountered an even stronger force without any support? Would he not be left helpless? Therefore, to ensure a carefree life for himself and his loved ones, he needed to cultivate his own influence, and it had to be of international caliber. The most effective route to quickly acquire such formidable power was through the martial arts rankings, earth, heaven, and sacred rankings. Zhou Wu had mentioned that those on the heaven ranking could become rulers of their domains, supported by the elite. As for the sacred ranking, it conferred a status equal to that of national leaders, commanding respect and fear from the powerful figures of the world. Thus, Lin Fan's ultimate aspiration was undoubtedly to enter the sacred ranking, with the prerequisite of first achieving the heaven ranking. This distinction marked the fundamental difference between the two. The heaven ranking allowed anyone to register, while participation in the sacred ranking was reserved for those already on the heaven ranking. Indeed, I will notify you when the time comes. Seeing Lin Fan's resolute determination, Zhou Wu ceased his attempts to dissuade him. After conversing with Zhou Wu for a while, Lin Fan was preparing to depart when Chun Yi interjected. Weren't you looking for my grandfather? Oh, I was merely teasing you. What? Do you wish for me to bother you? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow playfully. Ahem. I have no such desire, Chun Yi retorted, casting a sideways glance at Lin Fan, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Very well, if you do not wish it. Then I shall refrain. I cannot do anything to upset my future wife, Lin Fan quipped, playfully pinching her cheek, and adding, it feels delightful and quite charming. With that, he turned to leave. Chun Yi thought to herself, this guy is the only one bold enough to pinch her cheek in front of others. Even her father would not dare to do such a thing. Zhou Wu was also taken aback, not anticipating the swift progression between the two, and he chuckled heartily. Though he remained silent, Chun Yi, her face aflame with embarrassment, dashed back to her room. Lin Fan did not return to the Tang residence. Instead, he made his way to the home of his senior sister. The Snow Moon Villa was a sanctuary for cultivation, where time spent in practice yielded remarkable results. However, upon entering his senior sister's villa, he found her lost in thought, gazing at her phone. Stealthily, he approached her from behind and, peering over her shoulder, discovered she was engaged in a conversation on WeChat with a contact labeled as best friend. Instantly, Lin Fan realized that this must refer to Hu Lily. His curiosity piqued. He continued to observe. To his surprise, he encountered an unfamiliar name, Zhang Qingyun. Who is Zhang Qingyun? Lin Fan exclaimed. Oh my goodness, Xiao Fan. Are you trying to frighten your senior sister? Feng Shuyue gasped, turning to see Lin Fan and promptly scolding him. You appeared as if you were in a trance. I've been here for quite some time, and with your prowess, you still haven't noticed. You must have been lost in thought. Lin Fan replied, come on. Enlighten me. Which handsome fellow has captured your attention? And no one, Feng Shuyue stammered, her cheeks flushing, clearly unwilling to confess. Suit yourself, Lin Fan said, not pressing further. I'm heading upstairs to cultivate. Please don't disturb me, especially not Hu Jia. Don't let her know I'm here. Okay, Feng Shuyue replied, seemingly distracted and preoccupied with her own thoughts. Lin Fan ascended the stairs. No sooner had he settled into his room than a woman entered the hall. Shuyue, I heard Xiao Fan is here. Hu Lili inquired. Just went upstairs, Feng Shuyue casually replied, returning to her tasks. Chapter 51. The childhood friend of the senior sister Hu Lili hurriedly ascended the stairs. As Lin Fan stepped into his room, intending to immerse himself in rigorous practice, he felt a sense of urgency, though he believed he could not yet break through to the third level of the pure yang technique. The energy he had accumulated would serve him well in the future. Just as he was about to commence his meditative practice, a knock echoed at the door. Xiao Fan, I heard from your senior sister that you're upstairs, is that right? Hu Lili asked playfully. Lin Fan was at a loss for words. She had undoubtedly inquired with his senior sister before coming up. He could only respond, yes, do you need something? I do, something significant, Hu Lili declared. With no choice. Lin Fan acknowledged her loyalty and concern, opening the door. Hu Lili entered and shut the door behind her, locking it. What on earth? Hu Jia, what are you planning? Lin Fan exclaimed, hastily wrapping his arms around himself. This woman, at 30, was as fierce as a wolf, and he found her presence unsettling. What are you thinking? Surely it's your own mind that is impure, you unscrupulous person. Hu Lili cast a sidelong glance at Lin Fan before delving into the matter at hand. I spoke with my father today, and he expressed that my proposal is quite commendable. However, he insists that I return home. I can't shake the feeling that they have ulterior motives, which is why I wish to bring you along. Firstly, you could serve as a convenient shield. If that scoundrel Yi Xiaoqing bothers me, I shall declare that you are my boyfriend and that we have shared intimacy on several occasions. Let's see if he dares to pursue me then. Secondly, given your remarkable skills, if my parents attempt to persuade me to stay, your presence would certainly put my mind at ease. Being your bodyguard is one thing, but admitting to having been intimate with you on multiple occasions seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Lin Fan replied, a hint of awkwardness in his smile. Oh, I see what you mean. You're implying that we haven't truly been intimate, Hu Lili said with a playful glint in her eye. How about we rectify that? Let us share a night together now, and then another later to make it count. Lin Fan swallowed hard, astonished by her audacity. Sister Fox, could you refrain from teasing me so persistently? One day, I might lose my resolve and truly take advantage of you, and then you cannot blame me. Well, if you possess the willpower to resist, why not prove it? Hu Lili continued to provoke him, intentionally accentuating her alluring figure, leaving Lin Fan parched and yearning, tempted to press her onto the bed. Do you not realize that cultivating pure yang techniques can easily lead to overwhelming desires? Your constant temptations do not help. Lin Fan cursed inwardly. Come on, just help your sister out, dear little Fan. Hu Lili pressed her body against him, overwhelming him with softness, and he felt utterly helpless. If he did not acquiesce soon, he feared what outrageous actions this girl might undertake. Fine, but let us agree not to make it too outrageous. No need to mention having been intimate multiple times, Lin Fan cautioned. All right, I want to mention it. Hu Lili grinned in agreement. At that moment, Lin Fan recalled something and inquired, by the way, Sister Fox, who is Zhang Qingyun? Did you sneak a peek at your senior sister's phone? Hu Lili teased. I happened to see it by accident, when I noticed my senior sister looking so lost. I couldn't help but wonder who this person was, Lin Fan explained. Hu Lili paused for a moment before responding. If I tell you, you must not betray me. Otherwise, your senior sister might very well take revenge on me. Of course, I won't, Lin Fan assured her. They were childhood friends, having played together until the age of 13. As for any promises of lifelong commitment, I cannot say. However, Zhang Qingyun has become quite accomplished. His business is thriving in Jiangzhou, and he is certainly no less capable than your senior sister, perhaps even more so. Especially his brother, Zhang Xiantian. I wonder if you've heard of him, the foremost god of war in Jiangnan, celebrated for his numerous victories and a member of the Dragon List. Oh, that explains why my senior sister appeared so disoriented, Lin Fan realized, enlightenment dawning upon him. As dinner approached, Lin Fan intended to return and dine with Tang Yanrou. However, as he descended the stairs, he encountered his senior sister, Feng Shuyue, who approached him and said, Xiao Fan, I have a gathering tonight. Would you accompany me? Why? Aren't you supposed to be on a date with your boyfriend? Lin Fan inquired, puzzled. I don't have a boyfriend, don't be ridiculous. It's just a group of old friends. And I would like you to come with me, Feng Shuiyue replied. Seeing her unusually bashful demeanor, Lin Fan felt a flicker of curiosity. After a brief hesitation, he asked, All right, is it covered? Absolutely. There will be plenty of food. You can eat whatever you like, she assured him. Lin Fan agreed and sent a text to Tang Yanrou. Although they were living their own lives, he felt it necessary to inform her. Tang Yanrou responded with a nonchalant, whatever. At 7:30 in the evening, Lin Fan accompanied Feng Shuiyue to a luxurious 5-star hotel. In a spacious banquet hall on the 18th floor, the atmosphere was vibrant, clearly indicating a birthday celebration. Whose birthday is it? Lin Fan asked playfully. He suspected it was Zhang Qingyun's birthday, Feng Shuiyue's childhood friend, who had likely invited her and planned some special surprises. Lin Fan speculated it might even involve a proposal. It's a friend of mine, Feng Shuiyue responded, her words seemingly hesitant. Lin Fan was somewhat taken aback by her uncharacteristic anxiety. He had always known her to be composed and steady. Unexpectedly, she appeared quite nervous this evening. Zhang Qingyun. Lin Fan probed further. Feng Shuiyue's eyes widened in surprise, and she looked at Lin Fan, whispering, How do you know? Did Hu Lily tell you? I saw it on your phone. I noticed you two were chatting about him. What is your relationship with him that makes you so anxious? Lin Fan teased. Just an ordinary friend. What else could it be? She replied, attempting to dismiss the tension. Then why are you so nervous? Lin Fan pressed on. I'm not nervous. Feng Shuiyue insisted, lying through her teeth. Lin Fan chuckled silently, while Feng Shuiyue, feeling awkward, picked up a glass of wine and took a sip, then added, There's food over there. You should go eat and keep quiet. All right. Lin Fan, not wishing to tease her further, was more than willing to support her unconditionally, for she was his beloved senior sister. She had appeared in his life when he was 7 years old, providing him with care and affection like an older sister, for which Lin Fan was deeply grateful. He made his way to a lavish buffet table, where he began to indulge in the offerings. However, most of the dishes were Western cuisine and pastries, high in sugar and calories, which Lin Fan did not particularly enjoy. After sampling a few bites, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a large round table on his right, laden with an exquisite array of delicacies, fresh seafood, abalone, and hairy crabs, all splendidly prepared. Lin Fan looked around, noticing that there was no one nearby to oversee him. He instinctively assumed that the food was free for all. Thus, he settled down and began to feast heartily. During his indulgence, a server passed by, observing Lin Fan's calm demeanor while eating. The server mistakenly believed that he was a special guest arranged by the host, and with a slight smile, she departed. Who is this person? Why has he started eating before Brother Qingyun has even announced the feast? Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed. Chapter 52. Zhang Qingyun's birthday celebration. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Fan raised his head towards its source and beheld a young woman in her 20s. She was quite well developed, with a curvaceous figure and a delicate, oval face that bore a sharp chin, reminiscent of a vixen, though not to Lin Fan's taste. Her expression was icy, reminiscent of his first encounter with Chun-Yi. Yet she exuded a more domineering aura. Her piercing gaze suggested she felt as though he had pocketed money without sharing it with her. As Lin Fan continued to gnaw on a large chicken leg, Chu Jingyi, clearly irritated, spoke again. Hey, I'm talking to you. Who are you? Do you realize this is the host's table? It has been prepared specifically for tonight's celebrant, Zhang Qingyun. Why are you here eating? So this is the host's table? My apologies, I was just too hungry and thought it was all fair game. Lin Fan replied, somewhat embarrassed, managing a grin. I won't eat anymore. You all go ahead. Is a mere apology sufficient? Tell me, which of these delicacies have you partaken in? You must be the uncouth country bumpkin who sneaked in to pilfer our food. And you must face the appropriate consequences, Chu Jingyi retorted, hands on her hips, her demeanor decidedly hostile. I only had a chicken leg, 2 abalones, and a bowl of sea cucumber soup. If you want compensation, I can pay for it. It's no big deal, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. Is this merely a matter of money? Do you think someone who can host such a grand birthday celebration would be lacking in your petty sums? You are truly amusing. What we seek is an apology, and then we can discuss compensation for the damages, Chu Jingyi coldly chastised. At that moment, not far away, Chu Xiaotian approached and inquired. Little sister, what is going on? This guy has been stealing from the hostess table and must be punished. Moreover, I suspect he snuck in from outside. Just look at his casual attire, clearly of inferior quality. He does not resemble our invited guests, who are all prominent figures, Chu Jingyi pointed out, indicating Lin Fan. This was understandable, as Lin Fan had only worn designer clothes during his official appearance at the Pinnacle Group. Otherwise, he had been clad in his old garments. Those outfits were purchased for him by his master from local markets, costing only a few dozen yuan each, cheap but comfortable, and Lin Fan had no intention of changing them. Today was not intended for attending any banquet. I merely accompanied my senior sister. Consequently, I paid little heed to my appearance. Upon noticing me, Chu Xiaodian immediately shouted, "Security! Security! Come here and remove this beggar who has inexplicably appeared." Upon hearing the term beggar directed at him, Lin Fan was incensed. "Hey, could you possibly restrain your foul language? Despite your polished appearance, your words reek of ignorance," he retorted, rising to his feet. "You audacious beggar dare to insult me? Do you even know who I am? Apologize at once, or I shall dispose of you in an instant." Chu Xiaodian threatened, pointing furiously at Lin Fan. "I care not who you are. Is it a crime to partake in a modest meal? Must you resort to such derogatory labels? If apologies are required, I shall offer mine, and should compensation be demanded, I am willing to comply. What more do you desire?" Lin Fan countered. "You wish to compensate, do you? Very well. Then compensate," Chu Jingyi declared, gesturing towards the 4 dishes. "Waiter, come here and calculate the total for these 4 dishes. This rustic fellow claims he will compensate. Let us see if he can afford it." The nearest waiter hurried over, examined the 4 dishes Lin Fan had just consumed, and stated, "Miss Chu, the total amounts to 8,005. Rustic fellow, have you heard? 8,005. Can you afford it? If not, you shall bow and apologize, then leave at once." Chu Jingyi proclaimed with authority. With an abrupt motion, Lin Fan produced a card and slapped it onto the table. "Take this and swipe it. The password is 666. Who do you think you are?" Chu Jingyi's brows furrowed with disbelief. How could someone who appeared so simple possess such wealth? "Waiter, swipe the card. I refuse to believe it," she commanded. The waiter swiftly retrieved a wireless machine from his pocket, took Lin Fan's card, and swiped it. Ding. Transaction successful. The total payment is 8,500. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers, astonished that this fellow could indeed pay. Amidst their surprise, Lin Fan took back his card and resumed his meal, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. "You dare to continue eating?" Chu Jingyi exclaimed, her anger reigniting. "Please. I paid for it. If I do not eat, should I leave it for you? Moreover, even if I were to abstain, I wouldn't offer it to you." Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. "You." Chu Jingyi, exasperated, stomped her foot and turned to her brother, Chu Xiaodian. "Brother, I have been wronged, and you merely watch. Hurry and deal with him. Fear not, sister. This evening, he shall meet his misfortune. Watch closely." Chu Xiaodian nodded to the 2 bodyguards nearby, who promptly approached Lin Fan, one on each side, seizing his shoulders. "Sir, my young master requests you to change the venue for our discussion," one of the bodyguards stated. "This is the birthday celebration of Zhang Qingyun. As a member of the Chu family, it is imperative that Chu Xiaotian refrains from causing a scene at this event. Thus, he chose to have his bodyguards escort the troublemaker to the vicinity of the restroom for a stern lesson. I am preoccupied. Can't you see that I am dining? Once I have finished my meal, I shall entertain him." Lin Fan declined firmly. "No time for that. Take him away." Chu Xiaodian issued a resolute command. Upon receiving the order, the 2 bodyguards grew bolder, attempting to forcibly lift the individual. However, a moment later, their brows furrowed in confusion as they felt an immense weight, akin to that of a stone statue, making the task utterly impossible. Exchanging doubtful glances, they decided to exert greater force, synchronizing their efforts. "Gentlemen, have you not dined? Perhaps it would be best to sit and eat before attempting to lift him?" Lin Fan turned with a smile. "What is the matter with you 2? Chu Xiaodian gently cautioned. The 2, inhaling deeply and feeling insulted, unleashed a punch towards Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan abruptly leaned forward, resulting in their fists colliding with a resounding crack, fracturing a finger in the process. A piercing scream echoed, startling everyone in the venue. Feng Shuiyue, upon seeing Zhang Qingyun, was about to speak when the commotion startled her. Zhang Qingyun, equally perplexed, looked towards the source of the noise and noticed a crowd gathering. "Xiaoyang, go and see what is happening," Zhang Qingyun commanded. Xiaoyang, his personal bodyguard, was a formidable fighter found for him by his elder brother, Zhang Xiantian. A practitioner of the late stage of transformation, His prowess was exceptional, rare in the entire Jiangnan city, as he nearly met the minimum requirements for the Earth ranking, known to consist of the most competent fighters at that level. Observing the scene, Lin Fan chuckled softly. This is merely a case of you two brawling amongst yourselves. You cannot hold me accountable. You brat, how dare you? The bodyguard with the fractured finger seethed, directing a kick at Lin Fan. Yet, as he lifted his leg, a chopstick pierced through the sole of his shoe, eliciting another scream as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his injured foot in agony. The other bodyguard, witnessing this, raised his foot, intending to ambush Lin Fan from behind. Thud! A platter filled with chicken was abruptly placed over his face, leaving him bewildered as he staggered back and fell to the ground. In a matter of seconds, both of Chu Xiaoyan's bodyguards lay on the floor, one injured, the other covered in grease, utterly disheveled. Chu Xiaoyan and Chu Jingyi were left in shock. Though his two bodyguards were not inner-strength fighters, they were nonetheless exceptionally skilled. Yet, in the face of this young man, they proved to be utterly ineffective. The onlookers were astonished, uncertain of who Lin Fan was, daring to provoke someone from the Chu family of Jiangzhou. Although this was Jiang City, the influence of Jiangzhou extended throughout the entire Jiangnan province, with the Chu family in Jiang City being merely a branch, wielding considerable power. This was the consequence of interrupting my meal. Let it serve as a lesson. When you see me, make a swift exit. Lin Fan rose, letting out a satisfied belch, and declared, All right, I've had my fill. You all enjoy yourselves. I shall seek my senior sister for a chat. Hold on. Just as Lin Fan took a few steps, a voice rang out. The bodyguard of Chu Xiaoyan, having been struck, could not let the affront go unpunished. How could they overlook such an insult without addressing it? If it remained unresolved, where would the Chu family's dignity reside? However, Lin Fan seemed oblivious, continuing on his path. Chu Xiaoyan, the third young master of the Chu family, was used to being arrogant and was himself a master in the later stages of internal energy. Thus, after witnessing Lin Fan easily defeat his two bodyguards, he dismissed Lin Fan as merely a martial artist of no significance. Lin Fan appeared slightly older, while Chu Xiaoyan had been nurtured by the resources of the Chu family and had received specialized training, barely managing to reach the later stage of internal energy. In his eyes, Lin Fan was nothing more than an obscure individual, likely only at the initial stage of internal energy. Boy, did you not hear me? I told you to stop. Seeing Lin Fan ignoring him, Chu Xiaoyan felt his pride wounded. He abruptly stepped forward, swiftly catching Lin Fan by the shoulder. Lin Fan, not wishing to cause trouble for his senior sister, was taken aback. Are you calling me? Upon noticing Lin Fan's bewilderment, Chu Xiaoyan refrained from immediate violence, instead responding with indignation. What other reason could there be? You injured my men and partook of our host's meal. Do you think I have no reason to find you? All right then, may I ask what business you have with me? Lin Fan replied earnestly. How dare you feign ignorance? You harmed my people and ate at our table. Of course, I have business with you. Chu Xiaoyan struggled to contain his fury and continued, Immediately kneel and apologize to my men, then compensate for the damages. Otherwise, I shall render you incapacitated tonight. They initiated the attack. Everyone witnessed it. I was merely acting in self-defense. If you do not believe me, feel free to call the authorities. Lin Fan suddenly shifted his tone, his expression turning cold. As for your threat to incapacitate me, I suggest you retract that statement. For I detest such words. How dare you act so brazenly in my presence? Retract? I shall be the one to incapacitate you. With that, Chu Xiaoyan swung a punch at Lin Fan. Lin Fan merely lifted his gaze slightly, seized Chu Xiaoyan's wrist, and coldly stated, Repeat that. Do not provoke me, or the consequences will be dire. A gasp rippled through the crowd, drawing even more spectators to the unfolding scene. Those who attended the birthday celebration were well aware of who Chu Xiaoyan was. He was the third son of the illustrious Chu family from Jiangzhou. However, this unknown young man audaciously dared to confront him. Who do you think you are? You better not provoke me, Chu Xiaoyan declared. Why should I not provoke you? What is it to you? In a sudden burst of energy, Chu Xiaoyan summoned his inner strength and lunged forward, throwing a punch aimed at Lin Fan's face. Yet, before he could make contact, Lin Fan retaliated with remarkable swiftness, delivering a resounding slap that sent Chu Xiaoyan spinning twice before collapsing to the ground. The audience was once again left in stunned silence. Brother, are you all right? Chu Jingyi exclaimed, horrified by the sight of her formidable brother being so easily bested. Chu Xiaoyan, dazed and bewildered, found himself at a loss. Someone quickly, seize this man. He has injured my brother. Chu Jingyi cried, pointing at Lin Fan. Several security personnel rushed over. But Lin Fan cast a cold glance at them and stated, he was the one who attacked me first. I merely retaliated after my attempts to dissuade him failed. Anyone who dares to obstruct me will meet the same fate. The security guards, observing the bewildered Chu Xiaotian on the ground, hesitated to intervene. After all, Chu Xiaotian was a prodigious martial artist, having reached the later stages of inner strength at the tender age of 22, a true master of the ancient arts. Yet, such a formidable figure had been felled by a mere slap. They were but ordinary security guards. How could they hope to contend with him? Who dares to act so brazenly? A figure suddenly appeared before Lin Fan, blocking his path. A good dog does not obstruct the way. Lin Fan had no desire to continue fighting. He merely wished to engage in conversation with his senior sister and had no interest in the person before him. What arrogance! You injure our people and expect to leave without consequences? Yang Wenbin, with no more words to spare, moved to twist Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan frowned. He could sense that this man possessed considerable inner strength, significantly stronger than the previous adversary. Yet, he was still far from being a match for Lin Fan. With a sudden tremor, Lin Fan released his energy, causing Yang Wenbin to be flung back, retreating 2 steps. Such formidable inner strength. Yang Wenbin gasped. But as a loyal subordinate of Zhang Qingyun, he could not simply withdraw when his leader was being challenged on his birthday. Just as he was about to strike, a familiar feminine voice rang out, "Stop!" Recognizing the voice, Yang Wenbin turned to see its source. Indeed, Feng Shuhe was approaching alongside their leader, Zhang Qingyun. "Miss Feng, boss. This man was causing a ruckus and injured Chu Xiao and his bodyguard. I intended to apprehend him," Yang Wenbin hurriedly explained. Zhang Qingyun turned to Feng Shuhe, who clarified, "Qingyun, this is my junior disciple." "Oh, so he is Shue's junior disciple?" Zhang Qingyun mused. "I had heard rumors of your apprenticeship at Tianling Mountain. I initially dismissed them as mere gossip, but it appears they were true." Zhang Qingyun smiled and said, "Since he is a junior of Shue, he is one of our own. Let's consider this a misunderstanding and not let it escalate further. Brother Qingyun, this cannot simply be overlooked. Regardless of his relationship with Feng Shueyue, he must face consequences. Otherwise, it would be unforgivable." Chu Jingyi clearly was not willing to relent. Chu Xiaotian, touching his swollen cheek, remarked, "Brother Qingyun, it's not that I wish to disrespect you, but this fellow has embarrassed me. Even if we are friends, I cannot swallow this humiliation unless I deliver a slap to him. Why don't you try slapping him yourself?" Feng Shueyue's expression suddenly turned icy. The previous shyness had vanished, replaced by a fierce demeanor, likely due to her anxiety over the impending confession from her childhood friend. Now, her queenly arrogance astonished everyone present. Zhang Qingyun inhaled sharply. "Feng Shueyue, do not think I am intimidated by you. Shueyue Villa may hold great prestige in Jiangcheng, but in the eyes of the Chu family of Jiangzhou, it is nothing." Chu Xiaotian spoke coldly. "Chu Xiao, please be aware that this is Jiangcheng. Even a dragon must bow here." Feng Shueyue retorted angrily. "You." Chu Xiaotian gritted his teeth. Indeed, a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. While the Chu family is the foremost clan of Jiangnan, their influence in Jiangxing pales in comparison to that of Shuyue Villa. Engaging in a confrontation here would be detrimental to him. "Shuyue is my childhood companion. Chu Xiao, let us each take a step back and apologize to one another," Zhang Qingyun suggested. Chapter 54. Are the ranked experts this pathetic? In truth, he felt quite embarrassed. His own people were not giving him face, leaving him in an awkward position. Feng Shueyue did not wish to complicate matters for Zhang Qingyun. After all, they had once shared a bond, and despite the years apart, those feelings still lingered. Thus, she directly stated, "Chu Xiao, I apologize on behalf of my junior. I am sorry." With that, Feng Shueyue bowed. Lin Fan was taken aback that the senior sister would apologize for him. Chu Xiaotian had intended to say more, but was reminded by Zhang Qingyun, "Today is my birthday. I hope everyone can enjoy themselves." With a subtle glance at Chu Xiaotian, Zhang Qingyun urged him to comply. Reluctantly, Chu Xiaotian acquiesced, acknowledging that Zhang Xiantian was indeed his brother-in-law. "Humph, consider this my misfortune." He did not offer Feng Shueyue a pleasant expression, adding, "Keep your junior in check. If this happens again, I will not spare you. Everyone, please disperse. My birthday celebration is about to commence. Do not let a trivial matter affect your mood." Zhang Qingyun began to lighten the atmosphere. All right. All right. Everyone resumed their conversations, and the ambience quickly returned to normal. As the wind and snow enveloped them, Feng Shui led Lin Fan aside and softly spoke. Xiao Fan, do not be angry. It is entirely my fault for not warning you earlier. The two who clashed with you just now are the Chu sisters from Jiangzhou. They are notorious for their arrogance and have quite the reputation in Jiangzhou. Had it not been for Zhang Qingyun's influence, I would not have intervened on your behalf. However, it must be noted that the Chu family possesses numerous skilled fighters, including several ranked experts. The one you faced earlier was indeed a formidable opponent. A late-stage practitioner of the transformation of energy. Lin Fan was taken aback and muttered, with such power, they are considered experts of the ranks? It seems the so-called experts are rather unimpressive. Coughing, Feng Shui was taken aback by Lin Fan's boldness. It had been years since she had witnessed her junior brother's prowess. Before descending the mountain, he had only just begun to cultivate his internal energy. She found it hard to believe he could have developed into someone truly formidable in such a short span of time. Keep your voice down. Others may overhear, and it could lead to trouble, she cautioned. Even at my peak, I was merely at the late stage of transformation of energy, and I would never dream of competing in the ranking matches. You, at your tender age, should temper your arrogance. This world is filled with ruthless individuals, so be cautious. Oh, Lin Fan finally grasped that his senior sister was unaware of his true capabilities, likely due to his cultivation of the pure yang technique, which masked his level of mastery. As long as they do not provoke me, I shall not instigate any conflict with them, he assured. Feng Shui nodded in satisfaction, pleased that her junior brother still heeded her counsel. However, at that moment, Lin Fan suddenly inquired, Senior sister, you did not bring me here merely to share a meal, did you? Feng Shui glanced around before responding, of course not. To be frank, I have received word that Zhang Qingyun intends to propose to me today under the guise of celebrating his birthday. Oh, is that not a good thing? He appears quite handsome and seems to hold considerable power and influence. Would it not be advantageous for you to marry him? Lin Fan questioned, puzzled. I do not harbor any feelings for him. I have always regarded him as an older brother, Feng Shui confided, leaning closer to Lin Fan and lowering her voice. Moreover, I have heard rumors that he is quite the philanderer, with many women outside. Though I cannot vouch for the truth of this information, it is unlikely to be unfounded. Do you think I would marry someone like him? If that is the case, it is indeed unwise. Then why not simply refuse him and find an excuse to avoid attending? Why put yourself in a position to invite trouble? Lin Fan suggested. He is quite prideful, and if I outright reject him, he will not relent. It is better to clarify matters before he becomes a nuisance, Feng Shui explained. After a brief pause, she added, Junior brother, if necessary, could you help me deflect his advances? Deflect what? Lin Fan sensed something amiss, feeling that trouble was on the horizon. Indeed. Feng Shui's delicate visage flushed slightly as she declared, if he were to propose to me, I would assert that I have someone I adore, and that person is you. Please indulge me and say that you are my boyfriend. Ah, isn't that rather inappropriate? Lin Fan pondered. Although he cherished his senior sister deeply and had often envisioned the joy of marrying her, the reality was complicated. The senior sister, 5 years his elder, possessed an innate beauty and an alluring figure that belied her age, making her appear only slightly more mature than Lin Fan, yet still akin to her peers. Were it not for her esteemed status, Lin Fan might have fallen for her entirely. Feigning it, what are you thinking? It's not as if it's genuine. Feng Shui shot Lin Fan an exasperated glance. So, the senior sister treats you so well, and at a critical moment, you refuse to assist her? Oh, that is not the case. I must agree, Lin Fan conceded, compelled by her insistence. Not far away, after comforting Chu Xiaodian, Zhang Qingyun had been fixated on Feng Shui. Observing her so closely engaged in whispered conversation and laughter with junior Lin Fan, he felt a surge of displeasure, brimming with jealousy. I need to investigate that lad's background. I suspect their relationship transcends mere mentor-student dynamics, Zhang Qingyun remarked to Yang Wenbin. Indeed, boss, Yang Wenbin replied hesitantly, adding, that fellow seems quite formidable. Earlier, he displayed considerable strength. Oh, even you, a top-tier expert, find him impressive? Zhang Qingyun expressed mild surprise. Not exactly. He simply possesses great physical strength. Some individuals are naturally strong, yet their combat skills may be mediocre, Yang Wenbin clarified, inadvertently undermining Lin Fan while not diminishing his own prowess. Very well. Yang Wenbin glanced at his Patek Philippe watch, noting the time, and declared, "The auspicious moment has arrived. Let us proceed as planned." "Understood, boss." Yang Wenbin responded with a nod. Moments later, as several waiters wheeled in a magnificent seven-tiered cake, the lights in the venue abruptly extinguished. The birthday song resonated through the air, and under the guidance of a certain individual, the guests began to sing. Zhang Qingyun, amidst the melody, closed his eyes before the cake to make a wish. With a powerful gust of wind, one of the candles atop the towering cake was extinguished. Lin Fan sensed this breeze carried the internal force of Zhang Qingyun, who was in the mid-stages of his cultivation. "Not bad," Lin Fan murmured. Initially, everyone assumed this segment had concluded, but unexpectedly, Zhang Qingyun seized the microphone and proclaimed, "Please hold on for a moment. There is a little interlude." Curiosity piqued among the attendees. They awaited Zhang Qingyun's intentions. In the next instant, he directed his gaze towards Feng Shuiyue and asked, "Feng Shuiyue, do you know what wish I just made?" Everyone turned their gaze towards Feng Shuiyue, some evidently grasping the situation, yet remaining silent. Feng Shuiyue was acutely aware that this individual had commenced his endeavor, and she knew that avoidance was futile. Thus, summoning her courage and blushing profusely, she stammered, "How am I to know what wishes you make? I am not a worm in your belly." Her words elicited laughter from the entire crowd. Though it is said that speaking one's birthday wish renders it ineffective, she remained unconvinced. Zhang Qingyun took a deep breath and proclaimed loudly into the microphone, "My birthday wish is for you, Shuiyue, to marry me. Will you?" Chapter 55. The senior sister is my girlfriend. Having said this, Zhang Qingyun swiftly retrieved a bouquet of flowers and a delicately crafted box containing a diamond ring, hurrying towards Feng Shuiyue. Before she could utter a word, he knelt before her, smiling as he confessed, "From a young age, I wish to take you as my bride. Even though you have been away from me for over a decade, my feelings for you have remained unwavering. Shuiyue, marry me, and I shall ensure that you become the happiest woman in the world in your next life." With that, he snapped open the box, revealing an exquisite diamond ring, its stone as large as a pinky finger, brimming with sincerity. The numerous women in the audience gasped, covering their mouths, on the verge of tears, as if they were the ones being proposed to, casting envious glances at one another. Zhang Qingyun, an exceptionally successful entrepreneur in his youth with a fortune exceeding 100 billion, handsome in appearance, and a master of ancient martial arts, had an elder brother, Zhang Shantian, renowned as the greatest warrior of Jiangnan, wielding immense power. What woman would not wish to marry him? However, Feng Shuiyue remained silent, her peripheral vision drifting towards Lin Fan. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, he felt somewhat embarrassed to intervene, yet he had promised his senior sister, and thus he mustered his resolve. "Zhang Qingyun, might I suggest you ascertain the relationship status of your intended before proposing?" Lin Fan stepped forward, firmly grasping Feng Shuiyue's hand, declaring, "Feng Shuiyue is not only my senior sister, but also my girlfriend, my future wife." A stunned silence enveloped the venue. The revelation was explosive. Zhang Qingyun's meticulously arranged proposal had been directed at a woman who was already committed to another. Yet, to be frank, the women present felt a thrill of excitement and joy, for this implied they still had a chance. Conversely, Zhang Qingyun was seething with anger. He understood that Feng Shuiyue had deliberately orchestrated this as a shield, having discreetly inquired into her past. He knew that she had been engrossed in her career for years, leaving little room for romance. This was precisely why he had chosen to confess his feelings for her. Otherwise, as a man with particular standards, he would typically not consider a woman who had previously been in a relationship, for he could not fathom how a beauty like Feng Shuiyue could remain unattached once she had experienced love. "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? This is not the time for jest. Apologize at once." Yang Wenbin continued, his voice cold. "We have conducted our investigation, and Feng Shuiyue is entirely single. She has no boyfriend. Prior to this afternoon, she was indeed unattached, but this afternoon I confessed my feelings to her, and she accepted. Otherwise, why would she bring me to the banquet? She wouldn't even invite her closest friends, but instead brought along a junior to congratulate Zhang Qingyun." Lin Fan began to weave a tale. Feng Shuiyue swallowed hard, at a loss for how to salvage the lie. She never expected this junior could fabricate such a story so adeptly. Yang Wenbin was rendered speechless, seeking help from Zhang Qingyun. Taking a deep breath to suppress his emotions while maintaining a smile, Zhang Qingyun said, "Shuiyue, we grew up together. I understand you. If you were truly to choose a boyfriend, it would certainly not be someone younger than you. He appears to be 5 or 6 years your junior. As a successful businesswoman, how could you possibly be with him? I'm not deceiving you. He is my boyfriend, Feng Shuiyue declared, turning around to cup Lin Fan's face and planting a kiss on his lips. Wow, this has escalated. Lin Fan was utterly stunned, never having anticipated that Feng Shuiyue would go to such lengths to dissuade Zhang Qingyun. Yet, truth be told, this was Lin Fan's first experience of his senior sister's kiss, soft and intoxicating, causing him to instinctively wrap his arms around her waist. Feng Shuiyue clearly sensed this, but understood the necessity of maintaining their act. Otherwise, their ruse would be exposed by Zhang Qingyun. The entire room was left in shock. If this were a charade, how could someone of Feng Shuiyue's stature kiss a junior in public? If news of this were to spread, would she ever find a husband? One does not toy with their lifelong happiness. Feeling it had gone on long enough, Feng Shuiyue attempted to pull away, only to find Lin Fan still greedily leaning in, prompting her to push him away firmly. Zhang Qingyun, is this proof sufficient? Feng Shuiyue asked calmly. Zhang Qingyun did not express anger. Instead, he gazed at her for a moment before bursting into laughter. Well, someone has captured your heart. Why didn't you tell me sooner? We had an agreement as children. If we encountered more suitable partners, we would wish each other well. Now that you have found someone, I certainly wish you happiness. To ease his own embarrassment, Zhang Qingyun added playfully, had I known that birthday wishes should remain unspoken, I wouldn't have been so skeptical. Now, I see the error of my ways. I won't mention it again. Moments after this remark, laughter erupted, and soon everyone joined in, praising Zhang Qingyun's humor. The atmosphere gradually shifted from awkwardness to ease, and Feng Shuiyue personally toasted Zhang Qingyun. Before long, the entire venue returned to its previous cheerful ambience. Nevertheless, Feng Shuiyue understood that Zhang Qingyun must harbor some resentment towards her. Simultaneously, she harbored a tinge of regret for drawing her junior disciple Lin Fan into this tumultuous vortex. Zhang Qingyun was undeniably not a person who could easily relinquish grievances. The more indifferent he appeared, the more intense his desire for retribution would become. Thus, after toasting and consuming a modest meal, Feng Shuiyue sought an excuse to escort Lin Fan away. Xiaoyang swiftly gathered all pertinent information about that individual. Zhang Qingyun commanded with authority, for he was a commercial elite. He could certainly discern the trivial antics of Lin Fan and Feng Shuiyue. Yet, in her refusal, Feng Shuiyue had even bestowed upon him a kiss. What could he do in response? Yes, boss. Yang Wenbin nodded and departed the hotel. In the car, Feng Shuiyue cautioned, Xiao Fan, during this time, please exercise caution in your outings. I suspect Yang Wenbin may cause you trouble. I know him well. He has always been petty. Having suffered such a significant humiliation, he will surely not let us off easily. However, I am unconcerned for myself. He cannot touch me, but I worry for you. Senior sister, there is no need for concern on my behalf. He poses no threat to me, Lin Fan replied calmly. However, Feng Shuiyue remained apprehensive and suggested, perhaps you should stay at Shuiyue Villa for the next few days. After all, you are merely the false son-in-law of the Tang family. It matters little whether you visit them. Just inform Tang Yanrou. Senior sister, you are overly worried. Relax, Zhang Qingyun truly cannot harm me, Lin Fan said with a wry smile. Unbeknownst to her, he had undergone significant transformation during the years apart, mastering the pure yang technique and rapidly advancing his strength. He considered himself invincible within the Tianling sect, second only to his master. Feng Shuiyue exhaled, very well, but should Zhang Qingyun come seeking trouble, call me immediately. Agreed. To alleviate her concerns, Lin Fan promptly acquiesced. The car fell into silence once more, yet the atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. The driver remained focused on the road, while Lin Fan and his senior sister leaned against each other. Recalling the earlier kiss, Feng Shuiyue's cheeks flushed, and she said, Xiao Fan, I was merely acting in the moment. I apologize for kissing you without your consent. No worries. If such delightful tasks arise in the future, senior sister, feel free to call on me, Lin Fan replied, licking his lips. It was quite sweet. Feng Shuiyue retorted, you little rascal, do not misconstrue my intentions. I truly did not mean anything by it. Senior sister, no need for explanations. I said nothing. I simply found the sensation rather pleasant and quite enjoyed it. Lin Fan smiled at her. Feng Shuiyue found herself at a loss for words. She had indeed contemplated the possibility of being with her junior disciple. However, Their master had warned her of the complexities surrounding Lin Fan's background, advising that they should assist him without entangling themselves emotionally, as such involvement could jeopardize his safety. Thus, even if Feng Shuyue harbored feelings for Lin Fan, she would forever keep them concealed, never to be spoken aloud. Master sister, have I said something wrong to upset you? Lin Fan, upon noticing Feng Shuyue's sudden silence, assumed his jest had gone too far and hastily clarified. You know I have a penchant for teasing my senior sisters. So please don't hold it against me. I promise I won't take advantage of you in the future. Observing Lin Fan, Feng Shuyue found herself both amused and exasperated, but chose not to elaborate further, replying, All right then. Please be more serious in the future and refrain from taking advantage of me. Understood. Lin Fan saluted playfully. Upon their return to Shuyue Manor, after a brief period of meditation, Lin Fan, still troubled by an impasse in his cultivation, decided to abandon his efforts. He recalled Tang Yanrou and resolved to visit the Tang family. Although she often claimed indifference, he was aware of her pride. Having agreed to partake in an act with her, he felt it essential to maintain authenticity. Thus, he bid farewell to Feng Shuyue and departed from Shuyue Manor. As he rode in Furong's vehicle towards the Tang family, she suddenly remarked, Boss, it seems 2 cars have been following us. Should we attempt to lose them? Lin Fan furrowed his brow and glanced back, confirming the presence of 2 vehicles trailing closely. To avoid drawing trouble to the Tang family, he hesitated before responding. Let us head to the outskirts instead. I'm curious to see who they are. Understood. Furong, recognizing Lin Fan's capabilities, felt less anxious than before. In the entirety of Jiangnan province, there were few who could pose a threat to him. He turned. The driver of the trailing car exclaimed urgently. Seated within was none other than Yang Wenbin, Chu Yunfei, and an elderly man clad in gray robes, appearing to be in his 60s, with keen eyes and an extraordinary demeanor. At that moment, he was meditating quietly. He's caught on to us. However, if he thinks he can shake us off, he is rather naive, Chu Yunfei sneered. Zhang Qingyun had instructed Yang Wenbin to investigate, naturally beginning with local sources. Given the amicable ties between the Jiangqing Chu family and their own, he sought out Chu Yunfei. Upon presenting Lin Fan's photograph, Chu Yunfei immediately recognized him and declared that Lin Fan was the husband of the Tang family's eldest daughter, Tang Yanrou, and could not possibly be Feng Shuyue's boyfriend. When this information reached Zhang Qingyun's ears, he was infuriated and immediately ordered Yang Wenbin to incapacitate Lin Fan. However, having faced Lin Fan previously and lacking absolute confidence, Yang Wenbin sought Chu Yunfei's assistance, who then brought along the Chu family's most formidable expert, Yanyu. Yanyu was the first worshipper of the Chu family, who had been provided with rare and precious resources over the years to dedicate himself to cultivation, kept as a trump card and rarely revealed. This occasion marked Yanyu's debut. Old Yan, we will rely on your coordination with Brother Bin later, Chu Yunfei stated. Upon hearing the word coordination, Yanyu's expression soured. He opened his eyes, a chilling aura of murderous intent radiating from his gaze. Confronting such a brash young lad requires the collaboration of 2 individuals. Young Master, do you not think this is an excessive use of resources? Yanyu remarked, visibly displeased. Were it not for the young master's words, had it been anyone else, he would undoubtedly have unleashed a torrent of invective, as this was nothing short of an affront to his dignity. Old Yan, that is not my intention. I merely heard from Brother Bin that this fellow is no ordinary opponent. After all, it seems that Chu Xiaodian from Jiangzhou is a mid-level master, yet could not withstand a single blow, which indicates that Lin Fan possesses a certain level of skill, Chu Yunfei elucidated. Indeed, that fellow possesses some capability, though perhaps not to the extent we imagine, Yang Wenbin interjected, also a man of pride. I exchanged a strike with him. He relies solely on brute strength, which should not be difficult to handle. Mr. Yang, whether you or I take action, I cannot engage in a 2-on-1 fight, Yanyu declared with an air of authority. Yang Wenbin and Chu Yunfei exchanged wry smiles, understanding that old Yin was underestimating the opponent, yet acknowledging that he was merely saving face by saying so. Very well. I shall heed your advice. Chu Yunfei nodded in agreement. Yang Wenbin hesitated momentarily before inquiring, Old Yin, what is your level of mastery? I have heard that the strongest expert in Jiangcheng is reputedly Xuanwu, who, at his peak, reached the early innate stage. Yanyu refrained from divulging his exact level but stated, Xuanwu is but a trifling matter, should he dare to participate in this earth ranking. Even if he were to regain his peak strength, I would still be able to defeat him. Oh, it appears that old Yin is indeed a master of the innate realm. I am in awe. Yang Wenbin responded with reverence. It was estimated that across Jiangnan, no more than 10 individuals had attained the innate martial realm. Thus Yin Yu's claim to defeat Xuanwu confirmed his innate status. As they pursued their quarry, a Rolls-Royce Phantom emerged on the outskirts, coming to rest in a spacious meadow. That fellow has unexpectedly halted, the driver exclaimed, astonished. Initially, he had anticipated that the opponent would discover their presence and attempt to shake them off, yet to his surprise, the individual had deliberately slowed down to allow them to follow, leading them to this location. It appears that Lin Fan is quite self-assured, Yang Wenbin remarked. I suspect he has miscalculated, thinking that the car only contains you, Brother Bin, a master, while underestimating that old Yin has also arrived. Chu Yunfei chuckled. Let us disembark. We must not keep him waiting, Chu Yunfei declared with pride. A group gathered around as Lin Fan exited the vehicle alone, with Furong remaining behind, adhering to Lin Fan's usual style of not wanting his companions to be harmed. Boss, you must be cautious. I sense that formidable opponents are approaching, Furong expressed, her heart racing, unaware that Lin Fan had previously defeated Zhang's third uncle, a martial arts master. Just sit back and enjoy the show, Lin Fan replied without elaboration, stepping forward a few paces before calling out, Hey, if you wish to fight, make haste. I'm in a hurry to return for a bath and attend to matters with my wife. This provoked a furious reaction from Chu Yunfei, who gritted his teeth. Tang Yanrou was the goddess he had pursued for many years. What a splendid prize had been seized by this fellow. Brother Bin, make short work of him, Chu Yunfei commanded. Yang Wenbin took a few steps forward, casting a cold glance at Lin Fan. Your performance in the collaboration with Feng Shuiyue was quite commendable, yet unfortunately, someone has exposed your true identity. You are the son-in-law of the Tang family, not the boyfriend of Feng Shuiyue. Zhang Xiao was furious upon learning this, and has ordered me to cripple you. You cannot deny the justice in this, can you? Justice? I shall return the favor by gifting him a pair of hands. Yours, to be precise, Lin Fan replied with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Yang Wenbin, already seething with anger, was now utterly incensed. He clenched his fists, unleashing his inner strength, demonstrating the prowess of his late-stage transformation. The surrounding air crackled with energy, rustling the grass around him. Since you are so eager to have your hands and feet rendered useless, I shall grant your wish. Yang Wenbin inhaled deeply and lunged forward like a monkey, closing the distance to Lin Fan in a blink, leaping and aiming both hands at Lin Fan's head with a vicious strike. The move was lethal. Should it connect, it would be a swift end. Chapter 57. Crushing the throat with bare hands. Bang. Just as Yang Wenbin leapt, he saw a shadow flash before him, a foot striking out with lightning speed, leaving him no time to react. Yang Wenbin was sent flying like a broken kite, landing several meters away on the soft grass. Fortunately, the ground cushioned his fall, otherwise, such a height could have seriously injured him. However, at that moment, a sharp pain surged through Yang Wenbin's abdomen. As he attempted to rise, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Something was amiss. Yang Wenbin hurriedly warned, this isn't right. He had exerted considerable effort to sense his opponent's strength, believing that even if he could not defeat Lin Fan, he would at least be able to gauge his realm. Yet just moments ago, he sensed nothing. His opponent emitted no fluctuations of inner strength, which struck him as peculiar. Brother Bin, what is wrong with him? Chu Yunfei, although astonished, inquired. I can't feel any fluctuations of inner strength. I have no idea what level he is at. This is bizarre. I have never encountered such a situation. Yang Wenbin exclaimed, finding excuses after being defeated. In this world, anyone with inner strength can be sensed. Whoever is capable of besting a late-stage transformation master must be a true ancient martial arts expert. Yang Wenbin's defeat did not surprise Yin Yu, for he too could easily overpower Yang Wenbin. In fact, any innate martial artist could effortlessly defeat Yang Wenbin. There was a vast chasm in their realms, a disparity of tenfold in strength, rendering comparison futile. However, Yin Yu perceived Lin Fan as remarkably young, and even if he had indeed transcended into the innate realm, it must only be at the initial stage. The journey from the initial to the mid-stage typically required at least 5 years of rigorous training. He had experienced this himself, especially under the abundant resources of the Chu family. If one were to cultivate naturally in such a barren environment, it would be a significant challenge to achieve the mid-stage within 10 years. Old Yin, I speak the truth. Let me handle this. Do not embarrass yourself, he advised. Yanrou spoke with great acerbity, sparing no consideration for Yang Wenbin. In a swift motion, he darted towards Lin Fan, his speed surpassing that of Yang Wenbin by a factor of 10. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance of over 10 meters, leaving both Yang Wenbin and Chu Yunfei in a state of shock. Master Yin, you are formidable, Chu Yunfei exclaimed. Alas, it seems the disparity between me and the innate realm is indeed vast. It is no wonder Master Yin looks down upon me, Yang Wenbin sighed, shaking his head. Flattered by the praise, Yanrou became somewhat elated and coldly remarked, Yang, keep your eyes open. I shall show you what true power entails. With that, Yanrou unleashed his internal energy, emitting a powerful shockwave that radiated outward, the force traveling a distance of 40 to 50 meters. This formidable aura left the onlookers in awe, prompting them to exclaim, Master Yin is magnificent and imposing. Ha ha ha, Master Yin, incapacitate him. I've long harbored disdain for this fellow who stole my woman and now dares to mock Zhang Qingyun in collusion with Feng Shiyue. Killing him would be no injustice. Chu Yunfei laughed heartily, convinced that Lin Fan was doomed with Yanrou's intervention. Lin Fan shook his head and sighed, saying, You ignorant frogs at the bottom of the well, reveling in your momentary strength, mistakenly believing yourselves to be the pinnacle of the world, unaware that you are merely jesters. At this, Yanrou was infuriated. Clenching his fists, he slightly bent his body and shouted, Arrogant fool, prepare to die. In an instant, he lunged at Lin Fan like a predatory leopard, aiming a punch at Lin Fan's face. The speed and force were terrifying, creating a sound that sliced through the air. However, this seemingly fearsome assault was effortlessly thwarted as Lin Fan delivered a light slap to Yanrou's face, sending several of his already few remaining teeth flying. Yanrou was hurled aside, much to the astonishment of the gathered crowd. This was the esteemed protector of the Chu family. Lord Chu had intended to conceal him until September 1st to participate in the Earth ranking competition and achieve fame. Now, he had been so easily dispatched. Being a mid-stage innate master, Yanrou, after being struck, spat blood and a few broken teeth. Regaining his composure, he inhaled deeply and cursed. Do not think yourself so remarkable, young man. It was merely my momentary negligence that led to this. This time, I shall surely kill you. Yanrou then spread his legs apart, drawing his hands to his sides before forcefully raising them, his entire body flushing red. Following this, he stomped the ground, generating an even more powerful gust of wind that swept far beyond the previous wave. His power has surged. Yang Wenbin sensed the significant increase in Yanrou's energy fluctuations and immediately reacted, exclaiming, Could this be the rumored berserk state? Indeed. Elder Yin hails from an ancient martial arts sect, where the secret technique is known as berserk. Upon entering this state, one's strength surges immensely, effectively doubling their combat prowess. Encouraged by this revelation, Chu Yunfei turned to Lin Fan, gritting his teeth and declaring, Lin Fan, you are doomed. With Elder Yin in a berserk state, your demise is inevitable. I am truly exasperated by your incessant prattle. Must we really engage in such tedious banter before a confrontation? If you have no intention of fighting, I shall go and incapacitate that individual myself. Suddenly, Lin Fan directed his gaze at Yang Wenbin. The moment Yang Wenbin met Lin Fan's eyes, a chill coursed through him as he recalled the harsh words exchanged earlier. If Elder Yin were to act upon those threats, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Yang Wenbin called out to Yanrou, Elder Yin, please exercise caution and aim to eliminate this foe in one strike. As if to emphasize his resolve, Yanrou merely shot him a glare before springing forward with remarkable speed, far exceeding his previous pace. The berserk state indeed instills terror, amplifying one's overall capabilities exponentially. In the blink of an eye, Elder Yan's fist was already poised to greet Lin Fan's face. However, what appeared to be a swift and fierce assault to others resembled the sluggish crawl of a snail in Lin Fan's eyes, abysmally slow. Enough of this, it is utterly tiresome. Lin Fan suddenly extended his right hand and seized the opponent's neck. Before Elder Yin could comprehend the situation, he found himself gasping for air. With a decisive snap, Lin Fan crushed Yanrou's throat with his bare hands. It was only then that Yanrou realized the gravity of his predicament, his eyes bulging as he struggled to breathe before fainting lifelessly to the ground. Thud! Witnessing Yanrou collapse, motionless like a lifeless dog, left everyone in utter disbelief. an individual in a berserk state, whose strength was nearing that of the late innate stage. Someone likely ranked within the top 50 of the local standings had succumbed to Lin Fan's barehanded assault. What manner of power does this individual possess? It is indeed terrifying. Chu Yunfei found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe Lin Fan. This figure was simply extraordinary. Chu Xiao, what was it you said earlier? To ruin me or to obliterate me? After dispatching Yanrou, Lin Fan turned his attention to Chu Yunfei. Under the weight of Lin Fan's piercing gaze, Chu Yunfei trembled uncontrollably, his legs quaking beyond his control. It was nothing. Yang Wenbin came to me, claiming you had offended Zhang Qingyuan and requested my assistance in locating you. Chu Yunfei quickly deflected responsibility. Chapter 58. Yang Wenbin. Who plays by his own rules? Upon hearing this, Yang Wenbin could not contain his indignation. Chu Yunfei was indeed a treacherous individual. Although it was initially Yang Wenbin who sought Chu Yunfei's help, upon learning of Lin Fan's identity, Chu Yunfei had bitten back with venomous words, accusing Lin Fan of stealing his beloved Tang Yanrou and vowing to castrate him. Chu Yunfei, did you not previously declare your intent to castrate Lin Fan and arrange for Tang Yanrou to marry a worthless man? Why the sudden cowardice? Why do you hesitate to speak now? Yang Wenbin, having torn off the facade, pressed on. At this, Lin Fan could not help but chuckle, even contemplating a mischievous prank. Very well, Yang Wenbin. If you were to castrate Chu Yunfei, I would only break one of your legs. Otherwise, both your legs and arms will surely be rendered useless. Lin Fan stated calmly. Chu Yunfei gasped, his eyes wide with fear as he glanced at Yang Wenbin, urgently imploring, Yang Wenbin, do not heed his words. Do not act recklessly. If you dare to harm me, my father will not let you go, and the Chu family of Jiangzhou will certainly seek their revenge. Yang Wenbin remained silent, advancing towards Chu Yunfei. As he walked, he remarked, Lin Fan, I am aware of your attempts to sow discord. But do you truly believe I would fall for your schemes? It is impossible for me to turn against Chu Yunfei, for he is a friend of my boss. Indeed. Lin Fan, your calculations are flawed. Yang Wenbin would never. Before he could finish, Yang Wenbin lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Chu Yunfei's groin. Instantly, a searing pain radiated from below, causing Chu Yunfei to roll his eyes back in agony. Yang Wenbin had exerted all his strength into that kick. Soon, blood began to flow, indicating that his manhood had been irreparably damaged. Yang Wenbin swiftly turned to Lin Fan, declaring, Boss Lin, I have incapacitated Chu Yunfei as you requested. Does that count for anything? Count for what? I instructed you to castrate him, not to kick him. You have failed to complete the task. Thus, what weight does your action hold? Lin Fan shrugged, raising his hands in resignation. Yang Wenbin realized he had been outmaneuvered, his fury igniting. Lin Fan, you have gone too far. I shall not let this stand. With that, he charged at Lin Fan with a fist raised. In response, Lin Fan delivered a swift kick that connected with Yang Wenbin's chin, producing a sickening crack. Yang Wenbin's facial bones shattered, a fragment piercing his brain, causing him to collapse to the ground, blood pouring forth. He was dead. The onlookers, witnessing the brutality, hastily retreated into their vehicles, fleeing in terror. Boss, should we intercept them? Furong, having exited her car, urged anxiously. No need. The Chu family is aware that they came for me. This matter will undoubtedly be pinned on me. We need only deliver these three to the doorstep of the Chu residence, Lin Fan replied. Understood, boss. Furong complied. By the time they returned to the Tang residence, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Lin Fan ascended to the second floor, noting that the light in Tang Yanrou's room was still on, indicating she had not yet retired for the evening. He approached her door and knocked gently. Who is it? Tang Yanrou inquired, clearly surprised to hear Lin Fan's voice. Lin Fan remained silent, aware that she did not expect him. He intended to retreat to his room for a shower and rest. However, just as he turned away, the door swung open. You're back. I thought you might spend the night elsewhere again. Tang Yanrou chided gently, a hint of reproach in her tone. Didn't I promise to try to come home? Lin Fan replied, then turned back to her, asking, Everything is running smoothly at the company, I trust? Tang Yanrou replied, Things are going quite smoothly. Ever since we began our collaboration with the Pinnacle Group, our company's performance has soared, and everything has been progressing effortlessly. She hesitated momentarily. Feel free to ask whatever you wish, Lin Fan remarked, evidently perceiving her apprehensions. Gazing at Lin Fan, Tang Yanrou hesitated but finally inquired, Lin Fan, who exactly are you? How can you be so formidable that even martial arts masters are no match for you? Moreover, you are the president of the Pinnacle Group, which is a subsidiary of Shuiyue Mountain Villa. How is that possible? Shuiyue is my senior sister. Lin Fan interjected, cutting off Tang Yanrou's words. He continued, I stayed the night at her place last evening. I did not venture elsewhere. Oh, so she is your senior sister. No wonder at this revelation. All of Tang Yanrou's doubts were dispelled. In truth, Lin Fan had intentionally disclosed this information. Otherwise, this young lady would have continued to harbor suspicions about him and subject him to various tests. It was far better to be straightforward and put an end to it. Wait a moment, Tang Yanrou suddenly said. If she is your senior sister, why did you come to me for an interview? For that mere 100,000. You even signed a 6-month contract with me. Before descending the mountain, my master did not disclose my senior sister's name. He merely mentioned that she was in Jiangqing. I had no money and needed to support myself, which is how I ended up here, Lin Fan replied candidly. All right then, do you regret taking this job with me? It seems to have brought you various troubles, Tang Yanrou asked, a hint of awkwardness in her tone. A little, Lin Fan admitted. Tang Yanrou was about to retort when Lin Fan shifted the conversation, adding, however, having a stunning beauty around every day is not a loss. Though it is a bit frustrating not to be able to embrace or hold her. If I could receive some benefits in return, I could certainly endure those minor troubles. After all this, are you merely trying to take advantage of me? Tang Yanrou shot him a glance. To be honest, her feelings toward Lin Fan had evolved since their initial encounter. While she couldn't say she disliked him before, she certainly lacked any fondness, always perceiving him as somewhat unreliable. Yet, after getting to know him better, she found him rather commendable. Though he still appeared somewhat untrustworthy, he managed to resolve issues each time, instilling a sense of reassurance. His reckless bravery in rescuing her previously had touched her heart, fostering a sense of affection. However, expressing her feelings for Lin Fan felt daunting. She feared embarrassment and found it hard to lower her guard. Her close friend, Huang Ying, had warned her today that if a man as exceptional as Lin Fan was not seized upon promptly, other women might take advantage of the opportunity, leaving her to regret it later. Thus, Tang Yanrou sought a chance to convey her feelings for Lin Fan so that he wouldn't be swiftly whisked away by another. Lin Fan, I'm feeling a bit insomniac again. Would you be so kind as to give me a massage? Tang Yanrou suggested. However, as soon as she uttered those words, her face flushed. After all, he was not her husband, so why should he assist her with a massage? Sure, but I need to take a shower first. I'm all sweaty. Please wait for me on the bed, Lin Fan replied. Upon hearing the final words, Tang Yanrou's face grew even redder, feeling an inexplicable awkwardness that was particularly embarrassing. Nevertheless, she responded and retreated to her room. After taking a shower, Lin Fan suddenly sensed something amiss with his body. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the internal heat was surging once more. It appeared imperative to procure an effective remedy to subdue this fire, as his previous methods had begun to lose efficacy. He reflected that previously, the episodes would only recur once a week, easily manageable with a specific potion, yet now, it had barely been 3 days since his last dose, and the symptoms had returned. If this trend continued, he feared that the frequency might escalate to once a day, leading him to ponder the purpose of life itself. Chapter 59, What are you doing? Your face is so red. After briefly suppressing the discomfort, Lin Fan managed to stabilize himself. Recalling his agreement with Tang Yanrou, he approached and knocked on her door. Tang Yanrou had been lost in thought, her face growing hotter with each passing moment. Earlier, she had conversed with Huang Ying on WeChat, who had advised her to seize the opportunity to offer some benefits, believing it would secure a man's heart. However, the notion filled her with shyness, leaving her unsure of how to proceed. Moreover, if she took the initiative to provide such benefits, would Lin Fan perceive her as a frivolous woman? Here, upon seeing Lin Fan enter her room, Tang Yanrou's cheeks flushed deeper. What are you doing? Your face is so red, Lin Fan inquired, puzzled by her blushing demeanor. Tang Yanrou was taken aback, her face reddening further as she hastily explained. Perhaps it's just stuffy in here. Indeed, it was a bit stifling. The air conditioning could make the room feel suffocating. Lin Fan approached her, saying, All right, lie down as before. Should I lie face down while you sit on top of me? Tang Yanrou asked. Lin Fan nodded, and Tang Yanrou, seemingly accustomed to the routine, lay down on the bed and removed her top. Lin Fan noticed that she had once again forgotten to wear any undergarments and remarked, Did you forget to wear your little clothes again? Yes, I forgot again, Tang Yanrou replied, her cheeks flushed. In truth, it was not forgetfulness but a deliberate choice to offer Lin Fan a subtle advantage. However, she felt the need to keep it discreet, avoiding any overt implications. As if accustomed to the situation, Lin Fan positioned himself above Tang Yanrou, and she experienced an unexpected sensation. This was connected to some content she had viewed online earlier that day, including videos of intimacy between men and women, as well as various positions, which she had secretly watched even while at work. Previously, she had not found Lin Fan's posture particularly noteworthy, but now it felt exceedingly embarrassing, and she could faintly sense the warmth emanating from his body. This caused her blush to extend down to her neck. Lin Fan, oblivious to her turmoil, focused intently on his massage. He found it odd. Normally, his technique should provide relief for months, yet this young woman was struggling to find rest merely days after. In recent days, have you been lost in thought? Otherwise, how could you find it difficult to sleep? Lin Fan inquired, puzzled. Logically, he had resolved all troubles, and this young lady should be free of worries. Upon being noticed by Lin Fan, Tang Yanrou felt increasingly anxious and could only stammer, I don't know. Lin Fan refrained from pressing further and continued his massage. Eventually, Tang Yanrou, overwhelmed by comfort, inadvertently uttered two entrancing words. Ah. The sound that slipped from her lips rendered her exceedingly bashful. I didn't mean to, Tang Yanrou quickly clarified. If it were a one-time occurrence, it could be overlooked. But this was the second time, leaving her utterly mortified. It's all right. I enjoy hearing it, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Oh. Tang Yanrou found herself at a loss for words. Yet this was fortuitous. After all, she intended to cultivate a favorable impression on Lin Fan. And this was a fine place to commence. Lin Fan, I would like you to massage my front, Tang Yanrou suddenly stated. Just after rising from Tang Yanrou, Lin Fan was taken aback by her request. What was going on with this girl tonight? Hadn't she protested against this before? Now she was being so proactive? Are you certain? Lin Fan asked, a flutter of excitement coursing through him. Although their relationship was fictitious, he genuinely appreciated the beauty and form of this young lady. Seeing Lin Fan's eagerness, Tang Yanrou's voice was barely above a whisper, clearly abashed. All right, I shall proceed, but loosen the straps. Otherwise, they are too tight, making it difficult to massage the surrounding muscles. Lin Fan feigned calmness. Tonight, his desires had surged, and gazing at Tang Yanrou's alluring figure made him swallow hard. Embarrassed, Tang Yanrou loosened the straps of her fitted garment, unable to meet Lin Fan's gaze. Yet she instructed, you must not touch anywhere else. Look, you're overthinking again. Remember, I am the doctor, and you are the patient. Our relationship knows no gender divides, Lin Fan asserted before eagerly beginning his work. As his hands grazed the edges of Tang Yanrou's form, she immediately tensed, her body quivering slightly. This girl's reaction was rather pronounced. Lin Fan chuckled inwardly. Tang Yanrou's face flushed crimson, but to prevent him from taking advantage, she kept her eyes fixed on Lin Fan. He maintained a serious demeanor as he massaged, applying even pressure that sent waves of comfort coursing through Tang Yanrou. A warm current flowing within her body, indescribably pleasant. He could only pause momentarily. Noticing Lin Fan had suddenly ceased his advances, Tang Yanrou felt puzzled and looked at him, deliberately prompting, why is it different from before? Did you prefer it the way it was? Lin Fan probed. I suppose it was fine. Tang Yanrou summoned her courage. Having offered the favor, she decided to be generous, thinking it didn't seem too improper. Moreover, she sensed an unusual feeling, indescribable and elusive. It is undeniably comfortable, and she yearns to remain in that state indefinitely. Yet, she hesitates to express it due to a sense of embarrassment. Lin Fan's essence continuously flowed through his fingertips, infusing Tang Yanrou's body, activating and even repairing the nerves and muscles surrounding her bosom, restructuring some of her anatomy. Tang Yanrou felt a warm sensation in her chest, slightly swollen but not painful, well within her threshold of endurance. All right. Lin Fan suddenly withdrew his hands, leaving Tang Yanrou with an inexplicable sense of loss, a lingering feeling of desire. So soon? She inquired. Oh, I forgot to mention, this technique should be performed every 3 days. If you persist for half a month, about 5 sessions, you should see significant growth. Lin Fan stated earnestly, his demeanor unfaltering, which Tang Yanrou found quite admirable. All right, there are 4 more sessions left. I will assist you again in 3 days. Lin Fan hastily corrected himself. Tang Yanrou quickly realized that, while he appeared serious, he was also taking advantage of the situation, as if he truly felt no attraction. Nevertheless, for reasons unknown, she found herself inexplicably happy. Fine, she replied, feigning composure. I am tired. I shall retire for the night. Good night, Lin Fan uttered, hastily exiting the room. Feeling as if flames were about to ignite within him, he needed to leave before his emotions betrayed him. Just as Tang Yanrou intended to return the farewell, she noticed Lin Fan had vanished. After closing the door, she recalled the sensations from earlier, her cheeks flushing even more. She had not anticipated that being in the company of a man could be so delightful. Upon returning to his room, Lin Fan immediately began to cultivate his internal technique to suppress his desires. His body was simply not meant for female enticements. No wonder his master had sent the 3 senior sisters away early, fearing that he might lose control. I must find a remedy quickly, Lin Fan pondered. Chapter 60. The Jiangzhou Herbal Medicine Conference. In the following 3 days, Lin Fan trained diligently under his senior sister, Feng Shuyue. The Chu and Jiang families remained eerily silent, which caused Lin Fan some concern. With the Chu family's patron slain and Chu Yunfei rendered incapable of producing heirs, not to mention Zhang Qingyun's subordinate, Yang Wenbin, also murdered. The lack of response from these families suggested they were concocting a formidable scheme. One morning, after breakfast, Feng Shuyue called Lin Fan to inform him that the Jiangzhou province was hosting a herbal medicine conference that afternoon and requested his company to procure the ice spirit herb. Securing this herb would allow Lin Fan to suppress the fire poison for 3 months, providing him the opportunity to advance to the 3rd level of the pure yang technique. After discussing it with Tang Yanrou, Lin Fan accompanied Feng Shuyue, who also brought along a female bodyguard. This bodyguard was a new acquaintance for Lin Fan. She typically accompanied Feng Shuyue on long journeys. Her codename was Shadow, though her full name was Zhao Tian, as Feng Shuyue introduced. Wow, a codename. Were you a special forces operative? Lin Fan inquired with curiosity. Indeed, his curiosity about the figure of the phantom intensified. The young woman, clad in a fitted outfit, displayed 2 prominent curves at the front, appearing to be constrained in a manner that belied the extent of her allure. Her delicate waist was so enticing that Lin Fan found himself yearning to touch it. Whoever claimed that only special forces operatives were assigned codenames? Feng Shuyue observed Lin Fan's lustful gaze, fixed unwaveringly upon the phantom, and cautioned, Xiao Fan, I must remind you that the phantom is merely my hired bodyguard. She possesses her own freedom and is not under my control. If you provoke her, my words may not hold sway. Oh, Lin Fan hastily averted his gaze and softly inquired. The phantom seems quite youthful. Does she have a boyfriend? What? Even you, a sly fox, cannot figure this out. Now you wish to seek a little girlfriend? Feng Shuyue shot Lin Fan an exasperated glance and replied, the phantom is roughly your age. But you would do well not to entertain any notions about her. She harbors a certain disdain for men, particularly those of your lecherous disposition. Is she formidable? Lin Fan pressed on. Noting the fierce glint in her eyes, he sensed that she was no ordinary woman. I do not know her exact capabilities, but I certainly cannot match her strength. Otherwise, I would not have recruited her as my bodyguard. Indeed, even a few skilled fighters would find it difficult to approach her. Feng Shuyue stated candidly. When initially courting the phantom, she had not disclosed her level of prowess, merely claiming that she could defeat any expert in Jiangqing. Upon hearing this, she promptly agreed to the arrangement. At that moment, the phantom seemed to have overheard their conversation and turned to Lin Fan, asking, Feng, is this your junior apprentice? Yes. My junior apprentice finds you beautiful. Although he is somewhat lecherous, I assure you he means no harm. Please be lenient with him and bear with his antics. Feng Shuyue quickly interjected. This demeanor hardly resembled that of a mere employer-employee relationship. The phantom smiled wryly and replied, As for your junior apprentice, I shall indeed be forgiving, provided he does not overstep his bounds. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee my restraint. Her words, while pleasant to the ear, carried an underlying threat, implying that should he cross the line, she would not hesitate to act decisively. Haha, that is reassuring. Feng Shuyue chuckled awkwardly, nudging Lin Fan to be more cautious. After 2.5 hours of high-speed travel, they finally arrived in Jiangzhou. The economic development of the provincial capital far surpassed that of Jiangqing, truly deserving of its status, with abundant resources and a wealth of talent. Now that we have entered Jiangzhou, I believe it is essential to discuss the distribution of power here. Feng Shuiyue began to elucidate. Jiangzhou is divided among 4 prominent families and 5 major enterprises. The reason for the distinction lies in the fact that one major enterprise hails from our Jiangcheng, specifically the Tianxian group of the Qin family. The other 4 enterprises are essentially linked to the 4 families, with the Chu family of Jiangzhou taking the lead, followed by the Wang family, the Zhuge family, and finally, the Zhang family. Oh, why does the Zhang family rank last? Lin Fan was somewhat taken aback. It appeared that both Zhang Qingyun and Zhang Xiantian were quite formidable. Surely, they could not be ranked lower than 4th. Do you believe that with Zhang Xiantian in the mix, they ought to occupy the 1st or 2nd position? Feng Shuiyue discerned Lin Fan's unspoken thoughts and continued, Zhang Xiantian is indeed an impressive figure. At the age of 26, he achieved the 5th rank on the heavenly list, gaining fame through a single battle. Subsequently, he commanded hundreds of thousands of troops in Jiangnan, becoming the foremost war god of the region. However, the Zhang family consists of only these 2 brothers, as their parents passed away while they were still young. The details escape me. But one could say the brothers built their fortunes from scratch. One became a war hero, while the other emerged as the youngest entrepreneur. Yet, they are still rather young. Despite Zhang Qingyun's business acumen, he pales in comparison to the entrenched family foundations of the other 3, particularly the Chu and Wang families, both of which boast a lineage of merchants dating back to the late Qing dynasty, possessing a wealth of ancestral heritage. As for the Zhuge family, they are renowned in the field of medicine. They are the hosts of this traditional Chinese medicine conference. Zhuge Guangming is the most celebrated divine doctor in Jiangnan, and it is said that many come seeking his healing abilities. He has a granddaughter named Zhuge Tian, who is revered as the little medical immortal. Having inherited the true essence of Zhuge Guangming's teachings, and at the tender age of 20, she has already made a name for herself. Wow, a little immortal doctor? I quite fancy that moniker, Lin Fan chuckled. I've heard she is also a great beauty. Should fate allow, you might engage her in conversation and see if she can remedy the fire poison afflicting you, Feng Shuiyue advised. All right. In truth, Lin Fan held little hope. If both he and the old man were powerless against the fire poison, it seemed rather far-fetched to believe that a mere young woman could offer a cure. The car drove directly to the entrance of the venue, which belonged to the Zhuge family's apothecary. The estate was vast, yet the entrance was already filled with vehicles, indicating a significant turnout. Foam, we can't drive in, Mei stated matter-of-factly. Let us proceed on foot. This traditional Chinese medicine conference features remarkable offerings, which is why the attendance is particularly high. I received word of this quite some time ago, Feng Shuiyue replied, unfazed. There were indeed 3 extraordinary herbs featured at this event. The ice spirit grass, a vial of 10,000-year-old spirit tree sap, and what appeared to be a red-spotted snow lotus. Among these, the most precious was undoubtedly the 10,000-year-old spirit tree sap. Vegetation over 10,000 years old is exceedingly rare on Earth, usually found in the depths of ancient forests. Such ancient specimens are nearly akin to tree spirits. Thus, the sap extracted from them is extraordinarily valuable, capable of swiftly enhancing a martial artist's prowess. Once the trio alighted from the vehicle, they made their way inside. As anticipated, the venue was teeming with people. Yet, shortly after their entrance, a group approached them. Upon noticing this, Mei immediately positioned herself in front, her voice cold as she demanded, "What do you want?" Clapping echoed from behind as the crowd parted, revealing a figure emerging from the rear, none other than the 3rd young master of the Chu family, Chu Xiaotian. "What is your intention, Chu Xiao?" Feng Shuiyue gestured for Mei to step aside and took a few steps forward to greet him. Chapter 61 Encountering Chu Xiaotian again. Miss Feng, I never anticipated you would truly dare to come, and with that young man Lin Fan, no less. Chu Xiaotian remarked with a mischievous grin. Previously, you claimed Jiangsheng was your territory, that even a dragon must lie low. Does it not seem time now to reverse that notion? I regret to inform you that my sole intention today is to attend the traditional medicine conference, and I wish to engage in no further discourse with you. Kindly make way, Feng Shuiyue declared with imposing authority. Humph, remember, this is not Jiangsheng, this is Jiangzhou, and Jiangzhou belongs to my Chu family. I can assure you that from the very moment you set foot in Jiangzhou, my people have been watching you. The deeds of Lin Fan shall be repaid 100-fold. This visit serves merely as a warning. Do not be alarmed. With that, Chu Xiaotian departed with his entourage. These individuals are quite arrogant. Should I intervene? Mei Ying gestured as if to slit a throat, clearly implying a desire to kill. Lin Fan then realized that Mei Ying was an assassin, which explained why the senior sister had advised him against provoking her. She feared he might inadvertently incur her wrath. There is no need for that. Although the Chu family may be overbearing, I, Feng Shuiyue, am not one to be trifled with. Furthermore, given Zhang Qingyuan's character, he would never allow the Chu family to harm me. He likely wishes for me to regret my actions instead, Feng Shuiyue said as she turned to Lin Fan. What concerns me is my junior apprentice Mei Ying. Please accompany her. I fear she may encounter significant trouble. Senior sister, I can protect myself, Lin Fan replied with a smile, understanding her concern. Very well, Mei Ying assented without hesitation, as her employer's words were akin to commands. At that moment, a lively cacophony of drums and gongs resonated from the square ahead, drawing everyone toward the source of the sound. A stage towering 2 meters high had been erected, where individuals were testing the microphone, indicating the event was about to commence. Indeed, as the trio approached, the microphone crackled to life. Good afternoon, esteemed guests from all corners of the world. The traditional medicine conference hosted by the Zhuge family of Jiangzhou is about to begin. This event will primarily showcase 36 rare medicinal herbs. The quantities are limited, and should you have any interest, bidding will be conducted. Thank you for your cooperation. Such conferences typically revolve around auctions, as the herbs presented are exceedingly precious, far too valuable to be found in ordinary herbal shops. The audience clearly understood this, resulting in a hushed silence. At this juncture, a middle-aged man took to the stage. He was the steward of the Zhuge family and a skilled auctioneer, Zhou Quan. As soon as Zhou Quan appeared, thunderous applause erupted, for he was a familiar face at every traditional medicine conference. Ah, how enthusiastic you all are. I am Zhou Quan. To our new friends, allow me to introduce myself. I am the steward of the Zhuge family and a prominent figure in the Jiangzhou medical community. I trust many of you are already acquainted with me. Zhou Quan Yin, exhibiting a certain wit, proceeded to declare, once again, I shall be your host for this triennial conference on traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, which consistently showcases a plethora of exquisite herbal treasures. This occasion is no exception. Almost all the herbs presented here have been meticulously selected by our Zhuge family from around the globe, and I sincerely hope they will not disappoint you. Without further ado, let us delve into the substance of the matter. Zhou Quanyin's words were succinct and to the point, as he clapped his hands to signal the commencement of the event. At that moment, 2 elegantly attired hostesses ascended the stage. These were not ordinary selections. They were statuesque, with slender waists and well-proportioned figures, standing over 1.7 meters tall. Adorned in high heels and traditional kipeos, they walked with a graceful sway, their garments featuring substantial slits that reached almost to the thighs. The men in attendance, captivated by the sight of their long, slender legs, could not help but swallow hard. Xiao Fan, are they not beautiful? Feng Shuiyue inquired playfully. Indeed, stunning. So long and fair. Lin Fan blurted out. Pervert. Came a murmur from the side, uttered by Mei Ying. Feng Shuiyue stifled a laugh with her hand over her mouth, while Lin Fan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What is wrong with merely describing what one sees? There is nothing inappropriate about it, he retorted, defending himself. Soon, one of the hostesses gracefully lifted a ginseng root, her pristine white gloves signifying professionalism and hygiene. This particular ginseng, a pure wild mountain ginseng from Changbai Mountain, was a staggering 130 years old. It is widely recognized that ginseng over a century old possesses extraordinary medicinal properties, and those exceeding 120 years can provide abundant vitality. Beyond 130 years, it embodies a spiritual essence, classified as a sacred herb, reputed to possess life-restoring capabilities. However, it seemed the attendees were not merely drawn by its life-saving attributes, but rather by the allure of cultivation. Since the emergence of the celestial rankings, an increasing number of individuals have embarked on martial arts training, and these 2 ginseng roots promise to replenish vital energy, facilitating a more straightforward path to mastery. Zhou Quanyin then shifted his focus, clearly ready to discuss the crux of the matter. The starting bid is set at 20 million. Each increment must not be less than 500,000. Let the bidding commence. With a decisive clap, the auction began. 21 million. 22 million. In less than a minute, the price soared to 30 million. Goodness, are these individuals truly this affluent? Lin Fan, attending such an event for the first time, was taken aback. To them, Money seemed merely a number, casually tossed around in the millions. Is a 130-year-old ginseng truly that valuable? He recalled the time spent atop Tianling Mountain, where he had encountered countless ginseng roots in a cave. His master had jokingly instructed him to consume them like radishes, and he had grown numb to the experience after devouring at least 1,000 over the past 20 years. His master had claimed those ginsengs were 200 or 300 years old. Had he known their worth, he would have brought them down the mountain to sell. What a waste! He had carelessly consumed these precious herbs, which explained his rapid rise in strength. It was indeed the ginseng's remarkable effects at play. However, the ginseng, aged over 130 years, is likely to be of little use to him, as his demand for spiritual energy far exceeds what this ginseng can provide. Shall I procure it for you, Xiao Fan? It seems your cultivation necessitates this, Feng Shuyue suggested, recalling her junior brother's unique cultivation method, which diverged from their own. The master had mentioned that pure yang technique was a peculiar form of martial arts, typically unattainable by the average practitioner. While I do require it, its years of maturation are insufficient, and its quantity is too scarce to benefit me, Lin Fan candidly replied. Very well. I shall set aside some funds and await the appearance of ice spirit grass to acquire it then, Feng Shuyue declared. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. The subsequent offerings comprised common yet highly aged medicinal herbs, exorbitantly priced, yet swiftly snatched up. Senior sister, why does it feel as if these individuals are scrambling to seize everything? Their wealth is truly remarkable, Lin Fan couldn't help but remark once more. The more frantically they compete, the more advantageous it is for us. Pay them no heed. Let us only bid on what we truly need, Feng Shuyue advised. After approximately an hour of waiting, the first significant item finally made its appearance, a vial of 10,000-year-old spirit tree sap. Upon its reveal, a palpable tension filled the air. At this moment, Zhou Quan began to elaborate. 10,000-year spirit tree sap. Ah, how precious it is. Only those who truly understand its worth can appreciate its value. A single vial can induce earth-shattering transformations in a martial artist's physique. For those at home who have reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm but have been unable to break through to the innate realm for several years, even a decade, a single vial will guarantee an immediate breakthrough. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in fervor. Many had gathered solely for the spirit tree sap. As transitioning from the transformation realm to the innate realm represents a monumental leap, a crucial pathway for earth-ranking experts aspiring to enter the heaven ranking. Is breaking through from transformation to innate truly that difficult? Lin Fan asked, glancing at the enchanting figure beside him. You can count the number of innate masters in the entire Jiangnan region on one hand, the mysterious figure replied, casting Lin Fan a sidelong glance. Xiao Fan, the transition from transformation to innate is exceedingly challenging. I was once stuck in that very predicament and chose to abandon my pursuit, Feng Shuyue admitted with an awkward smile. Then shifted the topic. Thus, I am somewhat concerned you might find yourself trapped there as well. Should I procure this spirit tree sap for you? I do not require it, Lin Fan chuckled. I have already vanquished martial arts masters with a mere slap. What further need have I to break through to the innate realm? Ahem, Xiao Fan, please refrain from boasting. The enchanting figure does not take kindly to such grandiose claims. And she has a particular disdain for those who exaggerate, Feng Shuyue cautioned. Indeed, the enchanting figure cast a disdainful glance at Lin Fan, clearly perceiving his words as mere bravado. Lin Fan, however, found no need to clarify. After all, senior sister had been away from Tianling Mountain for far too long to be aware of his current prowess. I shall assess the situation and act within my means. If the price does not exceed my expectations, I will procure the spirit tree juice for you. Feng Shuyue made her decision. At that moment, Zhou Quan commenced the bidding. The starting price for 10,000 years of spirit tree juice was set at 100 million, with increments not less than 5 million. The auction began. 110 million. 120 million. As before, it swiftly escalated to 200 million. Once the bidding reached 200 million, the pace slowed considerably, and after a while, someone finally called out, 210 million. Observing that the price remained manageable and the number of bidders appeared to dwindle, Feng Shuyue promptly raised her hand and declared, 220 million. However, barely had her words faded when a familiar voice rang out, 250 million. A gasp arose. Such a sudden increment of 30 million was unprecedented, silencing the other bidders. It was Chu Xiao, finally making his move. Some recognized him as the third young master of the Chu family from Jiangzhou, Chu Xiaotian. He cast a triumphant glance at Feng Shuyue and Lin Fan, as if to declare, "You are but children in this game." This fellow seemed intent on thwarting my efforts. Feng Shuyue gritted her teeth and boldly proclaimed, 300 million. Oh, daring to compete with me, are we? The Shuyue village truly believes itself formidable. Yet in the eyes of the Chu family, it is insignificant. Chu Xiaotian scoffed and raised the bid by another 100 million. 400 million. An uproar erupted in the room. Although this item was exceedingly rare, capable of enabling a master at the peak of the refinement stage to effortlessly break into the innate realm, it remained merely an auxiliary medicinal herb. Even without it, those with high aptitude could still achieve breakthroughs. Spending 400 million on it was hardly justifiable. I recognize that woman. She is Feng Shuyue, the head of Shuyue Villa in Jiangcheng, who, despite her youth, oversees several major companies in the city. Yet, she has now encountered a formidable opponent in the form of Young Master Chu from Jiangzhou. It seems we are in for an entertaining spectacle. The crowd began to murmur, realizing that the two were merely engaged in a battle of wills, rather than genuinely considering the value of the auction item. The most pleased among them were the organizers, the Zhuge family, for whom Zhou Quan's smile revealed the delight they found in such a scenario. The more the two competitors escalated their bids, the greater the profit for the auction hosts. 400 million. Young Master Chu has bid 400 million. Is there a higher offer? As Zhou Quan posed this question, he directed his gaze toward Feng Shuyue, implying, "Will you raise your bid?" Meanwhile, the alluring figure beside her cautioned, "Miss Feng, this man is exceptionally wealthy and seems intent on competing with you. There is no need to engage in such madness." However, before she could finish, Lin Fan interjected, "Senior sister, I believe we should continue bidding." Xiao Fan, do you truly wish to secure that spirit tree juice? If so, I am prepared to sacrifice everything. Feng Shuyue clenched her jaw, clearly incensed by Chu Xiaotian's provocations. "I do not require it," she retorted. "Did I not state this earlier? I, a master of martial arts, could easily eliminate him with a mere slap. What need have I for the essence of the spirit tree? My sole intention is to swindle that fellow out of a considerable sum," Lin Fan remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Feng Shuyue and Mei Ying exchanged skeptical glances, clearly believing Lin Fan was merely boasting. Swindle him? Feng Shuyue suddenly grasped the implication. Turning to Lin Fan, she inquired, "Are you suggesting we deliberately inflate the price and then let him proceed, only to abruptly halt?" Astute observation, Lin Fan replied with a cunning smile. "That could backfire. What if he realizes our scheme and suddenly ceases to bid? We would suffer a significant loss," Mei Ying cautioned. "Thus, a strategy is required. Follow my lead shortly," Lin Fan instructed. Seeing her junior disciple brimming with confidence, Feng Shuyue was willing to engage in this game, for she feared neither loss nor ruin. "Let us call for 600 million and provoke him," Lin Fan proposed. Feng Shuyue nodded and declared, 600 million. Following her proclamation, she gestured a thumbs down towards Chu Xiaotian. Upon noticing this, Chu Xiaotian became infuriated and shouted, 800 million. 10 billion. Feng Shuyue echoed, 12 billion. Chu Xiaotian quickly responded in kind. Just as Feng Shuyue was about to call out again, Lin Fan interjected, "It's my turn now." He raised his hand and called out, 15 billion. "Whoever dares to bully my senior sister shall face my wrath." Lin Fan's voice was not loud, yet it was sufficient for Chu Xiaotian's party to hear. Chu Xiaotian, unable to discern clearly, hastily asked a nearby underling, "What did that fellow just say?" "Young master, it appears he said that anyone who dares to bully his senior sister will have to contend with him. He seems rather arrogant," the underling responded. "Damn it," Chu Xiaotian fumed, seething with rage. While he could still contend with Feng Shuyue, what right did this insolent brat have to challenge him? With that thought, Chu Xiaotian shouted, 20 billion. Little Fan, isn't that enough? If we go any higher, he might catch on and suddenly halt the bidding, Feng Shuyue cautioned. However, Lin Fan merely smiled and replied, "You are indeed wise, senior sister. I intend to withdraw." Chu Xiaotian had been anticipating Lin Fan to continue bidding. Yet in the next moment, he saw Lin Fan and Feng Shuyue sharing laughter, covering their mouths and seemingly mocking him. At that instant, realization dawned upon him. He had been duped. "Young master, it seems that fellow is deliberately trying to swindle you. He never intended to buy," the underling added, providing timely support. "How infuriating. I shall make him pay." Chu Xiaotian's face flushed with rage, consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Yet, recalling the formidable Yanrou, the chief guardian of the Chu family in Jiangcheng and Yang Wenbin, Zhang Qingyun's subordinate, he dared not act recklessly. Look at that fellow. He nearly spitting blood from rage. Ha ha. Lin Fan laughed heartily, bending over in mirth. Chapter 63. The ice spirit grass has been purchased ahead of time? Feng Shuiyue was equally elated, joining Lin Fan in joyous laughter. The specter beside them, typically reserved, could not help but remark. You two are indeed products of the same master. What a delightful mischief. After sharing a brief laugh, Feng Shuiyue paused and added, however, it is a pity that you cannot assist Xiao Fan in obtaining the spirit tree sap. I wonder if, in the future, you two might find yourself ensnared in a similar predicament. Lin Fan, weary of explanations, resolved to demonstrate his capabilities when the opportunity arose, believing that actions would speak more persuasively than words. Congratulations, young Master Chu, on acquiring this exceedingly rare vial of 10,000-year spirit tree sap. I trust you shall put it to good use soon, Zhou Quan remarked with genuine enthusiasm. He had initially thought the bidding would cap at 400 million, given the sap's inherent value, but was astonished to see it escalate to 2 billion. While he recognized that Chu Xiaodian had been taken advantage of, he was indifferent, focusing solely on the profits garnered for the Zhuge family during this gathering. Surrounding spectators whispered derisively, their comments reaching Chu Xiaoyan's ears, inciting his anger and leading him to blame both Feng Shuiyue and Lin Fan for his misfortune. Subsequently, another round of rare yet largely inconsequential herbs was auctioned, each fetching tens of millions, prompting Lin Fan to reflect on the immense wealth these individuals possessed. Contemplating the trifling 300 yuan left to him by the old man, he lamented that comparing oneself to others could indeed be disheartening. After half an hour, the red spot snow lotus made its appearance, coinciding with Zhang Qingyun's arrival, who had spent 2 billion to secure the lotus, known for its ability to purge internal coldness. This suggested that either he or his family practiced an ice-based cultivation technique, as only such methods would generate cold toxicity. However, Lin Fan remained uncertain, pondering whether it might serve another purpose. Xiao Fan, with Zhang Qingyun here, I find myself increasingly apprehensive. If we bid on the ice spirit grass later, he may attempt to obstruct us, and Chu Xiaodian might intervene as well. Feng Shuiyue expressed her concern. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan replied, Chu Xiaodian is relatively easy to handle, having suffered a setback earlier. He will likely be wary of us. As for Zhang Qingyun, his intentions are difficult to gauge, and he possesses considerable depth of character. I cannot predict whether he might make a move against us. Regardless, this item is vital for you, and even if it means emptying my coffers, I am determined to acquire it, Feng Shuiyue asserted with unwavering resolve. Though, perhaps it is not entirely absolute. It will depend on the circumstances, Lin Fan replied, touched by her commitment. If anyone in this world cared for him the most, it was undoubtedly his senior sister, who seemed willing to invest her accumulated wealth from years past for his benefit without a trace of regret. It felt as though everything she did was for her little junior brother. Yet, as the next hour unfolded, the ice spirit grass was not mentioned, and it seemed that the final herb auction was not it either. Senior sister, why is the ice spirit grass not being offered? Lin Fan inquired, bewildered. Having awaited this moment all night, the absence of this singular hope left him disheartened. I cannot fathom why. I must go inquire, he resolved. Feng Shuiyue was quite perplexed. The information she had received was undoubtedly accurate, having been confirmed through several inquiries. The three of them arrived at the entrance of the stage, waiting patiently as Zhou Quan descended slowly. Upon seeing Feng Shuiyue, he greeted her with a friendly smile. For it was she who had aided the Zhuge family in amassing a considerable fortune, thus his demeanor remained amiable. Zhou Butler, I am Feng Shuiyue, the master of the Shuiyue Mountain Villa in Jiangcheng. May I inquire about something? Feng Shuiyue stated directly. Ah, it is indeed General Feng. A pleasure to finally meet you. Zhou Quan replied with a smile. Please ask away. I have heard that at this herbal medicine conference, there is a rare herb known as ice spirit grass. However, I have not seen it today. What could be the reason? Feng Shuiyue voiced her inquiry. Zhou Quan was taken aback for a moment, then recollected, indeed. It was sold at a high price 2 days ago, but I am unaware of the buyer. Only my master would know. Someone purchased it in advance. Feng Shuiyue gasped, realizing the implications of this revelation. If that were the case, it would indeed pose a significant problem, and the herb might have already been utilized. Even if they were to locate the buyer, it would be of little consequence. Lin Fan felt a sense of despondency, akin to glimpsing light only to find darkness once more. Alas, it is all fate. It seems I am destined not to break through, Lin Fan lamented. Feng Shiyue grasped Lin Fan's hand and apologized. I am truly sorry, Xiao Fan. I gave you hope, only to have it shattered. I apologize, senior brother. Sensing the imminent tears of his senior sister, Lin Fan hastily reassured her. It's all right. We shall continue our search. After all, I am not in any immediate danger. Just a bit disheartened. We will contemplate alternative methods. Moreover, even if we were to find it, it would merely suppress the issue for 3 months. We still need to discover a method for a permanent resolution. I believe Master is not out indulging. He must be covertly seeking a solution for me, Lin Fan asserted. Xiao Fan, you are remarkably optimistic. Do you truly believe he would? Feng Shiyue replied with a wry smile. She knew her master well. He had long harbored dreams of retiring to enjoy the beauty of the world, once expressing a desire to travel and behold all of life's splendors. It was hard to imagine him preoccupied with finding a remedy for his junior brother. Perhaps, Lin Fan responded with an awkward smile. It would be strange for an old man who left behind a fortune of 300 to do otherwise. At that moment, the enigmatic Mei Ying, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke up. Ladies, we could indeed take a chance and inquire with the head of the Zhuge family. He might just reveal some information, or we could compel him to do so. Lin Fan, admiring the striking young woman, gave her a thumbs up and exclaimed, Awesome. Let's go? He found her suggestion quite agreeable. However, Feng Shiyue expressed her concern. We have already offended enough people. We have antagonized 2 of the 4 great families. If we further provoke the Zhuge family, we would be besieged by 3 families. Since it seems we have already offended 2, what harm could there be in offending a 3rd? Lin Fan retorted with a grin. I concur, Mei Ying replied nonchalantly. In the midst of the swirling snow and wind, she occasionally felt that these 2 individuals were remarkably well matched, both embodying a singular essence, courage. We may proceed, but let us agree that we will only inquire. If the other party is unwilling to speak, do not act recklessly. The Zhuge family, after all, is one of the 4 great families of Jiangzhou. Having stood firm for a century, they surely have formidable guardians. Provoking them could lead to trouble, Feng Shiyue elucidated. Very well, let us make our inquiries, Lin Fan responded. He was acutely aware of his senior sister's concerns, but to him, such worries were trivial. After all, how many masters of martial arts could there be in Jiangnan? He had already effortlessly dispatched one. Who could possibly hinder him in his pursuits? The trio said little more. After gathering some information, they learned that the head of the Zhuge family was at the Zhuge courtyard. Having not acquired anything, they felt unencumbered and left the medicine shop to head towards the Zhuge courtyard. However, just as they were about to board their vehicle, they were surrounded by a group of individuals, led by none other than Chu Xiaotian. At this moment, a middle-aged man and an elderly man stood beside him. These 2 exuded an extraordinary aura, their gazes sharp and filled with an unmistakable killing intent. Feng, you and your junior brother should take refuge in the car. I will handle this, Mei Ying stated, having sensed the formidable presence of the 2 men. Oh, very well. Feng Shui understood Mei Ying's intent and pulled Lin Fan into the vehicle. Chapter 64. The impressive Mei Ying was indeed a top-tier expert. She had claimed to be capable of defeating anyone in Jiangxing, whose foremost martial artist was Xuan Wu, reputedly a master at the early stages of innate strength. However, he had fallen ill, causing his abilities to stagnate, even diminishing over time. I am here to deal with Feng Shiyue and Lin Fan. Woman, quickly leave. Do not squander your life, Chu Xiaotian threatened. Yet, scarcely had his words fallen when Mei Ying lunged forward, without hesitation, delivering a punch aimed at his heart. Her strike was swift, fierce, and precise, catching Chu Xiaotian off guard as he hastily raised both hands to defend. Bang! Crack! The sound of Chu Xiaotian's hands breaking echoed sharply, signaling his defeat. Damn it! He cried out in agony, unable to contain his expletive, while Mei Ying advanced again, intent on incapacitating him completely. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept in, and a figure dashed forward, positioning themselves before Chu Xiaotian. With a punch thrown, it collided with Mei Ying's fist, the 2 forces clashing for nearly 3 seconds before they staggered back. Who would have thought that such a young woman could be an innate master? The middle-aged man exclaimed in astonishment. He was Xiang Hua, the 4th protector of the Chu family, while the elderly man beside him was Fu Chang, the 2nd protector. Xiang, Incapacitate this woman for me. She shattered my hands. I must have my revenge. Chu Xiaodian cried, tears of pain streaming down his face, consumed by fury. Xianghua took a deep breath, thinking how this young master truly lacked awareness. He failed to recognize that the opponent, who had managed to hold him off for 3 seconds, was no ordinary adversary, and could not be easily subdued. Leave immediately, or you may find your life in peril, he warned. Mei Ying exuded her usual commanding presence, her gaze as frigid and unyielding as that of the Grim Reaper, causing even Xianghua to feel a twinge of fear. Do you require my assistance? The elderly Su Chong, unable to bear the sight any longer, interjected, dismayed at the sight of a man hesitating to strike a woman. No need. Xianghua, valuing his pride, steadied his breath and suddenly summoned all his strength, charging forward with a sharp dagger now in hand. Mei Ying, be cautious, he wields a knife. Feng Shuiyue in the car hastily cautioned. Yet, Mei Ying had already discerned the weapon. Clang! The 2 daggers clashed, emitting a spark, revealing that Mei Ying was equally equipped. Both combatants were at the initial stage of their martial arts journey, but Mei Ying's movements were considerably more agile, and her techniques more diverse. Within moments, Xianghua had sustained 2 cuts, fortunately non-vital, merely on his arms. Observing the blood seeping from Xianghua's limbs, Chu Xiaodian finally recognized Mei Ying's formidable prowess and urgently urged, Su Lao, no more waiting. Let us join forces and eliminate that woman. Xianghua, you have regressed. Su Chong could no longer hold his tongue, feeling a sense of embarrassment witnessing a grown man falter against a younger woman. Xianghua felt equally awkward, unable to counter Su Lao's remark. As Su Lao stepped forward, he bore no weapon, opting instead to confront Mei Ying with bare hands. Mei Ying, unrelenting, unleashed a powerful strike. Snap! In the next instant, her wrist was flicked, rendering her arm numb, and the dagger slipped from her grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chong caught the dagger and swiftly slashed. Mei Ying, realizing the impending danger, hurriedly retreated, yet it was too late. She instinctively shielded her neck with both hands, but the sharp blade grazed her palms, leaving a deep gash. Though she avoided a fatal wound, blood flowed swiftly, a sight most alarming. Excellent. Ha! Now, eliminate this woman, and we shall deal with Feng Shuiyue and the others. Chu Xiaodian cackled with delight at Mei Ying's injury. Feng Shuiyue, witnessing the scene, declared, No, I must intervene, otherwise Mei Ying will perish. Senior sister, with me here, she will not die. Remain inside for now. Lin Fan asserted as he pushed open the other car door and stepped out before Feng Shuiyue could react. Seeing Lin Fan emerge, Mei Ying coldly commanded, Get back in the car. Are you seeking death? I am here to save you, Lin Fan retorted, ignoring her, striding boldly towards the fray. Mei Ying seethed with rage. However, at that moment, she likely could not afford to focus on Lin Fan, for the elderly man had launched another attack. In the midst of innate mid-stage prowess, with the advanced stage already looming, the expert was far superior to her, exhibiting a disparity of nearly 2 levels. Regardless of her exceptional skills, such an imbalance could not be compensated for. Little girl, prepare to meet your end, Fu Chong declared with arrogance, gripping his dagger tightly as he charged towards the phantom with lightning speed, intent on delivering a fatal blow. The phantom, resolute in her readiness to fight to the death, felt an acute sense of regret for failing to safeguard the one she cherished. Just as Fu Chong's dagger was about to pierce the phantom, an unexpected figure materialized before her, swiftly raising a hand to deliver a resounding slap to the elder's face. The sound echoed through the air, audible even from a distance. Although onlookers were aware of the ongoing conflict, none dared to approach. The phantom gazed at the man before her. Though he lacked a towering physique, he appeared remarkably imposing at that moment. He had effortlessly sent a master on the verge of innate late-stage flying with bare hands. Chu Xiaodian and Xianghua stood in stunned silence. When they had heard that Yin Yu, the esteemed protector of the Chu family in Jiangcheng, had been killed by Lin Fan, and that Chu Yunfei had been incapacitated, they had assumed Yin Yu was merely a master of transformation. The truth was that the elder of the Chu family had kept Yin Yu hidden, hoping to gain fame in the Heavenly Earth Rankings battle. Thus, even in death, he dared not reveal Yin Yu's true strength, fearing reprimand from headquarters. Naturally, Chu Xiaodian was unaware that this had led to the current predicament. Elder, you have harmed my phantom's hand. Pray tell, how shall I punish you? Shall I render you powerless, or shall I extinguish your life? Lin Fan spoke coldly to Fu Chang. Xianghua, this fellow is rather peculiar. I sense no internal energy fluctuations. We know not his origins. Let us confront him together. Fu Chang, disregarding his pride, directly sought Xianghua's assistance. Very well. Xianghua nodded in agreement. Now this is more like it. Let us not squander any more time. Lin Fan turned to Chu Xiaotian, suggesting, why not join us? It would be more efficient to incapacitate him all at once rather than one by one. Blast it. This fellow is insufferably arrogant. You too, tear him apart. Although Chu Xiaotian felt concern, he was not yet afraid. They were in Jiangzhou, and he doubted Feng Shuiyue would permit her disciple to act recklessly. The Chu family had another expert, and they were linked by marriage to the Jiang family. If the Chu family faced trouble, the Jiang family would not remain indifferent. Once word reached Zhang Xiantian, he would undoubtedly intervene, bringing trouble to all associated with Lin Fan. As the two unleashed their internal energy, reaching their peak, they suddenly lunged at Lin Fan. The Phantom, wishing to assist, heard Lin Fan's voice. You need not trouble yourself. Just hide behind me. I can handle these two. Oh, the Phantom had never before encountered someone who spoke to her in such a manner. Typically, she stood in front of others, protecting them, yet now a man was offering her protection. A complex emotion stirred within her, a sensation of being shielded. Xianghua and Fu Chang launched a fierce offensive, and in the blink of an eye, they stood before Lin Fan, simultaneously aiming at him to deliver a lethal blow. Chapter 65, Chu Xiaotian Death. In this era, even the most insignificant individuals believe themselves to be formidable. Lin Fan suddenly stomped the ground, and an enigmatic yet formidable force surged towards the two. Though they were still 2 meters away, they were struck by an invisible power. Thud! The two were sent flying, landing on the ground, and almost simultaneously spitting out blood, their expressions filled with sheer panic. Is he a martial arts master? Fu Chang stammered. A martial arts master? Impossible. In all of Jiangnan, there is only one known martial arts master, Zhang Xiantian. This fellow is too young to be a master. You must have misjudged him, Fu Lao. Chu Xiaotian exclaimed in astonishment. Even if he isn't a master, he is still at the pinnacle of innate perfection. Fu Chang asserted. Now that you recognize my prowess, you should consider abandoning your cultivation. I might spare your lives, Lin Fan declared, stepping forward with an imposing presence before the two innate experts. Although Chu Xiaotian was frightened, he remembered that they were on their own turf and pointed at Lin Fan, cursing, what if he is at the pinnacle of innate perfection? Our Chu family is connected to Jiangnan's first war god, Zhang Xiantian. If you dare to harm anyone from the Chu family, I will ensure that your entire family, even your relatives and friends, are wiped out. Xiao Fan no. Feng Shuiyue shook her head. Despite her junior disciple's impressive display, the Chu and Zhang families were overwhelmingly powerful. And Zhang Xiantian was a long-established master. He was also a renowned expert on the heavenly ranking, ranked 5th. It is essential to recognize that those on the heavenly ranking are almost all at the master level, and being 5th among 30 is a terrifying existence. Shuiyue, you know the consequences. Quickly compel your junior to apologize and abandon his cultivation, and perhaps I might spare his life. Chu Xiaotian seized the opportunity, threatening as he noticed Feng Shuiyue's fear. You have gone too far, Chu Xiaotian. An apology is acceptable, but asking my junior to abandon his cultivation is out of the question, Feng Shuiyue replied firmly. Apologize? At this, Lin Fan laughed rather than fuming. He turned towards Chu Xiaotian. Terrified, Chu Xiaotian hastily retreated, his voice trembling. You, don't come any closer. If anything happens to me, your master sister will also be implicated. Xiao Fan, don't act recklessly. Feng Shuiyue's face turned pale with fear. She was not afraid of retaliation against herself. She was concerned about Lin Fan being besieged by the Chu and Zhang families. Her junior disciple was too weak to contend with them. And even Zhang Xiantian alone would be a formidable opponent. Did you hear that? Your sister has advised you to behave. Be obedient. Ha ha ha. Otherwise, you will suffer. Crack. However, before he could finish his sentence, a figure darted forward, seizing his throat and crushing it, reminiscent of Yan Yu's demise. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at this scene. Lin Fan has, astonishingly, killed Chu Xiaotian. He was the sole heir of the Chu family. To slay him is to sever the lineage of the Chus, which has incited their wrath to an irrevocable degree. It is over. Feng Shuiyue's heart cried out in despair. Her anxiety palpable. I loathe any threat to my family. Can you truly threaten my senior sister? Lin Fan harbored no remorse for taking Chu Xiaotian's life. Instead, he turned to the two acolytes and commanded, "Speak again. Will you cripple your own cultivation or face death? Choose your fate." The two, tremulous with fear, dared not provoke him further. They immediately channeled their energies to strike at their dantian, self-destructing their own cultivation. Once they collapsed to the ground, Lin Fan finally relented and approached the still-dazed Mei Ying, his tone softening. "Have you stopped the bleeding? Do you require my assistance?" "I have my own unique method for staunching blood flow," Mei Ying replied, her voice now gentler. "Get in the car." Lin Fan opened the door for her, then settled into the driver's seat and started the vehicle. As the car roared to life, Feng Shuiyue in the back seat finally regained her composure and remarked, "Xiao Fan, we are in serious trouble. When soldiers come, we must resist. When water rises, we must build levees. My master taught us that we cannot simply endure. When bullied, we must retaliate," Lin Fan asserted. However, the sage also said, "A small forbearance can lead to great chaos. The combined might of the Chu and Jiang families is formidable. You have slain Chu Xiaodian. They will pursue you relentlessly," Feng Shuiyue cautioned. "Indeed, you have acted rather impulsively this time," Mei Ying added, unable to restrain herself. She had not anticipated Lin Fan would go so far as to kill Chu Xiaodian. Had he merely maimed him, the situation might not have spiraled so drastically. "Just how formidable is this combined force?" Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. Feng Shuiyue elucidated. "Let me clarify. The economic landscape of Jiangzhou is dominantly under the control of the Chu family, while the Jiang family is closely allied with them. Jiang Xintian, the foremost warrior of Jiangnan, is married to the Chu family's second daughter. Moreover, the Chu family possesses another terrifying ally, their eldest daughter, who wed the wealthiest magnate in Jinling, the Wu family. The Wu family wields tremendous wealth and influence, boasting numerous elite fighters, including reputed masters of the heavenly rankings. Do you not see how vast this power is?" Feng Shuiyue added. Upon hearing this intricate web of power dynamics, Mei Ying gasped. It was clear that Feng Shuiyue's prior concerns were entirely justified. The die is cast. Blame serves no purpose now. The immediate priority is for you both to find a place to hide, or else, Mei Ying urged. "There is no escaping this," Feng Shuiyue sighed, suddenly turning to Lin Fan. "Xiao Shidi, you must flee. I will devise a solution to this predicament." Just as Lin Fan was about to respond, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Zhang Qingyun. Zhang Qingyun's call at this moment must pertain to the matter of Chu Xiaotian. After a moment's hesitation, Feng Shuiyue answered the call. "Hello, Zhang Qingyun. What brings you here?" Feng Shuiyue inquired. On the other end of the line, Zhang Qingyun replied, "I've heard that your junior brother has slain Chu Xiaotian. The patriarch of the Chu family is furious and has sworn to dismember him. Those associated with him will inevitably encounter trouble as well. Knowing your junior brother's prowess, I am prepared to have my brother intervene. But I am the only one who can inform him. What exactly are you trying to convey, Zhang Qingyun?" Feng Shuiyue sensed something amiss. "My brother listens to me. If we are indeed family, your junior brother would naturally be considered my brother as well. The likelihood of my brother targeting him is slim. At the very least, my brother could find a reason not to harm him. Surely, you comprehend my meaning." Zhang Qingyun threatened. "So, he intends to leverage this situation to coerce her into marrying him. How shameless." Feng Shuiyue inwardly cursed, yet maintained her composure, saying, "Didn't I mention before? I'm in a relationship with my junior brother. I am his girlfriend. Do you truly believe such a ruse would convince me? Your junior brother, Lin Fan, is the son-in-law of the Tang family in Jiangqing. What connection do you have to him as his girlfriend?" Zhang Qingyun chuckled mockingly. "Enough of the charade. This is your and your junior brother's final opportunity. Should you miss this chance, prepare for my brother and the Chu family to pursue you relentlessly. 1 hour from now, at the Shuangjiang Hotel, do not be absent. Should you choose not to attend, consider this matter relinquished." With that, Zhang Qingyun ended the call. Chapter 66. The Marvelous Art of Massage. Damn it. Feng Shuiyue clenched her fists, unable to suppress an expletive. Lin Fan, driving, picked up on her distress and asked, "Master sister, what did Zhang Qingyun say?" After taking a moment to gather herself, Feng Shuiyue recognized this was her only chance to save her junior brother and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, it's nothing. Just some playful banter with Zhang Qingyun. We often bicker like this." Mei Ying sensed the underlying tension but refrained from probing further. She understood the depth of Feng Shuiyue's feelings for the junior brother, which surpassed even her own life. It seemed she was prepared to sacrifice herself for his sake. Thus, she sighed and shook her head. Life is often filled with helplessness, much like her own choice to leave and venture across oceans to become an assassin. If not compelled by circumstance, who would not wish to savor the pleasures of a beautiful life? Shall we head home? Lin Fan suggested. You and Mei Ying should return first. I have a friend to meet, Feng Shuyue responded. Lin Fan immediately sensed something was amiss, asking, Master Sister, is the friend you intend to meet Zhang Qingyan? No, of course not. I would never meet him. It's another old acquaintance, Feng Shuyue denied, continuing. Take Mei Ying back to Jiangcheng to tend to your injuries, and make haste to leave Jiangcheng. Otherwise, the Chu family will not spare you. Just as Lin Fan was about to voice his concerns, Mei Ying interjected, Why are you being so overly cautious? Your master sister is not a child. She can manage her own affairs. Lin Fan found the situation both amusing and exasperating, then asked, Where should I drop you off? Let us return to the earlier matter. I shall take a taxi there myself. You should hastily depart with the shadow. Feng Shuyue said. Very well. Lin Fan drove to a certain street and let her alight. However, as she exited the vehicle, Lin Fan stepped forward to embrace the senior sister, giving her a gentle pat on the back, and remarked, Senior sister, do inform me promptly should anything arise. Understood. Rest assured, the Chu family dares not act against me for the time being. After all, I have been childhood friends with Zhang Qingyun. If they wish to harm me, they must first consult him, Feng Shuyue replied with a smile. That makes sense. Lin Fan nodded and drove away. After a short while, Shadow could no longer contain herself and said, Are you truly returning? Not really. But one must at least feign authenticity, Lin Fan replied. Ah, so you have seen through me, Shadow remarked, somewhat surprised. As she had initially thought Lin Fan to be rather dense, unable to perceive such an obvious truth, it appeared he was merely pretending. How is your hand? I possess a technique that could aid in kneading it, promoting the healing of your injury. Would you care to try? Lin Fan inquired. Need. Are you attempting to take advantage of me in broad daylight? Shadow retorted. Lin Fan shook his head and said, What is it with women these days? Why must their thoughts be so impure? I am merely adhering to the physician's creed of healing the wounded. Why must everyone view me through such tinted lenses? Because your face is emblazoned with desire, Shadow quipped, pouting slightly. Are you certain you do not wish for my assistance in kneading? Lin Fan pressed. I assure you, the results are remarkably effective. When I was injured before, I treated myself, and the healing speed increased 100-fold. Upon hearing this, Shadow was somewhat skeptical. Given the performance of this young man today, it was evident he was no ordinary individual. Even a master of the late stage of innate power had been defeated by him in a single move. Thus, Shadow could not help but inquire, Lin Fan, what is your true realm? Unranked, Lin Fan replied. What does unranked signify? I have never heard of it, Shadow responded, puzzled. It is merely what my master said. I do not know what unranked entails, but it seems others cannot discern my true power, Lin Fan explained candidly. Ah, that makes sense. No wonder I cannot sense any fluctuations of your energy, Shadow said, her confusion resolved. After a brief pause, she added, Find a place to park. Help me with my hand. Lin Fan was taken aback, but soon comprehended, breaking into a grin. Indeed, women are such paradoxical creatures. They claim to refuse, yet their bodies speak the truth. Nonsense. Shadow's fair cheeks flushed, and she found it difficult to meet Lin Fan's gaze. Lin Fan continued driving, seeking a parking spot nearby, and eventually stopped beneath the shade of a tree. There is a bench over there. Let us sit for a moment. As it feels stifling in the car, Shadow hesitated for a moment, but ultimately walked over. They were at the outskirts of a park, where long benches were occupied by numerous couples and spouses engaged in pleasant conversation, creating a delightful atmosphere. Lin Fan settled beside Shadow, taking her injured hand to examine it closely, inhaling sharply. The wound is quite deep, with glimpses of bone visible, and a 6 to 7 centimeter long gash traverses the entirety of the palm. He couldn't help but admire the girl's resilience. Had it been anyone else, tears would surely have streamed down their face in agony. This injury is far too severe. Relying on secret methods to staunch the bleeding is simply not sufficient. It has penetrated muscle and bone. I must administer a thorough massage, Lin Fan declared, proceeding to gently massage the palm of the girl known as Mei Ying. This particular technique is designed to activate nerves and expedite the regeneration of flesh. It is not mere massage. Rather, it employs Lin Fan's internal spiritual energy, which possesses the ability to regenerate bones and flesh while repairing nerve pathways. Mei Ying initially assumed that Lin Fan sought merely to take advantage of the situation, and the closeness of their bodies rendered the posture somewhat ambiguous, causing her cheeks to flush. However, Lin Fan remained undeterred, focusing intently on his task. After approximately 5 minutes, Mei Ying suddenly felt the pain dissipate. Instinctively, she glanced at her palm and was astonished to find that the previously deep wound had notably diminished in severity. Furthermore, the flesh appeared to be knitting together. She thought she must be imagining things, and after rubbing her eyes, she looked again, utterly dumbfounded. In the span of mere blinks, only a faint scar remained, devoid of pain and bleeding, resembling a healed wound. Alas, it is still not perfect. Traces of the injury remain, indicating that my technique requires refinement, Lin Fan remarked, shaking his head. Mei Ying pondered, is this fellow human or divine? How can he be so remarkably skilled? Well then, where shall we go next? A date, perhaps? Lin Fan replied with a mischievous grin. A date? You ought to consider your senior sister. She is undoubtedly prepared to sacrifice herself for you. Zhang Qingyun will not easily assist her, and even if she does make such a sacrifice, I believe Zhang Qingyun would not spare you. I have encountered many like him, Mei Ying analyzed. Rest assured, I have overheard their entire conversation, Lin Fan asserted, his words striking with a shocking boldness. You were able to hear that? Mei Ying exclaimed, astonished. She sat adjacent to Feng Shuiyue and could only discern faint sounds. Yet this man, seated in the driver's seat, could hear the whispers from the back. Indeed, Lin Fan acknowledged, aware of Mei Ying's astonishment. His sensory abilities far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, allowing him to perceive what she could not. What do you intend to do? Mei Ying inquired. Lin Fan responded. The reason my senior sister is meeting with Zhang Qingyun is simply due to her concern that the Chu family may trouble me. If that is the case, I shall go and eradicate the Chu family. Without them posing a threat, will all of this not resolve itself? That may not be wise. While it is easy to say, the Chu family, if you are afraid to go, you may remain in the car. I will take a taxi myself, Lin Fan declared, standing up and preparing to leave. Come back. Mei Ying inhaled deeply, encountering such a recklessly audacious individual for the first time. He seemed unafraid of anything. Yet she too was not one to shy away from challenges. Fear grips me, yet who could blame me for harboring disdain for the likes of the Chu family? In any case, I am devoid of kinship. If death is to be my fate, so be it. The shadow grasped Lin Fan's hand and declared, Get in the car. I shall accompany you to the Chu residence. Chapter 67. The Assault on the Chu Family. The grand estate of the Chu family in Jiangzhou. Has the order been conveyed? It is imperative to ensure that Zhang Xiantian is dealt with. He must not be allowed to leave Jiangzhou alive. The speaker was none other than the patriarch, Chu Wenxiang. The butler, Zhou Ding, responded, Zhang Xiantian is at the military district. Only his brother and the second young lady have access to him. She is currently on a trip, leaving us no choice but to send Zhang Qingyun to handle the situation. Zhang Qingyun. Chu Wenxiang furrowed his brow. I have heard that he shares a past with Feng Shuiyue. I am not inclined to trust him. I must personally call Xiaoyun and urge her to return swiftly to persuade her husband. He continued, Furthermore, arrange for personnel to intercept at all major intersections. We cannot allow them to escape. It has already been arranged, but thus far, we have not seen them. They likely have not returned to Jiangcheng, Zhou Ding replied. Just as Chu Wenxiang was about to speak, a subordinate hurried into the hall, breathless, and announced, Report, Master, 2 individuals have arrived outside. One claims to be Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Both Chu Wenxiang and Zhou Ding were momentarily taken aback. Zhou Ding quickly regained his composure and stated, Master. The one who killed the young master is indeed Lin Fan, the disciple of Feng Shuiyue. How audacious of him to come to our Chu family. Chu Wenxiang swore, but suddenly recalled something, inquiring, what could he possibly want? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ding's eyes widened in alarm. Could it be that he, Zhou Ding, quickly summoned the Grand Elder, just in case? Chu Wenxiang's expression darkened. If his suspicions were correct, it would spell disaster. Lin Fan's prowess was formidable, a match even for the second elder, Fu Chang, and if he truly came to the Chu family, it would be dire. Understood, Zhou Ding responded, concern evident in his demeanor. At the entrance, Lin Fan forcefully kicked open the electronic gate of the Chu residence, while the shadow drove in. The two of them nonchalantly entering the grand estate. Witnessing this, a throng of security personnel converged. Lin Fan and the shadow parked the vehicle and stepped out. I am Lin Fan, The one who killed your young master, Chu Xiaodian. Let me be unequivocal. Your Chu family seeks my demise. Thus I have come to eradicate your clan. Those who wish to avoid death may flee now. Otherwise, the opportunity will soon elude you. Lin Fan proclaimed with formidable authority. Upon hearing these words, the crowd's expressions shifted to panic. If he truly was the one who had slain the young master, he was indeed a terrifying figure. It was rumored that even the second and fourth elders had been rendered powerless, and they were but novices in the ancient arts. How could they possibly resist? Do you not wish to depart? Are you waiting for death? The shadow coldly admonished, exuding an aura of icy menace, honed from years as an assassin, which was profoundly intimidating. Indeed, with the shadow's fierce command, the dozen or so security guards exchanged glances and ultimately fled in haste. With a meager salary of 3,005, they are compelled to gamble with their lives. They are not fools, after all. Regardless of the truth, it is prudent to flee first. As the security personnel made their escape, the gatekeeper followed suit. The servants of the Chu family, gardeners, cleaning staff, and the like, hurriedly joined in the exodus. Within 3 minutes, nearly all outsiders associated with the Chu family had vacated the premises. At this moment, only the true members of the Chu family remained. Bring out the head of the Chu family, Lin Fan bellowed. Finally, the elder Chu, accompanied by a cadre of elite experts, emerged, among whom was an elderly figure, Du Zaitan, the esteemed elder. Du Zaitan, possessing a perfect realm of late-stage innate power, had been recruited by Chu Wenxiang from afar 2 years prior. Although not a native of Jiangnan, he was a formidable contender on the Earth ranking. In the last Earth ranking competition, he had bested Xuanwu, claiming the 6th position and proving himself a force to be reckoned with. At this moment, after 2 months of extreme breakthroughs, Du Zaitan had brushed against the pinnacle of the Master Realm, poised to ascend with a singular opportunity. Hearing of the young Master's murder and Chu Chang's incapacitation, he could no longer remain in seclusion. Boy, you dare to return to the Chu family after killing my son? Bold indeed. Chu Wenxiang, uninterested in further discourse, addressed Du Zaitan directly. Elder Du, it's your turn now. Do not hold back. Strike with all your might. Understood. Du Zaitan scrutinized Lin Fan before him, a youth who, by all appearances, could not possibly be a master. Moreover, it seemed that a master emanated a distinct aura that could be sensed upon channeling their inner energy. Thus, he resolved to test the waters. Should his opponent prove to be no master, victory would be assured. In Du Zaitan's eyes, his current prowess, coupled with the unique secret arts of his ancient martial sect, rendered him invincible against opponents of the same rank. To be precise, he was unbeatable beneath the master level. Prepare yourself. Before launching his attack, Du Zaitan deliberately issued a warning, hoping to prompt his adversary to channel their energy, thereby revealing their true identity as a master. However, Lin Fan remained stationary, showing no intention of engaging. Left with no alternative, Du Zaitan took the initiative, leaping forward in a single breath, closing the 7 or 8 meters between them. With a swift motion, Lin Fan evaded the strike, refusing to retaliate. Yet, he discerned that his opponent was not a master. Their aura paled in comparison to Jiang Wudi's. Although Lin Fan's energy fluctuations were imperceptible, Du Zaitan noted his avoidance and concluded that Lin Fan could not possibly be a master. Why do you evade, boy? Do you truly believe you can escape? Du Zaitan mocked. It is not that I wish to avoid you. Rather, should I engage, you might find yourself lying on the ground, which would be rather unamusing. Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. As for the head of the Chu family, if you intend to summon Zhang Xiantian, why resort to such underhanded tactics as having Zhang Qingyun deceitfully lure my senior sister into a rendezvous? Wait, Zhang Qingyun actually went to meet your senior sister? Chu Wenxiang could not help but utter a curse. He had long anticipated that Zhang Qingyun was utterly unreliable. Don't tell me you are unaware. Zhang Qingyun is clearly treacherous and cunning. He seeks to exploit the bond between my master sister and me, knowing full well that she would do anything for me, intending to seize her and subsequently deal with me. To me, this bears the hallmark of the Chu family's methods. Direct retaliation against me seems too easy, as he wishes to see my sister humiliated as well, Lin Fan revealed. Lin Fan, you are overthinking. Such a thing does not exist, Chu Wenxiang hastily clarified. Ahem, master, why waste words with him? I shall simply kill him and be done with it. Du Zaitan interjected. Sensing the gravity of the situation, as Chu Wenxiang's words made it seem as though he were not a match for Lin Fan, almost begging for mercy. Indeed, master. Do not waste breath on him. This scoundrel has slain the young master and incapacitated our two esteemed guardians. This grudge must be avenged, reminded butler Zhou Ding. Only then did Chu Wenxiang come to his senses, gritting his teeth and declaring, "Yes, old Du, eliminate him." Excellent. With a surge of indignation, Du Ziding, having confirmed that Lin Fan was not a master, felt a sense of relief. He stomped his foot, channeling his energy into his dantian, distributing it throughout his limbs. The formidable strength of his perfected late-stage innate prowess was laid bare. Chu Wenxiang, also a practitioner of ancient martial arts, noted old Du's nearing mastery and felt his confidence swell, smiling. "Old Du, your cultivation is on the verge of advancing to mastery. It seems this fellow is not your adversary." "I never considered him a foe," Du Ziding boasted. "That is only because you are not my equal," Lin Fan scoffed. Chapter 68. Blood Sacrifice. Humph. On the brink of death, and still daring to jest. "Since you are so eager to meet your end, I shall oblige." With that, Du Ziding stepped forth again, this time moving at a speed that was evidently double that of his previous attempt, reaching Lin Fan in the blink of an eye. This assault startled the shadow, who thought Lin Fan would be unable to evade. Yet, in the next instant, a resounding thud echoed, and a figure was sent flying, leaving the shadow bewildered, as the event transpired too swiftly for her to comprehend. "Ah!" Du Ziding cried out in anguish, clutching his abdomen, his pale face betraying his pain. "Is this all? You do not even regard me as a rival?" Lin Fan mocked, delivering the utmost derision. The Chu family collectively gasped. He was their last glimmer of hope, and if even their great guardian could not contend with Lin Fan, their doom was assured. "Old Du, do not hold back. Unleash any ultimate techniques you possess, or else our Chu family shall face dire consequences," Chu Wenxiang urged. Du Ziding remained silent, yet produced a small knife, which initially led them to believe he was about to unveil a powerful artifact. Instead, he swiftly cut his own palm, blood gushing forth. With his hands clasped together, he suddenly embraced the void, and before him appeared a translucent aura, shimmering like water. Breath is inherently transparent, yet it flows like water, allowing others to perceive it. This scene was not new to Lin Fan. He had witnessed it before during his confrontation with Jiang Wudi, who employed the same technique, liquefying internal energy, shrouded in mystery. However, Lin Fan found himself somewhat astonished, for the art of liquefying internal energy was reputedly a mastery reserved for those of Grandmaster level. Was this fellow not merely at the pinnacle of innate perfection? "With my blood, I summon my deity," Du Ziding suddenly exclaimed. "Experience the unique secret art of our Gitaman, blood sacrifice, which enables one to contend beyond their rank. Do not think that your status as a non-grandmaster will save you. Even if you were, this move could send you to the afterlife." With that, he condensed the liquefied internal energy into a fist-sized orb. This maneuver indeed caught Lin Fan's attention. Du Ziding's approach differed from Jiang Wudi's, whose liquefied internal energy was too diffuse. Though expansive, it lacked potency. Du Ziding, on the other hand, had mastered the art, recognizing that the compressed form yielded greater strength. No wonder he boasted that even a grandmaster could be felled by his strike. "Die!" Du Ziding hurled the orb forward with a swift motion. The two were approximately 5 meters apart, and the speed of the attack was akin to lightning, rendering opponents of similar caliber effectively trapped, unable to escape. As the terrifying energy sphere approached, tinged with Du Ziding's blood and resembling a crimson apple, it exuded an ominous aura. Lin Fan, quickly evade, the phantom urged. Yet, could he truly escape? A sinister grin spread across Du Ziding's face. He was certain Lin Fan was doomed. Even a novice grandmaster would meet their end. For this blood sacrifice technique could compress internal energy to yield 5 times its usual might, an overwhelming force surpassing that of a beginner grandmaster. However, in the next moment, Lin Fan nonchalantly extended his hand, grasping the red orb and toying with it as he inquired, "Old man, what is this? It seems rather amusing." Du Ziding instantly froze. Astonished, he had unleashed the formidable blood sacrifice of the Gitaman, a technique of such terror compressed into liquefied internal energy, yet it was caught without detonating. The members of the Chu family were largely unfazed. Elder Chu looked at Du Ziding, saying, "Du Lao, have you unleashed your ultimate technique yet? Do not hold back." At that moment, Lin Fan remarked, "It could be compressed further." With a surge of force, the red orb transformed into the size of a red egg, akin to a magic trick. Upon witnessing his liquefied internal energy reduced to the size of an egg, Du Zedong gasped, his eyes widening. The sect leader had stated that compressing the blood sacrifice and liquefying internal energy into a smaller form would amplify its energy, indirectly demonstrating the strength of the opponent. In the present day, one can compress their internal energy to the utmost limit, even reducing it to the size of an egg. At that moment, Lin Fan, seemingly out of nowhere, exclaimed, "Enough of the games. Here, take it back." With that, he swiftly waved his hand, and the red egg shot back faster than a bullet. By heavens! Du Zedong reacted instantly, preparing to evade, but it was already too late. The speed of the attack was astonishing. Boom! The egg collided violently with Du Zedong's chest, resulting in an immediate explosion that released a terrifying shockwave of energy. Lin Fan, clearly prepared, turned abruptly, cradling the phantom in his arms, and swiftly departed from the scene. It was only after they had retreated 7 or 8 meters that the egg detonated. Shielded by Lin Fan, the phantom merely felt a gust of wind without suffering significant harm. However, for the ordinary people within 5 or 6 meters of the explosion's epicenter, the situation was dire. Nearly all of them spat blood, with some succumbing on the spot. Du Zedong, his chest a gruesome mess, lay on the ground, blood gushing forth as his body quivered before his legs stiffened in death. Chu Wenxiang, positioned closest to Du Zedong, coughed up blood again. Despite being a master of internal energy, he could not withstand such an explosion. "My lord." Zhou Ding, terrified, wiped the blood from his lips and crawled over. However, Chu Wenxiang's mouth was already bleeding profusely, indicating severe internal injuries. "Quickly, find Zhang Qingyun." Chu Wenxiang gasped before breathing his last. Lin Fan took a deep breath. Initially intending to eliminate 1 or 2 individuals to intimidate the Chu family into submission, he never anticipated that a significant portion of the Chu family would be annihilated by their own esteemed elder. Inform Zhang Qingyun that the Chu family has been eradicated, and he need not concern himself. Otherwise, the Zhang family shall be next. Lin Fan gestured towards Zhou Ding. Coincidentally, Zhou Ding intended to contact Zhang Qingyun as well. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Zhang Qingyun. It's me, Zhou Ding." "Yes, my lord has passed away." Indeed, it was Lin Fan who did it. "And the esteemed elder is gone as well. The Chu family is no more." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan hurriedly interjected, "Get to the point. Tell him not to worry. Otherwise, he will face annihilation as well." Zhou Ding concluded before hanging up, his voice trembling. "Is that sufficient?" "Yes, that will do. Rest assured, I won't kill you." Lin Fan smiled, saying, "I seldom take lives. As you witnessed, it was that old man who threw me the ball. I merely returned it. He couldn't handle it. And it cost the Chu family dearly. Do not blame me." Zhou Ding sighed in relief, contemplating, "If you spare my life, once I summon the second miss and have Zhang Xintian take action, you shall await your demise." But in the next instant, a figure dashed past Zhou Ding, and he suddenly felt a chill at his neck. Upon touching it, his hand was stained with blood. Zhou Ding gazed at the phantom. Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, his breath ceased. Chapter 69. I shall not slay you, but I cannot restrain her. I shall not slay you, but I cannot restrain her. Lin Fan shrugged, having already discerned the phantom's intent to act. Accompanied by a companion to commit murder, he had eliminated every adversary without sparing a single life, inciting her ire. Undoubtedly, he intended to leave one alive. The phantom shot a piercing glance at Lin Fan and remarked, "Such individuals must not be spared. Let this serve as a lesson for the future." With that, she grasped Lin Fan's hand and asserted, "We truly must flee now. Zhang Xintian will likely seek you out soon." At the entrance of the Xuanzhang Hotel, the phantom parked the vehicle. Lin Fan disclosed that he had not only overheard the conversation between the senior sister and Zhang Qingyun, but had also inscribed a talisman on her, allowing for precise tracking of her whereabouts. After making several calls, it became apparent that the senior sister had deliberately declined to answer, possibly having set her phone to silent. It seemed that Zhang Qingyun had failed to relay the news to her. Otherwise, she would not be meeting with him, especially considering the death of the Chu family's patriarch. Regardless of Zhang Qingyun's explanations, it was futile. The loss of her father-in-law would weigh heavily on her, rendering her brother's persuasion ineffective. The phantom analyzed. That scoundrel has conveyed my words, yet he still harbors intentions towards my senior sister. Clearly, he will not learn until he faces some hardship. Upon concluding, Lin Fan exited the vehicle and addressed the phantom. You stay here. I will ascend. The phantom nodded, aware that Lin Fan could effortlessly dispatch a martial artist of the preeminent stage, indicating his mastery at the grandmaster level. Such an individual posed no threat to Zhang Qingyun. Furthermore, she needed to remain vigilant. Should Zhang Xiantian or his associates arrive, she must swiftly alert Lin Fan to their departure. Zhang Xiantian ranked 5th on the heavenly list, with strength at least at the late grandmaster stage, possibly even at the pinnacle. She was cognizant of who ranked 6th on the heavenly list, the leader of the northern Jiangbei Thunder Hall, the Thunder Tiger, whose martial prowess was publicly documented and accessible online. He was a member of the Martial Arts Alliance's Jiangbei branch and held the title of deputy leader. 8 years prior, he was already at the mid-stage of martial mastery. Thus, to conquer him, Zhang Xiantian must surpass that level, and given that this was 8 years ago, no one could ascertain Zhang Xiantian's current prowess. After all, he had secured 5th place on the heavenly list by the age of 26, indicating he was already above the late grandmaster stage at that time. On the upper floor, in room 1201, Feng Shuiyue arrived as agreed, while Zhang Qingyun awaited her presence. Having just returned from the restroom where he answered a call, he was taken aback upon learning of the deaths of the Chu family's esteemed elder and the patriarch at Lin Fan's hands. Yet, the more astonished he became, the more he yearned for Feng Shuiyue to exact revenge on Lin Fan. In his estimation, no matter how formidable Lin Fan appeared, he would inevitably fall to his brother, Zhang Xiantian, and Lin Fan would never dare to confront him. Hence, he felt exceedingly bold at this moment. After sipping the glass of red wine, I shall accede to all your demands. My brother will not intervene, and your junior disciple shall remain unharmed, Zhang Qingyun remarked with a faint smile. Feng Shuiyue felt a pang of hesitation within. She was acutely aware that the wine had likely been laced with a drug, and once she imbibed it, she would be at Zhang Qingyun's mercy. Yet, if she refrained from drinking, her junior disciple would undoubtedly be in peril. Should Zhang Xiantian take action, her junior disciple would surely meet his demise. 8 years ago, at the tender age of 26, Zhang Xiantian had already secured the 5th position on the heavenly rankings. Possessing formidable prowess at the latter stages of martial arts mastery, it was reasonable to surmise that he had only grown stronger since then. Confronted with such a formidable adversary, the likelihood of her junior disciple's survival was negligible. Their master had repeatedly instructed her and her 2 senior sisters to safeguard him diligently. If anything were to befall her junior disciple, how could she ever face their master again? I will drink, Feng Shuiyue declared, raising her glass and downing its contents in one go. Witnessing her resolve, Zhang Qingyun's face radiated delight as he proclaimed, "Excellent. You have finally come to your senses. Fear not, I shall treat you with gentleness. From this moment forth, you shall follow me without a worry, and no one shall dare to bully you, nor will your junior disciple come to harm. Let us hope your words ring true," she mused inwardly, uncertainty gnawing at her heart. If Zhang Qingyun were to take advantage of her, then deny her afterward, she would find herself powerless. However, the initiative lay firmly in his hands, and despite the inherent risks, she felt compelled to proceed. It must be genuine, you know my feelings for you. With that, Zhang Qingyun rose and moved to sit beside Feng Shuiyue, wrapping an arm around her waist. He leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, "For now, all you need to do is cooperate with me." As she was about to respond, a sudden warmth enveloped her body, leaving her somewhat dazed. Unconsciously, she found her hands wandering over her form, feeling a mixture of discomfort and an undeniable intrigue. She realized the drug was taking effect. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingyun's smile grew increasingly wicked, tinged with a sinister allure. She understood that she was on the brink of losing her innocence, a bittersweet ache settling in her heart. Yet, she felt no regret, for this sacrifice was for her junior disciple. For him, she would willingly endure anything. In her final moments of clarity, she vaguely perceived Zhang Qingyun lifting her into his arms and carrying her towards the grand bed, preparing to undress her. At that moment, Zhang Qingyun was brimming with exhilaration. Feng Shuiyue was a rare beauty from Jiangnan, possessing not only an exquisite figure and stunning features, but also the demeanor of a formidable woman, ranking among the top 3 in the entire Jiangnan province. Thus, Zhang Qingyun was fervently eager to possess her. Just as he was on the verge of removing her top, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Zhang Qingyun's brow furrowed. He doubted Feng Shuiyue would have divulged their location to Lin Fan, for if she had, she would not have come to this rendezvous. He understood her well. However, if it were not Lin Fan, then who could it be? "Who is it?" Zhang Qingyun inquired. No sooner had he spoken than the door was violently kicked open. Lin Fan's earlier knock on the door was to ascertain whether the man inside was Zhang Qingyun. His tracking talisman had already pinpointed this room, and his senior sister was undoubtedly within. With his formidable strength, Lin Fan could easily kick the door open, revealing Zhang Qingyun half-pressed against his senior sister, her white blouse unbuttoned, exposing her alluring flesh-colored undergarment. "It's you," Zhang Qingyun exclaimed, clearly taken aback. "How did you find this place? Does that even matter?" Lin Fan retorted, visibly enraged. He had no family. His senior sister was his kin. Anyone who dared to harm her was treading on his most sensitive nerve. He could endure personal humiliation, but he would never tolerate anyone mistreating her. With a swift motion, Lin Fan darted to the bedside, and before Zhang Qingyun could react, he seized him by the neck and hurled him across the room, slamming him against the wall with a resounding crash. Dazed and bewildered, Zhang Qingyun struggled to comprehend the situation. Seeing that his senior sister's undergarment remained intact and her fitted skirt was undamaged, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have arrived in time. Nonetheless, such an affront was unforgivable in his eyes. In a state of confusion, his senior sister was grasping at herself, her body warm yet not feverish. Suddenly, she embraced Lin Fan, showering him with erratic kisses while exploring his physique. Lin Fan, now alert, shot a glare at the still recovering Zhang Qingyun. "You bastard! How dare you give my senior sister that kind of drug?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan produced silver needles, deftly inserting 3 into her body. These would temporarily suppress her desires and mitigate the effects of the drug. Simultaneously, he pressed on her pulse point, channeling a surge of spiritual energy. This potent energy revitalized Feng Shui significantly. Though still somewhat disoriented, she could at least recognize Lin Fan. "Xiao Fan, why are you here?" she stammered, a mix of regret and concern flooding her mind. She wished her junior brother had not come, for if he had not, Zhang Qingyun would have been able to persuade her brother, Zhang Xiantian, to spare him. Her emotions were tumultuous. "Senior sister, I have told you, you are my family. I will not allow anyone to harm you, nor will I permit you to sacrifice yourself for me without my consent," Lin Fan declared, striding toward the still struggling Zhang Qingyun. Upon hearing the footsteps, Zhang Qingyun regained some clarity and, upon seeing Lin Fan approach, was immediately filled with dread. "Lin Fan, what do you intend to do? Don't act recklessly. You must respect your senior sister's choice. It's the only way to save you. Only if I become your sister's husband can I convince my brother Zhang Xiantian to spare you. Otherwise, he will surely kill you. Leave this matter to me." "And are you certain Zhang Xiantian can kill me?" Lin Fan replied with a cold laugh. "Go back and tell your brother that if he wishes to live, he should steer clear of me. Otherwise, he will not even know how he perishes. Your tone is quite audacious, and you dare to threaten my brother? How laughable. This is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard." Zhang Qingyun laughed heartily, stating, "Once you step out of this door, you will regret it. When that time comes, do not come to me for help. Even if your senior sister begs me to sleep with her, I shall not heed her. Xiao Fan, this is our only chance. I implore you, leave now," Feng Shui said once more after regaining her senses. "Look, even your senior sister is pleading with me, and you, foolish one, are still here obstructing us. How comical." Zhang Qingyun rose again, disregarding his pain, and declared, "In truth, I do not mind you watching." With that, he approached Feng Shui, a wicked grin on his face. "Feng Shui, this is your final opportunity. Let him go or stay here to observe. If he interferes again, I shall no longer concern myself with this matter. Xiao Fan, perhaps you should step outside." Feng Shui bit her lip. Although she was reluctant, she had no choice. She was willing to sacrifice for her junior brother. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Fan suddenly turned and delivered a powerful kick to Zhang Qingyun's groin. With a loud thud, Zhang Qingyun collapsed, his eyes rolling back. Whether he was alive or dead was uncertain, but his lineage was surely extinguished. "Ah!" Feng Shui gasped. Covering her mouth, her junior brother had incapacitated Zhang Qingyun. "Heavens! This is utterly disastrous. There is no salvation now. Senior sister, this is the path I have chosen for myself. I shall not sacrifice my family in any way. You are my family, and I will not allow you to be harmed for any reason. I will bear all consequences alone, even if I cannot defeat Zhang Xiantian. I do not regret my actions today." Lin Fan stepped forward and gently lifted the still groggy Feng Shui, saying, "We are going home. Leave everything to me. You only need to rest well." After a brief moment of clarity, Feng Shuiwa finally closed her eyes at Lin Fan's soothing words. When everything seemed irretrievable, one could only face it with composure. At worst, dying alongside her junior brother would not be an unworthy outcome. Once in the car, Lin Fan turned to Mei Ying and said, "We are going home." She is merely asleep," Lin Fan added. Mei Ying nodded and started the car. Perhaps knowing about the destruction of the Chu family, those who had been ordered to block the road had already retreated, allowing Lin Fan and the others to exit the city smoothly and enter the highway towards Jiangqing. The car was enveloped in silence. Mei Ying drove attentively while Lin Fan cradled his senior sister, letting her drift sweetly into slumber. Unconsciously, Lin Fan also closed his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a warm, soft sensation against his lips. Instinctively, he opened his eyes to find his senior sister embracing his neck, kissing him. Lin Fan quickly pushed her away, exclaiming, "Senior sister, wake up. Do not kiss me. I am your junior brother, Lin Fan. Do not push me away. I want to kiss you. I long to kiss you. I feel so warm," she replied. Upon finishing her words, Feng Shuiwa once again wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Fan's neck, this time with an even greater fervor and wildness. The driver, Mei Ying, glanced at them through the internal rearview mirror, momentarily taken aback, and weakly inquired, "What is going on between you two? Is President Feng really that strong?" Clearing his throat, Lin Fan replied, "Let us not speak carelessly. She has been drugged. I am merely restraining her temporarily. Now that the effects have worn off, she has returned to her previous state. This cannot be forcibly removed, or it could severely harm her mental faculties, leading to significant aftereffects." This was also the reason he refrained from using the 9 needles of absolute pulse to treat his senior sister. "Well then, what should we do? Perhaps you should let her kiss you. After all, she won't end up pregnant. This could alleviate her suffering. You would be helping her," Mei Ying suggested. Lin Fan frowned. "Wouldn't that be quite awkward once she regains consciousness? Neither of us will mention it. How would she ever know?" Mei Ying countered. "Oh, that doesn't seem quite right. It feels a bit inappropriate," Lin Fan said, feeling embarrassed as he regarded his senior sister as family. "Why not find a man along the way to assist?" Mei Ying proposed. "Absolutely not." Lin Fan shot her a glare. Mei Ying stuck out her tongue and replied, "Then you are the most suitable choice here. Why let good fortune go to waste? Besides, your senior sister won't be at a loss. It's merely a kiss. Just don't peek. It feels too embarrassing." Lin Fan sighed, realizing that otherwise, his senior sister might suffer immensely without release, potentially damaging her brain and meridians. "Who wants to peek?" Mei Ying's cheeks flushed slightly. In truth, despite her words, she was still tempted to sneak a glance, as it was somewhat thrilling to witness the wildness between President Feng and her favored junior, though he regarded her as family, complicating matters. For the next half hour, Lin Fan complied with the situation. Initially cooperating, he nearly succumbed to temptation himself, but thankfully, the thought of Mei Ying possibly watching kept him in check. Otherwise, he would have acted without restraint. Finally, Feng Shuiwa quieted down, collapsing into Lin Fan's embrace and falling into a deep slumber. Lin Fan, exhausted and drenched in sweat from the ordeal, could only circulate his internal energy to suppress the fire within him. Originally, he had intended to procure medicine to subdue the fire poison, but now, it had been purchased by a mysterious individual. He had meant to consult the Zhuge family patriarch, but given the unexpected turn of events, he would have to return to Jiangzhou another day. Accidentally catching Mei Ying stealing a glance, he coughed deliberately and said, "You claim you haven't been peeking? How many times did you just look?" "Twice," she replied. "Be honest." 10 times. "You're not being truthful," Lin Fan scolded. "It was too exhilarating." "I couldn't help myself," Mei Ying retorted. "Shall we indulge in a bit of excitement ourselves?" Lin Fan said with a mischievous smile. Chapter 71. A visit to the Chen family. I absolutely refuse. The enchanting figure blushed as she continued to drive. She was acutely aware that Lin Fan's remarks were intended to assist Feng Shi rather than stem from any carnal desire, which only deepened her fondness for him. Had it been any other man, he would likely have succumbed to temptation long ago. Around 4 in the afternoon, the trio finally returned to the Shuyue manor. At that moment, Feng Shuiwe regained consciousness, still slightly dazed. Upon glancing up and noticing her junior disciple cradling her, her cheeks flushed, and she asked, "Did you carry me the entire way?" "Not merely did he carry you, but," Lin Fan hastily coughed to remind her, his gaze seemingly imploring. "Are you trying to court disaster?" They had agreed to keep certain matters under wraps. He had also aided in your recovery after you were drugged. You were quite unwell. But fortunately, your little disciple had a miraculous method of massage that brought you back to health. Such as the tale I weave, the enchanting figure fabricated. Lin Fan noted that this was the first time she had spoken so much. Her previously frigid demeanor had been rather intimidating. Feng Shuiyue, feeling a bit embarrassed, descended from Lin Fan's embrace and expressed, "Xiao Fan, I am truly grateful. Yet this time we have irrevocably offended Zhang Qingyun. He has even annihilated the Chu family." The enchanting figure stated dramatically, "What?" Feng Shuiyue's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Fan sighed. "Had it not been for the Chu family's order for Zhang Qingyun to summon his brother to confront us, you would have attended the meeting. Thus, I took the initiative to confront the Chu family. Once we extinguished the Chu family, Zhang Qingyun would have lost his pretext and would no longer pursue you. Who would have anticipated that he would resort to unscrupulous means to obtain you, even ignoring a call from the Chu family steward?" Feng Shuiyue found the situation both amusing and exasperating, and she thought her junior disciple too ruthless for directly targeting the Chu family. She turned to the enchanting figure and asked, "Meiying, did you accompany him on this reckless venture?" He insisted on going, and fearing for his safety, I followed. Meiying replied awkwardly. Feng Shuiyue glanced disapprovingly at her, saying, "You mustn't behave like this again. If he embarks on foolish endeavors, you should restrain him." "I can't. He is too formidable," Meiying admitted candidly. Feng Shuiyue paused, quickly realizing the truth. Her junior disciple was indeed powerful, capable of vanquishing even a mid-level innate master with a single strike. "Xiao Fan, have you endured significant hardships over the past few years? Your master must have subjected you to grueling training," she mused, recalling how, during her time on the mountain, her junior disciple could hardly compete with her. Yet now, several years later, he had advanced to such an extraordinary extent. If he had not faced such adversity, how could he have achieved this level of prowess? Indeed, Lin Fan had endured much hardship, but it was not solely the tribulations that had forged his strength. Rather, it was primarily due to the remarkable pure yang technique he practiced. This was a method of cultivation distinct from martial arts. He was cultivating the path of immortality, not the martial arts realm. Furthermore, his master had discovered his unique constitution and employed unconventional methods, leading to his rapid growth and strength over just a few short years. However, the flaw of this martial art lies in the accumulation of fire poison. The faster one cultivates, the more it accumulates, ultimately leading to bodily collapse. This necessitates suppression every few days. Indeed, many extraordinary methods have awakened my potential. Those years were arduous, yet fortunately, I endured. Lin Fan deliberately feigned discomfort, hoping to elicit more affection from his senior sister. "Xiao Fan," she said, embracing him tightly, "these years have been a trial for you. Now, because of me, you've offended so many formidable foes. Zhang Xiantian will undoubtedly not let this slide. Why not return to Tianling's sect? There, your master has established a protective mountain formation, making it far more difficult for Zhang Xiantian to harm you." "Sister, I shall not return," Lin Fan replied. "If I leave, all of Zhang Xuantian's animosity will be directed at you. My 3 senior sisters and my master are my dearest kin. I cannot allow any misfortune to befall you. Moreover, Zhang Xiantian may not necessarily be my match." Lin Fan's words were met with disbelief by Feng Shuiyue, who assumed he was merely comforting her. She could not fathom that her junior brother, at the tender age of 23 or 24, could possibly contend with a formidable opponent like Zhang Xiantian, who had reached the late stage of martial arts mastery 8 years ago. 8 years had passed. That individual must have grown even stronger, likely achieving the pinnacle of martial arts mastery, or perhaps even transcended to the realm of grandmasters. In such a scenario, a confrontation between Lin Fan and Zhang Xiantian would surely be fatal. However, if Lin Fan could swiftly advance, I believe he still stands a chance against Zhang Xiantian," interjected Meiying. She reasoned that Lin Fan must be at least at the early stage of martial arts mastery, if not the mid-stage, for it was inconceivable that he could have easily slain Du Zitong, who had claimed to be a disciple of the Gitamin and had exhibited the blood sacrifice technique, indicating his combat power had reached the early stage of martial arts mastery. Yet, such strength was dispatched in a mere strike by Lin Fan, suggesting he had indeed reached the mid-stage of martial arts mastery. "Advance." Feng Shuiyue was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the fire poison afflicting her junior brother. With a sigh, she explained, Xiao Fan bears fire poison within him. Until it is suppressed, any advancement would allow the poison to take advantage of his vulnerabilities. Hence, my master imposed a restriction. He must suppress the fire poison before he can advance. Regrettably, the only miraculous herb capable of suppressing Xiao Fan's fire poison for 3 months. The ice spirit grass was purchased in advance by a mysterious individual. Senior sister, if Zhang Xintian does not come in a few days, I plan to revisit Jiangzhou and inquire with the Zhuge family head about the whereabouts of the herb, Lin Fan stated. Inquiring with the Zhuge family head? Feng Shuiyue seemed to have a revelation. Actually, it isn't necessary for us to ask directly. Others could inquire on our behalf. However, the person must be a respected figure in Jiangzhou. Xiao Fan, do you not know someone fitting that description? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was momentarily stunned, but soon realized, are you referring to Xuanwu? Many years ago, Xuanwu was the foremost master on the Jiangnan regional leaderboard, reputedly already a practitioner of innate mastery. Unfortunately, he later encountered health issues that kept him from participating in the subsequent 2 rankings. Otherwise, it is likely that his prowess would have reached the level of a martial arts grandmaster by now. Well then, let me inquire whether Xuanwu would be willing to assist me with this matter, Lin Fan remarked. Without further adu, he instructed Furong to escort him to the Chen family estate. Chun Xian typically resided at home, so it would suffice to simply ask him directly. Upon entering the Chun family courtyard, Lin Fan encountered a stunning beauty approaching. Their eyes met simultaneously, and Chun Yi's cheeks flushed as she presumed Lin Fan had come seeking her once more. You are here, she stammered. After being kissed by this lad previously, she had felt shy for several days, her thoughts consumed by him. Yet, she hesitated to reach out, fearing he might ridicule her. After all, she had once been quite resistant to him. How would it appear that she now missed him? Indeed, it has been several days since we last saw each other. Come here for an embrace, my future wife, Lin Fan declared, opening his arms wide in invitation. Although Chen Yi yearned for the embrace, she, adhering to her decorum, quickly evaded him, saying, I would rather not. You merely wish to take advantage of me, right? This is the Chen family. How embarrassing would it be if others witnessed this? That can be easily remedied. Let us find a secluded spot where no one can see us. Then we can embrace and perhaps share a kiss, Lin Fan grinned. Chen Yi's face turned crimson at his boldness. This fellow was indeed quite audacious. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself captivated by this thrilling sensation. Her heart raced, a tumult of desires conflicting within her. Just as her thoughts wandered, Lin Fan abruptly interjected, I am not jesting. I am here to seek Xuanwu. Where might he be? Oh, Chun Yi replied, suddenly feeling a twinge of disappointment as she pointed in a direction. He is in the usual spot, playing chess with Uncle Zhou. Thank you, Lin Fan responded, and before departing, added, we shall make up for this later. You owe me a hug and a kiss. With that, he swiftly made his way towards the pavilion. Once again, Chun Yi's cheeks flushed, her heart filled with anticipation. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, the Chun Yi of today was not the same as before. Ever since he single-handedly turned the tide for the company, she had developed a profound admiration for him. Lin Fan was not only a true healer but also treated her kindly, which not only strengthened the Chun family's position but also ensured her safety. How could she possibly not harbor feelings for him? Before long, Lin Fan arrived at the pavilion, where Xuanwu immediately beckoned him to join a game of chess. Old Chun, I have come to seek your assistance with a matter, Lin Fan stated forthrightly. Oh, what is it? Please, do share, Xuanwu inquired, intrigued by what assistance someone as formidable as Lin Fan could possibly require. The Zhuge family possesses a rare medicinal herb, originally intended for auction at the traditional Chinese medicine conference. However, it was unexpectedly purchased at a high price before the event. I have a pressing need for this herb and wish to inquire with the Zhuge family about the identity of the buyer. Lin Fan paused momentarily and remarked, the Zhuge family is one of the 4 esteemed families of Jiangzhou. As an ordinary individual, they are unlikely to heed my inquiries. However, should you take the initiative, the outcome may differ. Ah, I see, replied Xuanwu. I have indeed heard of this matter. The extraordinary herb that was withheld from the auction has been preemptively acquired. He then paused, reflecting, it has been 2 years since I last visited my friend Zhuge Guangming, who was quite troubled by my ailment at that time. Is it so? I was unaware that the patriarch of the Zhuge family was your friend, Lin Fan expressed with a hint of surprise. Indeed, when he was establishing himself. I lent him money, and the Zhuge family's current standing owes much to my support, Xuanwu boasted with pride. Now that my health has been restored and my strength is gradually returning to its peak, it is time to reconnect with this old friend. However, I have a request. What request? Lin Fan asked, taken aback. You must accompany me, for I will claim that you were responsible for my recovery. He will certainly wish to meet you. With that leverage, we will have a means of persuasion. Under ordinary circumstances, such client information is not disclosed by the seller, even among friends. But your presence will change that, Xuanwu said with a mischievous smile. Lin Fan understood Xuanwu's intent, but, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, to be honest, I encountered some trouble in Jiangzhou earlier today. Pray tell, did you have a hand in the obliteration of the Chu family? Xuanwu, well informed, had clearly heard the news of the Chu family's downfall. Yet, as no one knew the identity of the perpetrator, it was merely said to be a formidable young man. Xuanwu hesitated to conclude that Lin Fan was the assailant, for the Chu family had several innate experts, particularly the formidable Great Offering, whose power was terrifying. He doubted that Lin Fan could vanquish Du Zitang. However, the next moment, Lin Fan nodded in affirmation. Xuanwu and Zhou Wu were left in stunned silence. Not because Lin Fan had destroyed the Chu family, but because he had managed to defeat such peak experts as Du Zitang and Fu Chang. What? Do you believe I have created an insurmountable mess and am thus hesitant to assist? Lin Fan offered a wry smile. Not at all. The Chen family has never feared anyone. Moreover, you are destined to be my future grandson-in-law. Even if you have stirred up an immense debacle, the Chen family would stand by you, Xuanwu declared. These words stirred a sense of gratitude within Lin Fan, who recognized that while some families prioritize their own interests and hastily sever ties upon attracting undesired attention, Xuanwu was not among them. Thank you. Rest assured, should retribution arise, I shall bear the consequences alone and will never implicate the Chen family, Lin Fan assured, then shifted the topic. When shall we set off? Whenever you wish to depart. I shall be ready, Xuanwu replied. Now, Lin Fan asserted. Since Zhang Xiantian would inevitably come to seek him out, it mattered little whether he arrived early or late. There was no need for evasion. It would be far better to confront Zhang Xiantian's challenge head-on. Very well, old Zhou, prepare the car. Understood, sir. Zhou nodded. 10 minutes later, a Bentley glided out of the Chun residence, heading straight for Jiangzhou. Upon her return to the Chu family home by plane, Chu Xiaoyan discovered that her family had been annihilated. She attempted to contact Zhang Xiantian, only to find that he was unreachable. It was reported that he had departed abroad on a secret mission and would not return for a week. With no other recourse, Chu Xiaoyan reached out to her elder sister, Chu Xiaoqing. Elder sister, father, younger brother, and mother have all perished at the hands of a vile boy from Jiangcheng, reportedly named Lin Fan. Zhang Qingyun has also been incapacitated by him. My husband is away on a mission and has yet to return. Please send some skilled fighters to capture that scoundrel. We must personally exact revenge for our parents and brother, Chu Xiaoyan pleaded, tears streaming down her face. How could this happen without my knowledge? I received no news whatsoever. Chu Xiaoqing exclaimed in astonishment. It happened around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. It was father who called me, urging me to inform my husband, but I couldn't reach him. Only later did I learn that he was on a mission. That boy must have escaped back to Jiangcheng, Chu Xiaoyan explained. Do not panic, sister. That villain will not escape. Not only will I seek his death, but I will also eradicate his entire clan, leaving no one connected to him alive, Chu Xiaoqing coldly declared. Yes, sister, please hurry. My husband won't return for 7 days. And I am feeling terribly distressed, unsure of what to do, Chu Xiaoyan lamented. I shall return at once, Chu Xiaoqing replied. As dusk approached, Lin Fan and his companions arrived at the gates of the Zhuge family estate. The guard, upon seeing the distinctive license plate, immediately recognized it and eagerly peered out. Zhou Wu also leaned out, saying, Old Gui, it's good to see you again. Ah, is that Xin Yuan? The guard exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, it is, Xin Yuan said, lowering the window with a smile. The guard hurriedly opened the gate and stated, I will notify the old master right away. With that, he dialed a number. The Bentley proceeded directly to the old master's villa, a gesture of utmost courtesy reserved for distinguished guests, while others would merely be received at the guest house. However, Xin Yuan was granted direct access to the old master's residence. Zhuge Guangming had prepared tea and awaited Xuan Yuan's arrival. What a rare visitor. Xin Yuan. It has been 2 or 3 years since you last came to see me. How is your health? Zhuge Guangming inquired, while discreetly assessing Xuanyuan's condition. He soon furrowed his brow. From what he observed, Xuanyuan's complexion appeared markedly better than before, though he remained uncertain about the state of his illness. Brother Zhuge, have you discerned it? Xuanyuan remarked candidly. To be frank, I have fully recovered from my ailment, and my strength is gradually returning to its peak, perhaps within 3 months. Zhuge Guangming gasped in astonishment. Initially, he had struggled for over half a year to ascertain the cause of Xuanwu's ailment, yet his efforts had yielded no results. This had left him profoundly dejected, even leading him to question his own medical expertise. How was it treated? Who was your healer? Zhuge Guangming inquired with palpable excitement. Realizing he had outsmarted Zhuge, Xuanwu exchanged knowing glances with Lin Fan, who had also caught on. Xuanwu replied, I cannot explain the treatment, but I am acquainted with the person who healed me. Zhuge Guangming, unable to contain his curiosity, pressed, quickly, who is he? It is him, Xuanwu declared, pointing towards Lin Fan and casting him a conspiratorial glance, as if to say, now it's your turn to shine. Lin Fan nodded slightly. Zhuge Guangming scrutinized Lin Fan, circling around him before inhaling deeply and bursting into laughter. Old Shen, you jest. It cannot possibly be him, even if he is a medical student. His youth cannot afford him such profound skill. I have spent over half a year researching your illness. I dare not claim to be the foremost in the entirety of Huaxia, but I certainly rank among the top 5. The others I consulted also confirmed that they had never encountered such symptoms. Do you doubt it? Xuanwu chuckled. Whether you believe it or not, he is indeed the one who identified the source of my affliction and cured me. I have no reason to deceive you. Is it truly him? Zhuge Guangming pondered, knowing Xuanwu never lied. With Xuanwu's reaffirmation, he felt compelled to believe it. Yes, it was I. I diagnosed the root of his illness in merely 3 minutes. And he gradually returned to normal, Lin Fan stated. Zhuge Guangming, now intrigued, knew he could not disclose the ailment's root so swiftly, for that would diminish his interest. He sought to stir Zhuge Guangming's desire, prompting him to inquire further, thus creating an opportunity to extract the information they sought. Indeed, Zhuge Guangming hastily implored, young brother, please tell me, where lies the root of Xuanwu's illness? What is it, and how did you cure him? I can divulge that information, but... Lin Fan seized the moment to pivot the conversation, steering it towards the crux of the matter. I need your assistance. If you are willing to help, I will immediately reveal the truth. Oh, what assistance do you require? Pray tell, Zhuge Guangming asked. At the traditional Chinese medicine conference your family is hosting today, a medicinal herb called ice spirit grass was purchased prematurely. Could you tell me who bought it? Lin Fan stated bluntly. Zhuge Guangming hesitated for a moment, then swiftly realized that such information was confidential and typically not disclosed. Although his son would heed his words, he was reluctant to tarnish the Zhuge family's reputation. He turned to Xuanwu. Xuanwu chuckled lightly. This does not concern me. This is a transaction between you two. You need not comply. And he is under no obligation to reveal how he cured me. After all, I am already well. I merely came to reminisce, nothing more. Ah, you. Zhuge Guangming pointed at Xuanwu and remarked, after several years, you have become even more cunning. Haven to you? Ha ha. Brother Zhuge, what are you saying? I merely came to pay you a visit, and yet you scold me. It's just a matter of a root cause of an ailment and how to treat it. What is the big deal? Xuanwu deliberately responded. Zhuge Guangming clenched his teeth and inquired, what shall I call you, young man? My name is Lin, Xuanwu promptly reminded. Lin Fan, the young man added with a smile. Very well, young Lin, let us discuss this. The matter of client information is rather troubling for an old man like me. After all, such actions could jeopardize our family's reputation. If the client were to find out and cause a scene, we would bear the shame of dishonor, Zhuge Guangming continued. You must tell me the truth, and I shall grant you any request you desire. Speak freely, whether it be precious herbs or anything else. I can provide it to you at no cost. All right, Lin Fan nodded. Xuanwu was taken aback, unsure of Lin Fan's intentions. Meanwhile, Zhuge Guangming wore a smug smile, subtly flaunting his triumph to Xuanwu, as if to convey, see, this young lad is easily swayed by me. However, Lin Fan proceeded to declare, I require a frost spirit herb. What? Xuanwu could not contain himself. Having just sipped tea, he nearly spat it out, managing to cover his mouth just in time to avoid splattering Zhuge Guangming. Zhuge Guangming, sporting an awkward smile, replied, Young Lin, please do not jest with me. My son informed me that acquiring this frost spirit herb took them considerable effort. Such a rare medicinal herb is hard to come by. It is a spiritual remedy, one that cannot be sought after lightly. Where do you expect me to procure it? Thus, I intend to seek it myself. This herb is of utmost importance to me, and I hope you can assist me. Should you help me, I will not only disclose the full truth regarding Xuanwu's ailment, but also present an ancient formula. Lin Fan declared, prepared to make significant sacrifices for the frost spirit herb. The ancient formula, 7 exquisites, had already cost him a beauty pill, and he planned to offer a purging pill next, which primarily targets the removal of deep-seated impurities within the human body. It is well known that eliminating deep-seated impurities is exceedingly challenging. Regardless of the medications consumed, only superficial impurities can be eradicated. If deep-seated impurities remain, they will accumulate with age, leading to bodily dysfunction and toxin buildup. For ancient martial artists, while not fatal, it has a profound impact on their strength, as lower purity of vital energy diminishes one's power. The more impurities present at the same level of strength, the weaker one becomes, and the disparity is considerable. Oh, what ancient formula do you speak of? Zhuge Guangming inquired, curious about Lin Fan's reference, for there are many ancient formulas, and he himself possesses several. If Lin Fan's was similar and not particularly remarkable, there would be no need for him to take such risks. One of the 7 exquisites, the purging pill, Lin Fan announced. What? Zhuge Guangming widened his eyes, took a deep breath, and spoke. Xiaolin, you are not deceiving me, are you? The recipe for the ancient remedy, Hurried? Do you truly possess it? Indeed, I can write it down for you. It consists of a total of 17 medicinal ingredients, none of which are particularly rare. Given the capabilities of your Zhuge family, gathering them should not pose a challenge. However, I will only provide you with 14 ingredients. After you review them, if you deem them false and do not trust me, I will refrain from sharing further. If you believe me and agree to my terms, I shall then disclose the remaining 3. Lin Fan interjected, Brother Zhuge, I find Xiaolin's request quite reasonable. Xuanwu chimed in. Zhuge Guangming smiled wryly, realizing that this fellow had not brought Xiaolin over merely for a visit, but had set a trap from the very beginning. Go ahead, write down the 14 ingredients. I should be able to recognize them, as I have encountered nearly 11 of the ingredients from this incomplete formula before, Zhuge Guangming said. Lin Fan nodded, aware that those 3 specific ingredients would undoubtedly be absent from the incomplete formula, as his master had informed him that all incomplete formulas could not contain those 3. Otherwise, individuals with advanced medical knowledge could effortlessly deduce the complete recipe. Lin Fan took out a pen and paper from his shoulder bag and swiftly wrote down the 14 medicinal ingredients, handing them to Zhuge Guangming. Chapter 74. It truly is Hurried. Zhuge Guangming examined the list, his pupils dilating in astonishment as he gazed at Lin Fan. This is indeed Hurried. What about the other 3 ingredients? Senior, once you fulfill your part of the task, I shall naturally share them with you, Lin Fan assured. I am a close friend of Xuanwu and would never deceive you. If he deceives you, not only will you deal with him, but I shall take care of him first, Xuanwu vowed, thumping his chest. Upon hearing Xuanwu's promise, Zhuge Guangming took a deep breath and, after a moment's resolve, said, Very well, give me a few minutes. I shall consult my son. The 2 nodded in agreement. After approximately 15 minutes, Zhuge Guangming returned, a wry smile on his face. I was reprimanded by my son, but ultimately, I obtained the information. He informed me that the individual who purchased the medicinal ingredients is a woman codenamed Fan Lihua. He described her as having long legs and a slender waist, approximately 1.68 meters tall. Although she wore a half mask, her fair skin and youthful appearance were evident. She is preliminarily estimated to be around 25 or 26 years old. Additionally, she is from Jinling. Jinling? Upon hearing the name of the city, Xuanwu and Lin Fan exchanged glances, realizing they would indeed need to make a trip to Jinling. Are you certain she is from Jinling? Lin Fan inquired. Rest assured, while our anonymous purchasing method allows for the use of pseudonyms, it is imperative to ascertain the city of residence, even down to the district. This beauty, known as Fan Lihua, resides in the Xuanwu district of Jinling. However, that is all the information we possess. There are no further details. It is for this reason that my son disclosed the information. Had it been more precise, even with those benefits you offered, I would not have been able to assist. Zhuge Guangming stated earnestly. Lin Fan nodded, having received a wealth of information from his esteemed predecessor, feeling quite satisfied. He then produced a sheet of paper and swiftly completed the final 3 ingredients for the remedy, stating, This is the complete formula for the Tsuzadan. As for Xuanwu's ailment, he had been afflicted by 3 blood hair needles. I extracted them through a particular incision, and he has since recovered. Blood hair needles? Zhuge Guangming gasped, saying, "Isn't that a type of concealed weapon from the Miaozhang's Guidao sect? Old Shun, have you crossed paths with the Guidao sect?" "Never." Xuanwu shook his head, realizing for the first time that the blood hair needles originated from the Guidao sect. He then inquired, "Brother Zhuge, how can you be certain it is a weapon from the Guidao sect?" "This weapon traces its origins to the Blood Mist sect, which was eradicated by a powerful being 20 years ago, and since then, that sect has not existed in this world. Years later, the Guidao sect was established, and the blood hair needles re-emerged, said to be derived from the Guidao sect. Not only do they possess the blood hair needles, but they have also integrated various secret techniques from Miaozhang, including blood sacrifices, soul summoning, and poisons, among other bizarre practices," Zhuge Guangming elucidated. Upon hearing this, Xuanwu furrowed his brow, as he had never interacted with anyone from the Guidao sect, and was perplexed as to why he would have incurred their wrath. "Well then, to celebrate your recovery from illness, I have instructed my servants to prepare dinner for us. Furthermore, why not stay the night at my residence?" Zhuge Guangming proposed with a smile, feeling quite pleased after resolving long-standing concerns and acquiring an ancient formula. Xuanwu glanced at Lin Fan, knowing that whether they remained depended entirely on Lin Fan, for he had stirred up matters in this vicinity. If Lin Fan was not in a hurry, he certainly would not be either. "Thank you very much, esteemed Zhuge," Lin Fan replied. "Ha ha ha, no need for thanks. Your ability to discern the blood hair needles within Xuanwu speaks volumes of your remarkable skills in medicine. At such a young age, your accomplishments are impressive, and I would be keen to learn from you after dinner. I shall seek you out in the guest room," Zhuge Guangming remarked excitedly. "Truthfully, I have only encountered the symptoms of the blood hair needles by chance. It is not a matter of great medical expertise," Lin Fan replied, preferring not to engage in extensive discussion with Zhuge Guangming, for some medical knowledge is beyond the comprehension of the average individual. In his eyes, the so-called top 5 divine doctors of Huaxiao were nothing to be concerned about. "Haha, young Lin, you are being too modest," Zhuge Guangming chuckled, then instructed his servant to escort the 3 guests to their quarters. Xuanwu and Lin Fan followed a servant, swiftly arriving at a villa. This was no ordinary guest house. It was a place reserved for relatives of the Zhuge family, indicating the warm and friendly attitude extended towards them. "Esteemed guests, this villa has numerous rooms. Feel free to choose any. Once dinner is ready, I shall come to fetch you," the servant said courteously. "Very well, you may attend to your duties." Xuanwu waved his hand, having visited this place several times before, noting that it was exceptionally well appointed, akin to a 5-star hotel in terms of accommodations. 3 individuals ascended to the 2nd floor, and upon selecting a room, Lin Fan found the surroundings of the Zhuge residence quite appealing. Not wishing to remain confined indoors, he informed Zhou Wu and Xian Wu of his intentions and descended the stairs. Behind the villa lay an expansive medicinal herb garden, flourishing with a variety of precious herbs, artfully arranged to create a serene ambience. Deep within the garden, a pond glimmered, flanked by flowing waters that rendered the pond's depths crystal clear, albeit with a hint of green suggesting considerable depth, estimated to be around 4 to 5 meters. How delightful it would be to bathe in such clear water on a day like this, Lin Fan mused. Just then, a sudden splash echoed in the air, roughly 20 meters away, as a spray of water erupted. Alarmed, Lin Fan focused his gaze and discovered a person submerged in the pond. His heart raced at the realization that someone had inadvertently fallen in. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted towards the scene. Approaching the spot where the individual had entered the water, he swiftly shed his trousers and unfastened his shirt before plunging into the pond. "Do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you," Lin Fan shouted as he dove into the water. Each summer evening, after the sun dipped below the horizon, Zhuge Tian would frequent this spot for her baths, a fact well known among the Zhuge household. Thus, after 6 o'clock, the area transformed into the young lady's domain, where all would refrain from entering the herb garden. However, Lin Fan remained oblivious, believing the individual in distress had merely slipped. Upon hearing a voice call out, Zhuge Tian was momentarily taken aback. As she turned to investigate, she was met with the sight of a stranger swimming towards her, bare-chested, rendering her momentarily speechless. If this were a servant of the Zhuge family, they would surely be aware that this was her exclusive bathing area. Yet, if he was not affiliated with her family? How had he gained entry? Setting aside thoughts of the Zhuge family's security system, as one of the 4 prominent families of Jiangzhou, it was implausible for anyone to intrude without consequence. Lin Fan, moving swiftly, had reached Zhuge Tian before she could fully grasp the situation, wrapping his arms around her. At that moment, he realized the individual he was rescuing was a girl, identifiable by her feminine form, yet in his urgency, he saw only the need to save her. "Fear not. I have you," he reassured her, maneuvering to position himself behind her, a standard technique for rescue to avoid being pulled under by a drowning person. Zhuge Tian seemed to regain her composure, but before she could articulate her thoughts, Lin Fan's strong arms encircled her, eliciting a deep blush from her. Chapter 75. I was bathing. Why are you pulling me up? With determination, Lin Fan propelled himself towards the shore, and in no time, he had lifted her and pushed her onto the bank before climbing out himself. As Zhuge Tian gazed at him, Lin Fan let out a deep sigh of relief, saying, "Phew, fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, in such deep water, a girl like you would likely not be able to swim. It could be quite perilous." "Who are you?" she demanded. "Do not concern yourself with my identity. I perform good deeds without seeking recognition. There is no need for gratitude. In the future, please refrain from approaching the pool too closely, as it is easy to accidentally fall in." "I asked who you are," Zhuge Tian retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. "I already stated that there is no need for thanks. I was merely bathing, and what prompted you to pull me up?" she inquired. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, glancing down at the girl and noticing she appeared to be clad in a swimsuit, seemingly a bikini. Oh my, he finally comprehended the situation. Indeed, she had come to bathe, for who else would fall into the water while wearing a bikini? "My apologies for the misunderstanding," Lin Fan said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as his face flushed. "I was passing by and heard a splash, so I assumed someone had fallen in. Thus I jumped in." "Humph. You must be a servant, not even aware that this is my private area. After 6 o'clock, no one is permitted to enter, not even my father or grandfather. Yet here you are, having entered and even stripped down, taking advantage of me. What is your name? I shall inform the housekeeper to send you home immediately." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan realized that this girl was very likely the young mistress of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Tian. He certainly could not allow her to discover that he was a guest. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing when he later spoke to Zhuge Guangming. Thus, he quickly devised a name for himself, Lin Fan. "Very well, you have taken advantage of me, so do not expect to remain here," Zhuge Tian declared. "Do not be so harsh. I did not intend to take advantage of you. I thought you had accidentally fallen into the water. I was simply anxious to save you. It was a matter of urgency. As for the contact, that was unintentional. Surely, you cannot dismiss me so readily." Lin Fan felt that this girl was quite unyielding. Even if he were a servant, such treatment was unwarranted. "Humph, who knows if your actions were deliberate? In any case, I do not like you, so you may leave." Zhuge Tian scrutinized Lin Fan, noting his well-defined abs and impressive physique, which seemed to rival her own. He must be involved in some sort of security work, she thought. "Shouldn't you hurry and put on your clothes? It's rather embarrassing," she remarked, her cheeks flushing at the sight of Lin Fan's physique. "Oh." Lin Fan hastily dressed in his long pants and shirt, only to discover that the girl had returned to the water. Disinterested in further conversation, he quietly slipped away. Zhuge Tian glanced back to see Lin Fan departing, finally allowing herself to breathe a sigh of relief. However, recollecting how he had previously held and touched her left her feeling bashful and even more irate. Lin Fan regretted entering this pharmaceutical garden, as he had not anticipated Zhuge Tian's rather irritable temperament. Although she possessed a fair appearance, her figure was merely adequate, not nearly as impressive as Tang Yanrou's. Why should she be so proud? If he were to seek indulgence, it would certainly be with Tang Yanrou instead. He murmured a few thoughts to himself before returning to the villa. After spending approximately half an hour in his room, someone came to summon them for dinner. The 3 of them did not hesitate and proceeded directly. Zhuge Guangming had prepared a lavish spread of food and wine, and since Xuanwu was an old friend of his, Lin Fan had provided him with a formula for a medicinal pill, which delighted him. Consequently, he invited his son, Zhuge Changfeng, and his family to join the meal. By the time the 3 arrived, Zhuge Changfeng and his wife, Li, were already present. "Long time no see, old Chun," Zhuge Changfeng eagerly greeted. His wife, Li, also nodded politely. Xuanwu chuckled. "Changfeng, you are looking increasingly youthful. It seems your business has been thriving in recent years." "Haha, it's been all right," Business is decent. Zhuge Changfeng modestly replied. As everyone took their seats, Zhuge Guangming glanced around and noticed someone was missing. Where is Tian Tian? Why hasn't she arrived yet? He inquired. Oh, she just finished showering and mentioned she was drying her hair. She should be here shortly, Li quickly responded. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt a surge of panic. Tian Tian referred to Zhuge Tian. If that girl were to join them for dinner, it would undoubtedly expose his previous indiscretions. What if she revealed their prior encounters? The thought was rather mortifying. Shaolin, we are all family here. Please do not be overly formal or anxious, Zhuge Guangming remarked. Mistaking Lin Fan's flickering gaze for nervousness about meeting his son and daughter-in-law, Lin Fan swiftly replied, not at all anxious. Haha, that's good to hear. Zhuge Guangming then shifted the conversation, saying, Changfeng, do not be deceived by Shaolin's youth. He is quite remarkable and may even surpass Tian Tian in potential. Oh, Zhuge Changfeng, unaware of Lin Fan's true identity, assumed he was merely a young attendant brought along by Xuanwu. You remember old Chen's illness, right? Shaolin cured it. And today he also provided me with a formula for a medicinal pill, Zhuge Guangming elaborated. What? Zhuge Changfeng was taken aback. The mere fact that a young man could cure Xuanwu's ailment was astounding. His father had personally endeavored for over half a year to find the cause, consulting several renowned doctors in Huaxia, yet to no avail. It was indeed shocking that a young lad had managed to accomplish what the experts could not. Wait, father, what did you say he provided you with? Zhuge Changfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. The formula for the Cuzidin, one of the 7 marvels of ancient medicine. Haha, isn't that impressive? Zhuge Guangming boasted. Though this formula could not be used commercially, possessing such a rare remedy would ensure that in future treatments of similar ailments, the results would be virtually guaranteed. He anticipated that Lin Fan would ascend 2 ranks on the next list of esteemed physicians. The divine physician ranking holds significant weight within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, albeit it does not possess the same renown as the martial arts ranking. In China, however, the divine physician ranking is of paramount importance. Those who secure a position in the top 10 of the list are inundated with patients, and their fees are exorbitantly high, leading to a bustling practice with appointments extending for half a month. For doctors aspiring to amass wealth, entering this ranking is tantamount to striking gold. With the miraculous remedy known as the Qi Jia Dan, Zhuge Guangming is poised to ascend from 5th place into the top 3. Remarkable indeed. Zhuge Changfeng, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, I never would have imagined such prowess from young Lin, possessing the ancient formula Qi Jia Dan, one of the 7 supreme formulas. Surely, your master must be a medical luminary. I wonder who they might be. My master is not well known, and it is better left unmentioned, Lin Fan replied. His mentor had expressly instructed him never to disclose his name. Yet Lin Fan was aware that his master was renowned in the martial world under the charming appellation of Tianjizi. Ah, young Lin displays humility, Zhuge Changfeng acknowledged, recognizing that further inquiry would be unwelcome. Please, have someone check on Tian Tian. It is quite improper to keep our guests waiting. Zhuge Guangming remarked with mild irritation upon noticing Tian Tian's absence. Lin Fan quickly interjected, no matter, shall we eat while we wait? His intention was simply to enjoy a meal and then find an excuse to depart, hoping to avoid Tian Tian altogether. However, as soon as he spoke, a graceful figure appeared at the entrance. Upon seeing her, Li called out, Tian Tian, hurry over. Your grandfather's esteemed guest has arrived and has been kept waiting. Oh, a distinguished guest. Why was I not informed sooner? I thought it was merely an ordinary visitor. Zhuge Tian pouted as she approached. Lin Fan hastily lowered his head, feeling it inappropriate to meet her gaze. Chapter 76. Come, let us embrace. After Zhuge Tian sat down, she cast a glance at the 3 individuals, clearly recognizing Xuanwu and Zhou Wu. Yet, upon seeing Lin Fan, she felt a sense of familiarity with his figure. Lin, allow me to introduce you to my granddaughter. Zhuge Tian. She too studies medicine and possesses considerable talent, though she still has much to learn compared to you. You appear to be of similar age. Perhaps you could exchange contact information for future discussions, Zhuge Guangming suggested, evidently impressed by Lin Fan's youthful medical acumen and his casual mention of an ancient formula. Lin Fan, still avoiding eye contact, replied simply, all right. Though his response was but 2 brief syllables, Zhuge Tian quickly realized, it's you. Recognizing him, Lin Fan raised his head and smiled. Hello, Miss Zhuge, it is a pleasure to see you again. Our last encounter was rather hurried. after we finish our meal. I would like to have a proper conversation with you, Lin Fan interrupted. In a moment, that young lady will inevitably reveal the matter, leading to an awkward situation. Ha ha ha, sweet. It turns out you two are acquainted. How splendid. There's no need for me to make introductions. Come, come. Xiao Lin has resolved my long-standing curiosity today and even gifted me a remarkable formula. Let us raise a toast to him. With that, Zhuge Guangming lifted his cup. Hearing her grandfather's words, Zhuge Tian was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated such high praise for this fellow from her grandfather. Initially, he was merely a subordinate of Xuanwu, but now it seems otherwise. The guests raised their glasses in honor of Lin Fan, who graciously accepted, seizing the opportunity to put Zhuge Tian in her place. However, Zhuge Tian appeared to sense the underlying currents and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, decided to postpone addressing the matter until after the meal. The dinner unfolded in a rather subdued atmosphere. Lin Fan hastily concocted an excuse to retreat to his room. But as he stepped out, he was intercepted by Zhuge Tian. Stop right there. Thinking you can escape? Just because you are associated with Xuanwu. You think I want to pursue you? Zhuge Tian reached out to seize Lin Fan, but he darted away. To her surprise, he was remarkably swift. However, Zhuge Tian was no ordinary individual. She was the sole prodigy of the Zhuge family, born with a unique toxic constitution. Since her birth, her grandfather had immersed her in medicinal concoctions, subjecting her to extensive treatments every 3 months. This extraordinary condition prompted Zhuge Guangming to seek out a technique to suppress her abilities. The extreme yin technique was a peculiar method capable of temporarily restraining her innate toxic constitution. Acquired by Zhuge Guangming during a journey to the overseas extreme yin island 2 decades prior. It was rumored to be a legacy of an ancient sect. Due to its exceedingly sinister nature, no one dared to practice it, and Zhuge Guangming had expended 30 billion to secure it. Thus, Zhuge Tian began her training at the age of 8, yet to this day, no one knew her true strength as she exhibited no signs of internal energy fluctuations. Can you truly escape? A wicked glint flashed across Zhuge Tian's face as she pursued him. Lin Fan had thought he could easily outrun her, but to his astonishment, she closed the distance in an instant, reaching out to grasp him. However, Zhuge Tian had underestimated Lin Fan. As she made her move, he accelerated sharply, eluding her grasp once more. I didn't expect you to be so fleet-footed, but escaping the grasp of this young lady is out of the question. Zhuge Tian quickened her pace again. Seeing this, Lin Fan also increased his speed, and the two became a whirlwind, racing ahead. Several servants, taking a leisurely stroll, caught a fleeting glimpse of their figures and thought they were mistaken. At the entrance of the Zhuge family estate, a security guard, feeling drowsy, suddenly heard a rustle and quickly looked up at the electronic gate, only to find nothing amiss. Little did he know, the two figures had already leapt over the gate above. Zhuge Tian and Lin Fan had evidently begun to channel their techniques, engaged in an exhilarating chase. Lin Fan initially intended to playfully chase after the girl, only to discover that she possessed remarkable speed. Upon activating his inner technique, he was astonished to find that her running ability was not significantly inferior to his own, which only fueled his desire to engage further. It had been a long time since he had experienced such exhilaration, reminiscent of the delightful moments spent atop Tianling Mountain, fleeing from his 3 senior sisters. The vivid imagery still fresh in his mind. Zhuge Tian, imbued with a fierce competitive spirit, perhaps due to the rarity of encountering an equal, relentlessly pursued Lin Fan, determined to catch him. Consequently, they found themselves racing to the outskirts of North City. In the dimly lit suburban area, silence reigned, interrupted only by the occasional passing vehicle. Upon reaching a patch of grass, Lin Fan abruptly halted. Go on, keep running. You must be out of breath by now, Zhuge Tian exclaimed, panting yet triumphant. However, she was inwardly astonished. Her abilities, as her grandfather had remarked, were comparable to those of a late-stage master, yet she was advised to remain discreet, concealing her true strength from those who might seek to exploit it. Her training in the extreme yin technique was not for combat, but rather to suppress her innate toxic constitution. Yet here was this fellow, managing to run so far before her, a formidable opponent of her caliber. Why should I run? With a stunning beauty like you chasing me, why would I evade? If you are so earnest in pursuing me, I shall oblige, Lin Fan declared, spreading his arms wide. Come, let us embrace. Taken aback, Zhuge Tian quickly regained her composure. You shameless rogue. Who is chasing you? I merely intend to give you a beating. You're overthinking things. I don't like you at all. Ah, my master once told me that women are often contradictory when they say they dislike someone. It often means the opposite. So, let us not say anything more. If you wish for a kiss, a hug, or to be lifted high, come quickly. Or else I shall return to my bath. Lin Fan grinned. You cat, can we not stray from the topic? Last time, didn't you sneak a peek at me while I was bathing, then jump into the water to take advantage of the situation? You think I'm oblivious to your sordid intentions? Men are all the same, Zhuge Tian scolded. Fine, if that's what you say, Lin Fan replied, finding no need to argue with such an unreasonable girl. How do you plan to punish me then? Apologize to me, Zhuge Tian demanded. All right, beautiful, I apologize. I shouldn't have taken advantage of you. Is that satisfactory? If not, if you think I touched you, then I shall let you touch me in return, Lin Fan retorted, stepping forward and puffing out his chest. Come on, feel free to touch. You rogue. Zhuge Tian glared at Lin Fan, ready to strike him. However, in the next moment, a hidden weapon whizzed through the air with a sharp sound. Lin Fan, quick-witted and agile, wrapped his arm around Zhuge Tian's waist, pulling her aside just as her fist was about to land, evading the danger. The weapon flew past where Zhuge Tian had been standing, embedding itself in the grass nearby. Zhuge Tian had evidently noticed the situation, but pressed closely against Lin Fan, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, Rogue, hurry, and open up. Lin Fan ceased his jesting demeanor and spoke earnestly. Someone is approaching, and their intentions are malevolent. You must be cautious. Indeed. Scarcely had he uttered these words when several individuals came sprinting towards them, swiftly positioning themselves before the pair. You're quite the sprinter, aren't you? We've been pursuing you from the Zhuge residence for quite some time, a stern elder remarked coldly. Chapter 77. Visitors from the Wu family of Jinling. Following closely were 4 figures, an elder accompanied by 3 middle-aged men. These individuals exuded an extraordinary aura, their bodies radiating formidable energy, clearly indicating that they were adept practitioners of ancient martial arts. 2 martial arts masters, Zhuge Tian discerned at a glance. Clearly having been trained to assess the martial prowess of others, a skill Lin Fan had yet to master. He could only gauge their strength by comparing their presence to that of the formidable opponents he had previously encountered. The elder who spoke appeared significantly stronger than the Du Zitong he had faced before, seemingly surpassing Zhang Wudi, a mid-stage martial arts master, by a notable margin. Lin Fan, are you prepared to meet your demise? The leader was none other than Qi Tian, the second elder from the Wu family of Jinling. The group comprised the second and third elders, along with 3 elite bodyguards from the Wu family. The third elder Zhuahang, a late-stage master, and Qi Tian, a consummate late-stage master. The other 3 consisted of 1 late-stage innate master and 2 mid-stage innate masters. This assembly would rank among the top in Jiangnan province, likely unmatched except by Zhang Xiantian. However, within the Wu family of Jinling, they were merely of moderate standing. For the family harbored 2 fearsome figures, the Grand Elder and the Venerable Patriarch, both of whom were among the top 10 on the heavenly rankings. Yet, the Patriarch and Grand Elder rarely intervened, often secluding themselves in deep meditation on the Wu family's mountain. Unless the Wu family faced dire straits, they would remain withdrawn. Thus, even though Chu Shaoqing had sought the help of her husband, it was unlikely she could summon those 2 deities. Who are you exactly? Lin Fan inquired, somewhat apprehensive upon encountering so many martial arts masters stronger than Zhang Wudi and eager to clarify the situation. Let me elucidate your demise, the elder replied coldly. I am Qi Tian, the second elder of the Wu family of Jinling. At the behest of Madame Chu Shaoqing, I have come to escort you back to pay homage to the spirits of the Chu family. Do you comprehend now? Upon hearing this, Zhuge Tian realized the truth. This individual was indeed the one rumored to have annihilated the Chu family and wounded Zhang Qingyun. Zhuge Tian had long been unable to tolerate the misdeeds of Zhang Qingyun and the Chu family. Hence, upon learning of the Chu family's destruction, she not only refrained from chastising Lin Fan, but rather supported him. Now that Lin Fan was facing an assault, as a distinguished guest of her grandfather and a friend of old Chun, who was still visiting the Zhuge family, any harm that befell Lin Fan would bring disgrace upon the Zhuge clan. Ladies and gentlemen, regardless of any animosities between Lin Fan and yourselves, he is a friend of the Zhuge family. Today, he is visiting us, and I must escort him home. Should you wish to trouble him, I suggest you first inquire whether the Zhuge family consents to such actions. Zhuge Tian suddenly positioned herself in front of Lin Fan. He found himself somewhat dazed. It was the first time a stranger had defended him in such a manner. He recalled the last instance, which involved Hu Lily. At this moment, his fondness for Zhuge Tian significantly increased. This girl did not seem overly bothersome. At least, she displayed loyalty and righteousness at this juncture. Once an opportunity arises, I shall flee. Among this group, there is one who has achieved the pinnacle of a grandmaster, another who is a late-stage grandmaster, and among the three middle-aged men, one is a consummate innate master, while two are late-stage innate masters. If I can delay them for a moment, you should be able to escape. Zhuge Tian whispered. If I escape, what will you do? The people from the Wu family in Jinling will not take kindly to the Zhuge family's interference. Lin Fan replied with a bitter smile. Why do you have so much to say? If I tell you to flee, then flee. Death is imminent. Yet you still wish to argue with me. Zhuge Tian stamped her foot and urged, hurry and run. Otherwise, it will be too late. You too, stop whispering. I can hear every word. None of you shall escape. Suddenly, Qi Tian's voice rang out. This fellow was a grandmaster at the late-stage pinnacle, and his hearing surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Zhuge Tian slapped her forehead, realizing her oversight. Those of such a realm possessed exceptionally sharp hearing. Escape? Who said I am fleeing? Lin Fan stepped around Zhuge Tian and said, Zhuge Tian, remember to protect yourself. Do not distract me with concerns for your safety. You save me? Zhuge Tian was taken aback and replied, do you have any idea of my strength to say such a thing? I am well aware. But you cannot defeat that old man, Lin Fan responded. Zhuge Tian widened her eyes, unsure whether to believe his words. However, at that moment, the five assailants commenced their attack. While advancing, Qi Tian commanded, you four restrain that young lady from the Zhuge family. Do not kill her yet. We have not received orders from above. I will handle Lin Fan. Understood. Led by the third elder, Zhuahang, the four complied and charged toward Zhuge Tian. Zhuge Tian remained anxious. Lin Fan, be cautious. If you can escape, do so. Do not act recklessly. They are truly capable of killing you. The people from the Wu family in Jinling are ruthless. You are quite the chatterbox. Whoever marries you will be in for a trial. Lin Fan couldn't help but retort. Zhuge Tian's temper flared, her chest rising and falling, but just as she was about to respond, the four assailants were upon her, forcing her to engage. Zhuge Tian's counterattack astonished the four, who had not anticipated encountering such a formidable woman in Jiangnan, especially one so young. She possesses considerable skill. No wonder she insists on protecting that boy. Zhuahang expressed mild surprise, but quickly derided. However, your own safety is in jeopardy, and it is unlikely you will be able to shield that fellow. Scoundrel! Zhuge Tian gathered her strength, intending to break through the encirclement to rescue Lin Fan. However, after 3 consecutive attempts, she still could not escape. Lin Fan, on the other hand, remained calm, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed resolutely on Qi Tian. Believing Lin Fan had resigned himself to capture, Qi Tian sneered, declaring, without that woman to protect you, Lin Fan, you are no more than an ant. With that, Qi Tian lunged forward, reaching Lin Fan in a mere breath, his hand poised to grasp Lin Fan's neck. Yet, in the next moment, a large hand extended and clasped around his own. Qi Tian abruptly halted, clearly astonished. Given his strength, such speed and grip could only be matched by someone of equal or superior caliber, yet the opponent appeared to handle it with ease. With such power, you dare to act grandly before me? Are you truly so contemptuous? Lin Fan exerted a sudden force, and with a sharp crack, Qi Tian's right hand was instantly rendered to fragments. A gasp escaped Qi Tian. He had never anticipated such terrifying strength from his adversary, at least tenfold greater than his own. His right hand was thus incapacitated in an instant, a wave of excruciating pain eliciting a cry of anguish. This scream shocked the 4 assailants surrounding Zhuge Tian. Zhuge, the situation does not bode well. That boy is formidable. You must assist Elder Qi, urged an elite subordinate at the pinnacle of innate late-stage perfection. Zhuahang nodded, swiftly darting toward Lin Fan's position. Qi Tian, we strike together. He called out. Qi Tian, now cautious, recognized the strangeness of the situation. He could not discern any fluctuation of energy, yet the strength exhibited was overwhelmingly terrifying. The sight of 2 martial masters facing Lin Fan was a rare occurrence. In all of China, there were scarcely 40 martial masters. Now, 2 late-stage masters were besieging an unknown individual of indeterminate strength. With Zhuge Hang's attention diverted, Zhuge Tian finally found the opportunity to counter, swiftly defeating one assailant before turning to rush to Lin Fan's aid. However, before she could reach him, she witnessed Qi Tian and Zhuge Hang being hurled backwards simultaneously. Chapter 78. Instant Kill. The most severely injured was undoubtedly Zhuge Hang, his chest indented to the size of a fist, while a bulge protruded from his back. Upon landing, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell silent, leaving his state uncertain, whether unconscious or lifeless. Qi Tian, too, landed with a cough of blood but remained conscious, albeit with a severed left hand. Both of his hands were rendered nearly incapable of combat, revealing a look of sheer panic in his eyes. Zhuge Tian stood in stunned silence. She had no idea what had transpired, yet upon closer inspection, she sensed an aura that was familiar. It was spiritual energy. This individual was emanating pure spiritual energy from his body. Grandfather once remarked that her cultivation of the extreme Yin technique differs from that of other martial artists, primarily absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, resulting in a force within known as spiritual power, devoid of any energetic fluctuations. Presently, the aura emanating from Lin Fan is indicative of spiritual fluctuations. Astonishingly, he, like her, engages in cultivation through the direct absorption of spiritual energy. Moreover, from this wave of spiritual energy, she perceives that Lin Fan possesses significantly greater strength than she does. Given her current realm is akin to the later stages of a martial arts grandmaster, if Lin Fan surpasses her, he must be exceptionally formidable. No wonder. Zhuge Tian finally comprehended that this individual had not been boasting. He is genuinely powerful. Just as she was lost in thought, a figure suddenly charged towards her. It was Qi Tian. Aware of his inability to defeat Lin Fan, Qi Tian opted to attack Zhuge Tian instead, reasoning that if he could subdue her, he might escape. Zhuge Tian had not anticipated that Qi Tian, with his hands incapacitated, would still attempt to confront her, and thus she was momentarily caught off guard as he approached her. As Qi Tian prepared to deliver a kick, a sudden flash appeared on a part of his back, accompanied by Lin Fan's exclamation, "Attraction!" In an instant, Qi Tian's mind went blank as he abruptly turned to charge at Lin Fan. Zhuge Tian was once again taken aback, unable to fathom how Lin Fan accomplished this, unaware that he had utilized a talisman of attraction to effect this maneuver. The effect of the attraction talisman lasts merely 3 seconds, allowing him to render his opponent momentarily vacant of thought, thus briefly commanding their actions to redirect their attack towards himself. During their earlier skirmish, Lin Fan had preemptively cast the talisman on Qi Tian, anticipating a potential ambush on Zhuge Tian. To his surprise, it had indeed proven effective. With a resounding thud, Lin Fan's fist struck Qi Tian's skull, resulting in a gruesome explosion of brain matter and internal bleeding. Qi Tian's eyes turned a blood-red hue as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. "I had initially considered sparing you, but you insisted on courting death, even attempting to ambush a girl. How despicable," Lin Fan declared coldly. This statement, imbued with authority, resonated in Zhuge Tian's ears, instilling not fear, but a sense of admiration for his assertiveness. Had it not been for Lin Fan, that previous ambush could have cost her dearly. The 3 onlookers, witnessing the scene, disregarded the 2 corpses on the ground and fled in haste. Zhuge Tian contemplated pursuing them, but was halted by Lin Fan's voice. "There is no need to chase them. It would be futile. They are merely pawns. And the mastermind behind this is already aware of the situation. Even if we were to eliminate them, a second wave of skilled fighters would inevitably come for me," Lin Fan stated. Zhuge Tian sighed, realizing that Lin Fan had stirred a hornet's nest. "Are you truly Lin Fan?" she asked once more for confirmation. "Do you believe the Wu family of Jiangling suffers from prosopagnosia, or is my expression insufficiently clear?" Lin Fan retorted. "You have encountered a significant predicament. Although you possess considerable strength, I sense that your spiritual resonance is not exceptionally potent, conservatively estimated to be at the early to mid-stage of a grandmaster. In contrast, the Wu family of Jiangling boasts 2 grandmasters, formidable experts ranked among the top 5 on the heavenly list. Their power is truly terrifying. Should they seek trouble with you, you would indeed find yourself in a dire situation," Zhuge Tian kindly cautioned. "Enough of that. Do not concern yourself with my matters. We have lingered here long enough. We should depart swiftly," Lin Fan replied. "And what shall we do with these 2 corpses?" Zhuge Tian inquired. "Perhaps you could carry them back?" Lin Fan suggested playfully. "Absolutely not. Are you out of your mind? Why would I carry them back? They are not my family. Zhuge Tian shot Lin Fan an exasperated glance. Since you are aware, why even ask? There are no surveillance cameras here. And do you truly believe those three have fled? They are merely hiding, waiting for us to leave before they come to dispose of the bodies, Lin Fan asserted. He then stepped forward, grasping Zhuge Tian's hand, saying, Come on, let us proceed. Who knows if there are other traps? I brought you here, and if anything happens, I would have no way to explain it to your grandfather. Oh, Zhuge Tian muttered, blushing as she allowed Lin Fan to lead her. Initially, she had misunderstood his intentions, thinking he feigned concern only to take advantage of her, but it was evident now that he had no such need. A person of his caliber, who also possessed a pleasing appearance, likely attracted many admirers. There was no reason for him to target her specifically. Moreover, being led by Lin Fan inexplicably thrilled her, her heart racing with a peculiar sensation. It was worth noting that if any other man were to hold her hand, she would find it repulsive. Yet with him, she felt no aversion. Instead, there was a hint of security. As they walked back, they did not rush but strolled leisurely, though their conversation was sparse. Zhuge Tian's tone had softened considerably. How is it that you are so formidable? Zhuge Tian finally broached the main subject. In what regard do you mean? Lin Fan queried. Your medical skills and martial prowess. My grandfather mentioned that you cured Xuanwu's ailment. When my grandfather and I examined Xuanwu together, we could not identify the cause of his illness, yet you managed to heal him. Your medical expertise is indeed impressive. Zhuge Tian continued. Your martial abilities are stronger than I had anticipated. Are you a cultivator? Did you not already know? We are of the same kind of practitioners. Your aura radiates with spiritual energy. However, it would be wise not to disclose this to others. We belong to a unique category, and the emergence of such individuals may threaten certain entities, leading to attempts on our lives during our developmental phase. That is what my master advised me. Lin Fan responded earnestly. Yes, my grandfather has mentioned something similar. Rest assured, I will not reveal anything about your cultivation. I also hope you can keep this matter confidential. Zhuge Tian articulated, extending her hand and stating, Let us make a pact. Whoever breaks it is a scoundrel. Seeing this innocent girl, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately extended his hand to engage in the pact with her. After finishing the hook, Zhuge Tian suddenly blushed and said, during dinner, My grandfather made his intentions clear. He seems to have taken a liking to you and wishes to bring us together. However, I must inform you that this is impossible. Why is that? Lin Fan was not inclined to marry Zhuge Tian. His curiosity was merely piqued. Zhuge Tian paused and replied, I possess a naturally toxic body that could kill anyone. Would you dare to marry me? Not at all. Lin Fan grinned. Humph, even if you had the courage, I would still refuse. With that lecherous gaze, you are clearly not a good person. Zhuge Tian shot him a glare. Indeed, I am not a good person. Lin Fan readily acknowledged. Faced with such an unexpected response from Lin Fan, Zhuge Tian was momentarily taken aback. This fellow was indeed unpredictable. When she attempted to chastise him, he merely played along with her words, leaving her with no room for anger. After spending over half an hour, the two finally returned to the Zhuge residence. Just before Lin Fan reached the villa, he suddenly halted and said, In truth, a naturally toxic body is not without remedy. It is simply that my current medical skills are insufficient. However, I am confident that I can cure you, so you must strive to live for several more years. Chapter 79. Why do you smell so good? Upon hearing this, Zhuge Tian felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart, but she assumed he was merely comforting her, giving her a reason to continue living. I am resilient. I won't perish easily. As for you, let us see if you can evade the Wu family's pursuit. Once you return, find a place to hide and wait until your cultivation has matured before confronting them directly. With that, Zhuge Tian turned and left, her silhouette graceful and poised. Lin Fan returned to the villa, where Xuanwu and Zhouwu were sipping tea in the hall. Upon seeing Lin Fan, they both visibly relaxed. Shaolin, I just received a report from my contacts that someone from the Jinling Wu family has arrived. I tried calling you earlier, but got no response. I thought something had gone awry, and it terrified me, Xuanwu remarked. Lin Fan recounted, Yes, I encountered them. They sent 5 individuals. One named Qi Tian indeed possesses remarkable skills, while another, with the surname Zhua, hails from the Jinling Wu family's second and third offerings. They seem intent on eliminating you. Both of these individuals are ranked among the top 20 in the heaven rankings and are extraordinarily powerful. As Xuanwu spoke, He suddenly noticed that Lin Fan appeared unscathed, which was not consistent with having faced such formidable opponents. Shaolin, did they not attack you? Xuanwu inquired. They did. But they were far too weak. A mere touch was sufficient to dispatch them. Honestly, it was rather boring. Lin Fan shook his head. Xuanwu and Zhouwu were left astounded. If this were true, how terrifying must Lin Fan be? Those two were at least at the late stage of the martial Young Master realm. A mere touch, and they perished? All right, that girl chased me relentlessly, and I was drenched in sweat from the exertion. I need to go take a shower. You two should rest early, Lin Fan declared as he headed upstairs, leaving the two men in the hall, utterly stunned and unable to regain their composure. Not long after Lin Fan departed, Xuanwu received a report from his subordinate, stating that only 3 members of the Wu family in Jinling remained alive, and there was no sign of Qi Tian and Zhuahang. Upon hearing this news, Xuanwu's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by a hearty laugh. Old Zhou. It appears I have indeed acquired an extraordinary son-in-law. Young Lin has managed to eliminate both Qi Tian and Zhuahang, the esteemed masters of martial arts. It seems the landscape of the martial arts world in Huaxia is on the verge of transformation. Zhouwu gasped in surprise, but quickly cautioned. However, the true threat from the Wu family lies with those two. We cannot ascertain whether they will intervene. Otherwise, young Lin remains in considerable peril. Perhaps we should advise him to take refuge? After hearing this, Xuanwu fell into deep contemplation. The following morning, upon awakening, Lin Fan resolved to personally visit Jinling. With the information regarding the ice spirit herb now in his possession, he deemed it unnecessary to trouble Xuanwu and Zhouwu, as they were of considerable age, and it would be inappropriate to have them accompany him incessantly. However, upon learning of Lin Fan's intentions, Xuanwu immediately urged, Young Lin, you must not. If you go to Jinling at this juncture, once the Wu family becomes aware, it would be akin to walking into the jaws of a tiger. Old Master Wu Tianyu, was renowned as a top-tier expert within the martial arts hierarchy, reputed to be a late-stage Grand Master. Additionally, their esteemed elder, Master Mieju, was the former elder of the ancient martial sect, the Diamond Gate, possessing formidable skills in both offensive and defensive techniques. Although he was merely a mid-stage Grand Master, his prowess was terrifying, and I have had the fortune of witnessing their capabilities firsthand in the finals of the Tianbang competition. Xuanwu articulated his concerns, noting that while Lin Fan's ability to vanquish Qi Tian was commendable, it did not necessarily signify an insurmountable advantage, as any Grandmaster could accomplish such a feat. Even if Lin Fan were to attain Grandmaster status, defeating those two would still pose a formidable challenge. Rest assured, I shall exercise utmost caution. My sole purpose in going there is to procure the herb. I will conceal my identity and refrain from revealing myself, Lin Fan assured him. Xuanwu sighed and concluded, Very well. Given your strength, escaping should not pose a significant issue. Should you encounter trouble, remember not to engage recklessly. At such a young age, you possess remarkable cultivation. Given time, you will undoubtedly surpass them. Therefore, avoid unnecessary risks. Taking Xuanwu's admonitions to heart, Lin Fan prepared to set off for Jinling. Yet, he was suddenly interrupted by a phone call. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was Hu Lily. Initially, Lin Fan feared there had been a calamity at home and hastily inquired, Sister Fox, has something happened to my senior sister? Not at all. The situation in Jiang City is tranquil, nothing of great significance has transpired. However, your Sister Fox's heart is tumultuous, Hu Lily replied. Oh, what do you mean by that? Lin Fan asked, momentarily taken aback. Hu Lily remarked, Did I not mention last time that I need to return home for a few days? My parents have been urging me, and I must go back today. Where are you now? Could you accompany me back to the capital to perform in a play? I wish to dissuade Yi Shaoqing from pursuing me any further. Must it be today? Lin Fan hesitated, as he had intended to visit Jinling, and the timing conflicted. Indeed, I have already made arrangements. If I fail to return this time, I fear the Hu family will send someone to berate me again, and I utterly detest that feeling. Moreover, this time I would like you to have a conversation with my father regarding our collaboration. You had expressed some concerns last time. I called him, and he said it sounded quite promising, but we need to discuss it thoroughly to understand if it can be executed. Upon hearing Hu Li's words, Lin Fan agreed, saying, I am currently in Jiangzhou. I will head over directly and contact you upon reaching the capital. Good, Hu Li replied, unconcerned. As long as she could meet Lin Fan in the capital and bring him home. They arranged to meet at 1 o'clock that afternoon. At that moment, Hu Lili was dressed in a light pink bodycon dress, exuding a captivating allure. Upon seeing Lin Fan, she immediately approached him, taking his hand and reminding him, "My family members are quite astute, so we must begin our act now." Lin Fan relished the sensation of her fair, smooth hand pulling him along. Inhaling the fragrance that occasionally wafted from her, he curiously inquired, "What perfume are you wearing? It smells delightful." The scent was subtle yet pleasing. Lin Fan pondered whether it was the same fragrance or simply her natural scent. Could it be a hint of fox odor? Hu Lili jested, "I am, after all, a vixen. Having a hint of fox odor is only natural. But that is a delightful scent. Your fox allure?" Lin Fan grinned. "Well, if you find it pleasant, then indulge your senses. We shall sleep together tonight. After I take a shower, you can closely discern whether it is my natural scent." Hu Lili's every word was a potent temptation for him. Indeed, Lin Fan swallowed hard and asked, "We are to sleep together tonight? Otherwise, do you think my family would believe us?" Hu Lili reminded him, "Why do you seem to disdain my company? You previously said I smelled good. Was that merely sarcasm?" Hu Lili feigned annoyance. Lin Fan chuckled, explaining, "As you know, I am legally married to Tang Yanrou. It is indeed rather inappropriate for me to sleep with you. I anticipated you would say that. Rest assured, it will be a purely innocent arrangement of sharing a bed. We shan't engage in anything else. Do you perhaps wish to do something more, dear Lin Fan?" Hu Lili gazed at him. Lin Fan sighed. "Are you teasing me again? If you refrain from teasing, with my level of restraint, how could I possibly act on any desires?" Hu Lili ceased her playful banter and called for a vehicle, taking Lin Fan back to the Hu family estate. Chapter 80. Returning to the capital with Hu Lili. Although the Hu family is not one of the 5 prominent families in the capital, they are certainly a significant presence, and their residence is quite expansive, indicative of their wealth. Hu Lili, accompanied by Lin Fan, made her way directly to the main hall. She had already contacted her father on the way, and it seemed that all the key family members had gathered. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the hall, they were greeted by a throng of people seated within, with an additional group standing around, approximately 30 individuals in total. Upon seeing Hu Lili, her elder brother, Hu Yanglin, coldly remarked, "Hu Lili, you have finally decided to return to this family. I thought you had truly forsaken this place." Hu Lili chose to disregard her brother, perceiving him as a petty individual consumed by self-interest. Although her parents also held some ulterior motives, they did not exhibit them as overtly, retaining a semblance of humanity. She took Lin Fan's hand and walked confidently into the hall, approaching the sofa. Upon noticing her, her father, Hu Tianfu, refrained from scolding her, instead gesturing to an empty seat beside him. "Lili, please take a seat." "Dad, this is Lin Fan, my boyfriend," Hu Lili stated candidly, wishing to avoid any potential awkwardness should Lin Fan be overlooked. At the mention of boyfriend, a collective frown emerged among the members of the Hu family. However, Hu Tianfu, having heard about her relationship before, was not overly surprised. "Lili, let us set aside the matter of your boyfriend for now. I have contemplated your previous proposal regarding the combination of cosmetics and traditional Chinese medicine. While it is not an unfeasible idea, my trust does not extend to a small company from a lesser city. You are aware that our AI May Group is a leading entity in the cosmetics industry, ranking among the top 10 nationally. This pinnacle group you mentioned seems to be a subsidiary of some company in Jiangcheng, which in my view is merely a small enterprise. You are suggesting that our family conglomerate collaborate with such a company. I have no objections, but your uncles, aunts, and relatives would certainly disagree." Upon hearing this, the other members of the hall began to voice their criticisms. The eldest uncle interjected, "Hu Lili, are you genuinely intent on bringing down the company? You abandoned the agreement with the Yi family and evaded responsibility for 5 long years. If it weren't for Yi Xiao's good temperament, he would have long been infuriated and sought to dismantle our AI May Group. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the trouble you have caused?" The aunt chimed in, "Indeed. Yi Xiao is a remarkable individual, handsome, influential, and he has affection for you. What do you truly seek? By marrying him, our Hu family would soar to new heights. You would be securing a prosperous future for our descendants, a matter of great honor." The third uncle added, "Let bygones be bygones. Now that you have returned, invite Yi Xiao over, apologize sincerely, and proceed with the marriage. We would have no further objections." The third aunt concurred, "Yes, Yi Xiao has been waiting for you, frequently inquiring about your whereabouts. This time, there must be no escape." The fourth aunt concluded, Let us not engage in frivolities about combining cosmetics with traditional medicine or partnering with a small company to launch new products. Do you take us for fools? Accompanying you in such a perilous endeavor, let us not even ponder whether the new product can be developed. Even if it were to materialize, what would it amount to? What competitive edge could we possibly possess? The Yi family, along with the other two prominent clans, boasts an abundance of cosmetic talent. Whatever you can produce, they are likely to surpass us by 1,000-fold. How could we possibly compete? Mother Zhou Qian interjected, Lily, cease this folly. I understand that your intention in bringing a man home is merely to placate us and dissuade young Master Yi, but the risks involved are far too great. We shall not permit such an occurrence. Before Zhou Qian could finish her sentence, Hu Yanglin clapped his hands and called toward the staircase, come forth. In the next moment, 3 figures descended from the upper floor, an elderly man accompanied by 2 middle-aged gentlemen. The elder was clad in a martial arts uniform, while the other 2 wore loose-fitting attire, indicative of their martial prowess. Lily, allow me to introduce these 3, the vice director of the Pure Young Martial Arts Academy. Zhou Boyang, along with the 2 instructors, Coach Feng and Coach Pan, Hu Yanglin remarked with a devilish grin. Upon hearing this, Hu Lily furrowed her brow in concern. She was acutely aware of the formidable nature of those within the Pure Young Martial Arts Academy. It was said that the director ranked 2nd on the heavenly list, known as Wu Tianglong. The vice director was also a member of the heavenly list, holding a rank within the top echelon, possessing the strength of a late-stage martial arts master. How could Lin Fan possibly contend with such formidable experts? In Hu Lily's eyes, it was already miraculous that Lin Fan had managed to defeat innate-level experts. How could he stand against a late-stage martial arts master? As for the 2 instructors, being appointed as coaches at the Pure Young Martial Arts Academy meant they were at least innate-level experts, with the academy itself accounting for 20 of the top 100 in the martial arts rankings. This illustrated the immense strength they possessed. Furthermore, each time the Heavenly Rankings event was held, the Pure Young Martial Arts Academy was among the many organizing parties. Father, so your intention in summoning me back was not to discuss any potential collaboration, but rather to lure me here and seize the opportunity to capture me. Is that correct? Disappointment filled Hu Lily's eyes. She felt disillusioned with the entire family. She remembered a time in her childhood when her father had showered her with affection, cherishing her as his beloved treasure. Little did she know that now, for the sake of the family's interests, he would disregard her very life and feelings. Lily, you mustn't blame your father. I too act in the interest of the family, and indeed, for your benefit. As a woman, what do you seek to achieve out there? Marry young Master Yi, and you shall enjoy a life of opulence and power, free to pursue your desires. Why must you struggle outside? It is unnecessary, Hu Tianfu asserted. Father, you have changed. You have become someone I scarcely recognize. I once believed there was hope for this family, but now I see there is none at all. I was naive to expect your support. How laughable it is that I ever placed my trust in you. Hu Lily laughed, but her smile was tinged with sorrow. Lin Fan had initially intended to play along with the charade, yet he could no longer contain his indignation. Are you even human? A family united in coercing a single woman. Lin Fan turned to Hu Tianfu and inquired, might I ask if Hu Lily is your biological daughter? If so, you are nothing but a scoundrel unworthy of being her father. Impudent brat, this is no place for your words. Silence yourself, Hu Yanglin retorted. Casting a glance at the 3 members of the Chunyang Martial Arts School, he respectfully addressed, Elder Zhou, I implore you to take action and expel this scoundrel. Rest assured, young Master Hu, we shall handle this matter with utmost diligence, Coach Feng asserted with confidence. He then nodded toward Coach Pan, while Vice Principal Zhou Boyang, seemingly unimpressed with Lin Fan, refrained from intervening, standing aloof with his hands clasped behind his back, adopting an air of detached authority. Be serious. Wrap this up swiftly to avoid embarrassing the Hu family, Zhou Boyang advised. The Chunyang Martial Arts School nearly symbolizes a significant portion of the martial arts community in China, boasting 2 masters on the heavenly ranking, with the 2nd ranked also residing there. Additionally, they possess over 20 experts on the Earth ranking, a formidable presence indeed. It is noteworthy that there are only 100 Earth ranking experts throughout all of China, and even fewer on the heavenly ranking, totaling 30. While the sacred ranking boasts merely 8 individuals worldwide, of which 3 hail from China. Thus, with 2 heavenly ranked and 20 Earth ranked experts, It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Chunyang Martial Arts School occupies a substantial dominion in the martial arts hierarchy of China. What do you intend to do? He is my man, and you shall not lay a finger on him, Hu Yanglin exclaimed, swiftly positioning herself in front of Lin Fan. He was brought by her, and should any misfortune befall him, she would find it impossible to explain to her close friend Feng Shiyue. Furthermore, she desired to shield Lin Fan from this predicament. Consequently, she turned to her father, Hu Tianfu, and pleaded, "Father, for the sake of me calling you father, please do not make things difficult for Lin Fan. I beseech you." However, Hu Tianfu replied, "Lily, this time your father is powerless. You must come to terms with your fate." Ha ha ha. Hu Lily, do you truly believe your father will always side with you? You ought to consider the current situation. The entire family stands against you. If I were to ally with you, I would face immense pressure from the family. Hence, relinquish your resistance and obediently consent to marry young Master Yi, and I shall summon him forth. Should you agree, I may spare Lin Fan from any harm. Seizing the opportunity to threaten, Hu Yanglin's smile took on a sinister edge, revealing her malevolent intentions. Hu Yanglin, you. Hu Lily was on the brink of exploding with rage, confronted by relatives whose cruelty surpassed that of any enemy, each intent on driving her to despair. Father, mother, can you truly bear to force me to my death? I have stated that I do not harbor feelings for young Master Yi and shall not be a sacrificial pawn for the family. If you persist in your coercion, I will take my own life before your very eyes. Suddenly, Hu Lily brandished a dagger and pressed it against her throat, a shocking act that startled everyone present. However, her uncle merely scoffed. Who doesn't know you have been afraid of death since childhood? Spare us the theatrics. If you truly wished for death, you would have ended your life long ago, rather than fleeing for so long. Her third uncle chimed in. Indeed, all this talk of dying, who are you performing for? Hu Tianfu said, Lily, cease your antics. You cannot alter the situation nor resist it. Instead, yield. You wretched girl, your life is a gift from me, without my consent. You shall not perish. The coldness in her mother's voice pierced through Hu Lily's heart like a sharp dagger, inflicting continuous agony upon her spirit. Overwhelmed by despair, Hu Lily turned to Lin Fan, a faint smile gracing her lips as she spoke. I am sorry, Xiao Fan. It seems I cannot be your woman in this lifetime. In the next, should we meet again, I shall undoubtedly marry you. With that, she directed the dagger toward her throat. As the gravity of the situation dawned on others, shock washed over them, many covering their eyes in fear of witnessing the tragedy. Yet, at that critical moment, a large hand seized the sharp dagger, blood trickling down the hand and staining Hu Lily's clothing. Hu Lily opened her eyes once more, her gaze fixed on the halted dagger and the injured hand, and suddenly realized it was Lin Fan who had intervened. Fox sister, why go to such lengths? They do not want you, but I do, Lin Fan said as he snatched the dagger away and cast it to the ground, enveloping Hu Lily in his embrace. Fox sister, you must not act so impulsively again. If you were to die, I would be heartbroken. Hu Lily was momentarily stunned. Just when she thought there was no one left in the world to warm her heart, she realized she was mistaken. Lin Fan was still there. Seeing Hu Lily cease her attempt at suicide, Hu Yanglin hastily commanded, 3 of you, subdue Hu Lily at once. Do not allow her to seek death. Understood. Coaches Fong and Pan immediately dashed towards Hu Lily. You have gone too far. Lin Fan suddenly lifted his head, his gaze turning icily cold as he scanned the approaching warriors, declaring in a chilling tone, if you dare to touch her, you shall face the consequences. Feeling threatened, the two exchanged glances and then erupted into laughter. Face the consequences? You? I would like to see what consequences you can impose. Coach Fong scoffed, stepping forward to seize Hu Lily. Bang! However, as Coach Fong drew near, Lin Fan delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters before crashing onto the smooth-tiled floor. A resounding thud echoed through the hall as the tiles shattered. The Hu family members in the hall gasped in astonishment. Even Hu Lily was taken aback. This fellow had managed to kick Coach Fong away with a single move, and it appeared that Coach Fong was a master at the pinnacle of the innate realm. Just how powerful was Lin Fan? Initially dismissive of Lin Fan, Zhou Boyong's brow furrowed at the sight of Coach Fong being sent flying, clearly taken aback by Lin Fan's strength. You impudent brat. You dare to strike someone from the pure Young Martial Academy, Hu Yanglin scolded. However, his words fell on deaf ears, leaving the 3 members of the pure Young Martial Academy feeling humiliated. The Pure Young Martial Arts School undoubtedly stands as a preeminent force within the realm of Chinese martial arts, possessing formidable comprehensive strength. It is indeed a source of ridicule that 3 of its prominent figures have been subjected to humiliation. If this were to become known, it would surely provoke laughter from many quarters. It appears that this young man is also a practitioner of martial arts. I am Zhou Boyang, the deputy director of the Pure Young Martial Arts School. Since we are both cultivators of the martial way, allow me to seek your guidance. With that, Zhou Boyang advanced like an arrow, swift as the wind, closing the distance of 10 meters in the blink of an eye, standing before Lin Fan. Lin Fan positioned Hu Lili behind him, then unleashed a powerful punch to counter Zhou Boyang's assault. The 2 forces collided, locking in a stalemate for nearly 3 seconds before they both retracted their strength, granting Lin Fan a clearer understanding of his opponent's abilities. In comparison to the masters he had encountered previously, this individual's prowess was akin to that of an elder from the Jinling Wu family he had recently battled, though somewhat inferior to the second offering, Qi Tian. Thus, Lin Fan deduced that this man was likely at the latter stages of the Grandmaster realm, a level that posed no threat to him. Old man, I care not for your identity, but please do not force my hand. Otherwise, you shall come to regret it, Lin Fan cautioned. Zhou Boyang, acutely aware of Lin Fan's exceptional capabilities, recognized that, although he had not exerted his full strength, he had utilized 80% of it. The fact that Lin Fan had matched him nearly blow for blow suggested he was no ordinary opponent. However, Lin Fan's words left Zhou Boyang with little room to retreat. As the deputy director of the Pure Young Martial Arts School, if he were to withdraw now, what authority would he retain? Moreover, having accepted 5 million from Hu Yanglin, he could not leave without resolving the matter. In my lexicon, the word regret does not exist, Zhou Boyang declared, spreading his legs slightly and lowering his stance as he gathered his internal energy, a powerful wave of force emanating from him, causing the air to rush with vigor. Ha ha! Young man, your doom is upon you. You have thoroughly enraged old Zhou, and now no one can aid you. In the entirety of China, few dare to provoke old Zhou, Hu Yanglin laughed with malicious glee, having been soundly defeated by Lin Fan and Jiangqing. He harbored lingering resentment and saw this as a golden opportunity. Old Zhou, incapacitate him for me. I shall take responsibility for any repercussions. Zhou Boyang remained silent, disliking being ordered around. Had he not accepted the payment, he might have struck Hu Yanglin across the face. Do I require your instruction to act? He thought bitterly, before launching another assault on Lin Fan. This time with noticeably greater speed and force, his explosive power intensified. A shadow darted forth, akin to a bolt of lightning, surging towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan scoffed softly, muttering, "No such word exists, you say? Then allow me to add it." In an instant, he reached out with an invisible grasp, bringing Zhou Boyang to an abrupt halt. The elder felt as if his throat were ensnared, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at Lin Fan, grasping from a distance. "Ah, it appears you possess considerable knowledge." Lin Fan let out a cold shout and suddenly hurled himself towards a nearby pillar. Zhou Boyang discovered that his body was ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering him utterly incapable of escape, and he helplessly collided with the pillar. A thunderous crash resounded. In the grand hall of the Hu family, a column that one could scarcely embrace now bore a significant crack, causing the entire hall to tremble, much to the shock of the Hu family members. Old Zhou, Coach Pan, and Coach Fong, who had just risen to their feet, exclaimed in unison. That was Vice President Zhou Boyang, a figure ranked among the top 10 on the heavenly ranking, a master of the late stage, who had been flung against the wall like a mere chick, utterly without the power to resist. Hu Tianfu had evidently grasped the situation. His daughter's boyfriend was no ordinary individual. "Old Zhou, are you all right?" Coach Pan inquired softly. Zhou Boyang took a deep breath. His body felt as if it were about to fall apart, and a surge of blood and energy roiled within him. He was striving to maintain his composure, yet having accepted payment, he was intent on preserving his dignity. Therefore, he furiously rebuked Lin Fan. "You brat. As practitioners of martial arts, I wish to challenge you in the most equitable manner. 7 days from now, on July 3rd, the China Martial Arts Heavenly Ranking Conference will be held in the capital. Will you dare to register?" The heavenly ranking? Lin Fan was taken aback. He had heard Zhou Wu mention it, stating that it would occur in early July, which was now imminent. Naturally, Lin Fan recognized that the old man was intentionally seeking a way out. However, he had yet to establish his footing here. and opposing the pure Young martial arts school would not be a prudent course of action. Very well, I shall await the opportunity to confront you at the heavenly ranking, Lin Fan declared. Humph, I look forward to your arrival, Zhou Boyang replied, signaling to coaches Fong and Pan, who promptly followed suit. By the time Hu Yanglin regained his senses, the three had already exited the door, and he hurriedly pursued them, only to find that they had vanished. What is going on? Did they take my money without delivering? Pa, and they claimed to be from the pure Young martial arts school. What a disgrace. Hu Yanglin could not help but curse, emboldened by their absence. Had Zhou Boyang been present, he would not have dared utter a word. Within the hall, Lin Fan grasped Hu Lily's hand and surveyed the Hu family members, declaring, from this moment forth, Hu Lily is no longer part of the Hu family. She belongs solely to me. Anyone who dares to interfere with her shall not find me merciful. With that, he strode out of the door, firmly holding Hu Lily's hand. Recalling his earlier insults towards Lin Fan and Hu Lily, Hu Yanglin hastily concealed himself, fearful of being discovered and receiving a beating from Lin Fan. Meanwhile, the Hu family dared not obstruct him. If they wouldn't dare to confront members of the pure Young martial arts school, how could they challenge him? They were not foolish. It was evident that Zhou Boyang had sought a pretext because he knew he could not win. Otherwise, having accepted their money, he would not simply let the matter rest, which was not in line with the pure Young martial arts school's principles. With no other options, Hu Yanglin could only dial Yi Shaoqing's number. Young Master Yi, my sister has returned, but she has been taken away by a fellow named Lin Fan. That fellow is remarkably strong. Even Zhou Boyang from the pure Young martial arts school could not defeat him. Do you have any solutions? Otherwise, my sister Hu Lily will be taken away, and she has already severed ties with our family, Hu Yanglin exclaimed anxiously. Such a situation is indeed concerning. Who exactly is that individual? Yi Shaoqing responded, visibly astonished. Although the Yi family boasts numerous experts, with grandfather Yi Xian being the foremost master in the heavenly rankings, their strength is somewhat lacking. Apart from Yi Xian, there is only one master-level worshipper, while the rest barely reach innate levels. Overall, their strength does not surpass that of the pure Young martial arts school. Hence, Yi Shaoqing dared not underestimate Zhou Boyang. If even Zhou Boyang is unable to handle this situation, it would indeed be challenging for the Yi family. Is there any way you can help? If not, it seems that Hu Lily will become that fellow's wife. They appear quite intimate. When I visited Jiang City, I encountered them and initially thought he was merely her bodyguard. However, upon this visit, their behavior was exceedingly close, reminiscent of a couple in love, Hu Yanglin remarked, deliberately provoking with disdain for Lin Fan and Hu Lily, believing they had ruined his family's bright future and must not be spared. All right, let me ponder a solution, Yi Shaoqing replied, perplexed, before hanging up the phone. As Lin Fan led Hu Lily out of the Hu family residence, she suddenly broke down. Throwing herself into his arms and weeping loudly, Lin Fan, I have no family anymore, no relatives, they no longer want me. You still have me, Lin Fan quickly reassured, patting her back. He dreaded seeing women cry, especially someone who had previously appeared so strong and only teased him, now reduced to tears. This sight weighed heavily on his heart. After a while, Hu Lily finally calmed down, wiped her tears, and looked up at Lin Fan, her voice softening. Thank you, little Fan. This is the first time I've seen you so domineering. Alas, if you don't display some assertiveness, I may truly meet my demise. Lin Fan replied with a wry smile. Was what you said earlier genuine? Hu Lily suddenly inquired. What did you mean? Lin Fan was taken aback. Humph, I knew it was just empty flattery. I was even touched, thinking you were preparing to marry me, she pouted. Lin Fan felt a wave of embarrassment. He desired to marry her, but it seemed impractical due to his obligations to Tang Yanrou and his engagement to Chen Yi, which left no room for Hu Lily. Well, Lin Fan scratched his head, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Enough, I was just teasing. I am 6 years older than you and already feel like an old maid. How could you possibly marry me? Hu Lily replied. Fox sister, do not say such things. You are not old at all. You are quite youthful, and your skin is radiant, completely belied by your age, Lin Fan remarked. Oh, age is a reality we cannot escape. Presently, it may not be apparent, but in a decade or two, the signs will be unmistakable. By then, I shall have aged. While you remain youthful, Hu Lily sighed, occasionally contemplating the prospect of marrying Lin Fan. Yet, upon reflection, there was an unsettling sense of disparity, akin to an old bull courting a tender calf, making the thought somewhat difficult to embrace. Lin Fan, uncertain of how to console Hu Lili, deftly shifted the topic. Shall we find a hotel to stay for the night and return home tomorrow? That seems to be the only option, Hu Lili replied. However, just as they arrived, Hu Lili received a phone call. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was her childhood friend, Qin Rushue. Rushue? It has been over 6 months since we last communicated. You seem to have vanished from my life. Your sudden call takes me by surprise. I heard you returned to the capital. Are you still there? I wish to visit you, Qin Rushue said. I am here, but you need not come to my house. For, to be precise, I no longer have a home, Hu Lili responded with a hint of self-mockery. Oh, Qin Rushue paused, then replied, all right, come over to my place. Fine, but be prepared to accommodate me. Hu Lili chuckled wryly. Hurry over, Qin Rushue urged, sensing something was amiss with Hu Lili. Chapter 83. Hu Lili's childhood friend. Hu Lili hung up the phone and turned to Lin Fan, saying, Little Fan, it appears we have a place to stay tonight. So no need for the hotel. All right, where to? Lin Fan inquired. A cab has arrived. Let us get in first, Hu Lili said. Waving at a taxi that had pulled up, the driver brought the vehicle to a stop, and they both entered. Driver, take us to the Qin residence. The Qin residence? The renowned home of Qin Batian? The driver confirmed. Hu Lili nodded, and the driver, visibly relieved, acknowledged and started the car. Once the vehicle was steady, Lin Fan, filled with curiosity, asked, what does the Qin family do? Before Hu Lili could respond, the driver chimed in, Young man, are you from out of town? The Qin family was the most prestigious clan in the capital 2 decades ago. However, after the Holy List incident, Old Master Qin sustained serious injuries, leading to a downfall that the family could not recover from. Their descendants have proven to be less than commendable, and now they have fallen from the ranks of the 5 great families. Quite a pity, indeed. I see, Lin Fan remarked, somewhat astonished. Oh. The injury to Qin Batian not only affected the Qin family, but also had dire repercussions for his daughter, Qin Sume, and her family. It is truly tragic. I hear none survived, not even the Wang family, who had a betrothal arrangement. Hu Lili sighed as well. It is worth noting that Qin Rushue is not a biological granddaughter of the Qin family, but rather a disciple taken in by Qin Batian after her parents were murdered by enemies. He sheltered her, taught her skills, and renamed her with the Qin surname, her original name being Sima Rushue. How harrowing the history of the Qin family truly is. Lin Fan let out a sigh, reflecting on the profound depths of the martial arts world. When one possesses formidable strength, their words and actions are revered as those of a king. However, once their prowess wanes, they face inevitable repercussions. Contemplating his own situation, Lin Fan realized that should he remain stagnant, a future defeat would bring upon him the wrath of countless enemies, endangering all he held dear, including women and friends. Thus, establishing his own faction and securing trustworthy allies became paramount. Otherwise, should he falter, the empire he painstakingly built would dissolve into nothingness. The automobile soon arrived at the Qin family estate. To be precise, it was a grand manor, estimated to be 10-fold larger than the previous Hu residence. A testament to the Qin family's former prosperity. Yet, the splendor of yesteryears had given way to desolation. The estate was rife with scenes of decay, many areas neglected, resembling a forsaken garden, where the eye beheld only desolation. Hu Lili gazed at the dilapidated surroundings, her eyes misting over with memories. She often visited the Qin family to play with Qin Rushue, and had once met that mischievous child, 6 years her junior. She even cradled him in her arms. Yet overnight, the entire family vanished. Although the 4-year-old young Master Qin remained unfound, his prolonged absence suggested he had succumbed to fate. Sister Fox, what are you pondering? Lin Fan nudged Hu Lili as she appeared lost in thought. Wiping away the traces of her tears, she replied, I was reminded of certain memories. The scenery stirred my emotions. There was a 4-year-old child who had just learned to speak, calling me his wife. I told him that when he grew up to be exceptional, he could marry me. His joy was palpable. Yet, what became of him? He grew up and seemingly forgot me. Lin Fan pressed, is it that he overlooked you? Hu Lili looked at him, her expression somber. If only it were so. I never even saw him one last time. He simply vanished from this world. In a single night, a family of 3 was lost. Lin Fan's realization dawned. Were they the family spoken of by the driver? Yes, Lin Jiuzhou. He was once a prominent figure, a medical and martial prodigy. The second young master of the Lin family. His nature led him to offend some formidable foes. With his father-in-law, Qin Batian, backing him, those enemies dared not approach. However, after Qin Batian suffered defeat and injury in the Sacred Realm competition, his strength diminished, and the Lin Jiuzhou family became targets of retaliation, Hu Lili explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan began to understand Hu Lili's sorrow. A former acquaintance had transformed into a mere memory of the departed, a loss that would sadden anyone. Yet, in terms of tragic tales, he felt none could rival his own, for he did not even know the identities of his parents. Under Hu Lili's guidance, they swiftly arrived at a villa. It was not her first visit. However, this time they approached on foot rather than by car. The security guard recognized her and granted them immediate access, allowing them to arrive without a hitch. Like snow, I have arrived. At the entrance of the villa, Hu Lili called out. Han Rushue resides in a grand villa, typically assisted by a maid who helps with cleaning and cooking. In her leisure time, Han Rushue enjoys cultivating her skills and tending to medicinal herbs. The Han family is renowned in the realms of medicine and martial arts, regarded as one of the foremost families in all of China. Primarily focused on martial arts, the Han family stands in contrast to the Lin family, known for their exceptional medical prowess, particularly Lin Tianya, the head of the family, who currently holds the title of the foremost divine doctor, likened to the legendary Hua Ta. Consequently, Lin Tianya has thrived in the capital, yet over the years, he has not sought to uncover the murderer of his younger brother, Lin Jiuzhou. Understood. A woman's voice resonated from the courtyard, her tone androgynous, making it hard to discern her gender at first glance. Soon, a short-haired beauty appeared before them. With a chic, cropped hairstyle, she exuded a refreshing and poised demeanor. Her long, slender legs stood at an impressive height of around 165 meters. Clad in casual attire consisting of slippers and baseball pants, complemented by a loose-fitting top, the front yard was modest, barely warranting attention. However, her appearance, leaning towards an androgynous aesthetic, did not deter Lin Fan, who believed that with a few massages, she could easily enhance her appeal. Upon noticing Lin Fan beside Hu Lili, Han Rushue paused momentarily, swiftly assessing her attire to ensure no skin was exposed, before offering an awkward smile. Lili, you bring your boyfriend over without a word. And I could have dressed more appropriately. You look perfectly fine as you are. Nothing is visible, Hu Lili replied with a wry smile. Oh, you're teasing me again. Knowing your figure surpasses mine, can we refrain from comparisons? Han Rushue retorted, casting a glance at Hu Lili. Hu Lili, dropping the playful banter, stated earnestly. He is my good friend, Lin Fan. Oh, not your boyfriend? Han Rushue expressed mild surprise. I would like that. But he finds me too old and doesn't he want me? Hu Lili chuckled. Come on, you simply don't wish to marry. With your figure, even at 50. Younger men would be vying for you, Han Rushue countered skeptically. Without further delay, the trio entered the villa's grand hall. Once seated, Han Rushue scrutinized Lin Fan intently, asking, truly not your boyfriend? To be precise, I am masquerading as a boyfriend to appease my family, but they have utterly disregarded my feelings. They intend to sacrifice me by marrying me off to Yi Shaoqing. You know what kind of person he is. His public persona is a facade, hiding a disingenuous nature. Such a frivolous playboy lacks sincerity, and I feel nothing for him, Hu Lili confessed. What? Han Rushue inhaled sharply, exclaiming, Lili, you cannot be jesting. Do I seem to be joking? To save the Hu family business, they are willing to make me a pawn, Hu Lili replied earnestly. Hu Lilitan paused and said, I dislike being controlled, as you know, Shui. Chapter 84. That esteemed individual is my master. Well then, for the time being, stay at my home. As for uncle and aunt, I shall speak to them another day. Qin Rushue believed that Hu Lilitan was merely momentarily upset and did not genuinely wish to sever their relationship. What is there to discuss? They no longer regard me as a person, merely a commodity to be discarded at will. Hu Lilitan gritted her teeth and declared, I have made up my mind. From now on, the affairs of the Hu family shall have nothing to do with me. Qin Rushue was at a loss for words to console her, so she deftly shifted the topic, saying, All right, let us set aside your matters for now and discuss mine. The reason I sought you out is to ask if you would accompany me to a certain place. What place? Hu Lilitan inquired directly. Tianling Mountain, which seems to be located in Haizhou, Jiangnan. I have never been there, so I wanted to ask if you are familiar with Haizhou. You reside in Jiangnan, so you should know more than I do, Qin Rushue replied. Tianling Mountain? Hu Lilitan suddenly recalled something and turned to Lin Fan, saying, You seem to be from the Tianling Mountain region? Lin Fan nodded. You are from Tianling Mountain? Qin Rushue also realized. surprised that in her quest for information from her childhood friend, she would encounter someone from Tianling Mountain. It seemed her luck was indeed favorable. Yes, Tianling Mountain. Lin Fan affirmed, feeling no hesitation in sharing his origins since Qin Rushua was a childhood friend of Fox's sister. At that moment, Lilitan curiously asked, Rushua, what is your purpose for visiting Tianling Mountain? My grandfather mentioned that there is a revered individual on Tianling Mountain, and if there is anyone in this world who can heal his internal injuries, it would be that esteemed person, Qin Rushua explained. A revered individual? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan recalled that aside from their Tianling sect, there were only impoverished villagers, totaling no more than 200. The expert Qin Rushua referred to must be his master, Tang and Jiang. He was surprised to learn that his master's reputation had spread so far, even reaching the capital. Xiaofan, do you reside in Tianling Mountain? Have you heard of such a revered individual? Lilitan asked. Elder Qin was someone she held in high regard, and if his injuries could be healed, perhaps it would lead to uncovering the perpetrator and avenging his family. If you have any information, please share it with us. As long as there is hope. I desperately want Elder Qin to recover. Only when he gets better can we identify the culprit, Lilitan said, her fists clenched and teeth gritted, clearly filled with rage. It was the first time Lin Fan had seen Fox's sister exude such a murderous aura. He swallowed hard and resolved, that esteemed individual is my master, Tang and Jiang. However, he is currently traveling the world, and even I cannot reach him, let alone you. Do you know when he will return to Tianling Mountain? Qin Rushua pressed on. It is difficult to articulate. Whenever the old man ventures far from home, he typically stays away for years. This time, he has departed and even urged me to descend the mountain, indicating that the Tianling Gate no longer has anyone he is concerned about. It is likely that he will not return for several years. Can your grandfather wait until then? Lin Fan stated with a bitter smile. It seems improbable. Qin Rushua shook her head. Her urgency stemmed from her grandfather's deteriorating condition, which had become increasingly unmanageable. His strength had plummeted dramatically, descending from the mid-stage of the Dan realm to the mid-stage of the Grand Master realm. If this decline continues, it is terrifying to think he may not survive. If you are anxious, I could offer my assistance in examining him, Lin Fan suddenly proposed. Initially, Qin Rushua felt a sense of despair, but this remark appeared to spark a glimmer of hope within her. Lin Fan had referred to that esteemed individual as his master. Thus, he was indeed the disciple of that great figure. Although a disciple may not match the prowess of their master, they must have acquired some of their skills. I appreciate your willingness to help. Qin Rushua felt compelled to try anything to prevent her grandfather's condition from worsening, even if it meant resorting to desperate measures. Otherwise, he truly might not survive. In truth, Lin Fan wished to disclose that his medical skills had surpassed those of the old man a year prior to his descent from the mountain. However, his martial prowess had been stifled by the fire poison, preventing him from breaking through in time. He was simply outmatched by the old man. No sooner had they settled into the vehicle than the trio exited the villa. Qin Batian, the patriarch of the Qin family, resided in the family villa. Under Qin Rushua's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the entrance. 2 guards stood at the door, their gazes sharp, and upon seeing the trio, they immediately cast icy stares in their direction. What overwhelming pressure! Lin Fan sensed it at once. These 2 were no ordinary bodyguards. The aura emanating from them was even more formidable than that of the previous encounter with Zhou Boyong, who appeared to be at the late stage of Grandmaster. Thus, these 2 must be at least at the peak of the late stage of Grandmaster, if not stronger. Along and Ahu, they are our allies. Qin Rushua had evidently sensed the pressure as well. The Qin family had risen through martial prowess, and as a practitioner of ancient martial arts, she was attuned to the murderous aura exuding from the 2 guards. Yes, miss. The guards nodded, retracting their imposing energy. Qin Rushua led Lin Fan and Hu Lily into the grand hall. Cough, cough. From a distance, the trio heard a series of coughs. Lin Fan's ears perked up as he discerned the implications within the coughs. Weakness of energy, spirit, and blood, indicating that this person had little time left. Fortunately, the heart meridian had not been completely destroyed, leaving room for salvation. This was the ancient Chinese medical practice of diagnosing through sound. Without even looking, Lin Fan had already grasped the situation. With a combination of observation and inquiry, he would soon confirm the elder's ailment. Grandfather, why are you wandering about? You should return to your room and rest, Qin Rushua exclaimed as she rushed over to support him upon seeing him attempt to exit the hall. For 19 long years, we have endured enough. Since improvement seems unattainable, we must confront reality. Spending entire days confined to this room is suffocating. I am merely ill, not disabled. Qin Baishan's mood was evidently despondent as he remarked, Rushue, do not assist me. I am a practitioner of ancient martial arts, not a frail invalid. I seek no one's pity. If I were to perish from a fall, it would be a release from this torment. I cannot even seek retribution for my grievances. What is the purpose of my existence? Witnessing her grandfather's agitation, Qin Rushue embraced him, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, however, Lin Fan interjected. Though your injuries are severe, they are not insurmountable. Why adopt such a bleak outlook, as if you were on the brink of death? With this declaration, even the 2 guards stationed at the door rushed in, suspecting a disturbance. Qin Batian, already overwhelmed with sorrow, turned to Lin Fan, his irritation palpable. Who are you to speak so presumptuously? If my affliction were curable, I would have sought treatment long ago. What right do you have to voice your opinions here? Xiao Fan, apologize at once. Hu Lili was taken aback. Qin Batian was unlike other masters. He had once held a position on the World Martial Arts Sacred List. During his second competition, in a bid to secure a higher rank, he faced the 5th-ranked contender. It was rumored that the 5th had been bribed, or perhaps Qin Baishan's fierce competitive spirit led to his downfall, resulting in a grievous injury to his heart's meridian. Since then, he had been unable to recover. Nevertheless, he remained a figure not to be trifled with, earning respect even from the likes of Tianlong, ranked 2nd, and the esteemed Elder Yi, ranked 1st. Qin Rushue, pale with fear, quickly explained, Grandfather. He is a close friend of Hu Lili and also a disciple of the esteemed Tianjizi from Tianling Mountain. I brought him here with the hope that he could assist with your ailment. Oh, a disciple of Tianjizi? The previously furious Qin Batian fell silent upon hearing Lin Fan's association. While others might be unaware of Tianjizi's significance, he understood all too well. The former champion of the Sacred List had not participated in subsequent competitions. Some claimed he had grown disinterested, while others suggested he had been injured and feared facing opponents. Regardless, these remained mere rumors, and no one truly knew Tianjizi's current state. However, a person who had once claimed the top position on the Sacred List over 50 years ago was undeniably formidable, instilling a sense of trepidation in Qin Batian. Indeed, I am Lin Fan, the humble disciple of Tianjizi, he replied candidly. In the presence of a former Sacred List master, Lin Fan maintained a deep respect, knowing well that he could not have prevailed against such a figure in his prime. Chapter 85. The deteriorating internal injury. How fares your master these days? Qin Batian, still somewhat skeptical of Lin Fan, deliberately probed. He has been wandering the world. I do not even know his current whereabouts. Lin Fan replied with a wry smile. Is that so? Suddenly, Qin Batian stamped his foot, and an overwhelming aura instantly enveloped the entire hall. Lin Fan, deemed the target of this force, immediately sensed a formidable pressure descending upon him. Glancing at Qin Rushue and Hu Lili beside him, and noticing their lack of any unusual reaction, he quickly realized that Qin Batian was indeed focused on him. Old Qin, if you doubt me, I can simply leave, Lin Fan asserted. I bear no obligation to treat you. I am merely here out of respect for Sister Fox. Upon hearing this, the 2 lovely ladies hurriedly turned to Qin Batian. He, momentarily taken aback, responded, So you claim that you are here to assist me on account of Hu Lili, rather than being invited by my granddaughter, Qin Rushue? Grandfather, you are mistaken. I did not invite Lin Fan. He is a friend of Sister Fox. He has come from Jiangcheng to help her. And I merely asked Sister Fox to come out for a visit, and he accompanied her, Qin Rushue quickly clarified, sensing her grandfather's misunderstanding. Qin Batian immediately retracted his oppressive aura and chuckled wryly. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. I thought you might be impersonating some miraculous physician to swindle money. After all, I have encountered many frauds in the past who took their leave after conning me out of my money. I have grown accustomed to being cautious. It is of no consequence, Lin Fan replied respectfully. After a brief pause, he added, whether or not I am a disciple of the heavenly machine is not particularly significant. Old Qin, what you truly seek is someone capable of healing the injuries you've suffered for 19 years, correct? Can you treat internal injuries? Qin Batian asked, a hint of excitement in his voice, as Lin Fan's words seemed to spark a glimmer of hope. Not all internal injuries can be treated, but yours is one that I can indeed address. Lin Fan responded with unwavering conviction, exuding seriousness that dispelled any notion of jest. As long as the principal meridian remains intact, there is a possibility of healing. Having sensed the vitality still emanating from Qin Batian's principal meridian, Lin Fan recognized that it had not been entirely compromised. Qin Ruxue and Hu Lili exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of the veracity of Lin Fan's claims. However, Qin Batian, while filled with a sense of joy, remained resolute, stating, "Young man, I have little patience for grandiose claims. If you truly lack the skill, there is no need to exaggerate. I prefer sincerity. If you can heal, then do so, and if not, it is of little matter. After all, life inevitably leads to death. And there is no need to offer me false comfort. I never joke when it comes to treating ailments." Lin Fan's reply remained steadfast and earnest. Finally, Hu Lili interjected, "Old Qin, forgive my candor, but I know Lin Fan well. When he speaks with such seriousness, he is undoubtedly sincere. Please trust him." Qin Batian inhaled deeply, not out of disbelief towards Lin Fan, but rather from the shock that overwhelmed him. For 19 years, he had sought renowned doctors across the vast land, none daring to claim they could treat his condition, not even those who suggested improvement. Yet this young man boldly asserted he could heal him, leaving Qin Batian in a state of disbelief. He subtly pinched his thigh, wincing at the sharp pain, a small gesture that elicited a bemused smile from Lin Fan. "Master Qin, there is no need for superfluous words. Let us proceed directly to the treatment. I estimate that the results will be evident within half an hour," Lin Fan stated earnestly. Upon observing Lin Fan's sincerity, Qin Batian nodded and replied, "Follow me to my room for treatment." "No need. We can conduct the examination and treatment right here on the sofa. Your injury is primarily located in your chest. Simply remove your upper garment, and I shall assist you," Lin Fan suggested. At these words, Qin Batian inhaled sharply, astonished that Lin Fan could discern the nature of his primary injury. During the competition among the 8 masters of the sacred list, the spectators were positioned hundreds of meters away, and the speed of the combatants vastly exceeded that of ordinary individuals, rendering it impossible to discern any details, let alone the specific location of injuries. It was likely that only he and the person who had inflicted the injury were aware of its site. How could this young man, without even examining his body, possess such knowledge? "Ruoshua, have you mentioned that my injury is in my chest?" Qin Batian could not help but inquire. Qin Ruoshua was momentarily taken aback, but quickly shook her head, replying, "No, I only mentioned that you had sustained internal injuries, but I did not specify where. Esteemed elder, do not harbor doubts. I discerned it through your aura. Our Tianling sect inherits the ancient medical practices of China, encompassing all aspects of diagnosis, observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. When you coughed earlier, I gleaned crucial insights," Lin Fan asserted confidently. He then stepped forward, firmly grasping Qin Batian's hand to take his pulse. Hearing Lin Fan speak with such expertise, Qin Batian relaxed his defenses, awaiting the diagnosis. Within half a minute, Lin Fan released his grip and placed his hand over the center of Qin Batian's chest at the Zhengzhong point, channeling a surge of spiritual energy. Simultaneously, his left hand traced an incantation, activating his third eye and triggering a 3-minute perspective effect. Lin Fan was able to clearly perceive the internal condition of Qin Batian. 6 of his ribs were fractured, not merely broken, but shattered, though they had been surgically repaired. However, post-operative bones could not compare to their original state, leading to overall instability in Qin Batian's skeletal structure. For a martial artist, bones, muscles, meridians, blood, and even skin are all critical components. Hence, the significance of body tempering is paramount. If Qin Batian were merely an ordinary person, such injuries would only cause slight discomfort during exertion. Yet, as a master of the sacred list, his internal energy was immensely powerful, and his body acted as a vessel. With such numerous weaknesses, each training session would exacerbate the strain, making it unsurprising that his injuries were worsening. Truthfully, with your own capabilities, you could remedy this internal injury yourself. However, you lack a certain awareness, Lin Fan stated candidly. "What do you mean?" Qin Batian furrowed his brow, intrigued by these novel words. It was rather amusing to hear someone assert that he could heal himself. If that were the case, why would he seek out others for treatment? However, at the end of the day, he is indeed a disciple of Tang and Jiang, so Qin Batian chose to remain composed. "You still do not understand why your injury has worsened," Lin Fan remarked. Upon hearing this, Qin Batian let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, he found it perplexing. when he was initially injured. He believed it was not that severe, yet as he continued to cultivate, the condition deteriorated. No amount of medicine aimed at healing internal injuries proved effective, which was quite strange. Shaolin, stop beating around the bush and tell me directly, why is this happening? Qin Batian pressed. The bone at your wound experienced a comminuted fracture, which was surgically repaired. However, during your cultivation, when your vital energy descends from the upper dantian to the lower dantian, it passes through those 2 rows of ribs, causing the energy to leak and inflict further harm on your bones. Your internal injuries were not as severe to begin with, as your main heart meridian was only partially damaged. Given your current level, it should have been fully restored within 6 months. Lin Fan continued, but it has indeed worsened. Hasn't he it? Yes, indeed. Qin Batian finally grasped the situation. This young man certainly possessed remarkable insight, befitting a disciple of Tang and Jiang, as he quickly identified the root of the injury. Chapter 86. Reconstruction of bones and tendons. The main heart meridian is responsible for the other meridians. However, due to the inability of the ribs to support the entire body, the other meridians suffered, and since the main heart meridian controls the other meridians, it too was affected. This resulted in the already overburdened main heart meridian not only failing to heal effectively, but continually deteriorating throughout the recovery process. Lin Fan elaborated. This is precisely why you only began to feel the severity after 19 years. It is a chronic strain. Otherwise, you would not have endured for a year to arrive at your current state. Upon hearing this, Qin Batian suddenly understood. Shaolin, are you saying that if I do not cultivate, I will recover? He inquired. Indeed, but as a practitioner of ancient martial arts, not cultivating signifies regression. While it may not lead to death, you are well aware of the implications of stagnation, Lin Fan replied. Sighing, Qin Batian acknowledged that he understood that if he refrained from cultivating, he could gradually recover from even the gravest internal injuries, yet he could not afford to remain stagnant. But if you continue to cultivate, your meridians will suffer increasing strain, leading to the consequences we see today. This creates a vicious cycle, Lin Fan added. At this point, Qin Rushue could no longer contain her thoughts. Lin Fan, just tell him directly how to treat it, whether it can be cured. You're making us dizzy with all this. Beside them, Hu Lily wore a bemused expression. It can be treated, and quite simply. All that is needed is to repair the bones in your chest. In essence, the root cause of this condition is that half of your rib is compromised. If the ribs heal properly, and even become stronger than before, your grandfather's ailment will improve significantly. Lin Fan refrained from further discourse and promptly produced a needle pack, stating, I possess a set of needles that can facilitate the recovery of these severely damaged sternums to 90%. Following a month of medicinal treatment, not only can normalcy be restored, but the bone density may also surpass its previous state by more than double. Is that truly the case? Qin Rushue inquired with astonishment. Ha ha ha. It seems my life is not yet destined to end. I have encountered young Lin. Should I regain my strength, I shall undoubtedly uncover the culprits who murdered my daughter and her family, and I will exact my vengeance personally. After laughing, Qin Batian's face manifested a profound aura of murderous intent. He suddenly turned to Lin Fan and remarked, Young Lin, if my grandson were still alive, he would be around your age, perhaps 23 or 24. Strangely enough, he bears a resemblance to you in both facial features and eyes. As he spoke, tears welled in Qin Batian's eyes, cascading down his cheeks. Upon witnessing this, Qin Rushue immediately offered consolation. Grandfather, please do not dwell on those sorrowful memories, all right? Very well, very well. I shall not think of them. I must focus on healing and restoring my strength. Qin Batian wiped away the tears from his eyes and once again looked at Lin Fan, forcing a smile as he said, Young Lin, assist me. If you truly manage to heal me, you will become a benefactor to the Qin family. Should you ever require our assistance, do not hesitate to ask. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? You are quite handsome, and you would be a good match for Rushue. If you have feelings for her, feel free to express them. I will encourage you both to explore that possibility. Qin Batian's excitement rendered him somewhat incoherent. Upon hearing this, Qin Rushue's face flushed crimson, and she shyly protested, Grandfather, what are you saying? It sounds as if no one wants me. Ha ha, that is not my intention, dear. I merely find young Lin to be exceptionally talented and skilled in medicine, a disciple of Tang and Jiang no less. I am well aware that Tang and Jiang is the foremost figure on the sacred list, having claimed the top position at the tender age of 20. He subsequently abstained from participating for several periods and is now 230 years old. Qin Batian explained. 230 years old. The group was taken aback. Even Lin Fan was left astonished, having never known the elder's age, only recognizing that he appeared quite venerable with his white beard and hair. Indeed, he is 230 years old. Did you not know this, young Lin? Qin Batian inquired. Lin Fan shook his head, genuinely unaware. To have entered the sacred list at 20, such a person is already on the cusp of sanctity, possessing a lifespan more than double that of our own. However, at this age, it is likely nearing his limits unless he can transcend that realm before his fate is sealed, Qin Batian continued. Master Qin, which realm are you referring to? Lin Fan asked hastily, his curiosity piqued, coupled with concern for the elder. If what Qin Batian implied was true, it meant the elder was approaching the end of his life. The thought of this made Lin Fan's heart ache. Lin Fan often enjoyed engaging in witty banter with the old man, exchanging harsh words, yet the old man regarded him as his own. The bond was palpable, and with the old man's passing, it felt akin to losing a father. How could Lin Fan not grieve? Thus, he felt compelled to uncover the realm in which the old man resided, to ascertain if he could assist him in transcending to that level, thereby averting death. The pinnacle of martial arts is said to be the complete mastery of the martial spirit, a stage that represents the utmost limit for human practitioners. If I am not mistaken, your master, Tang Yanrou, has reached the stage of the Dan fragmentation into infancy. Over the past few centuries, no one has managed to break through to the ultimate realm of the martial spirit. It is rumored to be humanity's zenith, with merely one among countless martial experts achieving it being a remarkable feat. Qin Batian continued, stating that should your master succeed in transcending the martial spirit, he would break free from the confines of his current existence, embarking upon an extensive journey through the river of life, akin to being reborn. This stage, it is said, grants one a lifespan of 1,000 years. A millennium. Does that not elevate one to the status of a celestial being? Hu Lili exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, one could say it is akin to being an earthly immortal. Qin Batian chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further, but instead turning his gaze to Lin Fan, urging him to assist with the healing. Those matters were too distant. The elderly figures pursuing that realm had been striving for nearly 2 centuries without success, and for them, it was futile. The number of experts reaching the sacred rankings far exceeds these 8 individuals. However, once they attain such a status, they often choose not to participate further. This is partly because they prefer seclusion, dedicating themselves to the pursuit of breaking their limits, aspiring one day to become earthly immortals. Moreover, they fear the prospect of defeat. Qin Batian, however, sought to join the competition again to prove that he could vanquish a certain individual named Yamamoto Ichiro. Yes, he hails from the Sun Country, and during the sacred ranking tournament, Qin Batian faced him, ultimately sustaining severe injuries. The encounter with Yamamoto Ichiro was not coincidental. A year prior to the tournament, he had come to the capital of Huaxia, engaging in numerous assassinations targeting the pillars of Huaxia's technological sector. Upon receiving word, Long Fei, an old friend from the Huaxia War God Palace, reached out to him, urging collaboration against Yamamoto Ichiro. In that confrontation, Yamamoto Ichiro was wounded and fled Huaxia. Subsequently, Lin Jiuzhou, as a representative of the Huaxia Martial Arts Alliance, participated in an international martial arts competition, where he clashed with a young master from a prominent family in the Sun Country. Rumor has it that members of the Yamamoto clan were summoned to support their compatriot. Ultimately, Lin Jiuzhou emerged victorious, seemingly delivering a significant defeat. With Qin Batian as his father-in-law, adversaries hesitated to trouble Lin Jiuzhou. A year passed in tranquility until after the sacred ranking tournament on September 1st, when Qin Batian suffered severe injuries, and within a month, he had even diminished in strength, having faced masked individuals testing him 3 times along the way. On the eve of the Lunar New Year in the land of Huaxia, while countless households were filled with joy and festivity, a fierce snowstorm raged outside. Qin Batian received a notification from Lin Tianya, the head of the Lin family, informing him that his son-in-law Lin Jiuzhou and his entire family had met with a tragic fate.